Chapter 241, Destroy the Bandit Den. In addition to weapons, Qin Qing also left 500 kilograms of spiritual rice for Yunyang, as a bait to make everyone obedient. Almost everyone in the cultivation plane can practice, and once practicing, the physical constitution will be much better than that of ordinary people. Although it is also a plane similar to ancient times, the people in the cultivation plane are obviously stronger than those here. Among them, in addition to the role of spiritual energy, it is very likely related to spiritual rice. In this way, spiritual rice is a good tonic here. Using it as a bait is indeed qualified as a bait. But if you feel uncomfortable doing it, or feel it is dangerous, you can tell me. I will definitely come to see it when I have a chance. Qin Qing looked at the two people. I am not forcing you. But I can't find a suitable candidate. There are no fellow villagers in this plane. She will not take out her mobile phone. And naturally there will be no military advisor to help. So they can only rely on their own abilities. The father and daughter looked at each other. And when they looked at Qin Qing, their expressions were firm. Don't worry. Lord God, we will not let you down. Yunyang looked at Qin Qing. Thank you, Lord God, for giving me this opportunity. Seeing that both of them agreed, Qin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. I will come again and help you bring your daughter here. Yunyang smiled and nodded. Yes. After saying this, Qin Qing looked at the others again, asking if anyone was willing to follow Yunyang and her daughter. The first to come out was the leader of the guards. And then, a few more guards came out. The rest of them did not dare to confront the governor's forces for the time being. But judging from their state, they did not seem unwilling to do anything. That was enough. After all, the situation this time was different from before. Before, it was handed over to the old lady. No matter what. The old lady and the governor were mother and son. And they were all family. But this time, it was completely handed over to outsiders. Once you take sides at this time, if something special happens, if the governor and others gain power again one day, anyone who comes out now will be in danger. But if you are forced to do something, that is another matter. If you trust me, Lord God, please leave this matter to me. Elder Lin took the initiative to step forward. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. If the governor is still here, this city will be difficult to deal with. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Qin Qing nodded. Looked at the time. It was already late. But she couldn't feel at ease if this matter could not be resolved today. I'm here, and you are in charge of everything here. Yes, Lord God. Elder Lin bowed. Qin Qing yawned, looked around, and finally landed on the city wall. She took out a bench from her personal space, carefully patted it with soft cushions, and then lay down. She couldn't go back to sleep, so she could rest here for a night. The Yuanying cultivators on Xiang Yuanjuan's side were about to pass the tribulation, and she must stay by the side. She would go to the cultivation plane tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and couldn't stay here, so the matter here must be resolved tonight. Fortunately, the ability she showed alone was enough to shock everyone, and everyone cooperated with Lin Lao and Yunyang, except for the governor's family, who were a little noisy. The rest were quite well behaved. Even the bandits outside the city, after losing their leader, were quite well behaved and went wherever they were told to go. Elder Lin's trick was quite brilliant. He locked the governor's family outside a courtyard of the governor's mansion, and also locked up several bandit leaders in the governor's mansion, so that they dared not move around. Qin Qing singled out Sanyang and asked her to follow Yunyang to do things. She was not allowed to make decisions, and she was not afraid that she would side with the governor's mansion. In the second half of the night, Qin Qing wanted to have a good sleep, but Lin Lao and Yunyang both advocated turning the tables and wiping out all the bandits. Qin Qing turned over, sat up straight, and yawned again. Okay, you choose someone to take care of it. Give me the general direction, and I'll go explore the way for you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave after I solve the problem. Hearing her say that, both of them were happy and immediately told the location the bandits had told them. Qin Qing took a look at the map, and after determining the direction, she did not set off immediately, but took out the drone and flew in that direction. With the drone's night vision function, she could see the night clearly. The two people beside them took great pains to suppress their shock. Is it here? Qin Qing stopped the drone and looked at the picture it captured. It looks like a small village. It is a rich village. It was probably built after burning, killing and looting. Lin Lao whispered. If it were ordinary villagers, It would be basically impossible to build such a good village. Now those who stay there should be mostly the elderly, the weak, women and children, Yunyang said, looking at Qin Qing. God, please take me there. I can take care of it. Can you? Qin Qing looked at her. I can. Yunyang nodded seriously. It's just for the time being. Wait for Dad to bring people here. If the people in the bandit den are habitual criminals, they can be killed, but if they were robbed, they are all pitiful people. Afraid that Qin Qing would misunderstand, she immediately said, but don't worry. God, before Dad comes, I will tie them all up and never let them get away. Then I'll take you there. Qin Qing nodded. She would let go of things here sooner or later. It would be better to let Yunyang get started quickly. After saying that, she looked at Elder Lin. I will recruit people now. And set off immediately? Okay. But you need to confirm the location again. Qin Qing called back the drone. This time with the fastest main road as the direction. And returned it to her. After confirming that Elder Lin knew the route, she put away the drone, took Yunyang with her, and headed towards the bandits' nest together. Not long after she left, the people recruited by Elder Lin quickly gathered. Although not many people took the initiative to stand up before. Now that the main people in the prefectural governor's mansion have been imprisoned, and with Qin Qing's pressure, these people can only obey orders. Not long after, they gathered and headed towards the bandits' nest. Not many people went there. After all, the people they were going to arrest this time were mainly those who stayed in the bandits' nest. And the rest of the people were led by the guard leader, who took the initiative to stand up before, patrolling around the city. Qin Qing led Yunyang to the bandits' nest. And the speed was naturally not slow. Not long after, they arrived near the bandits' nest. In addition to the elderly, women and children, there were also some young people left to guard. After all, the captured elderly, women and children would always be unstable. And if they were not guarded well, something would happen. Qin Qing had several sets of weapons given by Zhang Mingchun, just as she was always worried about Zhang Mingchun suffering at the beginning. Zhang Mingchun was also always worried about her encountering danger. Later, he would make her a set of weapons when he got the chance. According to her needs, most of them were powerful anesthetics. It was just right for use at this time. The weather was slightly cool, but it was not cold yet. Most of the houses had windows open for ventilation. Qin Qing operated very smoothly. She could knock someone down with just a raise of her hand. During this period, she also gave Yunyang the opportunity to practice, using the weapons borrowed from her to attack. Facing the defenseless enemies, she was accurate in every attack. After going around the side, the two ran into the people coming over. Before they could say anything, the person on the other side knelt down first. Spare my life. Were you kidnapped? Qin Qing looked at the patched clothes on the other person's body, and his dusty appearance. Yes. Yes. I was kidnapped. And I have nothing to do with these bandits. Please, spare me. Can you tie a knot? Qin Qing asked again. The other person was at a loss. And she went to one of the rooms, grabbed a rope, and then went to another room, and took a person out. Tie him up. I'll do it. Yunyang picked up the rope and started to tie him up. The man who accidentally bumped into them was stunned for a long time. This is... Your bandit nest has been destroyed, Yunyang said with a smile. There will be a lot of people coming later. If you follow us, you will have a chance to escape. But you must not run. If you run, it may not be good. Are they all dead? Not yet, but not sure later, Yunyang said, and began to tie the rope skillfully. After being stunned, the people around her also began to help tie the rope. On the other side, Qin Qing was throwing the people out of the house one by one. It was quite helpless, felt like throwing sandbags. Isn't she a big boss? Why is the work here so boring? When the sky was getting light, all the bandits in the bandit den were tied up. In order to prevent them from fighting, the ends of the ropes were tied to the trees. And because all the bandits were anesthetized, looking down from above, it was like a giant caterpillar lying here. Qin Qing shuddered, and flew the drone to the other side, looking for the current location of Lin Lao and the others. She had been busy here for a long time, but she had only walked half of the way there. Moreover, there was a lot of climbing to go, and it was estimated that the remaining half would take more time. Everyone has been captured. You stay here by yourself. Qin Qing looked at Yunyang. Can you do it alone? I'll hide in the house, Yunyang said immediately. If someone comes, I can notice it immediately. Qing Qing looked at her excited appearance, and then looked at her thin figure. After all, she had no strength, and she felt weaker than she was at the beginning. If she encountered anything, it would not be easy to deal with it. She took out her cell phone to check the time. There was no news from the cultivation plane, and the supermarket was not open yet. Forget it, I'll go and bring you a few people. After saying that, she put her cell phone in her pocket, and directly used the wooden stake beside her as a fulcrum, and quickly flew in the direction where Lin Lao and others were coming from. Her speed was much faster than theirs, and before long, she saw the people who were walking along the way, and landed directly on the ground. As soon as she landed, she heard Lin Lao's excited voice, "Master God." The people at the back door followed closely, with a light in their eyes, "Master God." She even heard someone say in a very low voice, "From now on, Miss Qing will call you Master God?" Qing Qing. Okay, different paths lead to the same destination. She calmly took up the tricycle. "You are too slow, I don't know how long it will take to get there. I can bring a group, you pick a few people to come up, I'll take you there." After she finished speaking, the eyes of everyone instantly showed a bright desire to compete. In the end, it was Elder Lin who prevailed, picked 5 people, including the guard leader. "You go and clean up first, we will be there soon." The 5 people excitedly bowed, "Yes." Qing Qing looked at the 5 excited people, and told the truth about the experience of the tricycle. "It may be a little uncomfortable, you just have to hold on for a while. It's okay for us." "Yes." Chapter 242 You Have to Live. The ancient roads were not as smooth as modern roads, and they were extremely bumpy. Fortunately, the people sitting on them were heavy, so they could at least hold down the bumps. But the speed was really fast. The journey was originally expected to take 1 or 2 hours, but it took only 20 to 30 minutes. After stopping the car, Qing Qing first asked the people behind, "Are you all right?" They immediately nodded, "Good. It's the first time I've ridden in this car without livestock, and I didn't expect it to be so fast." "Don't worry, God. We are all fine." Qing Qing believed half of it. After all, these people said they were fine. But when they got off one by one, they couldn't help but touch their butts secretly, which showed that the bumps of the tricycle were really not light. "But the people have been brought here." She touched her nose and said seriously, "The people are tied up there, you go and watch them. By the way, there should be a lot of things in this room, you go and search them out. When we go back, let Mr. Lin reward you." The few people listened, and they were delighted, and quickly agreed, "Yes, God." The 5 people they brought met with Yunyang, and immediately began to determine the candidates for guarding and searching, and moved all the things out first, so that when the large group came later, they could take all the things back directly. Qing Qing took Yunyang aside to talk about the reward. When these people go back, let them have a meal of spiritual rice first. In fact, in the ancient environment, even if it was not spiritual rice, but modern rice that costs a few yuan per pound, it would be enough to surprise them. But she really couldn't get modern rice, so she could only use spiritual rice instead. "Don't worry, Immortal Lord, I will do a good job of this," Yunyang said immediately. "Don't save rice, I will bring it to you when I come again," Qing Qing said, remembering something. "You can also prepare some daily necessities. Next time I go back, I will exchange some sweet potatoes for you. Now that the sweet potatoes are ripe, it's just right to sell them. You should know better what they need." Over at Sunset Forest, the sweet potatoes planted a few months ago have fully matured. Because they use modern varieties, the first batch of sweet potatoes planted are all very big. Sweet potatoes are not durable in storage, and the people in Sunset Forest can buy food in the plain supermarket. If the sweet potatoes they grow can be sold, it would be the best. Sure enough, Yunyang nodded quickly after hearing her say that. "Then I will confirm with my father. Thank you for troubling the Immortal Master." "No trouble. I originally asked you to take care of more things." Qing Qing smiled. "Then I will leave first. You are busy here. By the way, see if you can let Sanyang grow up a little. If not, don't force it. Sanyang is somewhat different from Yunyang. At least their experiences are very different. She does not force Sanyang to be independent, but just hopes that she can be able to do something she likes." Relatively speaking, Yunyang had been displaced before, and she had been out of Sunset Forest to sell sweet potatoes during this period. She had experienced a lot, and had grown a lot. Yunyang nodded again, "I will." After receiving her affirmative answer, Qing Qing did not say much and went back to the plain supermarket directly. However, she did not leave immediately, but told everyone in Sunset Forest about the general situation, and also explained that if they wanted to go out, she would not stop them. As for how to choose, it depends on them. After that, she left this plane. After a night of hard work. It was only 7 o'clock now. The sky outside had already brightened, but the supermarket was not open. Neither she nor Wei Xiaoshuang would open until 8 o'clock. She told Wei Xiaoshuang yesterday that she had something urgent to do. Now she just glanced at the sky outside and came to the cultivation plane through the plane supermarket. As soon as she opened the door, her cell phone rang. She received a message from Teacher Zhou. At the same time, someone hurried over outside. Any more news? Qin Qing saw the sound transmission talisman in Teacher Zhou's hand at a glance. After Teacher Zhou nodded, she took the sound transmission talisman and agreed on a meeting place with Ziyang Yuanjun opposite. She did not stay in the plane supermarket and went in the agreed direction. When she was about to reach the destination, she landed and walked upstairs from downstairs. It's really not easy to find you. Ziyang Yuanjun sighed. The situation is urgent. I won't say more to you. Shall we set off now? Okay. After speaking, Ziyang Yuanjun took out the flying sword and flew out of the window with Qin Qing. The speed of the flying sword was much faster than Qin Qing's Qinggong. If we had to compare, it felt even faster than the speed of an airplane. If she had a flying sword, it would be much more convenient for her to appear in the future. Qin Qing was not nervous at all about today's sudden mission. After standing firmly on Ziyang Yuanjun's flying sword, she even began to think about whether she should go to the zombie plane again to get a few more zombies. With her current cultivation, she should be able to control a few more zombies. While she was thinking about it, she heard a boom sound coming from a distance. At the moment she looked up, Ziyang Yuanjun suddenly increased the speed of the flying sword and landed with Qin Qing. At the same time, the thunderbolt fell, hitting the cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation. This cultivator was a female cultivator like Ziyang Yuanjun. After the thunderbolt fell, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then immediately sat down to rest. Beside her, there were some spiritual tools placed in a mess. They should be spiritual tools. It's bad. This is only the second thunderbolt, and the spiritual tools prepared before have been damaged by half. Ziyang Yuanjun frowned, looked around, pursed his lips. Even a Mahayana master has appeared? Her words to herself could not be hidden from the ears of the people in the dark. Someone immediately said, "It's not easy to survive the tribulation. If you can survive the tribulation, we will present a great gift. If not, we will not be excessive and will never take advantage of others' misfortune. To survive the tribulation, there are many difficulties. We are just preparing for emergencies. However, it is not easy to complete the Mahayana stage. It will take at least hundreds or thousands of years to overcome the tribulation and ascend to heaven. Don't be nervous, my friend. The puppet issue is also a temporary solution. If we can use it to understand the way of heaven and know the reason why it is difficult to overcome the tribulation, fellow Taoists can benefit." Qin Qing stood beside Ziyang Yuanjun without saying a word, just looking at the surrounding situation, and then looking at Ziyang Yuanjun's not very good face. She felt that this scene was very familiar. It was not exactly the same as the scene where she accidentally participated in the tribulation of the Jindan cultivator at the beginning, but it was about 70% similar. But the people were different. Is this the friend who holds the puppet and can help the tribulation? It's her. Ziyang Yuanjun bowed his hands and looked at Qin Qing. "Friend, I'm afraid I have to let you participate in the tribulation earlier today. But don't worry. The spiritual rice agreed before will not be less. And if you can successfully pass the tribulation, you can add another 10 million kilograms of spiritual rice. The previously agreed amount was 15 million. Plus this 10 million. That is 25 million. And convert it into cash. It is almost a reward of 100 million for her." Qin Qing's eyes lit up. She would definitely be willing to make more money for free. Ziyang Yuanjun saw her excitement, but still reminded her, "But if the puppets are scattered by the thunder?" "I know, if that's the case, I'll accept it. How many can be scattered?" "At most, a batch. Not to mention the zombie plane, she still has hundreds of zombies on hand." She thought about it. But she would not easily reveal her trump card. After confirming with Ziyang Yuanjun, she immediately called someone to go in first and bind the same life bottle. This time, it does not require a cultivator with high cultivation, as long as he is a cultivator. The first batch was 6 people. After the binding was successful, Qing Qing immediately summoned the zombie puppets. She summoned 2 batches this time. One batch was those who had experienced thunder tribulation before, and the other batch was those who had not. She told Ziyang Yuanjun about the situation, and after she nodded, she set both batches of 6 puppets in. The next step was the third thunder tribulation. If the zombie puppets that had experienced thunder tribulation were not useful, it would not be a big problem. Otherwise, in the early stage, the ones that had not experienced thunder tribulation were used. In the later stage, there were no more new puppets, and they had to send the ones that had experienced thunder tribulation. If there was any problem, it would be difficult to deal with. 6 zombie puppets successfully replaced the monk who was shrouded in thunder tribulation. Qing Qing was led by Ziyang Yuanjun to retreat. A voice sounded beside him. This batch of puppets is special. They are not in the 5 elements. I can't find their origin. Where did you get them? The voice came suddenly. Even Ziyang Yuanjun, who was in the nascent soul stage, was startled. Then he immediately bowed. Your Excellency. No need to be polite. I'm just curious about the origin of the puppets. The person who spoke looked at Qing Qing. This was the first time Qing Qing saw a Mahayana cultivator. Compared to the nascent soul stage, Mahayana cultivators were more introverted and had particularly profound characteristics. Her mood was quite complicated now. After all, not long ago, she was still a big boss. But now she had become a little friend with low cultivation. Everyone had a higher cultivation than her, and everyone was stronger than her. It was quite fun, she thought, and did not forget the question of the Mahayana cultivator. She whispered, It's not that I don't want to say it, but I can't say it. Restrictions of the heavenly Tao? The cultivator asked. Qing Qing thought for a moment. It's restricted anyway. The restrictions of the plain supermarket are also restrictions. Although zombies can be considered a kind of currency, they are still restricted in the plain supermarket and cannot be taken out at will. But if it is a zombie crystal core, maybe it can be given to others. Can I take a look? The monk asked again. You want spiritual rice? I just want to take a look, and then I'll give you 100,000 kilograms of spiritual rice, okay? But I want an uncovered puppet, the monk said in a negotiating tone, and when he looked at Qing Qing, he also had a negotiating expression, thinking that if she disagreed, he could still talk about it. Unexpectedly, Qing Qing nodded and agreed without saying anything. He also asked, Do you want a living or dead one? Oh no, I mean do you want to see the puppets that have been controlled or the ones that are not controlled? Do you have an uncontrolled one? The monk asked in surprise, and then immediately decided. I want to see this. No problem. Qing Qing agreed, and summoned several zombies that were led by the zombie king, and took the initiative to enter her receiving gate. This is different from puppets. Puppets need to be controlled to move, and these zombies have basically not changed after being acquired. As soon as they were taken out, they began to move on their own, and even opened their mouths to roar at the people next to them, trying to bite them. However, the zombie virus cannot spread outside the zombie plane, and there is no effect even if bitten. Qing Qing looked at the zombies trying to pounce, and her expression was very calm. Being bitten by a zombie here may cause less injury than being bitten by a dog. Without spiritual consciousness, it can move freely, which is really strange. This can move. It is much more interesting than your puppet that can't move. Qing Qing looked at the zombies that were evaded, and was speechless for a moment. You can't bite, but you will be evaded if you escape. I don't know whether to say that zombies are like dogs, or that the people who evade zombies are real dogs. Chapter 243 9 Heaven's Purple Thunder. The thunder of the Yuanying stage cultivator came down slower than Qing Qing expected. After the third thunder fell, the clouds above her head kept gathering, but it didn't fall for a long time. Fortunately, she asked for 2 days of leave, otherwise she didn't know when she could go back. She looked at the cultivators, who were running away from the zombies not far away, and confirmed that her location was safe. After applying to Ziyang Yuanjun, she took out a sofa recliner. She didn't sleep well last night, and was really sleepy. I don't know why. Although they are all practicing. The immortals here don't even need to sleep after reaching a certain level of cultivation. But she still has to maintain the required 8 hours of sleep every day. Otherwise she will feel sleepy. After lying down, she thought about the many people around her, and took out another thin quilt, almost covering her from head to toe. Not long after closing her eyes, she soon fell into a deep sleep, until the thunder sounded again. There was a difference of 2 hours between the fourth and third thunder. She felt that this time was very long. But the people around her felt that it was short. The voice soon reached her ears. It's only an hour apart. When the next few thunders come, I'm afraid there will be no time to recover. Now it depends on whether those puppets can be used. If they can be used, they can still be relieved. If not, they can only rely on their own cultivation to get through it. This thunder tribulation is not easy to pass. Qing didn't know when a layer of people surrounded her, blocking the gazes of outsiders, but not the sounds. So she could easily hear the conversation outside. She sat up, lifted the cloth on the side, and looked forward. Under the thunderbolt, the zombie puppets were motionless, and the monks who were undergoing the thunderbolt in the middle held various spiritual tools in their hands, waiting for the thunderbolt to fall. The zombies she released were trapped in small cages, and were turning around anxiously, making low roars from time to time. It was unknown whether the monks were tired of playing with them, or whether they were temporarily detained due to special circumstances. But no matter what, she had borrowed them, and there was no need to rush to retrieve them. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, the fourth thunderbolt fell. Qing stared at the zombie puppets under the thunderbolt, and clearly felt that the upgraded zombie puppets were more flexible, which meant that as long as she had zombie puppets, she could send them in to share the thunderbolt, and the upgraded zombie puppets could be upgraded again under the thunderbolt. This was good news for her. After all, it meant that every time she helped someone survive the thunderbolt, she could harvest a batch of more powerful zombie puppets. After the fourth thunderbolt passed, the cultivator was in a better state than before. It was obvious that the zombie puppets played a role, helping to share some of the power of the thunderbolt. Qing vaguely heard a low conversation. It actually works. This puppet is unusual. Never seen before. So strange. The voice dissipated, and Qing did not hear the conversation again. But seeing that some people looked at each other from time to time, she wondered if this was the voice transmission described in the novel. Their cultivation was higher than hers, so she couldn't hear. Yuanjun lowered his head. Do you want to sleep? Qing raised her eyes. Can I still sleep? Nothing is going on. If there is something, I will call you. I won't let anyone disturb you normally. Yuanjun smiled and said, seeing the role of the puppet, her attitude towards Qing is better than before. Qing knew what she was thinking, but she didn't care. She smiled and nodded. Then I will sleep for a while. After that, she lay down again. The curtain was covered again, and no light came in. She didn't sleep well the night before, but she still got 3 or 4 hours of sleep. This time, when she woke up, there was no big noise outside. But looking at the time, it should be almost time for the fifth thunderbolt to fall. 4 of the 9 thunderbolts have passed, and including the 5th one, there are still 5 left. This is a big difference from before. The 6 zombie puppets are probably not enough. She opened the curtain again and saw the black clouds gathering in the sky. A flash of lightning flashed across, and then there was a rumbling sound. There were still so many thunderbolts coming. She really didn't want to stand and wait, so she just moved the recliner, blocked it next to the curtain, turned it into a chair, covered it with a thin blanket, and rested on the backrest. Everyone around was standing, but their cultivation was high, let alone standing for a day. Even standing for 10 days or half a month would be no problem. It's not that she didn't respect them, but she was too weak and really couldn't stand. Qing crossed her legs, comfortably leaning against the soft backrest. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would even want to take out a bag of melon seeds. She held the thin blanket in her hand and saw the serious expressions of the monks around her, and looked up at the increasingly dark thunderclouds above her head, and saw that the thunderbolt would fall at any time, and she covered her ears with her hands. Boom, crack, pop. The thunderbolt fell quickly. Qing heard the sound of something cracking, and after staring, she found that it was the protective shield held up by the monk who was going through the tribulation, and the sound of cracking was crisp, and 2 cracked spiritual weapons fell from above her head. She suddenly understood where all the spiritual weapons on the ground came from. After the protective shield was cracked, the remaining thunder directly entered the cultivator's body, causing her to spit blood again. And then she intensified her cultivation. Even though Qing didn't know much about tribulation, she could see that her condition was not good. And this was only the 5th tribulation thunder. It is getting harder and harder to overcome the thunder tribulation nowadays. This thunder tribulation is more powerful than the previous one. Last time, it only lasted until the 5th tribulation thunder. It seems that those puppets did work. But the more time passes, the more powerful the thunder tribulation becomes. If it continues like this, it may be dangerous. The surrounding discussion sounded without any cover-up. Even Qin could hear it clearly. However, this situation was not unexpected. She exchanged a glance with Ziyang Yuanjun beside her. She immediately called for help and entered the center of the thunder tribulation again. After using the Tongming bottle, Qin immediately summoned the zombie puppets. This was the fifth thunder tribulation. 6 zombie puppets were barely enough. But the cultivator, who was undergoing the tribulation, was seriously injured. The sixth thunder tribulation would be even more powerful. However, the cultivators also needed to survive the thunder tribulation. If no one fell on them, they would not be able to temper themselves, and it would not be of much benefit to their subsequent cultivation. Therefore, she did not take out too many puppets at once, but chose 8 zombie puppets and let them go in to replace the people. In this way, there were 14 zombie puppets in the thunder tribulation circle. She did not go to sleep afterwards, but sat in the dark curtain and played with her mobile phone. When the next thunder tribulation came, she walked out of the curtain. The power of the sixth thunder tribulation was indeed stronger. Fortunately, there were 14 zombies to help share the burden. The cultivator survived the thunder tribulation and looked better than last time. Now everyone was sure that the puppets played a role. Qin and Ziyang Yuanjun evaluated the power of the thunder tribulation. For the last 3 thunder tribulation, 6 zombie puppets were added each time. While being able to disperse the power of the thunder tribulation, they could also temper the cultivator's own physique. The 7th thunderbolt, 20 puppets. The 8th thunderbolt, 26 puppets. Qin had exactly 30 puppets in her hand, which could barely withstand this wave. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, before the 9th thunderbolt fell, she heard a cry of surprise from the side. Not good, it's the 9 heavens purple thunder. How could such a powerful thunderbolt fall? Only people with outstanding talents can attract the 9 heavens purple thunder. It was originally a good thing, but now, the power of the 9 heavens purple thunder is more than 10 times higher than that of ordinary thunderbolts. I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass this level. Even with these puppets, it may not be possible to pass it. Not only that, the 9 heavens purple thunder can disperse the turbid air of heaven and earth. Although these puppets are not in the 5 elements, they may not be able to withstand the 9 heavens purple thunder. If they can't, I'm afraid they will be reduced to ashes. Qin listened to the voices of the people around her, and landed on the ground with both feet. Ziyang Yuanjun frowned and looked at it for a while, and finally sighed, Forget it. Forget it. I never thought it would be the 9 heavens purple thunder. I promised you originally. If she can't give it to you, I will keep my promise. Qin turned to look at her. The power of the 9 heavens purple thunder seems to be only 10 times greater than that of an ordinary thunder tribulation. But in fact, the difference is far. Ziyang Yuanjun sighed again. Practice is against the will of heaven. But today it is forced. The way of heaven is above. Maybe it saw this situation, and sent down the 9 heavens purple thunder. Instead of saying so much, it is better to be more straightforward. Isn't it that you don't want us to succeed in the tribulation? We can only fail, not succeed. The puppet way doesn't work. What a pity. I thought we could succeed. But it's already this time. It's a failure either way. If it had failed before, it would have been better. But now, what's the difference? Qin frowned, looked up at the purple lightning, and the faint roar in the lightning, which was so dull that even if it would fall for a long time, you could feel its power. Even though she had never heard of the 9 heavens purple thunder before, she felt that this 9th thunder was indeed a bit scary. But she felt it was a pity to give up like this. Is it that the life bottle cannot bind more people in? She still had thousands of zombies in her hands. They were not puppets, but they were not completely unusable. It did not mean that the ones who were replaced must be puppets. She also had the zombie king in her hands, which could control the actions of the zombies. There were at least hundreds of millions of zombies in the zombie plane. She did not collect them because they were too far away and difficult to bring back. For her, the most important thing is the zombie puppets in the circle. Ordinary zombies are not very useful in her hands. If it works, she can have a batch of upgraded zombie puppets. If it doesn't work, at most she will lose a batch of captured zombies. Then she heard some bad news from Ziyang Yuanjun. The same life bottle does have a limit. Originally, she didn't expect to need so many zombie puppets. Now at this point, She found that the number of people bound to the same life bottle is not enough. What if we don't use the life bottle? Qing asked. When Ziyang Yuanjun looked over, she realized that she had asked an outrageous question. Without the life bottle, she couldn't help share the power of the thunder. If someone stood under the thunder without the life bottle, the thunder would still fall and affect others. But it would not affect the power of the thunder that fell on the cultivator. In this case, she could only use the Zombie King. Other zombies were fine. But if something happened to the Zombie King, she would be reluctant to let him go. However, even though the Zombie King was not there at first, it was not that she could not catch zombies. At worst, she could go fishing for zombies again. The last method? I have to take the risk. Qing looked at Ziyang Yuanjun. If it works, I have to raise the price again. Do you have any other ideas? Ziyang Yuanjun asked in surprise. I don't know if it will work, but you can try it, Qing said, raising an index finger. Add another 10 million kilograms of spiritual rice. You are fighting against spiritual rice, right? Ziyang Yuanjun couldn't help laughing. Okay. If it works, I will agree to your request. After that, she immediately sent someone in. At the same time, Qing summoned the Zombie King. The moment he summoned him, the restless zombies trapped in the cage turned to the Zombie King and lowered their heads in submission. Chapter 244 40 million Gene. The zombies in the cage were released, and walked towards the direction of the Zombie King. Qing only took a look, and then controlled the Zombie King to go in the direction of the tribulation, and successfully replaced the monk bound to the same life bottle. At the same time, the zombies that could move freely still went in the direction of the Zombie King. Without the same life bottle, these will still be struck by lightning. Will they be struck by lightning? Qing looked up at the so-called nine heavens purple thunder above her head, and couldn't help but feel a little restless in her heart. After all, only she knew how useful the zombies were after being struck by lightning. Such a powerful thunderstorm is hard to come by. At this time, the zombies have entered the area that will be attacked by the thunderstorm. Because of the presence of the Zombie King, although they are restless, they still stand firmly, and do not do anything extra. Let's give it a try. It's a pity to miss it. Qing lowered her head, and began to summon zombie puppets and zombies. Under her control, the zombie puppets all entered the thunderstorm area, and the zombies, under the summons of the Zombie King, took the initiative to step into the thunderstorm area. 10, 20, 30. None of the zombies behind were covered with white cloth. They just walked forward step by step with their broken bodies. They were not controlled, but they belonged to the plain supermarket, which she bought. She could accept whether the thunder tribulation succeeded or not. At worst, she could start over again after a complete failure. After a while, 50 zombies appeared in the thunder tribulation area. Fortunately, the thunder tribulation of the Yuanian cultivator this time had a large range. So even if there were a lot of zombies, they could all be included. Can you add more? Qing looked at Ziyang Yuanjun. Ziyang Yuanjun looked at her with a suspicious look. How many do you have? Qing pursed her lips and smiled. There are still quite a few. If possible, I will continue to add. It may not be useful, Ziyang Yuanjun said in a deep voice. And the nine heavens purple thunder is extremely powerful. It doesn't matter. If they are really destroyed, I can bear the consequences, Qing said immediately. After getting Ziyang Yuanjun's nod, she was not polite, and continued to take out the zombies in batches. In the end, there were about 300 zombies in the circle. This was the result after she restrained them, otherwise there could be hundreds more. But this was enough. If it worked, these 300 zombies in her hands would definitely become a powerful weapon in her hands. Even so, more than 300 zombies standing there looked like a huge group. Those who knew that this was a tribulation, those who didn't might think that this was a meeting. The last tribulation thunder hadn't fallen yet, and the monks who were still standing around looked at the scene in front of them. Even those with extremely high cultivation couldn't help but express surprise. Young friend, you really spent a lot of money this time. These are so many, and none of them belong to the 5 elements. Such a scene is indeed unprecedented. The recliner under Qing and the shed that covered her body had already been put away. The power of the last thunderbolt would be even greater, and she was led back a little. But with the hundreds of zombies, the area where the tribulation was to be carried out could still be seen at a glance. After a few words, everyone's attention fell on the last thunderbolt again. Qing also raised her head. not only looking at the thunder, but also at her zombies. Although she had prepared for the possibility that the zombies would be wiped out, she still hoped that the zombies would be fine, and it would be best if they could all be upgraded. She was really nervous, so she took out a handful of lollipops, put them in her mouth and chewed them. She could bite off a lollipop in 3 or 2 bites, and then continue chewing it in her mouth. Ziyang heard the sound and turned to look at her. Qing noticed her gaze, turned her head, opened the lollipop and handed it over. Do you want to eat it? Ziyang was stunned for a moment, reached out to take the lollipop, looked down. Is this candy? Why do you always have some strange things? Fu Qing said vaguely. I suddenly feel a little nervous. When I let them out just now. I didn't see you so nervous, Ziyang said with a smile. Now the thunder tribulation has not come. It's not too late to regret now. You may be nervous, but I won't regret it, Qing said firmly. If you regret it now, all your previous efforts will be in vain. It's better to stick to it. She stuffed another lollipop into her mouth and bit it directly. Boom! The last thunderbolt fell, illuminating the already dark sky. At that moment, it seemed as if night turned into day. The cultivator, who was undergoing the tribulation, was in the center of the thunderbolt. No one could see her current situation, but everyone could see the situation of the zombies. The moment the thunderbolt fell, all the zombies showed a charred appearance. It was obvious that the thunderbolt just now had indeed struck them. They didn't turn into ashes? This puppet is really special. Even in a non-puppet state, it can withstand the 9 heavens purple thunder. If they were dead, they would definitely be excellent materials for refining weapons. It's a pity that they are just puppets and have no spiritual power. Did you successfully survive the tribulation? A figure quickly passed by Qing. It was Ziyang Yuanjun, who was heading towards the center of the thunderbolt. It must have really succeeded. She couldn't see the situation over there. She looked around and saw that everyone's attention was on the monk, who was undergoing the tribulation. She summoned the zombie king to her side. The charred color on the zombie king was lighter, but she could clearly feel that she was controlling the zombies through the zombie king more smoothly than before. At the same time, the zombies that were summoned back were also more agile than before. The zombie king was standing next to Qing. She used the zombie king to summon the zombies back one by one and put them back into the storage area of the plain supermarket. There were more than 300 zombies. They went out in groups of 10. When they came back, as long as they were within a certain range around her, they could be collected in an instant. Finally, all the zombies were collected, leaving only more than 30 zombie puppets. At this time, she saw the situation in the distance. Ziyang Yuanjun was helping the monk, who was undergoing the tribulation, to heal his wounds. Judging from the situation over there, he should have succeeded in the tribulation. Not long after she looked over, Ziyang Yuanjun stood up and walked towards the Mahayana monks who were watching. Ziyang dares to exchange spiritual rice with you. Do you want it? Or does this young friend want it? Young friend came to help, but he only wants spiritual rice? While talking here, Qing was collecting zombie puppets. With Ziyang Yuanjun around, her safety was more or less guaranteed. Hearing the words, she looked up. Yes, I just want spiritual rice. I see. I just don't know where your master is. If I need your help to overcome the tribulation in 100 years, where should I find someone? A Mahayana cultivator asked directly. Qing. It is a question whether she can still live for 100 years. However, when cultivators talk about age, it is often 100 years or 1,000 years. The basic lifespan of Mahayana cultivators is thousands of years. It is normal to overcome the tribulation in 100 years. She frowned and said seriously, I will go back and ask about the master's matters. However, if there are foundation building and golden elixir stage cultivators who need to overcome the tribulation in the future, I will come again. Or I can ask Ziyang Yuanjun to help convey it. That's good. The Mahayana cultivators are still a long way from overcoming the tribulation and ascending to heaven. This time, I came here mainly to see the situation of the Yuanian cultivators overcoming the tribulation. There is no rush if I don't get a definite answer from Qing immediately. As mentioned above, several Mahayana cultivators took out spiritual rice and exchanged it with Ziyang Yuanjun for spiritual herbs. This was also what both parties could exchange at present. So although Ziyang Yuanjun's transaction with Qing did not involve precious spiritual herbs, she still exchanged precious spiritual herbs for spiritual rice. This was mainly because of the temporary price increase. Ziyang Yuanjun originally had 20 million caddies of spiritual rice. According to the amount agreed upon at the beginning, she only needed to take out 15 million caddies of spiritual rice. Later, the price was increased twice, and it had risen to 35 million caddies of spiritual rice. However, she did not just exchange 15 million caddies with these Mahayana cultivators, but a full 80 million caddies. Qin Qing was completely numb when she heard this number. She could not help but wonder why these cultivators, who had long been fasting, would hoard so much spiritual rice. Isn't spiritual rice grown to be eaten? What are they hoarding it for? The cultivation world is not in a state of lack of food and clothing. The main thing is that some of these people don't even know how much spiritual rice they have hoarded. They just fumbled out a bunch of storage rings and bags, flipped through them, and easily found millions of spiritual rice. If you want, I can give you more. There is still a lot in the sect warehouse. There is no shortage of spiritual rice. You should ask for more spiritual herbs. Spiritual rice is not valuable. Every year, all the major sects collect a lot of spiritual rice. Only the best ones are taken out for consumption. The inferior ones are kept in the warehouse. Only when the people need them occasionally will they be distributed and sold. In recent years, the weather has been good, and the people are not short of spiritual rice. They have stockpiled a lot. According to the current situation, it takes 3,000 yuan for a yuaning stage cultivator to pass the tribulation. 5 million caddies of spiritual rice. How much does a Mahayana cultivator need? At least 100 million caddies the Mahayana cultivator needs to overcome the tribulation and ascend to the highest level, which is the greatest tribulation for a cultivator during their cultivation. Even in the past, it was not so easy to ascend to the highest level. 100 million caddies of spiritual rice is not much, if it really comes to that, let alone 100 million caddies of spiritual rice, even if all the spiritual tools, elixirs, and herbs are given. What will happen? I am afraid that the tribulation will fail, and I will be reduced to ashes. While speaking, the cultivator who had just successfully overcome the tribulation stood up. Now she has reached the Mahayana stage, and is only one step away from ascending to heaven. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist has successfully passed the tribulation, which is a cause for celebration. It should be a celebration for all. The newly promoted Mahayana cultivator, who had just successfully passed the tribulation, still looked pale, and felt that his dantian was empty. But he could not suppress the joy on his face. Thank you, everyone. When I recover, I will definitely come to thank you. After successfully passing the tribulation, the previous covetousness was completely ignored. After congratulating each other, the Mahayana cultivators left some gifts for Qin Qing, and then flew away on their swords. The gift from this dimension was also unique. It was either a storage ring or a Qianquan bag. She couldn't see what was inside. It's nothing more than some low-level spiritual herbs. The quantity won't be large. With their cultivation level, they won't have too many low-level spiritual herbs left, Ziyang Yuanjun said, handing the Qianquan bag to Qin Qing. There are a total of 40 million kilograms of spiritual rice in it, in addition to the one I gave you. There are also the ones they asked me to pass on. The extra ones are gifts. If you still need low-level spiritual herbs, I'll find a way to find you a batch. I'll go. If it weren't for you, I would be in great danger today, said the newly promoted Mahayana cultivator. Don't be polite, my friend. It's just low-level spiritual herbs. I can find more for you to make up for your loss. Loss? Qin Qing listened, and saw the other party's eyes fall on the charred zombie puppet. She suddenly realized it. But it would be a waste if she didn't take advantage of this opportunity. After all, it was a fact that she helped the other party to successfully overcome the tribulation. She pursed her lips, suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to curl up, and said calmly, "Then I won't be polite. I do need the low-level spiritual herbs. Thank you." Chapter 245 Second Transaction. Storage rings and Qianquan bags are very valuable in the world of cultivation, but only for low-level cultivators. For cultivators in the Mahayana and nascent soul stages, the rarity of these two is not high. This also means that in addition to various low-level spiritual herbs, the gifts Qin Qing received also included several storage rings and Qianquan bags. Even when Ziyang Yuanjun gave her the agreed spiritual rice, he also gave her the Qianquan bag. Whether it is a storage ring or a Qianquan bag, neither is big. Qin Qing filled her arms with 7 storage spiritual tools, but still couldn't suppress the joy in her heart, and laughed happily. Seeing her like this, Ziyang Yuanjun couldn't help but laugh. It seems that you really like Lingni. I like it. I like it very much. Qing Qing hugged the storage container tightly in her hand. Today's wave is really worth it. Ziyang Yuanjun just thought she was talking about Lingmi. And smiled. It should have been given to you. If it weren't for you, Daoist Qing Hong would have failed to pass the tribulation today. Now that the thunder tribulation has passed, I will take you back. I will go back by myself. Qing Qing looked up and saw that the other party was worried and took the initiative to say, "Don't worry, Ziyang Yuanjun. I will go back quickly. It's your master's secret method. So I won't ask any more questions." Ziyang Yuanjun nodded. "Then you should be careful when you go back." "Yes." Qing Qing nodded and was about to leave, but was stopped by the Qing Hong monk, and when she turned around, there was a sword in front of her. Qing Hong said, "I heard from Ziyang that you are in need of a spiritual sword. This is the spiritual sword I used before. It has been with me for many years. I wanted it to accompany me forever. Since you need it, I will give it to you. How can I be so embarrassed?" Qing Qing looked at the spiritual sword. Even if it was just a glance, she knew that the spiritual sword must be very expensive, and she actually made enough money today, and she would feel like she was getting a great bargain if she asked for more. "Since she gave it to you, you should take it," Ziyang said. "If you fail to pass the tribulation today, you may not be able to keep these external objects. It may be its fate to give them to you to make full use of them. Then I will accept it without hesitation." Qing Qing took the spirit sword with a smile, held it in her hand, and talked to the two people again, then turned and left. Because the two people behind her had high cultivation, she deliberately walked a little further away, and then found a hidden place to return to the plain supermarket. It was already night, but she asked Wei Xiaoshuang for 2 days off, and she only used 1 day. She didn't have to stay in the supermarket tomorrow, so it was a good time to pack up the things in her hands. Ziyang and Qi Hong mainly gave spiritual rice and spiritual swords. The other monks gave some low-level spiritual herbs as gifts. Although they were not many, they piled up into a small mountain. The spiritual consciousness on the storage ring and the Qianquan bag had been completely wiped out. Anyone with spiritual power could open these containers. She sorted them out and took out a Qianquan bag, which she handed to Teacher Zhou. Although the shelf life of spiritual rice is not short, it only has a shelf life of a few years without the Qianquan bag. In order to stock up spiritual rice, the school saved new rice and had been eating the earliest batch of spiritual rice. This led to their daily diet of old rice. Now that I have the Qianquan bag, it will be much more convenient to stock up on spiritual rice. If you want to exchange for salt, you can still sell spiritual rice to me through the vending machine. You can exchange salt, and then go out to exchange for spiritual rice. You can buy some things you can use with the extra spiritual rice. Qing Qing said. You can also save the extra spiritual rice. It's up to you to decide anyway. Don't you have too much spiritual rice? Teacher Zhou was worried that it would be inappropriate to sell it to Qing Qing even though she didn't need it. It's only tens of millions of caddies of spiritual rice. It's nothing. If you really want to eat it, let alone tens of millions of caddies, even if it's 100 million caddies, it can be consumed quickly. Qing Qing really didn't think tens of millions of caddies of spiritual rice was a lot. What's more, I have the plain supermarket as a shipping place. It's not easy to earn these spiritual rice, but it's still very easy to sell them. Well, it's quite easy to earn them. For example, today, 40 million kilograms were earned in one go. Teacher Zhou didn't know the specific situation, but she thought that she had been busy all day and it was not easy to make money. So she said, "Then we will sell you the spiritual rice as usual. There is one more thing. The vending machine has been upgraded. We will buy some vegetable seeds from you. There is no shortage of staple food here, but vegetables are more scarce. We will grow some cabbage, and maybe we can give more spiritual rice back." Okay, I have cabbage seeds on hand now. Not only cabbage seeds, she also stocked up many other vegetable seeds. After all, the end of the world is coming, and the shortage of food and vegetables is visible to the naked eye. However, when she was about to put it into the vending machine, she remembered something. Don't sell this. I'll find you a batch. Maybe you don't need to go through the plain supermarket. All planes associated with the plain supermarket cannot be traded freely, and you can't bring things from one plane to another at will. But there are a few special cases. Purgatory on Earth and ruins are not related to the plain supermarket, so she can use the things in these two places at will, and bring them to any plane for use. There is also the latest mecha plane, The vending machine in the mecha plane can cover the purchased goods to the vending machines in all plane supermarkets with one click. Vegetable seeds are not difficult to find. And as long as a small bag of vegetable seeds, you can grow a lot of vegetables. Instead of occupying a vending window, she might as well go and look for it. If she is lucky, she may get it for free. It is not like the goods through the vending machine, where you can only choose one seed. If you can bring it directly, it would be great. Teacher Zhou knew what Qin Qing meant by bring it. After all, the glass on the school windows was brought directly by her. Thank you for your help. Qin Qing shook her head. No trouble. I will find time to look for it in the next 2 days. Teacher Zhou came here mainly to see her, and talked about the vegetable seeds. After that, he did not bother her again. He took the dry coolant bag to the warehouse, where the spiritual rice was stored in the school, intending to transfer all the spiritual rice into the dry coolant bag. Qin Qing did not leave immediately, and sorted out the pile of spiritual herbs. There is a demand for the gathering spirit pill, so she can make a batch first. Just as she thought of this, she remembered the random trade and immediately opened the plain supermarket panel. Sure enough, on the random trade page, she found a new transaction item. Buy anti-inflammatory drugs. Sell towels. Buy fresh meat. Sell watermelons. Buy gold. Sell aircraft. Qin Qing carefully looked at the transaction amount. The first transaction was to exchange 100,000 towels for 50 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs. The second was to exchange 200 watermelons for 50 kilograms of fresh meat. And the last was to exchange an aircraft for 10 kilograms of gold. Compared with the first transaction yesterday, today's transaction obviously didn't let her get a bargain. Not to mention the first and the second. She felt that if this transaction was successful, she would definitely not make any money. However, if the weight of the watermelon could be slightly heavier, she wouldn't lose too much. After looking at 3 more transaction items, she found an empty Qianquan bag from a pile of storage spiritual tools. The things exchanged from this random transaction, she could give away in all planes, and must be placed separately. Although these transactions today may not all make money, it is much more convenient to give some things to people at will than to trade through the plain supermarket. The Qianquan bag in her hand was empty. She put the spiritual rice she had exchanged before into it. After using up 10,000 kilograms of spiritual rice, she still had several thousand kilograms left. After putting the spiritual rice away, she first took out 50 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs from her personal space and exchanged them for 100,000 towels. As soon as she exchanged them, she touched the towels. The quality of the towels was better than she expected. If she took them out to sell, it would definitely be no problem to sell one towel for 3 or 4 yuan. 100,000 towels could be sold for at least 340,000 yuan. This deal was also a bargain. After putting the towel into the Qianquan bag, she took out 50 kilograms of fresh pork. This was really fresh meat. She had bought the meat from the town's vegetable market over the past few months to conceal her identity. She had put the meat in her personal space right after it was bought. Now that she took it out, the quality was exactly the same as when she put it in. In other words, she didn't have the big meat from the mecha plane in her personal space. Otherwise she would have definitely exchanged it for the big meat. 50 kilograms of meat for 200 watermelons. Whether it was worthwhile or not was not discussed first, but it could be given to Zhang Mingshan and Zhang Rui. In the environment where they lived, they definitely couldn't eat watermelons. After confirming the transaction, the fresh meat in Qin Qing's hand disappeared, and 200 watermelons appeared under her feet. The watermelons were bigger than she expected. She subconsciously opened her eyes wide, took one of the watermelons into her arms, and made a simple estimate. This watermelon alone weighed at least 30 kilograms. This batch of watermelons was given to her individually, and some were larger, weighing 40 or 50 kilograms. Even if the price of pork was quoted high, at 31 kilograms, 50 kilograms would be 1,500 yuan. And these 200 watermelons, each weighing 30 kilograms, a total of 6,000 kilograms, also calculated according to the price of supermarket fruit stores. Even if it was only 1 yuan per kilogram, it would still cost 6,000 yuan. By this calculation, she could still make a net profit of 4,500 yuan from this transaction. It was a good deal. Qin Qing thought happily. This transaction was a good deal, and she felt relieved. She put all 200 watermelons into the Qianquan bag, and then looked at the last transaction. She didn't know the price of the aircraft, But she knew the price of gold better. 10 kilograms was 5,000 grams. The current price of gold was 600 per gram. 10 kilograms of gold was sold for 3 million yuan. Even if the selling price was lower, it would still be nearly 3 million yuan. This transaction is equivalent to spending 3 million to buy an unknown aircraft. She hesitated for a while, and looked at the 2 random transaction boxes that had been darkened. The random transactions of yesterday and today can be confirmed. She only has 3 trading opportunities every day. The other 2 completed transactions are already in the past, and only the last one is left. Forget it, it's not really 3 million, most of the gold in her hand is not bought by her. She is reluctant to spend 3 million, but exchanging the gold she picked up for the aircraft, it's not so painful to think about it, not to mention that she has a lot of gold in her hand, it's not easy to take it out to buy it anyway. After confirming this, she rummaged through her personal space, and soon found a gold bar marked with 5,000 grams, and then chose to confirm the transaction. After the transaction was confirmed, she waited for a huge object to appear in front of her. In the end, there was only a box, which was only half a meter long, wide and high. Qing put away the ruler in her hand, and began to think about the possibility of being cheated. Fortunately, she was also a worldly person, and soon found the unlocking device on the box. Entering fingerprints. Entering irises. Bind successfully. Do you want to open it? Chapter 246 Cargo List. Yes. The voice confirmation was successful, the box opened instantly, and soon it became a vehicle about the size of a car. Qing opened the door and sat in, studying the operating manual on the panel for a while, and when she was about to operate, a new prompt appeared on the panel: lack of main energy. This aircraft can be charged by solar energy. The lack of main energy is like a rechargeable battery without a battery, or like not bringing a bucket when collecting water. There is plenty of energy, but there is no container to hold it. What a loss. That is, the folding energy of this vehicle uses the backup energy, otherwise it can't even be folded, but it's a pity that the backup energy is so little, it can help fold, but if you really use it as a vehicle, it's definitely not enough. She put the aircraft away, put it in her personal space, planning to go to Zhang Mingchun tomorrow, and ask her to see if she can find a solution, or go to the mecha plane to see. The transaction was completed. She put her eyes back on the pile of spiritual herbs, and began to refine the pill. She tried twice more, using a plastic ball instead of the furnace. Even without the plastic ball in the following attempts, she could make the fire she offered into a circle, and successfully refine the gathering spirit pill again. In a few hours, she used up all the spiritual herbs that could be used to refine the gathering spirit pill, and then she was satisfied. When the time was almost up, she judged that the supermarket should have closed, so she went back to her supermarket, slept on the second floor, and got up early the next morning before the supermarket opened, and went downstairs to the wasteland planet. The wasteland planet is connected to the ruins plane, and through the ruins plane is connected to the martial arts plane and the human purgatory. She can go to more places here. Of course, you can also operate the plane supermarket panel here. Qing placed the recliner at the entrance of the plane supermarket, and after lying down, she looked at the simulated morning sky above her head. If Zhang Mingchun hadn't said it several times, and the environment in front of her was indeed very different from that of the wasteland planet, it would be difficult for her to tell whether the sky was real or fake. The development of high-tech planes can indeed be beyond expectations. She retracted her gaze, focused on the plane supermarket panel, selected the mecha plane, and then found that it could not be connected. She remembered something and took out a mecha plane smartphone. I still have to go there to buy it. There was still time. She immediately turned back, switched to the mecha plane, and took out her smartphone to buy again, but when the specific price of vegetable seeds popped up, she was still stunned. A small bag of cabbage seeds actually cost 1,000 star coins. Is this a robbery? She immediately switched to other vegetable seeds, without exception. The price was not cheap, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, and then switched to the price of fresh vegetables, which was also very expensive. Are you looking for fruit and vegetable nutrient solution? It is rich in vitamin C, vitamin D, and other trace elements, and perfectly replaces the nutrients in vegetables, and is cheap. Drink 1 pack a day, to ensure that you have sufficient daily nutrition intake, and only 50 star coins a day. She looked at all the text on the picture that popped up, and easily saw the word advertisement in the lower right corner. Compared with vegetables that cost thousands of yuan, the price of 50 yuan a day fruit and vegetable nutrient solution is indeed much cheaper. and it can even be said to be good value for money. However, she still couldn't bear to buy the seeds that cost more than 1,000 yuan a bag. You know, she has only saved tens of thousands of star coins from selling things during this period. And she only spent 2,000 to buy a smartphone. She felt like she was robbed when she spent thousands of yuan to buy seeds. Let's take a look. If she really can't find it anywhere else, she can buy this. She closed the trading website and turned back to the wasteland planet. As soon as she walked out of the plain supermarket, she heard a ding sound. The elevator door not far away opened, and boxes came out of the elevator one after another, followed by Zhang Mingchen. Are you here? It just so happens that I brought you the clothes you wore yesterday. They have all been washed, ironed and packaged. Zhang Mingchen said. Do you want to pile them here first, or take them away directly? I'll take them away directly. It will take more effort to pile them here. Qin Qing stepped forward, took out the dry bag she had specially vacated before, and put the clothes in one box at a time. All the clothes were classified by style, and each carton had a photo of the clothes on it, so that when they were sold later, they could easily find out which carton the clothes were in. In addition to the clothes, there were also 100,000 towels in her bag, but these towels all had outer packaging bags, so Zhang Mingchen didn't need to deal with them anymore. A warehouse of clothes was changed into 30 or 40 boxes. After all of them were collected, Qin Qing took the initiative to say, I'll stay here for a day today, and I can also go to other places from here. Did everything go well yesterday? Zhang Mingchen knew where she went yesterday. It went smoothly. Qin Qing nodded, although it was a little unexpected in the end. I didn't lose money at all. No, I should say I made a lot of money. As she said that, she remembered something and immediately opened the plain supermarket panel. The 3 trading baskets for today's random transactions were also refreshed. However, the quantity today was not large, and the things were not rare. Some people exchanged flour for corn. Some people exchanged torn cotton jackets for food. And some people exchanged fish and shrimp for chicken and duck meat. She exchanged them all, and then gave the exchanged things to Zhang Mingchen. Take all these things as a snack for you, and get you a watermelon. She took out a watermelon weighing more than 30 kilograms, and put it in Zhang Mingchen's arms. Zhang Mingchen watched Qin Qing make the deal with her own eyes, but was still a little surprised. Why are there still watermelons? This watermelon is worth it. Qin Qing smiled. I exchanged it for 50 kilograms of meat. There are 200 watermelons of this size. I also stockpiled a batch of watermelons before. I'll give you this one. Okay. I won't be polite to you. Zhang Mingchen put the watermelon not far away, except for her and Qin Qing. No one else can enter this floor, so it is also her private space. Are you going to the garbage shed now? I'll take you there. Okay. As they talked, they did not go upstairs, but came to the entrance of the first floor. Going out of the entrance, there is another outer layer, and there are several cars parked on the outer layer. Qin Qing thought of the aircraft she had just received. After telling Zhang Mingchen, the two went to the garage together and took out the aircraft. After releasing the folding mode, Zhang Mingchen quickly found the place where the main energy should be placed. Not long after, she came out. The technological level of the main energy is not too outstanding. During this period, we have also made achievements in studying red gold sand. I will make one for you later. It can be used after installation. It is not easy to find such an aircraft here. It is not a loss to exchange 10 kilograms of gold for this. The environment of the wasteland planet is here. It is not difficult to exchange some small parts through the guards, or to build a few factories that the guards also know about. But it is not easy to do big things. After all, the transportation routes of the wasteland planet to the outside world are almost all controlled by the guards. You can use it here. I will change one for you when I have the chance. Qin Qing said. Not for the time being. The aircraft is still too conspicuous. Ordinary land transportation is enough for normal travel. Zhang Mingchen drove the car, waited for Qin Qing to get in the car, and drove to the nearby garbage shed. Qin Qing almost never went to the garbage shed in this way. Most of the time, she walked directly from the ruins. Now looking from the outside, I realized that the garbage shed was really large. Will this garbage shed have an impact? Qin Qing asked. I mean the guards. No. Amelia doesn't like the things here. Zhang Mingchen shook his head and pointed to a place not far away. That's the interstellar prison. Now more than 10 people have been imprisoned there. So in addition to what I need, Amelia will also provide us with some normal food. Qing nodded, but didn't ask who was imprisoned there. Mainly, she didn't know who they were even if she asked. Zhang Mingchen guessed her thoughts and said with a smile, Amelia is building an interstellar fortress now. It will be completed in 1 or 2 months. When the time comes, I will tell her about the uses of the red gold sand. Will it affect you? Qing asked her. Yes. So I plan to take advantage of this time to clean up the red gold sand on the surface, and not let her know that this planet is a huge mining planet. Zhang Mingchen said, smiling. Even if she knows, she will not reveal it. Once the news is revealed, she will have to find another location for the interstellar prison and build an interstellar fortress from scratch. Outsiders who don't know the situation may think that she is building an interstellar fortress for the mining planet. Qing slightly widened her eyes. Zhang Mingchen laughed, at least for now. This planet is my territory, so I am her best partner. I believe she will make a choice. Definitely. Qing said immediately. Even I think you are right. Not to mention her. Moreover, she placed the interstellar prison here just to hide it. If the news gets out, it will be bad for her. I will study the puppet talisman again. If I can control the robot and record it to you, your chances of winning will be greater. Okay. Then I will wait for you to study. Zhang Mingchen nodded. She didn't ask how she studied it. Anyway, she believed in Qing. As the two talked, the car had already entered the garbage shed. After the robot's hard work day and night, a large batch of construction waste had been moved in. After sorting and crushing, the construction waste was placed in different containers. The number of garbage disposal machines is still increasing. One machine after another is running, making plastic barrels or iron barrels and other containers, which can be used to place various crushed construction waste. Some intact construction waste is temporarily put aside. If it can be used, it can be used. If it cannot be used, it can be quickly sent to the crusher, which will never cause waste. We really feel like a garbage disposal station here. It's still far away. We have only sorted out a part of it. It's called construction waste. In fact, what has become a ruin over there is a city. There are all kinds of things underneath. It takes time to sort them out bit by bit. Zhang Mingchen said, there are still some machines that need to be purchased. Ordinary parts can be made here. Mainly some core parts. I need your help. I will make a list for you. See if there is anything in the mecha plane. If there is, buy it. It's better than me looking for the guards. Okay, I will place an order when I have time. Anyway, it only supplies this side. I can just delete the other planes. Things in the mecha plane can be purchased and appear in the sales list of the plane supermarket. If I delete it now, it will not be difficult to operate if there is demand in other planes in the future. If it doesn't work, you can order different models of products. Except for some things being more expensive in the mecha plane, everywhere is good. Chapter 247 Rich Woman is Happy. Brother Jean. Walking from the wasteland planet to the ruins, Qing soon saw Jean Rui moving things. Maybe because he contacted his family, his current state is much better than before, especially his mental state. He feels full of energy, and he is very energetic in everything. Although he did it before, it was more like completing a task. Jean Rui put down the table in his hand, and looked at Qing. Why are you here now today? I just happened to have something to do, so I asked a friend to take my place for 2 days. Qing said, and saw the situation underneath after the table was moved away, and went over to carefully move out the curled up bones underneath. When the earthquake came, they immediately hid under the table to seek a way out. But they did not expect the damage caused by the earthquake to be so great. The corpses were packed in small boxes, and placed one by one not far away. She walked closer with the corpses, and heard everyone talking. She smiled and asked, how do you feel now? Very good. Much better than before. A new friend has come. Yeah. Qing packed the corpses, and found a place to put them down. Please help remember them. When the people wake up, remember their names? Yeah. We won't forget. Don't worry. We will ask for you. Qing nodded, and went back to see if there was anything she could help with. Although the robots cleaned up a lot day and night, the area that was actually cleaned up was not large. But even in this area, many corpses were found. And in front of her, there were still large areas of ruins. She was busy for a while, and Jean Rui stopped her, with the robots here. We can't clean up much. I mainly came here to pick up some usable tables. chairs and benches. You have a lot of things to do. Don't waste your time on this. Actually, I also. Qing wanted to say that she had nothing to do. But just halfway through, she saw the wooden boxes piled over there. She originally thought of cleaning up all of them, and then finding a place to bury them. But now she has cleaned up this area. And there are so many corpses. If she waits until all of them are cleaned up and buried together, it will probably take a lot of effort. Thinking of this, she looked at Jean Rui. Okay. Then I'll go do something else first. Brother John, you do your thing. Okay. Jean Rui agreed immediately. Qing finished talking to him and turned to the other side of the abandoned runway. This empty ruined city suspended in the air has a large area. If she walks from the other side, her drone can't fly. On the contrary, if she walks from this side of the mountain, she can directly see the world below. She came here to see the mountain when she first came here, and she never came again. When she got close, she quickly flew to the top of the peak with her light skills. When she reached the edge, she could see large areas of houses and green fields below. She took out the drone and flew down from the peak. At such a height, looking up from below, even if she saw a drone, she could only see a black dot. And there was no need to worry about the existence of the drone being exposed. In such a normal city, she still chose to avoid. The lower the drone went, the clearer it could be seen. Soon, it reached the bottom of the aerial ruins. The aerial ruins were almost triangular, and a big pit should have been dug at the bottom. But nature's recovery ability was also very strong. Now, looking down, at the bottom of the aerial ruins, patches of shrubs had grown. A lake was formed in the slightly sunken area, gathering clear water. From the lake to the far distance, there were no houses. After all, the ruins in the sky were right above. And maybe one day the ruins would suddenly fall down. People live there now. If this empty city falls, everyone will be in trouble. When the drone flies below, it can't see houses and fields. Only bushes, a few sparse trees, and the faint sound of birds. Such an environment seems to be more suitable for a cemetery. If it is just a cemetery, even if the city falls one day, it will not affect the souls underneath. She retracted the drone and came to the place where the bones were piled up, asking the souls' opinions. I don't force you to leave. If you are willing, I will send you down. If you are not willing, you can stay here, Qing said. Since ancient times, people have always paid attention to resting in peace. Burying you down will be good for you. She couldn't tell what the benefits were, but her intuition told her that it was good. She always believed in her instincts. But not everyone was willing to leave. In the end, only 10 souls stood up, saying that they wanted to be buried, and their reasons were very good. We are tired. Although we lost consciousness when we were pressed down, we always felt that our souls were very tired. These days, our souls woke up, and we still felt very tired. If we can fall asleep after being buried, we are willing. Qing did not force other souls, but only found the bone boxes of these 10 souls separately, and then built a space door leading to the bottom, and went down to the bottom through the space door. As soon as she walked out of the space door, she saw the lake she had seen under the drone camera not long ago. The skeleton box was placed aside. She took out a shovel and dug the soil one shovel at a time until she had dug out enough space to accommodate 10 boxes. Then she put the boxes down one by one. However, when she buried them, she used soil to separate them underneath. After burying them, she took out a wooden board and wrote their names and dates of birth one by one according to the voices of the few souls still around, and then put up a sign. As soon as she plugged it in, she saw the souls narrowing their eyes. What's wrong? Comfortable. Want to sleep. I want to sleep too. Can I go in and sleep now? It's really comfortable. It seems like I haven't felt so comfortable for a long time. Qing laughed. You go to sleep. You've been tired for so long. It's time to have a good rest. After she finished speaking, the 10 souls disappeared in front of her, and the wooden sign that was inserted. At the moment they disappeared, lit up for a moment, and then quickly became silent, as if it had also fallen into a deep sleep. She took a step back, looking at the 10 wooden signs in front of her, thinking that maybe it was time to let them all rest in peace. Before leaving, she took out another stack of paper money, which was not printed, but paper money cut out of yellow paper. According to the rules, she burned a stack of paper money in front of each person's grave. The paper money was burned into ashes bit by bit. and when the breeze blew, it all dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Qing returned to the upper world through the space gate, and told the remaining souls about the situation, but still left the decision to them. Whether to leave or stay, it was up to them. She didn't stay here for too long. After finishing what she had to do, she hurried to the martial arts plane. Through the space gate set up here, she went directly to the vicinity of the Black River. The robot was still diligently collecting soul stones. The collected soul stones were piled aside. She put them away, and went through the space gate here again to the human purgatory. From here, she could also go through the space gate of the little people to go somewhere else. However, she had no intention of going to a place with an uncertain degree of danger. The purgatory on Earth has expanded a circle compared to before. The sudden appearance of the EM energy has directly caused a row of buildings to appear here. However, to be honest, there is still a situation of more land and fewer people. Boss Qing. Bai Yunqing called Qing happily. What good thing happened? Qing walked past the extra row of houses, and came to the commercial building. Then he saw the full of things inside at a glance. So many? Yes. Didn't you ask us to move things from time to time before? This time, too. After confirming that there was no problem, all of us went out and moved everything that could be moved here. Bai Yunqing said happily. There is also a commercial building in those buildings, but it is different from ours. The things in the building over there are still there. There are a lot of things. Qing followed Bai Yunqing into the commercial building. Looking at the full space, she suddenly felt the reality of the commercial building. The first floor over there is a jewelry area, gold and silver jewelry, jewelry and jade. The second, third and fourth floors are all clothing areas. All the clothes are still there. By the way, we have also taken down the curtains. The layout is similar to ours. The fifth floor and above is the dining area, and the cinema. Yes, there are also various electronic products on the first floor. The two first went to the area where various jewelry was placed. These jewelry are put out to take up space, so I asked people to put them all away, and put them all in boxes. Bai Yunqing opened the boxes for Qing one by one. Here are gold jewelry, here are silver jewelry, and here are various jade jewelry. Qing has really seen the world, but at this moment, she still couldn't help swallowing her saliva after looking at each box. Even though she already had a lot of jewelry in her hands. And she didn't usually have the habit of using jewelry. These were expensive jewelry, and they would all become hers in the future. That? Qing looked at Bai Yunqing. When you took these things, you must have felt very happy. Right? Bai Yunqing paused while unpacking the box, glanced at Qing, and then nodded excitedly. It's great. Who wouldn't feel great? These are things that you can't afford normally, but you can grab them one by one. I've never felt so happy in my life. I feel so happy. I feel so happy too, Qing said seriously. She even felt that it was a pity that she didn't get to try it herself. Thinking of this, she also spoke. Save one for me next time. Okay. Bai Yunqing nodded immediately. I will definitely save one for you. The largest commercial building for you. The two looked at each other and smiled. Seeing Bai Yunqing's happy look, Qing dug out a bunch of customized products from her personal space. For you. It should make no difference whether the jewelry is real or fake. These boxes belong to me, and this one belongs to you. Although it is customized, it is not just one piece. The customized ones have been sold, and the rest are temporarily in her hands. It is just right to take them out now. As she said that, she took out a basin, called Bai Yunqing's name, and burned all the custom-made jewelry in her hand to her. The quality of the jewelry burned was not worse than the real jewelry, because there was no limit. There were more patterns, and the gems on them were bigger and more exquisite. At the moment of burning, Bai Yunqing grabbed a handful of shiny jewelry in her hand. Hee. It turns out that I can become a rich woman too. She put all the jewelry on herself at once, and her whole body seemed to shine at this moment. Bai Yunqing took a deep breath. It feels so good. Chapter 248 Shedding and Rebirth. There are also clothes, shoes and socks, bedsheets and quilts. Basically they are all brand new. Bai Yunqing took Qing for a walk. We have packed up everything that can be packed up. Only some counters and tables that cannot be moved are left untouched. It's okay, those things don't matter. Qing walked into a room, saw the clothes piled up in the room, found an empty storage ring, and transferred them to the storage ring. These things are useless here. I'll take them away and sell them. You tell everyone. I'll bring whatever you need and burn it for everyone. She can take away everything in the human purgatory without going through the plane supermarket, and can take it to any plane, which is even simpler than the mecha plane mode. Things in the mecha plane can also be bought and sold, but they all need to go through the plane supermarket. She now has enough storage rings and Chinkuan bags. These things that can be taken can be placed separately, which will be more convenient when taking them. And there is no need to distinguish whether they can be taken or not. Before long, all the clothes in the room were transferred to the storage ring. If everyone knew, they would be very happy. Bai Yunqing said, "These things are of no use to us, but we can use the things you burn." The two continued to look at the next room full of things. There were many watches and various electronic products here. It was useless to leave them here. Qin Qing packed them all away. If they were useful, she wouldn't have to come here to get them later. She walked from room to room, taking away everything she could. If she didn't need them or didn't want to take them, she would leave them in the room and come back to get them later when she had time. There's one more thing. Bai Yunqing went downstairs with Qin Qing. The little people who left before came back once and left some stones for you. Put them all downstairs. I have to take those stones away. Qin Qing said immediately. Don't try to use that stone. It will be very dangerous. The little people located the planet and left through the space gate. They are probably still walking around on the planet. She didn't dare to go to those places. If these souls went there, it would be even more dangerous. We didn't move. We didn't dare to move. Bai Yunqing said immediately. Whether it was the Yin Qi that affected this building before, or the wave that appeared a few days ago, we were all scared. Many people didn't even dare to leave this building, let alone go to other places. That's good. You have to think of a solution slowly, Qin Qing said. As they spoke, the two of them had already walked downstairs. Qin Qing took some funeral supplies in stock, distributed some first, and then asked Bai Yunqing to count everyone's needs, and then she would come to get them. Finally, Qin Qing also burned a mobile phone for Bai Yunqing. The ghosts in this world are special. They can touch the entities of this world. They can use mobile phones, computers and tablets. But that's all. The mobile phone Qin Qing burned for Bai Yunqing has the Soul World Everything app printed on it. And you can register directly. There are souls from another world inside, and you can contact them. Qin Qing taught Bai Yunqing how to use it. This app is supported by Soul Power. If you can use it smoothly, I will give everyone one. Then can I chat with others on it? Bai Yunqing asked excitedly. Okay. Qin Qing nodded. Even the one in Bai Yunqing's hand didn't need to worry about exposing her identity. After all, they were from two different worlds. No living person could recognize her face. You can use it for a few days first. Let's add each other as friends. Then, if you have any problems here, you can also find me. Okay. I will use it well, Bai Yunqing said immediately. Qin Qing took out her mobile phone and checked the time. After so much trouble, only half a day had passed. I didn't feel anything when I was in the supermarket before, but now I was walking between several planes, and I felt that time was passing very slowly. There was nothing to do here. She didn't stay here for too long, passed through several space gates, and returned to the wasteland planet. In the morning, she left some random trade food for Zhang Mingshan. There was nothing to do, so when she arrived at the main building, she took out the induction cooker and started cooking. When Zhang Mingshan arrived, he smelled a strong fragrance in the house. It smells so good. She walked closer, saw the food on the table, and said with a smile, "Luckily you are here. If it were just me, I would not be able to cook such delicious food. I haven't cooked for a long time. It's still a little bit. I didn't use the seasonings I have, but the ones you have," Qin Qing said, "plus instant noodle seasoning packets and the like. If you like, I can come more often to help you cook. Please prepare a recipe for me, and I will try it myself. I will let you taste my cooking next time." Zhang Mingshan sat down, saw the food on one side, and asked, "Are you eating your own food today too? I thought I would let you eat more meals. There is not much food to begin with." Qin Qing took out a box of braised pork, a box of stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli, and an egg fried rice, and said with a smile, "And I am afraid that if I eat it myself, you will be greedy." Zhang Mingshan laughed, picked up the chopsticks and started to pick up the food with big chopsticks. "My cooking skills are good, right?" Qin Qing also ate the food in front of her. Not bad. Very fragrant. Zhang Mingchun said sincerely. I can slowly taste the flavor during this period. The spiritual rice you gave me is very effective. It seems to have been nourishing my body. Then you should eat more. 3 meals a day. Qin Qing said immediately. You know, I have tens of millions of kilograms of spiritual rice in my hand. Of course. Zhang Mingchun raised her eyes and looked at Qin Qing with a smile. As she said that, she picked up another dish with chopsticks. During the recovery process, she occasionally felt an itchy sensation in her body, which sometimes made her toss and turn and unable to fall asleep every night. But she was delighted to taste the food again. For many years before, she even forgot the pain she felt when she first ate the rotten food, and kept telling herself that food tasted like that. Rough, smelly. Food is just something that keeps people from starving to death. But not starving to death does not mean comfort. Many times, the discomfort after eating food may be greater than before eating. But if you want to live, you must eat. For a long time, she felt like a walking corpse. Zhang Mingchun lowered her head, picked up another piece of food with chopsticks, and put it into her mouth. She liked the food made by Qin Qing very much. She liked it more than the taste of Lingni. Although these dishes were somewhat lacking, they made her feel the breath of life. Eat slowly even if they are delicious. Eating fast is bad for the stomach. Qin Qing looked at Zhang Mingchun, who was eating the food. Sorry. I'm used to eating fast. Zhang Mingchun said immediately. Let's talk about something else. In the morning, you talked about the tribulation. Can you tell me the details of the situation? Then I'll tell you. Qin Qing spoke with great interest. The situation of the tribulation was beyond her expectation. She even took risks several times, especially at the end. If something went wrong, all the zombie puppets in her hands would disappear. But fortunately, her bet was successful. Now, in addition to the zombie puppets that she can directly control, she also has a group of zombies that can be controlled by the Zombie King. And they are all upgraded zombies. In this way, she can do more things. Now there are very few zombies that do not belong to me near the plane supermarket in the zombie plane. And the space door I built can be moved. So I want to go further and bring more zombies back. Zombies are dangerous after all. If we can deal with them, the lives of ordinary people there can return to normal. Compared with invisible and intangible infectious diseases, zombies are a source of infection that can be exposed to the outside. And it will be easier to deal with them. As long as all the zombies are killed or trapped, they will not have any impact on the lives of normal people. But making a space gate still takes a lot of energy. She has to find a place with more zombies, so that she can kill more zombies at once. In this case, the aircraft will be more suitable for you, said Zhang Mingchun. I will make the main energy source of the aircraft for you in the next 2 days. And then, you can drive the aircraft to find places with more zombies. After all, the ground is not as convenient as the sky. I think so too, said Qin Qing. But I have another means of transportation that can fly in the sky. After she finished speaking, she took out a sword. Flying with a sword? Zhang Mingchun naturally knew what Qin Qing meant. The cultivator who just passed the tribulation yesterday gave it to me, Qin Qing said, raising the sword in her hand. The only problem now is how to use it. Zhang Mingchun laughed. Why didn't you ask how to fly the sword after you got it? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Qin Qing put away the sword and laughed dryly. I cultivate internal strength, which is very different from spiritual strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have always failed when I went to draw puppet symbols and sound transmission talismans in the cultivation world. The people in the cultivation world know that I am special, but if they knew that I couldn't even do the basics of flying a sword, then it would be hard to believe. Okay, I'll ask someone else first. If it doesn't work, I'll go back and ask. You mean to ask the golden dragon tree? Zhang Mingchun had heard Qin Qing talk about it before. That's fine. The tree seems to be very knowledgeable. It's just a simple sword controlling technique. It shouldn't be a big problem. Yes, that's what I mean. But it's not convenient now. I'll ask in the evening, Qin Qing said. I don't mind a day or two. If I can learn it, that's the best. If I can't, I'll fly a flying vehicle. She also felt that sometimes it was more convenient to walk in the sky. But the target of flying swords must be smaller than the aircraft. And the position is slightly higher. The people below can only see black dots, which will not attract much attention. After the two finished talking, Zhang Mingchun was going to help Qin Qing to be the main energy source of the aircraft. Qin Qing had nothing to do, thinking about the batch of clothes that had just been put into the storage ring, and simply summoned the zombie puppets one by one and changed their clothes, shoes and socks. Not to mention other zombie puppets. At least after the zombie king put on normal clothes. As long as you don't look closely, you won't find anything wrong with it. She summoned another zombie puppet. When she was about to change clothes for it, she saw a piece of black debris falling down. When she looked at the place where it fell, she saw tender flesh growing. Zombies can shed their skin and be reborn? No. They still don't have souls in their bodies. It's just a physical rebirth. In this way, she can take the zombie puppet out openly and let it follow her as her bodyguard. It's worthy of being a thunderbolt in the world of cultivation. It's too awesome. Chapter 249, The Code of Wealth. The zombie puppets helped each other remove the charred layer on the surface of their bodies and put on suitable clothes for each other. After the thunderbolt, the zombies' movements were indeed much smoother than before. Their hands and feet were more flexible, and there were no excessive traces when they moved. But if you look closely, you will find that the skin of these zombies is blue, which is quite different from that of humans. Moreover, not all zombies can reveal their skin after peeling off the surface layer. Most of them are still in a charred state. She probably was not struck by thunder enough. Maybe after being struck a few more times, they can completely shed the surface layer of skin. Fortunately, a dozen seemingly normal puppets were enough for her to control. For the zombies that had not completely shed their skin, she also controlled the zombie puppets, putting on clothes and shoes and socks for them, long clothes and long pants, covering the charred black on their bodies. If they were in a chaotic place, you might not be able to find their problems without careful observation. In an afternoon, she made all the zombies and zombie puppets that had been struck by lightning wear clothes. During this period, she also went to the human purgatory again, put all the clothes that Bai Yuanqing and his people had collected into her storage ring, and the rest of the miscellaneous things were also put into the storage ring, because she had plenty of space containers on hand anyway. In this way, the afternoon passed quickly. She still had dinner on the wasteland planet. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening that she returned to her supermarket. Maybe she was busy these 2 days. When she returned to the supermarket, she always felt a bit dazed. Fortunately, everything was normal in the supermarket. She soon calmed down, walked out of the supermarket, went to the clothing store next door, took out a few bags of clothes from Purgatory on Earth, and took out a few boxes of clothes that Zhang Mingshun had helped to pack. There are many repetitive styles in this batch of clothes. There is no need to sell them in retail. They can be sold online. They can still make a profit by setting a lower price. She also has a batch of towels. When the clothing business picks up, she can do the towel business. But towels can also be sold in supermarkets. After that, she will no longer need to order from suppliers. After closing the door of the clothing store, she went back to the supermarket, went straight to the bedroom on the second floor, took a comfortable bath, and then had a good sleep. The next morning, she opened her eyes on time at 8 o'clock. Qing stood up and stretched. The fatigue of the past 2 days disappeared, and the slightly dark sky outside the window, which looked much better. The sound of the electric car sounded downstairs. She stood on the balcony and bent down. "Why are you here so early today? Are you back?" Wei Xiaoshuang looked up. "Today is the beginning of the national holiday. The supermarket business must be very good, so I came to open the door early. By the way, I will make milk tea again at noon. The milk tea business is very good during this period, and it will definitely be better during the holidays." "I forgot all about it." Qing patted her head gently. "Then you do it, or we'll count it as before. You've worked hard." "It's not hard at all. I've never done such an easy job." "Wei Xiaoshuang," he said with a smile. Seeing Qing still standing upstairs, he looked at her helplessly. "You are so lazy, I have to open the door myself." Qing smiled. "Guess what I bought for you?" "Delicious food. I'm sure it's good," Wei Xiaoshuang said firmly, taking the key to open the supermarket door. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Give me something to eat." Qing smiled, turned around and walked downstairs quickly. When she walked downstairs, she had 2 oil paper bags in her hand. Just then, Wei Xiaoshuang came in. She put the oil paper bags aside and waited for her to pour the milk tea into the freezer and put the bucket in place before handing them to her. "Huh? Old brand?" Wei Xiaoshuang could still recognize the packaging. "Yes. Old brand pastries and beef jerky. I've tried them. They taste very good," Qing said. "I could have come back earlier yesterday, but it took a while, so I can only give it to you this morning." This was before she came back yesterday. She specially asked Jean Rui to buy it. In addition to the few portions for her, there are also those to be given to the Jean family, and Liang Min will come to get those portions herself. It's okay, these two won't go bad. Wei Xiaoshuang opened the oil paper package, ate a piece of pastry, squinted his eyes with satisfaction. It's delicious, you are worthy of being a pastry chef. If I lived near this place, I would definitely buy it every day. You will get tired of eating it all the time. Qing Qing smiled. Wei Xiaoshuang hurriedly ate 2 pieces, and then took the oil paper bag to the clothing store next door. As soon as she walked in, she exclaimed, "Why did you buy so many goods? I just happened to find a cheap and cost-effective one. So I took a little more. You can deal with it when you have time," Qing Qing said loudly. "Okay. Then I'll have breakfast first." After that, there was no sound from the other side. Qing Qing sat behind the cashier and clicked on the plain supermarket panel. She hadn't seen today's random transactions yet. Soon, she clicked on the random transaction page and saw today's 3 transaction boxes. There was nothing special about these 3 transaction items. They were to exchange food for a red skirt, socks for antipyretic drugs, and another one for spiritual rice for fasting pills. Among these 3, the socks are more, 1,000 pairs of socks for 3 boxes of antipyretic medicine. The rest are normal transactions. There are not many things. She chose to confirm the transaction, then took out the things one by one in the kitchen, and put them separately in storage containers that can be sent out. The food can be given to Zhang Mingchen and Jean Rui. The socks can be given to Yunyang and others. Distributing them is also a reward. She put away the things she exchanged. She opened the portable space and looked at the medicine stored in it. She didn't stock up many medicines. Most of them were purchased online during this period, but there are restrictions on online shopping. It is difficult to purchase in large quantities. So for such a long time, the number of single items of most medicines is not too large. She exchanged 50 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs the day before yesterday, and 3 boxes of antipyretic drugs today. If she needs to exchange drugs again in the future, her inventory will definitely drop. Or she can contact Jean Rui's father and ask him to help her buy drugs in large quantities. She opened the Soul World Everything app and looked at it. The chat record between her and Liang Min showed yesterday. She said she would come today or tomorrow. For convenience, she would drive directly here. If it was late, she would stay in town for one night. They may have already set off by now. Contact Jean Rui's father, he should be able to help solve it. By the way, she also has a technological plane. Thinking of this, she immediately opened the plane supermarket panel and selected the vending machine details page of the mecha plane. This page also has the largest number of transactions among all the pages. There are 100 transaction boxes, and she only used 30 or 40 of them. The sales of these goods are not very different, but after a careful look, she also found that there are no fruits and vegetables related goods in this batch of goods. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn products and derivatives are not fruits and vegetables, but staple foods. Beverages are mainly carbonated beverages. But there is no orange juice, because she doesn't wholesale much orange juice, and it has to be sold in supermarkets, so it is not on the shelves. Instant noodles and wine are also made of grains, but they are also made of staple grains. Instant noodles. There are some vegetable packets. Thinking about it, she immediately looked up the sales of instant noodles and found that its sales were exceptionally high. She had noticed this before, but instant noodles have always been the fastest selling fast food, so she didn't take it to heart. Now that I think about it, the good sales of this batch of instant noodles may have something to do with the vegetable packets inside. Even in terms of pricing, the price of instant noodles set by the plain supermarket seems to be slightly higher. There are not many fruit and vegetable products even in her supermarket. After all, the prices of various fruits and vegetables are not expensive these days. There are cheap and fresh ones to eat, and few people are willing to buy secondary processed products. This is the case in big cities, and even more so in small town supermarkets. She searched around in her supermarket and her portable space, and only found 2 goods that were currently in sufficient stock and could be sold. Another one is dried mango. She once went out to stock up and saw a clearance sale of dried mango, so she bought all the stock there at once. Another one is canned food. The canned yellow peach is currently on sale. Relatively speaking, the sales of this canned food are better. Some people come to the town as guests and buy things directly in the supermarket. Most of them will choose a can of yellow peach. After all, in the early years, This thing was really a must-have for seeing patients. But there are not many canned yellow peaches. According to the sales situation of the mecha plane, if they really want to sell them, they may not have enough stock. So she only chose dried mango, and still let the plain supermarket set the price independently. As expected, the price of dried mango is much higher than other snacks. After putting it on the shelves, she put almost all her inventory on the shelves. After that, she did not check the sales situation again. Instead, she took the time to go to the mecha plane during the interval between opening the store. She used the smartphone in her hand that belonged to this plane to search for the medicine situation in this plane. The price of medicine is not expensive, and for some reason, the medicine in this plane can be purchased in large quantities. She has a balance of tens of thousands of yuan in her account in this plane. It is not enough to buy other things, but it is more than enough to buy medicine. She immediately picked a few basic medicines, such as antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers, and ordered 100 boxes of each. Not long after, the medicine was delivered to the plane supermarket and put on the shelves in several planes at the same time. She did not take this batch of medicine off the shelves. They were all basic medicines. There was a high probability that these planes would also have demand for them. They would be needed anyway. If the price dropped now, they would definitely have to be put on the shelves later. There was no need to go back and forth. However, being able to buy medicine in the mecha plane still made her feel relieved. Since the mecha plane had sufficient medicine, she could buy more and stock up more in the future. She hoped that the future of this world would not be as heavy as in her previous life due to natural disasters. And she hoped that so many medicines would not be used. But it's always a good idea to stock up on medicine. Putting it in her personal space, it will never expire. It's better than not being able to find the medicine when you need it. It's just that there are not enough star coins. Qin opened the vending machine, wanted to see the sales of dried mangoes, but as soon as she opened it, she saw a bright 0. She didn't put it on the shelf? No, she immediately looked at the balance displayed on it. They were all sold out. In just a short while, tens of thousands of star coins were credited. It turns out that this is the wealth code of the mecha plane. Chapter 250. You will lose your memory. After confirming that fruit and vegetable products have good sales in the mecha plane, Qin did not look for suppliers, but went to the big platform to find manufacturers, dried fruits, preserved fruits, dried vegetables, and various canned fruits. Each company ordered tens of thousands of yuan worth of goods. She wanted a lot of things. After these manufacturers were confirmed, they all expressed their willingness to rent a special car to deliver the goods to her door. One of them was relatively close, and it delivered the goods to the door of the old factory later that day. Recently, because of the newly opened amusement park, her old factory was not always empty, and with cars coming and going in the town, it was not easy to attract attention. Most of the manufacturers she found were nearby, with various brands, and they basically promised to deliver in 2 or 3 days. After all the things were moved, she waited for the car to leave, and immediately moved the goods in the old factory warehouse, and then sent them to the mecha plane for sale. New goods were put on the shelves again. When she walked out, she saw Liang Min standing in front of the cashier. It's a bit far to drive here. It's a bit far. Liang Min saw her come out, and smiled and looked around the supermarket. I didn't expect you to really open a supermarket. How can opening a supermarket be fake? Qin laughed. It's so late. You rest here for a night. Have you checked the hotel in the town? Are there any vacancies? No. But is there still a shortage of vacancies in the hotel in your town? Liang Min asked doubtfully. Not before recently. An amusement park opened in our town, and the hotel rooms are tight. Qin thought for a moment and said, since you didn't go to see it, then don't go, rest here, there are empty rooms upstairs. Okay. Liang Min nodded. But I came in a hurry today, and I didn't bring any daily necessities. Can I buy some? Sure, you can go in and get them yourself, and use them. Qin said, and took the initiative to help her pick out a few good ones. When Liang Min insisted on paying, she stopped her. Come to my place, just treat it as a guest, don't be polite to me. If you say that, I really won't be polite to you. Liang Min laughed. The two talked for a while, and Qin took her to the guest room upstairs, which was the room where Qin Jiangqin stayed before. There were all the things in it, so she only needed to buy some simple daily necessities. Liang Min would not go back until tomorrow. She had driven all day to get here. After they had dinner in the evening, Qin asked her to go upstairs and sleep first. and get up early tomorrow morning to go back. Liang Min was indeed tired, and she went upstairs and entered the house at around 8 o'clock. Qing Qing closed the store and also went upstairs, but she was browsing her phone in the room. When she was about to go to bed, she heard a sound outside the door, got up and opened the door, and saw Liang Min hesitating with his hand raised at her door, as if he was struggling whether to open the door or not. Qing Qing looked at her expression, and thought of her current situation, and smiled. Are there any missions? I don't remember anything. Liang Min couldn't help scratching her hair. I also wanted to find you during the previous mission, but I couldn't find you. No wonder you could meet my brother. If I had the memory from the beginning, I would never doubt you. Suspicious or not, you have to believe me. Qing Qing smiled, took out a pile of talismans. Just because you are here, you can take these. I can't say that it will definitely guarantee your safety, but at least it can help you carry it. Liang Min knew the effect of these talismans, and took them in his hand. Then I won't be polite. Later. Qing Qing nodded. You go. Be careful. Liang Min nodded immediately, put down the stack of talismans in his hand, turned around and went downstairs, and soon arrived at the hell on earth through the back door. After she left, Qing Qing also went downstairs to take a look, and noticed a new building. She felt it, and confirmed that there was no danger, and then she returned to her room. However, she still waited in the room. When the sound outside the door sounded again, she pulled up the thin quilt, and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, she got up a little later. When she went downstairs, she heard Liang Min talking to Wei Xiaoshuang. Perhaps because of the sound, Liang Min turned around and said, What do you want to eat in the morning? I'll treat you. You can help me watch the store. Qing Qing said with a smile. It's just 2 steps away. I'll go over and eat by myself. As she said that, she walked across the street in her slippers, and ordered her favorite breakfast as usual. While eating breakfast, it didn't prevent her from talking to the 2 people across the street. They didn't even need to speak loudly. They could hear each other with normal voices. Liang Min and Wei Xiaoshuang talked about clothes, and soon entered the clothing store. There are so many styles of clothes here. Yeah, I think so too. I even bought a lot of them myself. They were all bought by Qing Qing. They are good quality and cheap. Wei Xiaoshuang said. I think this one suits you. These 2 suit me too. Liang Min took the clothes herself. These are 39.9 yuan each. The price is so cheap. Yeah. Everyone who has been here says it's worth it. You come all the way here. It's a loss if you don't buy some clothes when you go back. Wei Xiaoshuang took another one. Look. This one is good too. I want both. And this one. The size is just right. It's suitable for my mother. Liang Min became interested and began to pick clothes one by one, and a pile of clothes piled up at the back. When Qing Qing came over with the last bun in her mouth, she couldn't help looking at the pile of clothes. Even if these clothes were cheap, they were expensive for so many pieces. She took a bite of the bun and said, You don't have to buy so many at once. Liang Min hesitated. It's true that you don't have to buy so many at once. Wei Xiaoshuang continued. But I'll tell you the truth. Most of the clothes Qing Qing brought back were only a few pieces, and they would be gone once they were sold. Liang Min immediately looked at Qing Qing. Really? Qing Qing looked at the room full of clothes of different styles, and nodded slowly. The main thing is that she picked up these clothes for free. If they are really out of stock, she doesn't know where to find them. The only way is to pick up another batch. And then, there are the same styles in it. Then you should have told me earlier. I want them. Anyway, I drove here and put them all in the car, Liang Min said, pulling Wei Xiaoshuang to urge. Quick! Calculate the bill for me. And then pack them all for me. Okay. Wei Xiaoshuang took out a calculator, pressed reset 3 times, and then started adding them one by one. The 2 of them started to quote, more than 500. Not much, just more than 500. I want this one, this one, this one. Liang Min picked out a few pieces, listening to the sound of the calculator. It's only more than 800. This one is suitable for my dad. I want it. And this one, for grandma. Wei Xiaoshuang, 13,000, 13,000. Liang Min, make up 15,000. Wei Xiaoshuang, 580. Liang Min, it's more than that, then make up some more. You count for me, make up 2,000. 2,000 is not much, there are so many clothes. Wei Xiaoshuang, it's here. I'll round off the difference for you. She didn't expect Liang Min to buy so much, far beyond her expectations. After asking Qin Qing with her eyes, she immediately called for a stop. But she called for a stop, and Liang Min was still a little reluctant. Qin Qing also felt that she bought too much, and took the initiative to say, "By the way, I'll get the cakes I brought for you. And you guys check out first." She turned and went into the supermarket, and the two people behind her began to count the bills. After rounding off the decimals, Liang Min spent a total of 2,000 yuan. The clothing store didn't have two big bags, so she used several small bags and stuffed everything into the car at once. Qin Qing took the things down, and was relieved to see the scene. After handing the things given by Zhan Rui to Liang Min, she said, "Next time, I will send them to you directly by express delivery, so that you don't have to make another special trip. I came here this time, not only for my brother's things, but also to see you again. You came in a hurry last time, and I didn't have the opportunity to talk to you alone." Liang Min and Qin Qing walked into the supermarket, and the two chatted alone. "I know your situation is special, and you may know something that many people don't know. So I want to ask you about me." "Your business?" Qin Qing asked doubtfully. Liang Min nodded, and said seriously, "Last time, she fell into a coma for no apparent reason. Our whole family was very nervous. I hope I can at least understand something, so that I won't be in a rush when the situation arises." Qin Qing looked at her distressed face, and suddenly realized what she was talking about. She was a little amused. After all, they had met last night about that matter. Thinking about it, she even laughed out loud. Now it was Liang Min's turn to be confused. She whispered, "Did I ask a funny question?" "No." Qin Qing shook her head, but couldn't help laughing. "How should I put it? I can only tell you that something did happen to you, but it can't be considered a bad thing. When you were doing that thing, you would occasionally contact me, but after it was over, you would lose your memory." Liang Min looked at Qin Qing in surprise, and then said in surprise, "So you really know what happened to me?" "Yeah." Qin Qing nodded. "I don't know if I can tell you, but you lost your memory, and whether you remember it or not doesn't have a big impact on you. So I won't tell you more. I have your parents' contact information here. If there is any situation later, your parents will contact me as soon as possible, and I will try my best to ensure your safety. The mission of hell on earth cannot be effective on a daily basis." She doesn't know whether it is good or bad to tell Liang Min about it. At present, she can only choose to maintain the status quo temporarily. Fortunately, she has some contact with Liang Min. The stack of talismans given to her yesterday is enough to ensure her safety for a period of time. More, it depends on the development of purgatory on earth. "Then let's not talk about it. What you said is enough," Liang Min said. "What's more, we have contacted my brother now. Even if something happens to me, my parents will not be completely without spiritual support. Thank you for telling me. And thank you for saving my brother." Qin Qing raised her eyebrows. "I asked my brother. He said if he hadn't met you, he would have really gotten into trouble." Liang Min raised her eyes, smiled and looked at Qin Qing. "But don't worry. I won't ignore my own safety. I will still take care of myself if I can guarantee it. I can't always make my parents sad." "Right?" "Yes," Qin Qing nodded. "The same thing. Be careful." I will. Liang Min smiled and nodded. "Then I will go back first. It will take a long time to drive back. Please give my brother the things my parents brought, knowing that it is not easy to bring things here." Liang Min's parents did not let her bring too many things over. Just a few photos. The things cannot be given directly to Zhan Rui, but they can be hung in the plain supermarket, and Zhan Rui can see his relatives at any time. "I will take them. Don't worry." Qin Qing sent Liang Min to the car. "Drive slowly. Be safe on the road." "I will. Bye." Chapter 251. What's in the bag? "And yours? Put it here too." Qin Qing put the photos Liang Min gave her together with the photos of Zhan Rui that had just been developed. Although there were not many photos, it was easy to see that they were a family. "Thank you." Zhan Rui thanked him sincerely. His eyes stayed on the photo for a long time. "I have contacted my parents these days. They always said that they would not see me older. Actually, I am the same. In the 8 years in this world, I also thought that I would never have the chance. Now it is good, at least I can still see them." Qin Qing, "If there is a chance. Let's talk about it when there is a chance." Zhan Rui knew what Qin Qing was going to say, watched her talking. "I will work hard during this period, get things done here, and then fight for a chance with you. If everything is good on Blue Star, there will definitely be a chance. Qin Qing took a step back, looked at the wall with satisfaction. Okay, then you go and get busy. I have to get busy too. I have to practice sword. Take the secret book I just brought back. Okay. I really practice sword, but I practice sword in the world of cultivation. But it is not easy to practice the sword in the world of cultivation. Until she tried to drive the sword in front of her again, she finally got a satisfactory result, but it was not a flying sword, but a flying sword. After getting the spirit sword, she has been trying to use it, and also came to the Golden Dragon Plain, to ask the knowledgeable Golden Tree, to let it teach her how to use it. It taught her, but just like when she drew the puppet talisman and the sound transmission talisman in the world of cultivation, she could not do it. In the end, she flipped through many books on the martial arts plane and the cultivation plane, and followed the Golden Tree's teachings, starting from controlling the sword, and finally made the sword in front of her fly. It can fly. Which means Qin Qing is one step closer to flying with a sword. Not bad. You have a good talent. The Golden Tree praised generously. But the range here is limited. You still have to go out and see how long you can control it, until the internal force in your body is used up. Well, then I'll go out and try. According to the Golden Tree, whether it is internal force or spiritual force, they are all considered the power of heaven and earth. Spiritual force can fly a sword, and internal force can naturally do so, but the formulas and methods in the cultivation world cannot be applied to internal force. Just like she couldn't draw the talismans of the cultivation world, but could draw the talismans of the modern world. It was actually the same principle. She walked out of the range covered by the Golden Tree, and when she looked down, she still saw the swirling tree roots. And in front of her, there was the boundless sea. There was a barrier here, and controlling the flying sword might be blocked by the barrier. So she had to go further. Looking at the vast sea, she took out the small boat that had been confiscated before from her personal space. And after pressing the button on the boat, it quickly became larger. The boat's running energy is similar to spiritual power. After she got on the boat, she tried it with her inner strength. It worked. Then she stood on the boat and went further. This plane is connected through the plane supermarket. She didn't worry about getting lost or not being able to come back. If she really encountered any accidents, she could flash back through one-click return to the store. There was no need to worry about safety. She controlled the boat and went a little further. The Golden Tree behind her became looming and covered by clouds and mist. A little further away, the whole area became covered by clouds and mist. For a moment, she couldn't tell which side the Golden Tree was in. No wonder there weren't many monks who disturbed her in the past. She thought to herself, she had satisfied her fascination with controlling the boat. She took out the sword, and continued to control the sword according to the method taught by the Golden Tree. This is also a kind of sword control technique. By controlling the flying sword, it can achieve the purpose of controlling the sword to hurt people. After she mastered this step, she could make this sword her means of transportation. In this way, she practiced sword for a whole afternoon. After practicing almost well, she even stabbed a fish with this sword, adding a delicious dish to her dinner. In the following days, no matter it was noon or night, whenever she had time, she would come here to practice swordplay, becoming more and more skilled, and gaining more and more. She felt that at her own speed. In a few days, she should be able to fly with a sword. Another day, Qin Qing looked at the fish and shrimps under her feet, collected them all, and was about to leave. But she saw the boats not far away through the thick fog. Compared with the small boat under her feet, the boats coming here were obviously luxurious large ships. Maybe because her presence was not high, these people did not notice her. She thought for a moment, expertly shrunk the boat under her feet, and then retreated far away. At the same time, the luxury ship not far away stopped. Qin Qing could not hear any sound, but saw the light coming from the luxury ship, which dispelled the fog around her little by little, and also dispelled a lot of the fog around her. She immediately put away the boat, took out the water-repellent beads that Jin Long had given her before, and sank to the bottom of the water. When she stuck her head out again, in addition to the luxury ship, she also saw the faint golden color in the distance. Although the golden existence was also faint, it was much better than the previous state of being shrouded in thick fog. Perhaps seeing the results, everyone on the ship was particularly excited. Is that Jianmu? The legendary bridge that can connect heaven, earth, people and gods? Yes, Jianmu is also called the ladder to heaven, which can reach the heavenly palace directly. One of them said happily. In addition to Jianmu, The golden dragon is also here. As long as we can catch the golden dragon, use its flesh and blood and dragon scales to cover the way of heaven, we can successfully go to heaven. When we open the door to heaven, we can become the master of this world. That's great. It's a pity that we don't know who took away our water-repellent beads. Otherwise, if we go underwater, we will definitely capture the golden dragon alive. These people's voices were not deliberately concealed, and even Qing Qing heard them clearly. When she heard the words water-repellent beads, she subconsciously looked down at the beads in her arms. She didn't expect that the water-repellent beads were taken from someone else. But these people coveted the golden dragon, and it was not a good idea to attack the golden dragon. She looked up, glanced at those people, sank to the bottom of the water again, and instantly returned to the plain supermarket. Just as she left, the place where she was just now was suddenly bombed. What's the matter? It's a small bug from nowhere. It won't hinder us. There can't be any mistakes in today's matter. Don't worry. There won't be any mistakes. Whether it's the golden dragon or Jinmu, they are all in our pockets. Big tree. Someone is coming to attack you. As soon as she returned to the plain supermarket, Qing Qing immediately informed the big tree. She didn't know how strong those people outside were, but she felt that they should be difficult to deal with. Otherwise they would not dare to attack rashly. At the moment she spoke, she suddenly felt a tremor under her feet. The golden dragon, who was immersed in a cartoon, raised his head. Ah, yes. They are still planning to catch the golden dragon, Qing Qing said loudly. Can it be solved? Can the golden dragon not go out? Otherwise, it may be very dangerous. Not only the plain supermarket was shaking, but the whole tree was shaking. Qing Qing was a little unsteady and grabbed the door of the plain supermarket. The golden dragon subconsciously wanted to fly out, but was stopped by the vines of the big tree. These humans are really hard to deal with. It's dangerous for you to go out. What should I do? Qing Qing didn't expect that even the big tree said it was dangerous, so she held the door tightly. This tree is really big. After all, even a huge golden dragon can hover on it. And according to what those people outside said, this tree should be very powerful. But now, the whole tree is shaking. Little girl, your plain supermarket, can you accept anything? Ah? Qing Qing was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, I don't know, but it should be possible. Anyway, I haven't seen anything that can't be accepted. It's just that there are fewer buying and selling windows, but I have never encountered anything that can't be accepted. Even the blood of the golden dragon can be used. The second sales window of this plane has been open for a long time, but there is no other suitable goods, so it has been empty. How to collect it? Qing Qing came to the vending machine, clicked on the empty window, and found that a new item appeared on it, and immediately said, You can collect spiritual power, but you must lead it here. You choose, and I will collect it for you. Dashu said. Okay. Qing Qing responded, and immediately chose to collect spiritual power. Soon, a receiving door similar to the one used to collect zombies in the zombie plane appeared in front of him. At the same time, the golden tree had already attracted the attacking spiritual power, and sent it to the receiving door through its branches. Through the plane's supermarket panel, Qing Qing watched the transaction volume of this plane rise. This shows that the collection is effective. If she can collect spiritual power, the problem will not be big, and she can make a profit this time. Thinking of this, she felt much better. Who told them to come and attack? No matter what their purpose is, attacking is definitely not a good idea. Not to mention that these people covet the flesh and scales of the golden dragon, which is even worse. Feeling the golden tree's vibration weaken, she relaxed. Although she didn't know what the people outside were like, they were definitely unhappy. As long as she thought of their angry faces, she felt happy. That's a lot of spiritual power. The golden tree suddenly spoke. Is it difficult to deal with? Qing Qing's heart was lifted again. If it weren't for you, it would be difficult to deal with. But with your plain supermarket, it's not difficult to deal with, the golden tree said, angrily. These hateful humans, they have coveted the dragon clan again and again. Their hearts are worthy of death. As it spoke, its body shook again. Qing Qing stood at the entrance of the plain supermarket, watching the branches of the golden tree grow denser and larger, extending rapidly in all directions. After a while, it released the branches that blocked the golden dragon. The golden dragon saw it and understood what the tree meant, and flew out immediately. It should be no problem. Qing Qing was in the barrier, and could not see the situation outside at all. But thinking about the state of the golden tree, there was a high probability that there would not be any big problems. However, she still waited until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And after hearing the reply from the golden tree that the situation was fine, she quickly returned to the supermarket. There doesn't have to be someone in the supermarket at this time. As long as she appears for a while and leaves for a while, no one will have any problems. For an entire afternoon, she has been shuttling between the Golden Dragon plane and reality, until the supermarket closed at 8 o'clock in the evening. The situation here was not completely good, but the spiritual power sent to the supermarket on the plane was indeed much less, which showed that the battle between the two sides should be coming to an end. Just when she was hesitating whether to go out and take a look, the Golden Dragon flew back and threw a bunch of things from the top of her head, all landing on the roots of the golden tree. Then it flew away again. This time it came back quickly, holding many things in its claws, and dropped them again with a crackling sound. This repeated several times, and when it flew back again, it held a luxurious ship in its claws. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Such a big ship, it will crush several of my branches. The golden tree shouted hurriedly, talking to Ching Ching. Little girl, go out and get it yourself. Besides this ship, there should be some other things. They are all yours. Can I? Ching Ching asked in surprise. Okay, in addition to these spiritual tools, all these on the ground belong to you, said the golden tree. If it weren't for you, today's situation would not be so easy to resolve. There are also methods of cultivation here. Come back later, I will teach you how to absorb spiritual power. The internal power in your body is actually not much different from spiritual power. If you have spiritual power, it will be easier to control these spiritual tools in the future. Okay, I'll get it now. As she said, she was about to run out quickly, but after running 2 steps, she was caught by the branches of the tree, and was directly sent to the luxurious ship parked outside. Chapter 252 Ladder to the Immortal Realm. There was only one boat left of the luxurious ship. Ching Ching stood still for a while, and saw the golden dragon flying out from the bottom of the sea, throwing the things in its claws onto the boat, and then continuing to jump into the sea. The dragon's body swayed, and golden light entered the water, which was really dreamy. However, soon, she walked to the railing, wanting to see the situation of the golden dragon underwater, and she didn't know what happened to those cultivators before. In case they were still lurking on the bottom of the sea, she was afraid that it would cause harm to the golden dragon. But she did not see the monk. She only saw the golden dragon jumping up from the bottom of the sea again, and the things in its claws. Those handfuls of things seemed to be spiritual tools, mixed with some fish and shrimps, and when they landed on the deck, they were still jumping around, as if they wanted to get back into the water. She looked up, looking at the golden dragon half in the water, and half out. Are there still a lot of things under the bottom? Do you need me to go down and pick them up with you? Roar. The golden dragon let out a low roar, and went back into the water. Ching Ching could only lie on the railing and watch. It was already dark now. She couldn't see what was going on below, and the water was pitch black. In this case, even if she went down with the water-repellent beads, she would probably get lost underwater. With this in mind, she didn't plan to go down, but took out a flashlight and shone it on the water. As for the situation of those cultivators, she didn't care at all. People are always partial. And so is she. Between the golden dragon and those strange cultivators, she would definitely choose the golden dragon. And this time, it was those cultivators who took the initiative to cause trouble. No matter what happened, it was their own fault. Just like that, she watched the golden dragon move 7 or 8 times, finally finished moving everything, and then quickly returned to the tree. Faintly, Ching Ching heard the tree's voice. Everything is moved, come back. I'll be right there. Ching Ching turned around, first put away everything on the deck, and then came to the control area of the big ship. This big ship does not use buttons, but spiritual power. It took her some time to apply her method of driving the spirit sword to this. And finally she shrunk the big boat and put it away. After putting away the shrunk boat, she ran back a few steps, and was soon entangled by branches, which sent her back to the center of the tree. There were also a lot of things piled up under here, which were brought back by the golden dragon one by one. The dragon claws scratched the pile of things and pointed at Ching Ching. The tree quickly said, "These are all for you. Take them away. It wants to eat meat." Okay. At this point, Ching Ching would definitely not be polite, and immediately put all these things away, and then went back to the plain supermarket. Looking at the price on it, lowered the price of meat. and exchanged several hundred kilograms of meat in one go. The prices of the vending machines in the plain supermarket are all set by her. So in theory, as long as there is a balance, even if there is only one piece, she can exchange it for unlimited meat. At most, the price of each pound of meat can be increased by a few more zeros after the decimal point. However, she dared to set the price like this, mainly because the buyer in this plane is basically only the Golden Dragon. If it were another plane, she would not dare to set it like this anyway. The meat was placed on the side, and she fed the Golden Dragon piece by piece. Seeing its happy look, she couldn't help shaking her legs hanging outside the plain supermarket. After feeding several hundred kilograms of meat, the Golden Dragon had almost finished eating, and then instructed the tree to play cartoons for it. Soon, the previously paused cartoons began to play again. The tree talked to Ching Ching. I didn't tell you before that the spiritual power here is not abundant. Now that you have absorbed so much spiritual power, I can teach you how to absorb spiritual power. Okay. Thank you for your help. Ching Ching agreed and immediately sat cross-legged as the tree said. Spiritual power and internal power are similar, but also somewhat different. Spiritual power is external energy, while internal power is energy cultivated from the body. But different energies can be converted and can play the same role. Just like heat energy and electrical energy, both can be used to boil water. It is the same principle. Ching Ching closed her eyes, drew spiritual power from the vending machine, absorbed it into her body little by little, collided with the internal force in her body, and then separated from each other. It was impossible to merge them, so she could only divide them into inner and outer circles. The inner circle is the internal force, and the outer circle is the spiritual power. I don't know how long it took. Just when she was thinking about whether to take a leave today, her body could no longer absorb spiritual power. But she used her spiritual sense to look inside her body, and a ball of spiritual power appeared in the distance. The internal force inside also became a small ball, but more of it was still scattered in the meridians of the body. She opened her eyes. How do you feel? Dashu asked. Very good, but I can't absorb it. Ching Ching told the truth. The internal force and spiritual force in my body get along well. There is no fight. But in this case, can I use both internal force and spiritual force? Yes. You can try to control the sword now, Dashu said. The sword in your hand is a spiritual sword. It is most suitable to use spiritual force. If you use internal force, even if you have a strong internal force, it may not be suitable. Ching Ching listened, and immediately took out the spiritual sword, and still controlled it according to the method of yesterday. As the tree said, she was more flexible with her spiritual power. She made the sword turn twice in front of her, and then she tried to make it come to the plain supermarket. Then she stood on the sword. It was a little unstable at first, but as long as she adjusted her center of gravity, she could stand steadily on the sword. Then she used her spiritual power on the sword. In simple terms, it was to apply a backward force to the sword. Ching Ching thought about the physics knowledge of junior high school and adjusted it back and forth several times. When she could barely walk, she left the barrier with the help of the tree. After walking out of the barrier, she immediately added more force to the flying sword under her feet. As the speed increased, her hair began to fly, and she ran into a pile of dust in the air. Puff, puff, puff. The speed of the spirit sword slowed down again. She searched in her personal space and finally found a motorcycle helmet. She put it on her head, fastened the straps, and increased the speed again, without the influence of dust. She successfully increased the speed to the fastest this time. After about half an hour, she saw the traces of the town below. There was still some time before the supermarket opened, so she was not in a hurry to go back. She took off her helmet and found a secluded place to land. Her clothes were not right, so she put on a coat over her original clothes and simply tied up her hair before appearing in the crowd. After just one walk, she found that the situation in this cultivation plane was different. In the other cultivation plane, almost everyone practiced cultivation. Although most people's cultivation was very low, it did not prevent them from practicing cultivation. The common people in this plane are just common people, ordinary people who have not practiced cultivation. She calmly walked around, and just as she was walking, she heard a sound above her head. She looked up and found that many people were flying on swords, and the direction these people were going was exactly the direction she came from. When she wanted to go back, she found that some of them were still walking back. After hesitating for a moment, She quietly followed those who were walking back. The only problem was that she couldn't quietly. Not long after she followed, someone discovered her existence and attacked her without saying a word. She was startled and directly chose to go back to the store. After a little embarrassment, she immediately told Dashu about the situation. It's just right to send you another batch of spiritual power and spiritual tools. Dashu was calmer than Qing and urged Qing to go to work. The time was almost right, so she went back to open the supermarket door to do business. After breakfast, she would go to the Golden Dragon Plain from time to time to take a look. But the people who were expected to come did not appear. It was not until the afternoon that Dashu said that those people were blocked outside the barrier, and they could not even find its existence, let alone come in to attack. So weak? Qing asked in shock. If the barrier can be broken so easily, what's the point of it? Dashu thought this was normal. I don't know what happened to those people before. They entered my barrier. The people this time are very weak. Let the little golden dragon make some trouble, and nothing will happen. The golden dragon didn't listen to it, and watched a whole episode of the cartoon. Then turned around, went out for a walk, and came back quickly, roared at Dashu, and continued watching the cartoon. Dashu then explained to Qing that he had only overturned the boat of those people, and that it was now slowly retreating. Qing subconsciously touched her nose. Jin Long could solve such an easy problem, but she just wanted to follow him, and was easily discovered, which showed that her ability was still very poor. However, after confirming that there was no problem here, she still breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the supermarket, and continued to practice her internal strength. The situation on the other side was even worse than Qing had imagined. After finally getting away from him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But after listening to the voice transmission, everyone couldn't help but be worried again. Even if there are Jianmu and the Golden Dragon here, we can't come here again. The elders are so powerful, and they are in trouble, let alone us. But now the road to the fairyland is blocked. Only through Jianmu can we reach the fairyland directly. If we ascend, we will be trapped here forever, and will never be able to live forever. When did the Golden Dragon become so powerful? Isn't it a young dragon? The elders have worked hard for this, and it has taken more than 100 years. How could they fail so quickly? Damn it, are we really helpless? Don't worry, we still have a dragon. If this Jianmu is still in place, we will spend 100 years to. The formation built must be effective. Why did Jianmu suddenly move? Didn't they say that after Jianmu grows up, it will be the ladder to the fairyland, and will not move? It's useless to say these now. Let's go back first. We will discuss this matter in the long run. If you want to live forever, it doesn't matter if you use it for another 100 years. Let's go back. It's a pity that the spiritual tools brought by the elders are gone. Jianmu barrier. If there is no one to lead the way, you can't get out? Those spiritual tools must have fallen underneath. Go back and refine them. The dragon scales of that dragon should grow again. Yes. Ladder? Qing looked at the introduction of Jianmu that came out of the search. Forget it. Even if it is, it will take a long time for Jianmu to grow up. She may not live to that time. It has nothing to do with her anyway. She put down her phone, walked out of the supermarket, stretched her waist, and smelled the fresh air today. She can fly the sword now. Go to the zombie plain to catch zombies at noon. Chapter 253. You're dreaming. The density of buildings in the zombie plain is much higher than that in the Golden Dragon Plain, and the population is naturally much larger. But the situation in most places is not very good now, and the number of zombies is far greater than that of ordinary humans. Before flying on the sword, Qing determined the direction in advance, and after putting on the helmet, she quickly reached the top of the tallest building in the city. Perhaps because this is the city center, she stood on the top and looked down, and there were almost all zombies below, and no trace of humans at all. This is very different from the suburbs, where the plain supermarket is located. After watching for a while, she confirmed that there were no humans among the zombies. She jumped directly from the top of the tall building, using the raised platform around as the landing point, and quickly landed easily. There was naturally no one in the tall building behind her. She pushed open the door directly, and dropped the space door into the building. At the same time, she summoned the Zombie King, using the Zombie King as a medium, and quickly led the surrounding zombies over, accompanied by a series of low roars. The zombies obediently entered the space door. This space door was specially designed. It can maintain continuous entry and exit for a period of time while consuming space stones. without requiring the person entering to hold a space stone. On the other side, the landing point of the space door was right in front of the receiving gate. As long as she ordered the zombies to keep moving forward, she didn't even need to stay in the plain supermarket to recycle the zombies. This was indeed the case. Seeing the number of zombies increasing one by one in the plain supermarket panel, she knew that her operation was successful. The hall in this building is not small, with only some tables, chairs, and benches scattered around. She put away these sundries one by one to accommodate as many zombies as possible. After watching for more than 10 minutes, she made sure that the zombies were entering according to her settings. And then she went out. The Zombie King can control the zombies, but it needs to be within a certain range. Beyond the range, even the Zombie King cannot control the zombies. What she has to do is to attract the zombies from far away. The situation around is the same as she expected. Basically zombies. And no humans appear. But this is convenient. She summoned her zombie puppets, and used her inner strength and spiritual power to slightly change her breathing frequency. Most zombies would be led by the puppets to the direction of the Zombie King. Occasionally, a small number of zombies that smelled her presence would be stopped by her puppets and thrown into the range controlled by the Zombie King. Chin Chin walked into a building and heard knocking sounds coming from the building. It seemed that when the humans inside turned into zombies, they locked their doors and locked themselves in the door. It was a bit difficult to open the door, but it was a bit easier to remove the door. She asked the puppets to remove the doors one by one and let the zombies out, leading them out of the building. She spent the whole afternoon running around the city, looking for the zombies. She didn't need to go back to confirm the situation of the zombies, but just look at the change in the number of zombies on the panel of the plain supermarket. She came to another building, and she pushed the door open and walked in with great experience. But this time, as soon as she opened the door downstairs, she heard a warning. The other party did not attack immediately, which made the barrier she subconsciously condensed with spiritual energy useless. At the same time, the people hiding in the dark also came out, and both sides saw each other's appearance. Chinese? The other party spoke first. Chin Chin also saw the familiar skin color. This city is full of zombies. What are you hiding here for? Are you really Chinese? The other party breathed a sigh of relief and put down the weapon in his hand. Why are you here too? It's very dangerous here. Why are you in such a good condition? Hearing the question, Chin Chin looked down at herself, and then looked at the people in front of her. Apart from other things, just from the clothes, the difference between the two sides is not small. After all, it is impossible to stay clean and tidy in a zombie group. Relatively speaking, Chin Chin does not look like someone who survives in a zombie group. She looked at the few people in front of her who seemed to have completely relaxed their vigilance, and said, I am different from you. If you want to leave, I can send you away. The few people looked at each other, and then smiled bitterly. Even if we want to leave, we can't go anywhere else. Now zombies are rampant all over the world, and most countries have lost order. Unless we can return to the country. Otherwise, it may be more dangerous. After a few days, I may be able to help you, Chin Chin said. Are there still zombies in this building? The few people did not hear. Chin Chin's voiceover only answered the last question, shaking her head. We have cleared all the zombies in the building. Do you have any companions? You can ask them to come together, but we need to divide the work and cooperate. Go out to find food. There are many zombies in this city. Many of them have run away. If you go out to find, you can find food. Then wait for me for a while. Speaking, Chin Chin closed the door, took out a box of bread, and threw it into the hands of a zombie puppet not far away, and asked it to bring the box of bread over. During this process, she opened the door again, and let the people inside see for themselves without waiting for them to ask. This zombie puppet had been struck by lightning several times, and the blood on its body had long been turned into charcoal after being struck by lightning again and again. Later, the charcoal faded and turned into white and tender flesh. Now the puppet is wearing normal clothes and a hat, covering the face that is most easily exposed. It looks almost exactly like a normal human. Why are you walking outside openly? The people inside were surprised. I have my own way. Chin Chin took the box of bread from the zombie puppet and sent it directly inside. This is for you. Don't come out for a short time. Recently, someone is clearing out zombies in the city. Clearing out zombies? The people inside changed their faces slightly. Will they not use large-scale weapons? Qin knew their concerns and shook her head directly. No. Hearing her words, the people inside relaxed and asked again, "You want to come together, right? Do you need our help? Maybe we can also help you do something within our ability." "It's okay. I can solve it." Qin looked at them. "Don't come out, so as not to be injured by mistake." Several people nodded in unison. "Okay." After speaking, Qin closed the door. The box of bread was exchanged by her before, just to help a little when she met a living person. The bread itself was not expensive, but for people who had been hungry for a while, it was a very important material. The fact was indeed so. When the people in the building faced Qin, they were all normal. But as soon as she left, they immediately opened the box, saw the bread inside, and quickly opened it and stuffed it into their mouths. They were in a foreign country, and it was not easy to survive. Although there were still materials in the city, there were also many zombies. It was not easy to find a large number of materials surrounded by zombies. Moreover, when the zombie crisis first broke out in this city, a large number of people began to burn, kill and loot. A batch of edible materials in the supermarkets were robbed early in the morning. Later, when there were not so many zombies in the city, they were robbed by the living people. In this situation, it is not easy to find edible food in the city. Several people also eat one meal and starve the next, barely making ends meet. Before Qin showed up today, they had been out of food for several meals and were about to go out to find food. After everyone ate a piece of bread, they finally felt alive. When they looked at each other, their eyes lit up. "Who is she? She must be very strong. Otherwise she wouldn't have such a status in this country," said another person. "These foods are enough to support us until the end of the cleanup. If there is a chance, we still have to find a way to return home." Yes, before the number of zombies was not so large. I heard on the radio that the situation in China was not bad, and most of the zombies were under control. If we can return home, we can at least survive. How can it be so easy to return home? The person who spoke smiled bitterly. Now the air routes of various countries are cut off, and there are zombies all over the world. If we return home at this time, I'm afraid it will be very soon. I'm dead. Yeah, returning to China is just a thought, but it can't be implemented. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Maybe if we are lucky, someone will come to pick us up. Dream on. We still have to have dreams. What if we can all encounter food delivered to our doorsteps? Maybe we can really wait for people from the country to pick us up. That's good. It's better to be able to dream than not to be able to dream at all. Qin didn't know what these people were talking about, but thinking of their situation, she still went to the nearby supermarket on purpose. After all, she could only give bread at the moment, and nothing else. But the situation in the supermarket was worse than she expected. Most of the supermarket shelves collapsed, and all the usable things were taken away, and all the unusable things were destroyed. The destroyed things were useless in the real world, and this world was connected to the plane supermarket, so they could not be taken to other planes at will. So she simply did not take these things. She just picked up everything in the audiovisual store and the electronics store when she passed by. For the rest of the things, she only picked up some valuable ones, and left the rest where they were. After another round, she found a batch of drinks and mineral water in the corner of a supermarket. With these things, she added 2 boxes of bread and a batch of clothes picked up from purgatory on Earth, and returned to the building where her compatriots in the other world were. The door opened again, and when they saw her, they were all very excited. Qin handed the things to them, and then said, "These things are enough for you to eat for a few days. After the clearance is over in a few days, the city will be safer. You can go out to find food at that time. But there may be zombies coming from other places at that time, so you should pay attention. Thank you. But will you cause dissatisfaction to others by bringing these things to us?" Several people were also worried about Qin's situation. After all, she was also in a foreign country. "It's okay. No one dares to say anything to me." Qin smiled. "Okay, you guys go in. I may not come here in the next few days." Several people nodded, turned back and reminded her, "We will be careful. You should be careful too." Qin responded, left with her zombie puppets, and continued to lure zombies. By the way, let the zombie puppets help her pick up things. Other things are not valuable, and the damage is also serious. But after the zombie crisis, the electronics store is the least damaged. Even if she doesn't need it, she can sell it. After all, It's free, so don't waste it. Chapter 254 Unmanned Supermarket. Watches, mobile phones, computers, tablets. After the apocalypse, these goods that were once popular became particularly unpopular. Even several electronic product stores were in good condition, unlike supermarkets that had been smashed and looted. Passing by another store, Qing went in directly and took away all the electronic products inside. At the same time, zombies were still entering her plain supermarket in groups, and even the plain supermarket in this world was upgraded by 2 levels at once. But she hadn't thought about what she needed yet, so she left the extra sales window empty for the time being. After collecting another batch of things, Qing went back to the plain supermarket through the space gate, and then returned to the supermarket in reality. The supermarket door was open, and someone was leaving with the things they had just bought. The supermarket no longer needed her to be there all the time. But the current situation was not enough. Thinking about it, she turned to the mecha plane, and after searching around, she quickly found the products she was looking for. An intelligent supermarket reminder recognition system, connected with the self-service vending system and the inventory inside the supermarket. And it can automatically identify whether the customer took the things in the supermarket away without paying. It just needs a professional inventory system. Just as she was thinking about continuing the search, she suddenly thought of her own plain supermarket panel. After a lot of trouble, she finally connected the whole system to the plain supermarket panel. In the afternoon, she had nothing to do. She had been tinkering with this thing. After all, if this device could be successful, she would not need to ask Wei Xiaoshuang for leave in the future. She could leave the town anytime and anywhere and go to other places. The technical content of this system itself is not high. Many supermarkets have similar equipment. However, the supermarket's practice is to hang anti-theft buckles on the items. By identifying the anti-theft buckles, it is determined whether there is any theft of goods. And her system will be more intelligent. Connected through the plain supermarket, there will be no false alarms. Welcome. Hey, when did you have such a smart thing? John Wei. Why didn't you tell me when you came? Qing looked at the person who came. How are you these days? You haven't contacted me much. Does it mean that you are okay? It's pretty good. Zheng Wei smiled and nodded. The main thing is that we have gradually mastered some rules and controlled some things in the bud, so there are no major problems. I came here today, or buy some talismans from you. Okay, there are all talismans here. By the way, there is also a new talisman. I wonder if you can use it. Qing took out the talisman she drew 2 days ago. Because I am not sure of its use, I did not draw more. This is a sound transmission talisman. As the name suggests, you should know its function. But in our technological age, when something happens, we have a mobile phone, so we usually don't need it. Not only the sound transmission talisman, she could also draw the puppet talisman of the cultivation world. Since she introduced the spiritual energy into her body, she can draw these talismans smoothly, and there is no stagnation at all when she had no spiritual power before. Of course it's useful. How can it not be useful? It's so practical. Zhang Wei said immediately. You know that we travel around for work. And sometimes we go to places with poor signals. Although most of the time it's not a big problem. It's troublesome to get lost from the main group. It's much more convenient to have this talisman. But is there a distance limit? I'm not sure about the distance limit at the moment. But it should be possible to communicate over long distances. Qing said. But it has a time limit. You have to pay attention to it. Since it's useful, I'll draw a few more. And you can just walk around the town. Okay. Zhang Wei nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Price is not a problem. Just give me a price. Then, 500 per piece? Qing tried to quote a price. The 2 talismans she had before were 100 and 1,000 respectively. The former was easy to draw, while the latter required the blood of a golden dragon. So the price was a little higher. The talismans in front of her required spiritual power. So she thought they would also be slightly higher. However, it was not impossible to bargain. As soon as she thought of this, Zhang Wei had already agreed. This sound transmission talisman is only needed in emergencies. 500 per piece is a good deal. Give me 20 first. And I also want the other talismans. She said the specific number. Qing nodded. Okay. Wait until I finish drawing the talisman. And then, I will teach you how to use the sound transmission talisman. Then you just follow my method. The sound transmission talisman is different from ordinary talismans. It is a 2-way talisman. So one of it is actually a set. It uses a slightly larger talisman paper. After drawing the complete talisman, it is divided into 2 parts. Each of them holds one half to get in touch. This is the same as dialing a mobile phone number to make a phone call. Although compared to mobile phones, the sound transmission talisman is more inconvenient. But if you are really separated from your teammates and there is no signal, it is very useful to have a sound transmission talisman to help you out. After Zhang Wei finished talking to Qin Qing, she did not stay in the supermarket for too long and turned to leave. Qin Qing naturally stayed in the supermarket to draw the sound transmission notes. She did not even draw at the cashier now, but went directly to the 2nd floor to draw. She had to let the customers who came to the supermarket adapt to the self-service shopping mode, so that it would be more convenient for her to go out and do things in the future. 20 sound transmission notes were quickly drawn. Zhang Wei sent a message. I'm playing in the amusement area for a while, and I'll go over later. Qin Qing looked at the 3 words amusement area, and then smiled and replied, okay. You can play slowly. Zhang Wei did not come over, so she simply sat down again and continued to draw the talisman. Wusun needs a lot of talismans now, plus Zhang Wei. The talismans from both sides add up, and they consume a lot every day. She stocked up some talismans, so that she wouldn't need to draw them temporarily when they were needed in the future. After drawing a batch of talismans skillfully, she took out a talisman book. This talisman book was taken from the Golden Dragon Plane, and it was one of the few that she could understand. She couldn't understand most of the other spiritual tools, and didn't know how to use them. Now they are basically piled up in the storage ring and gathering dust. She planned to go there again when she had the chance, to see if she could learn how to use these spiritual tools, or learn how to use the spiritual power in her body skillfully. She flipped through a few pages of the talisman book in her hand, and finally turned back to the front, and began to copy the runes on it. This talisman book is more practical. There are no amulets, puppet amulets, or evil-breaking amulets. There are wind, thunder, rain, snow, earth, fire and other amulets, as well as incarnation amulets, calming amulets, escaping amulets, flying amulets, invisibility amulets, and so on. Everything looks useful. The talisman book was placed in front of her, and she quickly outlined the corresponding runes. With the last stroke, a light flashed on the amulet, indicating that the amulet was completed. She breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that the spiritual power in her body was really useful. If she didn't have enough spiritual power, she would definitely not be able to draw successfully. After she was sure that she could draw, she held the pen again and drew all the talismans in the talisman book in one go. Perhaps because she had a long experience in drawing talismans, she never encountered failure in this wave of talisman drawing. Almost every talisman could be completed in one stroke. She didn't put down the talisman pen until she felt the spiritual power in her body was depleted, and put away all the talismans she had drawn. After putting away the talismans, she remembered the supermarket downstairs and immediately got up and went downstairs. Just then, another customer left, and as he left, he heard a voice saying, "Welcome next time. I thought you weren't here. Now it's good. Supermarkets are all self-service. It doesn't matter if the boss isn't here." Xie Hengliang carried a basket of goods, and looked up at Qin Qing, who was coming down from upstairs. "You run a good supermarket. You don't have to worry about business in the future. Your business is pretty good recently, right? I saw a lot of delivery orders." Qin Qing walked downstairs. "But I didn't expect that there would be an amusement park in our town. The business is actually pretty good." Although she guessed that the amusement park was a cover. Most of the customers who came were indeed tourists. Otherwise her supermarket business wouldn't be so good. "Yeah. I went there for a while. It was really interesting." Xie Hengliang nodded. "We made a good living in such a short time. But even though your supermarket is self-service, there still needs to be someone there. And there just happened to be no one there." Qin Qing smiled. "Why don't you just take the things and go out to have a look?" Xie Hengliang glanced at her, casually took a bag of potato chips from the shopping cart, and walked straight to the door of the supermarket. "You have a bag of potato chips that you haven't paid for yet. So smart." Xie Hengliang immediately turned around, subconsciously looked up and looked around, walked back and forth again, and the reminder sounded when he walked to the door. "When was it installed? This reminder is interesting. It even knows that I took a bag of potato chips? I'll try again." As he said, he immediately went back to the supermarket, quietly took a bag of biscuits from the shelf, stuffed it into his pocket, and then swaggered out to go out. "When I walked to the door, The reminder sounded again. The biscuits were like this. The spicy strips were like this. And the small hairpin in the corner was like this. What's going on? Wei Xiaoshuang walked over after hearing the repeated voices. She saw Xie Hingliang wearing a hairpin on his head and laughed out loud. What are you doing? Acting cute? I'm trying the sensitivity of this anti-theft system. Xie Hingliang took off the hairpin. Don't tell me. It's really sensitive. No matter what method I use, it can detect it. Well, the boss really doesn't need to be here anymore. This is sharper than the boss's eyes. So amazing. I've heard that there are unmanned supermarkets in the city, which adopt this model. I didn't expect there are also such models here. Wei Xiaoshuang also looked around. There are not so many cameras. As long as the system is easy to use. Qing said. In this way, our supermarket will also become an unmanned supermarket in the future. And I can sneak out to play. Wei Xiaoshuang laughed. That's good. It will be easy for me. Aren't you going out to find a job? Xie Hingliang asked her. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded and shook her head. I won't go out for the time being. I found a job online, which is similar to what I did before. This way, even if I stay in my hometown, I have work experience. If I really can't continue working, I can go out and find a job. My current salary is lower than before, but after deducting the rent and food expenses for living outside, I have saved more money now. Are there many jobs online? Qing looked at her. Quite a lot, and there is a big demand. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and nodded. Don't tell me, although this platform is not well known, there are indeed many people who use it, and now I have a little fame, and many people want me to work. I won't go out in the short term. I'll show you a clothing store. Don't despise me. Clothing stores are different from supermarkets. You still need to keep people. I'd love for you to stay. Qing would naturally not drive people away. It's best if you keep working. As the two talked, Xie Hingliang asked in confusion, what platform? Soul World Everything. You haven't heard of it? Wei Xiaoshuang asked. Seeing him shake his head, he immediately began to popularize science to him. If you don't play this, you will lose a lot of fun. I will teach you. You go and deliver the things first. I will send you the platform later and teach you how to use it. Yes, I almost forgot the business. Don't forget to send it to me, Xie Hingliang said, and entered the supermarket. He quickly took all the things that the customers wanted and put them all in the self-service checkout basket. After the checkout was completed, he carried a bag of things, rode on the battery car, and quickly went to the direction of the amusement area. Qing and Wei Xiaoshuang looked at each other and laughed. Yes, I like a set of clothes. Sell it to me. Just now you said you could save money in town. Clothes don't count. And the clothes here are really good quality and cheap. Wei Xiaoshuang quickly returned to the clothing store, took out a set of clothes, and then scanned the payment code of the supermarket to pay. Okay. I've paid. Don't say you're giving it to me. Clothes I bought with my own money are comfortable to wear, and I earn a lot of money every month now. Qing smiled and nodded. Okay. It's good to earn some money from you. Chapter 255 Spiritual Stone Mine. Are these talismans all usable? Zhang Wei took the talisman from Qing. Try it. I can draw all these talismans. If they are useful, tell me. If they are not, it doesn't matter. Just take them. The talismans Qing gave to Zhang Wei were the ones with stronger practicality copied from the talisman book. But with the development of modern technology, you may not need them most of the time. You can only keep them for emergencies. Then I'll take them. Zhang Wei put away the talisman Qing gave her. There is one more thing. I got news that the country is going to build a large shelter, which is called an industrial park. If you have time, you can go and have a look. This industrial park is not only for us, but also for ordinary people. It's just that its design and construction will be more stringent. I don't know the details. I understand. Qing nodded, looked at the information Zhang Wei took out, and glanced down. It said Industrial Park Investment Promotion. The construction of the industrial park takes a certain amount of time, and it cannot be completed in a short period of time. She did not ask Zhang Wei how much she knew, nor did she ask her about her understanding of the amusement park in the town. After the handover of the talisman was completed, she sent Zhang Wei to the car. Hello. Contact me if you have any problems. If I really encounter any problems, I will definitely contact you. Zhang Wei smiled, waved to her, and then started the car and left. After she left, Qin Qing returned to the supermarket with the information of the industrial park and looked down at the contents. If Zhang Wei had not said that she would not be able to see any problems with the information if she only looked at the information. It does look like an ordinary technology-based industrial park. It will take at least 2 or 3 years from the planned construction to completion. If we estimate, the industrial park was built at a time when natural disasters were frequent. In her previous life, she recalled the situation in her previous life. There seemed to be a place like this, but she was not sure whether it was a real industrial park or a temporary resettlement area due to frequent natural disasters. In fact, in her memory, in addition to the industrial park, all the major gymnasiums, schools, and other places that could be resettled were filled with people. After all, whether it is an earthquake, flood, or typhoon, the impact on the environment is very bad. After the destruction, even a country with a large infrastructure will find it difficult to rebuild in a short time. A magnitude 10 earthquake still requires early warning. Otherwise, it will be difficult to solve the problem by relying on only an industrial park or a shelter. But it is still early. She looked at the address of the document in her hand, which was a city that was affected by the earthquake. She could find an opportunity to go there later. It was still early for the earthquake, and any natural disaster would not start to move 2 or 3 years in advance. She closed the document and put it on the bookshelf behind the cashier counter, so that she could see it at a glance later, and it could also remind her to keep an eye on various natural disasters. Just as she put the document away, she received a message. Boss Qin, the things you want have been delivered. The car is outside the old factory. I'll be there right away. Qin Qing replied, and immediately rode on the electric bike and headed towards the old factory. Before she arrived at the old factory, she saw a large truck parked at the door. Even from a distance, she could tell that the capacity of the large truck must be large. Boss Qin? It's me. Qin Qing rode to the door, took out the key to open the door. This is a temporary warehouse. The car can drive it directly. Just park at the door of the warehouse. It's convenient to move. That's good. The other party said hurriedly, happily drove the car in reverse, letting the door of the car face the warehouse. This batch of dried fruits, preserved fruits and vegetable series bought by Qin Qing, these products have good sales in the Mecha Plain. She did not look for suppliers in the county, but directly found the manufacturers of these products, and bought them from the manufacturers. The man moved the goods into the warehouse box by box, and checked the goods with Qin Qing while moving them. Occasionally, he also praised the transport trucks in the warehouse. Your warehouse is well equipped, and the transport truck is really convenient. After saying this, he began to report the goods again. This batch has a total of 100 boxes. Qin Qing stood by, holding the order form in her hand, and asked tentatively, if everyone wants as much as I do, will your factory be out of stock? No. The current environment is that supply exceeds demand. Except for a few products. Most of the products are piled up in stock. Otherwise the price will not drop again and again. As he said this, the other party noticed something was wrong and hurriedly explained. But don't worry. Our product quality is definitely past customs. I know that. Qin Qing smiled. I have a big demand here. I will ask about the inventory in your factory if the quantity is large. I will order another batch. Okay, I will deliver it to you when the time comes. The other party said immediately. While speaking, he was also moving the goods, until a truckload of goods was moved. Boss Qin, please count. A total of 250,000 goods should be correct. Yes, I counted, no problem. Qin Qing nodded, took out her mobile phone to transfer the money to the manufacturer. After the other party confirmed, the transaction between the two parties was completed. She did order another batch, without asking for time, perhaps because she helped the manufacturer clear the inventory. The other party responded very quickly, and even gave a batch of goods as a gift. The car left, and she escorted it to the door. Before she could deal with this batch of goods, another message came. This time it was the goods sent by the supplier in the county. Non-fruit and vegetable products, some sales in the Mecha Plain, but not too exaggerated. She used the amusement park in the town to cover it up, and it did not arouse any suspicion. Not long after, the goods from the county were also delivered, all of which were currently on sale in the supermarket. The county town's cars had come here many times, and they were familiar with the place. Without her saying anything, she took the initiative to aim the car at the warehouse gate, and without looking at the things inside, she moved the goods on the truck into the warehouse box by box. There were quite a lot of goods this time. and she spent some time to sort them, and then put the ones that needed to be put on the shelves, and the ones that needed to be stored. The Mecca position had a large demand for fruits and vegetables, so she found 2 manufacturers to place orders. When she locked the warehouse door again, the things inside had completely disappeared. Qing Qing stood in front of the vending machine in the Mecca plane, looking at the goods displayed on it. At present, her balance is more than 600,000 yuan, mostly earned from selling fruit and vegetable products. Compared with the tens of thousands of yuan she earned from selling ordinary goods before, the gap between the two sides can be imagined. And the resale window of this plane connected to the supermarkets and other planes. Currently there are also many goods, the earliest meat, clothes, the medicines bought later, and the fruit and vegetable seeds purchased some time ago. The price of fruit and vegetable seeds is indeed expensive, but except for this plane, she can't find suitable fruit and vegetable seeds in other planes that can be sent to the cultivation plane in large quantities. There are indeed many fruit and vegetable seeds in reality, but the number that can be sold in the vending machine is limited. At most, there are 2 or 3 kinds of seeds on the shelves. Purgatory on Earth and ruins are not available, so they can only be resold through the Mecca plane. Fortunately, she only spent tens of thousands of yuan on fruit and vegetable seeds, and she made hundreds of thousands of yuan on fruit and vegetable products. With this calculation, it is not a big loss. After leaving the Mecca plane, she arrived at the cultivation plane and went directly to the vegetable field. Xiao Qing, I'll come and take a look. Qing Qing looked at the people who had gathered here a long time ago. Is it growing badly? No, it's growing too well. The person who spoke smiled and made way for her. According to the growth book you gave me, it will take at least 30 days for these vegetable seeds to mature, and the growth will be slow in the early stage. But you see, it's only been a few days, and they have sprouted. Really? Qing Qing walked closer. It seems that the growth time can be shortened by at least half. Yes, and with this batch of seeds, we can cultivate seeds ourselves and sell them later. The person next to him said, the staple food in the cultivation world is spiritual rice. Relatively speaking, other dishes are not abundant. With these vegetables, we may be able to exchange for more spiritual rice and spiritual stones in the future. I think ours grows well, maybe because of the spiritual energy. When Qing Qing heard this, she subconsciously asked, does the more spiritual energy, the better? That's definitely not the case. It's not that it's bad. It's just that people with low cultivation are not suitable for us. The spiritual energy is too rich. The spiritual energy in the fruits and vegetables grown will also be particularly rich. People with low cultivation cannot bear it, and may explode and die. Just like those natural treasures, we can't afford them. It's better to sell them for spiritual rice and low-grade spiritual stones, and it can also improve cultivation. The spiritual energy around our school is relatively thin. It is more suitable for growing vegetables. The vegetables grown have a little spiritual energy, but it is within our tolerance range. Qing Qing thought of the situation in the Baishar plain. What if it grows in the spiritual veins? The plants on the spiritual veins, are they definitely full of spiritual energy? Are ordinary people unable to eat them? Yes, they are definitely inedible. It's not that they are inedible, but we can't eat them. People with high cultivation can eat them. Not only are they edible, they are also very suitable for alchemy. Moreover, most of the plants grown on the spiritual veins are high-level spiritual herbs, which we can't even see. Qing Qing's eyes flashed. High-level spiritual herbs would be very valuable. Right? Several people nodded at the same time, of course. After receiving the answers from several people, Qing Qing went to the Baishar plain on purpose. She didn't recognize the large patches of grass and trees at the entrance of the plain supermarket. She didn't think they were anything special. But if these things were really high-level spiritual plants, wouldn't she have to buy spiritual herbs? However, she closed her eyes and circulated the spiritual power in her body. She had been cultivating spiritual power in the Golden Dragon Plain these days. The vending machine there absorbed a lot of spiritual power, but she used it alone. Not only was it enough, but there was still a lot left, which made her never think about this place again. Now standing here, she really sensed the spiritual energy around her. And it was an extremely rich spiritual energy, not only in the air, but also on the ground. All the trees around her were full of spiritual energy, according to her perception. And under this piece of land, there was a huge spiritual stone vein hidden, which she could not see the end of for the time being. Those were the real spiritual stones. The white stones exposed on the surface were just spiritual stones formed by the excessive spiritual energy that escaped, and the plants did not have time to absorb. No wonder the Plain Supermarket chose this place as the first Plain Supermarket. Such a huge spiritual stone vein can provide it with energy continuously. Chapter 256. The situation is very good. After absorbing the spiritual energy for a while, it reached the saturation state again. Fortunately, she knew her situation long ago, and she didn't think it was a big deal. She happened to be here, so she went to the side and found Yunyang's daughter, and wanted to take her to find Yunyang. When Yunyang was not around, the children were taken to do things by everyone, picking up stones today, digging sweet potatoes tomorrow. Maybe because these people fled together, they took good care of each other. Even if they had to take care of one more child, they didn't feel it was a burden. The children were having fun. But they also missed their mothers. When they heard that Qing was going to take them to see their mothers, they immediately rushed to her side and carefully grabbed her sleeves. Qing raised her hand, touched her head, and looked at the pile of sweet potatoes, and said, "Now is the harvest season for sweet potatoes, which are easy to spoil. Maybe I can help you take some sweet potatoes out and exchange them for some daily necessities you need, or exchange them for some silver." When she said this, everyone was very happy. "Is it okay? Will it bother the immortal?" "No. I have to go anyway. If you want to take them, you can pack them in bags and I will leave soon," Qing said. "Okay. Let's pack them now." As they said that, everyone started to pack the sweet potatoes in bags in a hurry, because there were still many sweet potatoes that had not been dug out. They packed all the sweet potatoes that had been dug out into bags. After the bags were packed, Qing put the sweet potatoes into her personal space, picked up Yunyang's child, and drove the spirit sword to the city. The speed of the spirit sword was faster than Qingong. The people behind her raised their heads. Master God has changed his vehicle again? As expected of Master God, you can travel anywhere. You used to use a car, but now you use a sword. I didn't use a sword a few days ago, but I could still travel. Since you are Master God, you can travel however you want. It's so far to the city. If we walk, it will take us a day or two. Master God is faster. You can get there in a flash. I wish I had a chance to travel from the sky. It's not that easy. Let's continue digging sweet potatoes. After digging this batch of sweet potatoes, sell them and bring back 2 chickens. See if there is a rooster. If there is, bring one back. We will try to hatch the eggs. If they can be hatched, we won't have to spend money to buy chickens in the future. Okay. I'll ask a few more families. There should be some. While they were talking, Qing had already arrived in the city with the child. The policies of Lin Lao and Yunyang were implemented very quickly in the city. With Qing, a man with high military power, in charge, the people in the city dared not disobey. On her way there, she saw many patrols. Even the roads and fields around were cleared, and people were allowed to farm. There were also people patrolling day and night to prevent nearby bandits from attacking. In addition, the city would send soldiers out from time to time to eliminate bandits. With sufficient preparation, several operations to eliminate bandits went smoothly. This is also the reason why Qing came again a few days ago, brought the child once, and then brought him back to Sunset Forest. The father and daughter's place of business is next to the prefectural governor's mansion. The house is not as good as the prefectural governor's mansion, but it is not bad either. At least the house is new and has 2 courtyards. She brought the child directly to the yard. People inside and outside the house reacted instantly. "Goddess! Mother!" The child rushed to Yunyang. Yunyang hugged the child and also greeted Qing. "Goddess! You've lost some weight." Qing looked at Yunyang. "Are you tired recently?" "No." Yunyang smiled and shook her head. "Maybe there are too many things to do, and sometimes I forget to eat, so I've lost some weight. Now my father and I have sorted out the household registration information and other things in the city. There will be less things to do later. This way your daughter can accompany you." Qing looked at the mother and daughter hugging each other, and began to take out sweet potatoes from the portable space, bag after bag, and soon filled the empty space in the small yard. "Are these the sweet potatoes we planted?" Yunyang asked in surprise. Seeing Qing nod, she immediately opened one of the bags and took out a sweet potato as big as a fist. "I didn't expect that we would have so many harvests in just these few days. This is just a part of it. There are more in the field." Qing smiled. "You planted less this year. When the weather gets better, you can plant more. The harvest will definitely be better. Well, in this way, everyone won't be hungry. Yunyang nodded, looked at a few more sweet potatoes happily, and bowed to Qing Qing again. Thank you for troubling the immortal. It will take a lot of effort to transport so many sweet potatoes. It's not a trouble. It's just a matter of convenience. Qing Qing smiled. Will you take me out to see it now? Yes. Yunyang nodded immediately, glanced at Qing Qing, covered her mouth and laughed. Wait for me for a while, immortal. As she said this, she turned around and walked quickly into the house. When she came out again, she pulled someone out and showed off to Qing Qing, goddess. Who is this? Qing Qing would recognize her, but she rarely saw Sanyang wearing a modern long skirt. Seeing that she didn't speak, she smiled and asked, Why, are you afraid of me? No. Sanyang whispered, looking up carefully, glancing at Qing Qing, making sure that there was no excessive emotion in her eyes, mustering up the courage to look at her seriously. I've always wanted to tell you. Qing Qing listened to Sanyang's buzzing, although she heard it, she still deliberately asked back, What did you say? I said. Sanyang took a deep breath, and her voice was slightly louder than before. I said, my name is Qingwan. I wanted to tell you when I first saw you, but I never had the chance. What's your name? Qing Qing asked again. My name is Qingwan, she said loudly and firmly. Hello, Qingwan. Qing Qing smiled and stretched out her hand. My name is Qing Qing. Qingwan held her hand carefully, not daring to use force, but Qing Qing held it tightly. After feeling the warmth of her palm, her courage grew stronger. When she looked up, a joyful smile rose on her face. Let's go out and play. Qing Qing took a step forward, released her hand, and then hooked her neck. Your skirt is beautiful. I have another one here. When you come back from shopping later, I'll let you choose, pick the one you like. Is that okay? Qingwan asked excitedly. Sure. It's just a few skirts. Nothing is wrong with that. Qing Qing agreed immediately. I don't like skirts now. Besides skirts, I also have beautiful suits. They are all clothes, and I can wear them. She was afraid that Qingwan would care about the style of the clothes. But when the two of them walked out of the house and saw the clothes of the people coming and going, they found that many of them were also wearing modern clothes. These clothes were all distributed by Qing Qing. Hell on Earth has a lot of second-hand clothes worn there, and she collected a batch some time ago. After sorting them into categories, they are still in her personal space. Qing Qing was with Qingwan, and behind them were Yunyang and her daughter. Most people would avoid them after paying respectful respects. So although they saw the clothes, they did not run into anyone. Yunyang. Qing Qing turned around. Yes, Lord God. Yunyang responded immediately. You ask someone to tell everyone that another batch of things will be distributed today. Let everyone line up. The location is at the city gate, Qing Qing said. I have a lot of useless things in my hands. Everything given by Lord God must be useful. Yunyang smiled. I only heard that Lord God distributed things several times before, but I have never seen such a big scene. Today I will finally see it. As she said that, she immediately called the guards, who were following in the distance, and asked them to notify them. The guards were also delighted, and immediately ran away, shouting as they ran. Although the guards were walking farther and farther away, the cheers became clearer and clearer, showing the joy of the people when they heard the news. Can I queue up? Qingwan looked at Qing Qing eagerly. I have also embroidered some things these days, and I also want to queue up. Is that okay? Yes. Qing Qing nodded. Don't worry. If you queue up, I will definitely give you something good. As they spoke, the group headed towards the city gate again, and encountered the people who were running around. When they met them near them, they were startled and ran away quickly. When they arrived at the city gate, there was already a long queue outside the city. It was even more than the previous times. Qingwan took a look and said, Is it too many people? Qing Qing had a different idea and asked the two people in charge. Did you accept civilians to live in the city during this period? Yes. Yunyang nodded. But not all of them have moved into the city. The city is in short supply of houses and cannot accommodate many people. There are not many fields in the city, and it is difficult for civilians to live without a livelihood. My father asked people to build a row of thatched houses outside the city to temporarily accommodate the civilians who came to seek refuge. During this period of time, we will sort out the situation in the city demolish the houses that can be demolished, and then ask people to rebuild them to accommodate these civilians. Even so, we still need the support of fields, Qin said. From the perspective of the geographical environment, this place is relatively suitable. But the climate is not good this year, which leads to the drought is severe, and the people who come to seek refuge also need something to do. It is a good opportunity to reclaim more land this year, so that they can plant sweet potatoes in the spring of next year. Yes, my father also thinks so. He left the city today to find a suitable large piece of land, said Jinyang. If the people can have a livelihood, the future will be better. Your father is really capable, so I will not take care of your affairs in the future, said Qin with a smile. In fact, I don't know much about management. If you can handle the things here, I can be much more relaxed. There are many mountains nearby, and it is not easy to find large continuous fields. Fortunately, sweet potatoes are not picky about the growth environment and can grow anywhere. As long as sweet potatoes can be planted next year, there is no need to worry about food. It is naturally the best if Yunyang and Lin Lao can take care of the things here. Qin didn't worry about it anymore. She soon arrived at the city gate, looked at the people in line, and took out a bunch of storage rings and bags. Where did she put the stuff from purgatory on earth? Chapter 257, Helping to run errands. Fortunately, she had a few storage containers on hand, and soon found a place to put the things she had found from purgatory on earth. There were quite a lot of things in it. She spread a large piece of curtain cloth on the ground as usual, just like the previous times, and then took out the second-hand things, the things she didn't need, and some messy things. Purgatory on earth is also a modern society, and most of the things are not rare to her. Sometimes the modern production is also very high, and even if they are new, there is no need for her to keep them. Before long, there was a pile of things on the ground. She got out a chair, sat down, looked at the situation in front of her, and then bent down to take something. Your clothes are all torn. I'll get you 2 pieces of clothes. Do you want shoes? Measure the size. I'll pick a pair for you. This is a bucket. Is it what you want? There's an old hoe. It's a little rusty. I'll give it to you. With the experience of the previous 2 times, the people in the queue this time all had things in their hands, no matter whether they were expensive or cheap. Qin accepted them all, but she would also look at what the other person had in his hand, to see the person's taste. It doesn't matter how expensive the things are, but it is easier to tell whether they are made with care. Some people look very poor, but the things they bring are obviously made with care. She would give them something good. But if the things they bring are perfunctory, she would give them, but not very good. After giving some more things, Qin saw Qinwan, who was standing behind her, took the handkerchief from her hand, and put the watch she had prepared early in the morning on her wrist. After putting it on her carefully, she said, I will teach you how to use this later. It is earned by your hard work, and it will belong to you in the future. Qinwan lowered her head, looked at the delicate bracelet on her wrist, looked up at Qin, and smiled. After putting the thing on her wrist, she asked, Can I hug you? Qin opened her arms. Do you even need to ask? Qinwan immediately stood on tiptoe, hugged Qin tightly through the large thing underneath. Thank you. Don't thank me. You are fine on your own, Qin said seriously. From the first day I met you, I knew you were a very strong person, and you have to be strong in the future. Understand? I will. I will be strong, Qinwan promised solemnly, and hugged for a while before letting go, and happily skipping away. Walking to Yunyang's side, she immediately asked her to look at the watch on her wrist. Seeing the child's curiosity, she quickly bent down and asked the child to look at her watch carefully, and then whispered something to the child. Qin smiled and retracted her gaze, and continued to get things for the next person. There were many people in line, and the pile of things on the ground was quickly consumed. During this period, she also took out some other things. Occasionally, when she met someone who was really thin and looked hungry, she would not take her own things, but look for Yunyang and ask her to send someone to get sweet potatoes. A small bag of sweet potatoes can feed a family for a few days without any problem. During this period, you can do some work to earn money for food. For ordinary people in this world, the most important thing is food. Many people don't even have food, so they naturally don't care about other things. Qin looked at Yunyang again, and she took the initiative to say, Don't worry, Immortal. I will ask someone to settle them down. There are many jobs in and outside the city now. Although it is not very profitable, it will not starve to death. Yunyang knows best what it feels like to be starving to death, and she will definitely help her if she can. After the distribution, when returning to the city, Yunyang whispered to Qin Qing about the situation in the city. During this period, she and Lin Lao confirmed the situation in the city, and used Qin Qing's pressure to make the rich families in the city take out food. Although a lot of food was saved, the amount was not enough. The harvest is not small. Even the rich families may not have a lot of food. Dad went out to find suitable fields in order to open up the land as soon as possible and grow more food next year. Yunyang talked about the situation in the city seriously. So we think we may need to exchange more sweet potatoes in the supermarket of the Immortal Master. I didn't expect that such a big city would be like this, Qin Qing said, thinking of the rich young master who intercepted the fruits and vegetables of the people some time ago. And he was afraid that it was because there was not enough food at home. But it is more likely that the rich young master does not care about the lives of ordinary people. The value of fruits and vegetables at this time is definitely different from the value of fruits and vegetables during the harvest period. Even the rich are short of them, let alone ordinary people. The supermarket needs to exchange your savings. Can you do it? Qin Qing asked Yunyang for her opinion. It won't be given for free. Yunyang smiled. People are short of food, so they are definitely willing to help. We use food to exchange for labor, so that they can build houses and cultivate land. It's hard to grow food in winter, but we can grow some vegetables. The harvest will come in more than a month, so it won't be a complete consumption of our food. And everyone in Sunset Forest is also short of some daily necessities. Everyone will definitely be happy to exchange things. Hearing her say this, Qin Qing knew that she had thought it through, and said directly, "Then you write me a letter later, and I will bring it back for you. Write down how much you want to bring, and when you want to bring it. I will take time to come and help you run around later. Sweet potatoes are not durable in storage, so you don't have to exchange them all at once. You can exchange them when you need to eat them." That is, she just went to stock up more sweet potatoes. Now she doesn't need anyone in the supermarket in reality. She can go out any day and go to major vegetable markets and wholesale markets. It's no problem to buy tens of thousands of kilograms of sweet potatoes in one trip. Is it okay? Yunyang looked at Qin Qing expectantly. Sure. What does it matter? Qin Qing said with a smile, raising her hand and touching the child between them. You have worked hard to save the savings. You can exchange whatever you want. I will definitely not have any objections. During this period, the fields in Sunset Forest have been producing, and Qin Qing will give them some free things every once in a while. Yunyang and others only occasionally exchange food in the plain supermarket. After a long time, they have saved a large amount of savings, which they use to exchange sweet potatoes. Not to mention that everyone is full, but they will not watch people starve to death. And she was thinking about increasing the purchase. The vending machines in Sunset Forest have several buying and selling windows. But the only things she bought were durian and white stone. The former is out of stock now, but the latter is available every day. But the quantity is not huge, since the entire area under Sunset Forest is a spiritual stone vein. The large area of grass and trees growing in Sunset Forest naturally has a greater use. She remembered that there was a kind of fruit tree with a very high yield, and the fruits looked plump, but no one dared to eat them, and they were all still hanging on the tree. This time, when she returns, she will add the fruit tree to the vending machine, which will give everyone another way to make money. Thinking about it, she also told Yunyang her idea. Yunyang did not doubt that the fruit Qin Qing said could be used, but said happily, "We really need to pick more before they fall off, so that we can have more balance to exchange for sweet potatoes. In addition to this, there are seeds. You can also buy them in the vending machine. Buy a few packs of cold-resistant seeds. It's just right to plant them now." The seeds bought in the Mecha Plain were supplied to the cultivation plane, and part of them were supplied to the wasteland planet. This plane could also try to plant them. She didn't worry about the debts. She had hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings in the Mecha Plain, so she could still spend a few $1,000s on seeds. If she sold all the fruits, vegetables and dry goods that had just arrived, she could easily earn a few million. Back at the temporary office, Qin Qing asked Yunyang to write a letter, and she took out several hundred kilograms of spiritual rice and put it in the warehouse where important materials were stored. Before leaving, she also left a watch for Yunyang. She also had a lot of watches in the new commercial building in Purgatory on Earth. Even if it was just a shop, she could pick up many watches. Moreover, the electronic products in the zombie plane also include watches. Although the things in the zombie plane cannot be brought here, they can be brought to reality. So she has a lot of electronic products and watches. And it is no problem to open a watch store. The main reason is that modern watches are not valuable. And it is better to sell clothes to make money. When she went back, Qing took the letter from Yunyang, left her child behind, and went straight back to the plain supermarket. When she saw the rest of the people who stayed in the sunset forest, she first told them to pick fruits for money, and then gave them the letter from Yunyang. The situation outside is not too good, according to Yunyang. In the next period of time, until the beginning of next spring, a large amount of sweet potatoes may be needed. I can provide sweet potatoes, but you need to pick fruits and exchange them for money. Are the fruits in the sunset forest really okay? Someone asked. Yes, but you can't eat them, Qing said immediately, afraid that they would think she was useful and that they could eat them. After you pick them, just sell them directly to the vending machine. We definitely won't eat them. Yes, we won't eat them. Qing saw them nod, and asked again, then when you need to deliver sweet potatoes in the future, you can post a note in the supermarket, and I will help you with it if I see it. After she finished speaking, she was greeted with a wave of thanks again. Everyone had no problem, so she didn't say much, and simply told them about the general situation in the city, and the situation of Yunyang and Lin Lao, and then turned and left. For her, it is very easy to help run errands now. At first, she had to ride an electric car and a tricycle. Later, she learned light kung fu to save time. Now she has changed to flying a sword, which saves more time. A round trip is even shorter than the time it takes her to go to the toilet. She helps whenever she can. Little did she know that it was because of this that her status in the eyes of the public became higher and higher. I finally know where the gods, who save people from suffering in the stories came from. It turns out that there are really gods, who have been saving people from suffering. Yes, it's because we are lucky to have met the god. Let's take the sweet potatoes out and exchange them for some silver. When we save more money in the future, we can build a golden statue for the god. This is good. The rich families in the city will definitely not lack silver. By the way, it turns out that these fruits were kept by the god. If the god hadn't told me before, I would have thought that these fruits were really useless. Yes, these fruits look delicious. Maybe they are fairy fruits. So we ordinary people can't eat them. And ordinary animals can't eat them either. Yes. 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 It really could be. So this is the fairy fruit. It looks similar to ordinary fruits. It looks similar. But ordinary people like us can't eat it. It will kill people. Don't be greedy. If anyone eats it, if something happens, we won't save them. The fruits of the gods. We must not touch them. Chapter 258. No one dared to enter. There were many more fruits in the sunset forest than durian. Durian was only in that small area, but the number of fruits she chose occupied a large area in the sunset forest, and this fruit was as big as an orange, which made it much easier to pick than durian. Qing hadn't been to the white stone plain for a day, and there were many more fruits in the vending machine. On asking, she found out that the people who picked the fruits carried sacks on their backs, and they would not come down until they had filled a whole sack each time, which was very efficient. The person who replied to her thought that she had set the price too high, and asked her to lower it. No need to lower the price. You should still sell it at this price. But be careful when you go to pick it, Qing reminded. By the way, don't forget the work in the field. Hearing her words, the other party immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly said that he would pay attention to safety. After the other party left, she took out all the fruits in the vending machine, and then put the sweet potatoes she had just bought in. The people on Yunyang's side needed food inside and outside the city, but they didn't need to eat tens of thousands of kilograms at a time. So she didn't need to buy hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms of sweet potatoes at a time, as long as they were enough for a period of time. After the exchange of things, she returned to her supermarket. Just as she was about to go to another dimension, she received a new message on WeChat. Boss Qin, are you there tomorrow? I want to buy another 50,000 kilograms of rice. Can I go there tomorrow morning as usual? Qing was about to reply yes. But when she thought of her current inventory of spiritual rice, she immediately replied, is 50,000 kilograms enough? Maybe I can buy more at once. so I don't have to run back and forth all the time. The other party displayed input. After a while, he replied, "Do you have enough inventory?" Ching, yes. Wait a minute. Let me ask. The other party did not reply immediately. So Ching also sat down at the cashier counter of the supermarket. 2 minutes later, the sitting position turned into a lying position. "You're here? I'm not used to seeing you." Someone entered the supermarket and saw Ching behind the cash register and said in surprise. Ching looked up and sat up again. "Teacher Zhao." Zhao Wenhuan stood in front of the cashier counter and said to her with a smile, "I have been shopping by myself these few times. I haven't seen you many times. Be lazy if you can." Ching said with a smile, "Is the self-service shopping model here pretty good?" "Very good. There are a lot of things. And I haven't seen any shortages." Zhao Wenhuan nodded. "But you also have to pay attention to the shelf life of the goods. No matter how good your business is during this period, you can't store too much. It's not a large shopping supermarket. If it expires, you will have to bear the risk. I won't store too much. Mainly some goods with relatively high sales volume." Ching stood up and talked to her. "The flow of people in our town is limited, and it is indeed not as good as a large supermarket. If possible, she also wants to open a large supermarket. If not for anything else, at least it will be very convenient to stock up." The two chatted for a while. Zhao Wenhuan went in to buy what she needed, paid directly by herself, and soon left with a shopping bag. After she left, Ching sat down and waited for a while, and received a message to buy spiritual rice. "If possible, I want 200,000 kilograms this time. Is that okay?" "Sure." Ching agreed, and then said, "Not only that, I can also deliver to your door." The other party was an acquaintance, and knew her general situation. She didn't even need to rent an additional warehouse for home delivery. She was really sincere this time. After all, 200,000 kilograms of spiritual rice was worth 2 million. All her savings were only a few million yuan, the bulk of which was from the initial sale of the house. And the 2 million yuan she earned from selling spiritual rice several times. However, her expenses during this period were also high, and she spent nearly 1 million yuan gradually. So her savings were only 1 million yuan more than at the beginning. She must maintain good relations with this big customer. However, the other party was very polite to her, and immediately said, "We will go to pick it up." "Which will be safer?" "It's settled. We will go to pick it up tomorrow morning." Not long after she replied to the message, Ching received a transfer of 2 million yuan, which was the selling price of the 200,000 kilograms of spiritual rice. She still had more than 44 million caddies of spiritual rice in her hand. After admiring the amount of deposit for a while, she remembered what she was about to do, and immediately stood up and went to the Golden Dragon Plain. As soon as she walked out of the plain supermarket, she couldn't wait to hold out a handful of fruits and let the golden tree appreciate the use of these fruits. The tree, this is a fruit with abundant spiritual energy. Ching. Without getting an answer from the tree, she went to the cultivation plain again, flying to the restaurant where she had met Ziyang Yuanjun several times before, and found a shop selling spiritual herbs nearby. As soon as the fruit was taken out, the shop owner's eyes lit up. 1 fruit. Exchange for 200 spirit stones. Ching did not ask the purpose of the fruit, and immediately took out a handful of fruit. "I want to exchange for low-level spirit herbs." The boss readily agreed. "Okay." The transaction was completed. The boss received the fruit with satisfaction, and Ching also took away a large number of low-level spirit herbs in the store with satisfaction. At the same time, she followed the same method and exchanged for many low-level spirit herbs in different shops. As for the purpose of the fruit, after visiting several shops, she quickly summarized the answer from the scattered information. This fruit is a material for a high-level elixir. It is said that taking it can prolong one's life. It has always been widely circulated among cultivators, and because of the high demand, its value has always been very high. The lifespan of cultivators of different levels will be different. The qi refining stage is about 100 years old, the foundation building stage is 200 to 300 years old, the golden core stage is 500 years old. The higher the lifespan, the longer it is. But not everyone can survive the tribulation within the lifespan. If you can extend your lifespan, for example, extend your lifespan by 10 years in the foundation building stage, you may be able to successfully survive the tribulation within these 10 years, and rise to the golden core stage. Then you can get a lifespan of 500 years. In just 2 hours, the news that someone was selling longevity fruit in large quantities spread. Qing Qing moved to another place. And while eating, she could hear people discussing longevity fruit. Even the waiter in the store couldn't help but say a few words. Is the success rate of refining longevity pills high? Qing Qing asked with the curiosity of a passerby. The waiter shook his head, holding a tray in his hand. It is precisely because it is not high that longevity fruit is scarce. It is said that the best alchemist can only refine one longevity pill with 10 materials. But it is strange to say that it is said that 1,000 years ago, longevity fruit was not rare. I don't know when it started to be in short supply. Qing Qing stuffed a spirit-gathering pill into the waiter's hand. Tell me what happened. The waiter quickly put away the spirit-gathering pill and talked to her with a smile. It is said that 1,000 years ago, there was an excellent spiritual stone vein on our land that gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At that time, all the major sects had many talents, not to mention the nascent soul and golden core stages, even the Mahayana stage, which was not uncommon. In order to seize this spiritual stone vein, the sects fought one after another, and later, the sky and the earth changed color. Suddenly, a huge lake fell and smashed the vein until it disappeared. Since then, the Mahayana cultivators have failed to pass the tribulation, and everyone said that. It might have angered the heavenly Tao. What does this have to do with the longevity fruit? Qing Qing asked, and she had guessed in her heart that the piece of land that the waiter was talking about might be the sunset forest in the white stone plain. Sure enough, the waiter quickly said, because that spiritual stone vein is where the longevity fruit is produced. Since the spiritual stone vein disappeared, the production of longevity fruit has been declining year by year. Now, whenever the longevity fruit is ripe, it will first belong to the major sections. The independent cultivators can't see the longevity fruit at all, let alone the longevity pill. Her guess was almost confirmed. But she still asked one more question. Although it is a huge lake, it is just a lake under pressure. The vein may still be underneath. Why hasn't anyone gone to look for it? Yes, many people went to look for it, but anyone who entered the water would disappear, and over time, no one went to look for it anymore. The waiter said, lowering his voice. The people who went to look for it at the beginning were all Mahayana cultivators. Many people were watching on the ground, but once they went into the water, they disappeared without a trace. Isn't it a lake? It shouldn't be big, right? Qing Qing was puzzled. She guessed that the spiritual stone vein had gone to the white stone plain, but it was also very unbelievable that a Mahayana cultivator would disappear after entering a lake. Not big, but deep, bottomless. The waiter lowered his voice again, and said mysteriously. Just then, someone outside shouted, saying that a casual cultivator was looking for a suitable alchemist to make a longevity pill. The waiter listened to the voice, quickly greeted Qing Qing, and ran out to join in the fun. Qing Qing listened for a while, but didn't get to the point. She ate some food on the table, put it away, and was about to get up to ask the people outside about the location of the lake, when the sound transmission note in her hand lit up. Fearing that Ziyang Yuanjun might need to find her for something, she took the sound transmission talisman in her hands before she came out this time. Sure enough, there was news. However, it was not about the tribulation, but about something going on outside. If you want, I can buy some for you. Ziyang Yuanjun's voice sounded on the sound transmission talisman. The longevity pill is difficult to refine, and the effect is very good. Your cultivation is low, and if you take the longevity pill, it will be beneficial to you. Qing Qing listened to the voices coming one after another outside, thinking about the hundreds of longevity fruits she had obtained overnight, and was not in a hurry to get the longevity pill. According to the waiter, although the longevity fruit is rare, it is not a disposable consumable. If you pick it this year, it will grow again next year. The fruit tree is there, with that large area of fruit. It is not a problem for her to pick thousands or tens of thousands of longevity fruits a year. Even if her success rate in refining the elixir is 1 in 1,000, it will be easy for her to make the longevity elixir in the future. Don't worry about the longevity elixir for now. I just happen to have something to ask Ziyang Yuanjun. Qing Qing said her purpose, and finally said, I am really curious about that place. I don't know if it is far away. If it is not far, I can go and take a look myself. You are talking about Shinshan Lake, right? That place is a bit far. Where are you now? I will come and take you there. Ziyang Yuanjun asked. Qing Qing told her the location, and she came over immediately. With the cultivation of Yuaning stage, she could fly the sword very fast. Not long after, Zhang Yuanjun arrived outside the restaurant. After standing on her spirit sword, Qin Qing asked curiously, "Why is that lake called Shinshin Lake?" Zhang Yuanjun, Shinshin Lake means that even gods can sink. In the Mahayana stage, half a step to heaven. In Shinshin Lake, it is like a mud cow entering the sea, and there is no return. In the past 1,000 years, no one dared to step into Shinshin Lake. Chapter 259, Reading the Jade Slip. Legend has it that this is a lake in the fairyland. Due to some accident, it fell down, so even a Mahayana cultivator cannot escape from Shinshin Lake. Qin Qing stood beside Zhang Yuanjun, looking at Shinshin Lake in front of her. Even if she was just looking at it, she could feel the danger. It was just like the Black River in the martial arts plane. On the other side of the Black River, as long as you get a little closer, you can feel the cold air that permeates all around, which can easily hurt people, so naturally no one dares to go deeper to see it. And this Shinshin Lake is really just a lake. Standing around it will not make people feel direct harm. But if you look closely, you will find that there is no fish under this lake, no water plants, and the lake surface is also calm. But looking down from the lake surface, you can only see darkness, which shows the depth of the water. No cultivator escaped? Qin Qing looked at Zhang Yuanjun. Yes, and they are all Mahayana cultivators. Therefore, since the appearance of this lake, the vitality of the cultivation world has been greatly damaged. Zhang Yuanjun said seriously. I was not born 1,000 years ago. I only heard about Shinshin Lake from the elders in my family. Since I was a child, my family has repeatedly warned me not to enter without permission. At this point, she shook her head and chuckled, just talking about this lake. The impact is not very big, although it swallowed many cultivators. Don't. If you get close, there will be no impact. It's a pity that the spiritual stone veins in this area. I heard that the whole area is full of top-grade spiritual stones, and several major sects jointly manage it. When Shinshin Lake appeared, the large area of top-grade spiritual stone veins disappeared. Qin Qing's eyes lit up. I heard from the waiter in the restaurant that there were many longevity fruits growing on that spiritual stone vein. Yes, that is also the longevity fruit with the largest output. Thousands of years ago, the spiritual stone, when the mine was still there, the production of longevity fruit was not low. After the major sects divided it, it could still be sold by the shops under the sect's name. When the spirit stone mine disappeared, the production of longevity fruit dropped sharply. Now it is not enough for the sects, so it will not be sold outside. Zhang Yuanjun didn't know Qin Qing's situation, and thought she was concerned about the longevity fruit. After speaking, he looked at her and said, "If you want it, I can find a way to find some for you. Not for now. I'm still young," Qin Qing said. "And now the longevity fruit is so popular. There must be a lot of people who want it. The price is not low. It's not worth it. Even if the price is high, it's worth it if it can increase your lifespan," Zhang Yuanjun said. "But since you don't need it for now, I won't help you find it." The two stood by Shinshin Lake for a while. Qin Qing learned a lot about the longevity fruit from Zhang Yuanjun, and also learned a lot of stories about Shinshin Lake. Speaking of flying the sword, Zhang Yuanjun knew that Qin Qing could already fly the sword. "You can fly with the sword now?" Zhang Yuanjun was a little surprised. "Come here. Let me see." Qin Qing was just wondering if her sword flying skills were standard, and immediately flew the sword in front of her. Sure enough, in Zhang Yuanjun's words, her sword flying skills were not very good, and she didn't know how to use spiritual power to build a barrier, which resulted in her face being covered with dust in the air every time she flew the sword. She taught her a few ways to use the barrier, and Qin Qing soon learned how to use it. Later, Zhang Yuanjun looked at Qin Qing with admiration. "I wonder what kind of sect can meet such a talented disciple like you. I am lucky. I met someone who is good at teaching." Qin Qing was embarrassed to say that what she learned was learned one after another, and there was no formal system at all. No matter how good the teaching ability is, it is not as good as your talent. Zhang Yuanjun said seriously. "You bought spiritual herbs before. Is the alchemy furnace practical? If it is not practical, I happen to be free today. I can take you to buy a good alchemy furnace." Hearing this, Qin Qing couldn't help but look at her a few more times, considering whether to say it. Don't underestimate the use of the alchemy furnace. Zi Yuanjun thought Qin Qing didn't know much about the use of the alchemy furnace. Only the best alchemy furnace can make the best and most exquisite elixir. That. Qin Qing bit her lip, but still spoke. Can you make elixirs without an alchemy furnace? How is that possible? Zi Yuanjun subconsciously wanted to deny it, but suddenly looked at her straight. You make elixirs without an alchemy furnace? Come and try it. Let me see. I wanted to use an alchemy furnace, but the previous alchemy furnace exploded when I was making elixirs. Qin Qing took out the spiritual herbs and explained to Zi Yuanjun. Then I tried it and found that I could make it without an alchemy furnace. So I made it like this. When I didn't use the alchemy furnace at the beginning, I needed to make a model with plastic balls. But now it is completely unnecessary. She took out all the spiritual herbs for refining the gathering spirit pill, and used her spiritual power to gather them together, and then sacrificed the flame in her body. She didn't know what material this flame was made of, but it couldn't be used up anyway, and the amount would remain the same after use. In fact, spiritual power was just a decoration. She could refine pills when she didn't have spiritual power before, and she could still do it now. Soon, the spiritual herbs wrapped in the flames began to melt. Zi Yuanjun glanced at her, and quickly formed a barrier to block the attention of bystanders who might appear. He was full of shock. If people knew that someone could refine pills with bare hands without an alchemy furnace, I don't know how big a sensation it would cause. The little girl in front of him looked calm, as if she didn't think it was strange. Focusing on the flame again, Zi Yuanjun was pleasantly surprised to see the ingredients in the spiritual herbs being refined, and the ingredients of different spiritual herbs even tended to fuse together very quickly. This was also the first time she saw with her own eyes how spiritual herbs were refined into pills. Unlike Zi Yuanjun's surprise, Qin Qing herself was indeed very calm. After all, she had indeed refined the gathering spirit pill several times, and because it was successful every time, this time was naturally not surprising. Soon, it was the last time to condense. She had sensed the trend of successful condensation in advance, and removed the flame at the last moment, and took a bowl to catch it. With the sound of crackling, 8 soul-gathering pills were placed in the bowl. Zi Yuanjun looked at the gathering spirit pill in front of him, and then looked at Qin Qing. Besides this, what else can you refine? Bigu pill. There are only these 2 kinds, Qin Qing said directly. The spiritual herbs used in other pills are too expensive. I can't afford them. These 2 kinds of pills are simple to refine. The spiritual herbs are cheap, and they can be sold. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As she said, she smiled and looked at Zi Yuanjun. Do I not need to buy an alchemy furnace in this way? Alchemy furnaces are not as useful as you, Zi Yuanjun said sincerely. And in this way, it will be even more difficult for me to ask you about the situation of your master. If outsiders know about it, I am afraid it will cause a sensation in the cultivation world. My puppet has already caused a sensation, Qin Qing said calmly. Don't worry, Zi Yuanjun. I will be careful to avoid it, and will never meet other cultivators alone. Are you worried about me? Zi Yuanjun asked. Are you worried that Zi Yuanjun will ignore the risk of his own tribulation for my little alchemy skill? Qin Qing asked with a smile. Zi Yuanjun's friend has tribulation, but she hasn't. Now in the whole cultivation world, she is the only one who can help people to tribulation. It seems that you have the upper hand. Zi Yuanjun laughed. Okay. Then I promise you that if you want to come out in the future and need someone to protect you, just come to me at any time. Then I will definitely not be polite. Qin Qing said. She had many secrets, and Zi Yuanjun only knew a small part of them. Although it was rare to make pills with bare hands, high-level cultivators had the opportunity to obtain high-level pills. As for where the pills came from, it had little to do with them. However, after she showed off this skill, Zi Yuanjun still took out some of his best treasures. The pill formula in Qin Qing's hand was also taken from Zi Yuanjun, but it was a book at that time. Now she took out a more advanced jade slip, which was engraved with various high-level pill formulas. By scanning it with her spiritual sense, she could remember the pill formula. The jade slip can be read a limited number of times, and the price is extremely high. Zi Yuanjun kept it for emergency use. Now that Qin Qing can make pills, she took out the pill recipe for her to see. It's not that she believes that she can definitely make high-level pills, but she wants to sell it to her for a good deal. She has a feeling that perhaps the future of this little girl in front of her will be more powerful than she imagined. Since you have read it, there are also jade slips for refining equipment here. You can also take a look. Ziyang Yuanjun took out all the jade slips he had saved. However, reading jade slips requires extremely high spiritual awareness. If you feel uncomfortable, we can read it next time. Qing nodded immediately, and couldn't wait to start reading the contents of the jade slip. In this way, the jade slips were handed to Qing one by one, and she read them one by one, memorizing them after reading them, until she was sure that they were imprinted in her mind. And then she continued to read the next one. Another jade slip. Ziyang Yuanjun handed out the jade slip, and watched Qing read it easily. His expression did not change, but he was a little shocked in his heart. Her spiritual sense was stronger than she thought. With such spiritual sense, her cultivation level was at least at the Jindan stage or above. But the cultivation level she saw was only Qi training or foundation building. This is the last jade slip. Thank you. Ziyang Yuanjun Qing took the jade slip and continued to read the contents. Maybe because she read too much content at once, her mind was a little swollen. But it was not completely unacceptable. After reading the last jade slip, Qing breathed a sigh of relief. If you feel uncomfortable, you need to practice to relieve it. Ziyang Yuanjun saw the fatigue Qing showed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If she was not tired, her spiritual power would probably be almost the same as that of the nascent soul stage. Then I will go back to practice. Qing rubbed her temples. Thank you Ziyang Yuanjun today. You're welcome. Things were almost done, and the two soon parted ways. Qing returned to the supermarket. While relieving her spiritual discomfort, she also copied down all the contents in the jade slips. It took several days to finish everything. Fortunately, the success was also very obvious. After absorbing and memorizing all the contents in the jade slips, she felt that her brain was much clearer. At least, she can now build the space gate at a faster speed. Chapter 260 Fairyland Spirit Tree. Legend has it that there is an immortal tree. A fairyland spirit tree. Eating a fruit can make you immortal. It is somewhat similar to what you said. The tree introduced what he knew to Qing. The longevity fruit you mentioned is very similar to the fruit of the immortal tree. But the effect is much worse than that of the immortal tree. Perhaps the fruit core that fell accidentally grew into a whole longevity tree. If that's the case, the longevity tree may really be the immortal tree, Qing said, thinking about what she saw, and her mind was open. If that's the case, before the Shinshan Lake appeared, there was already a gap. But the gap was very small. Just enough for the immortal tree fruit core to fall. And then one day, for some unknown reason, the gap became larger, causing Shinshan Lake to fall. You may say so. The big tree shook its branches. But I don't know what the water in Shinshan Lake is like. And I really can't confirm the situation of the lake. The Shinshan Lake is too strange. I dare not approach and touch it. Qing frowned. She wanted the big tree to confirm what the water in Shinshan Lake was. But the water in the lake could even swallow a Mahayana cultivator, let alone her. To put it another way, even if she approached, there was no suitable container to hold the lake water. Just as she was thinking, she glanced at the golden dragon in front of her, and suddenly remembered the dragon scales that the golden dragon had given her before, and immediately took out the dragon scales. Can this hold lake water? Dragons are born to control water, and can travel freely in any water. Dragon scales can naturally touch any water, said the tree. But this piece of dragon scales can't do anything. And according to what you said, the lake water is particularly strange. The dragon scales are open. If they flow out when you take them out, won't they cause damage to external objects? That's right, Qing said, taking out all the dragon scales she had saved. Closing her eyes and searching her mind for the refining method she got from Ziyang Yuanjun a few days ago. After searching for a while, she finally found a suitable method for refining. She jumped off the plain supermarket, piled all the dragon scales in front of her, and took out a few space stones and a pile of useless ores. These ores were dropped when she attacked the tree in her plane, from the refining jade slip given by Ziyang Yuanjun. These ores have roughly corresponding names. Whether it is appearance, color or properties, they look almost the same. Her intuition told her that the water from Shinshan Lake must be very useful. Now she wants to get it. Nothing else can be used. She can only try it out. Fortunately, she had a lot of things in her personal space. After picking and choosing, she finally gathered the materials for refining. She put all the materials in front of her, wrapped them one by one with her spiritual power, put them together, and then used the fire in her body. However, she underestimated the difficulty of refining this container. After absorbing all the spiritual energy absorbed from the plain supermarket, she still did not have enough spiritual power in her body. She had no choice but to refine the equipment with one hand and take out the space stone with the other hand, opening a space door leading to the white stone plain. The destination was the depths of the sunset forest. The space gate opened, and she immediately grasped the space stone and moved with the container that was still being refined. The concentration of spiritual energy in the depths of the sunset forest was extremely high. She couldn't absorb spiritual energy before, and didn't feel much, but now that she can absorb spiritual energy, she realized how valuable the spiritual stone underneath was. After successfully drawing out the first spiritual energy, the subsequent absorption process was much smoother. But even so, it took her a full 8 hours to successfully refine the container in her hand. Because this container used the space stone, it looked only the size of a palm, but in fact it had a full capacity of 2,000 liters. 5 liters of mineral water can be filled with 400 buckets at a time. Isn't this a space spiritual tool? Qing Qing suddenly reacted, holding the small bucket in her hand and looking it up and down. And her spiritual sense probed into it, confirming that there was enough capacity inside. She was instantly overjoyed. She found the method of refining dragon scales and refining containers from the jade slips of refining tools given by Zhang Yuanjun, and combined the two, and added the space stone on hand. Unexpectedly, she made a space storage spiritual tool. She is really a genius. However, it is only 2,000 liters, which is much smaller than the capacity of the storage ring and Qianquan bag in her hand. But the problem mainly lies in the number of dragon scales. After all, this small bucket is used to hold the water of Shinshan Lake. Without dragon scales, it is estimated that it cannot withstand the pressure of the lake water. Maybe it was because she had read all kinds of refining methods in the past few days, and had some understanding of refining in the world of cultivation. Even if others didn't tell her, she could infer the errors in the process based on the results. This small bucket is not very valuable if it is used to hold ordinary water, but it is enough to hold the water from Shinshan Lake. She stood up, felt the abundant spiritual power, and the slightly uncomfortable meridians, thinking that it was fortunate that the golden dragon gave her few dragon scales. If it gave her more, and let her refine a larger spiritual weapon, her meridians might not be able to withstand the huge spiritual energy. This state is just right at the moment. It expands the meridians, and does not cause too much damage to her body. Back to reality. It is already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Wei Xiushuang contacted her more than an hour ago to ask about the store. She did not respond, so she closed the store for her. Now the supermarket is dark because the shutters are closed, and the moonlight outside the supermarket cannot shine in. She sent a message to Wei Xiushuang, saying that she slept late last night, played with her phone upstairs in the afternoon, fell asleep without knowing it, and did not see her message. Wei Xiushuang replied quickly, "I knew it was like this. You woke up now, so you will definitely play with your phone for a while. Will you feel sleepy again tomorrow? It's okay. Anyway, there is no need to keep anyone in the supermarket now." Qing Qing replied with a smile, "I may go out for some things in a while. If I am busy, I will not be able to reply in time. Can you help me open and close the door when you are free?" "Sure. It's not a big deal." "No problem," Wei Xiushuang replied readily. The two did not chat for too long. After the excuse was passed, Qing Qing let it go, and turned around to open the door to the plain supermarket again. The cultivation plain was also pitch black at this time. She went out, said hello to the patrolman, took out the spirit sword, and flew quickly toward Shinshan Lake. Flying around in the cultivation world was very normal. She quickly passed through the air, occasionally met cultivators flying swords in the middle of the night, and did not go out of her way to say hello. The closer she went to Shinshan Lake, the fewer people she met, until she landed on the shore of Shinshan Lake. Shinshan Lake at night looked even more terrifying than during the day, because there were no waves, and looking down from the top, it seemed like a complete flat land. If you accidentally landed on Shinshan Lake, you might fall directly into the lake. If this is true, then it would be a pity that there is no one to help. Qing Qing held a high-brightness flashlight in her hand, and stepped carefully on the shore of Shinshan Lake. She is like this. She cherishes her life when she should. If she accidentally falls down here, and gets into trouble, she will cry to death. With the illumination of the flashlight, She can easily see the dividing line between Shinshin Lake and the shore. Squat down, take out the small bucket that she just made, hold the small bucket, and gently put it into the water. As the small bucket fell, her hand felt heavy, as if something was sucking it from below. Fortunately, she was prepared. Most of her body weight was on the shore, so she was not pulled down by the gravity. She also kept holding the handle of the bucket to prevent the bucket from separating. In this way, under the pull of each other, the water from Shinshin Lake fell into the small bucket little by little. With a capacity of 2,000 liters, and such a small inlet, the filling speed can be said to be quite slow, which means that her physical fitness is getting better and better. Otherwise she really can't hold on. After an unknown amount of time, she began to yawn, and tiny bubbles suddenly appeared on the top of the small bucket, and no new lake water entered. She then took great pains to lift it out of the lake. During the long wait, she thought most about why the bucket was made so small. And now, she was extremely glad that she made it so small. Otherwise, she didn't know how much effort it would take to lift the small bucket out. After this whole process, she consumed most of her spiritual power. Fortunately, the result was good. After filling up with 2,000 liters of lake water, the Shinshin Lake in front of her did not change much from before. She took a few steps back, and after making sure she had retreated, she immediately chose to go back to the supermarket, and then went straight to the Golden Dragon Plain. As soon as she appeared, she heard the slightly excited voice of the tree. Weak water. Is this weak water? Qing knew that the tree must be talking about what she brought. So she walked out of the plain supermarket directly, walked under the vines that stretched out quickly, and talked to the tree face to face. She was holding the water she had just brought, which was the weak water that had excited Shu. It is weak water. It is indeed weak water, Shu said firmly. I thought I would never see weak water again. But I didn't expect to see weak water in the human world. This is the purest and clearest water. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even gods and immortals may not be able to escape from weak water. Qing had probably heard of the legend of weak water in various love stories, and in various mythological stories. The former can be drinked, and almost everyone knows that 3,000 weak waters only take a scoop to drink, while the latter talks about the power of weak water, which is difficult for gods and Buddhas to cross. Is it useful to you? Qing asked, and without waiting for the tree to answer, she took the initiative to say, I can give it to you through the plain supermarket. There is currently one sales window. The vending machine in the Golden Dragon Plain has 2 buying and selling windows. For her, the buying window has Golden Dragon blood and huge spiritual energy. The selling window currently only has big meat from the Mecha Plain. I thought the extra windows would still be given to the Golden Dragon, but now it seems that the extra windows are prepared for the tree. Everything is destined in the dark. Chapter 261, It is a good deal. There is a large area of water in Shinshin Lake, which can only be sold through the plain supermarket, because she does not make much money in this plain. When setting the price of the lake water, she also set a very low price, trying to attract all the water from the lake over there. According to the big tree, weak water is the water of heaven, and it should not appear in the mortal world. And Jianmu can connect heaven and earth. When Jianmu grows to the point where it can reach the sky one day, it can naturally send the weak water back. But it is not known when Jianmu can grow to such a point. But ordinary humans and cultivators can't use the weak water. If it is left in the cultivation world, someone might get into trouble if they accidentally enter. It's better to bring it here. After the settings were completed, the weak water in her hand entered the storage space of the plain supermarket, and then through the purchase method, it was led to the side of the big tree. The weak water was let out, and it did not go deep into the roots of the tree, nor was it absorbed by the big tree. Instead, it formed a thin circle of water around the big tree, hanging in the air, and did not fall. This is the first time I've seen a water circle in the air. Weak water is a barrier to heaven. No matter if you are a human or a god, you must pass through weak water to go from the upper world to the lower world. It is naturally in the air. The big tree shook its trunk. You should bring 1 bucket a day. I can't bear more. They say you are the Tantian tree, so you and weak water should be together. Right? Qing remembered the words of the cultivators who attacked her before. They came to the big tree just because they wanted to go to the fairyland. I don't remember. The tree shook its already huge body again. The roots underneath were thicker than before. But the weak water can really make me grow again. Then I'll make a trip every day. Qing agreed to it. There is still a large area of water over there in Shinshin Lake. I'll bring it bucket by bucket. It may take a long time to move it all. It doesn't matter. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. 2,000 liters a day. She didn't know how long it would take to move all the water in a lake. But it was always right to go down day by day. The tree also had some memory loss. It still remembered Ruoshui. But it was not clear what the relationship between Ruoshui and it was. As Qing Qing moved buckets of water to it, its trunk gradually became stronger and stronger, getting closer and closer to the heaven. Qing Qing walked back and forth between several planes every day, and was not in the supermarket for most of the day, so that the customers who came to the supermarket to shop were used to her disappearance. Even the people who came to buy things in the village. Many of them learned how to use the self-service shopping system. You're finally here. What's wrong? Qing Qing was a little confused when Wei Xiaoshuang suddenly called her. I have something to tell you. Wei Xiaoshuang pulled her into the clothing store, and came to the tables and chairs. I have put all the clothes you asked me to put on the shelves a few days ago. And I have set the price as low as you said. But they still can't be sold. Do you think we should advertise? Qing Qing was pulled by Wei Xiaoshuang, and sat on the office chair. She first looked at the things on the table and smiled. Do you really think of this as an office? When did you prepare the desk? I bought it these few days. I have to work all the time, so I have to sit comfortably. She sat on the side. But the working hours are not very long. I just work for a while when I need to. In addition to your job, there are some orders from the internet, which can make some money. Then send me the screenshots of your shopping, and I will reimburse you, Qing Qing said, looking at the situation of the online store. So far, no clothes have been sold. You have to know that the clothes she asked Wei Xiaoshuang to sell are enough for a whole warehouse. At this rate, it will take 10 or 20 years to sell them all. Do we need to advertise? Wei Xiaoshuang asked again. But the profit margin for this batch of clothes should be very low. If we advertise, I am afraid we will lose money. It is impossible to lose money. Qing Qing thought to herself, estimated the possible cost of this batch of clothes in reality, and said, we still have to find a way to sell them quickly. Online stores are not suitable. Yes, we are not in the clothing business seriously. Wei Xiaoshuang sighed. The sales of these clothes are not as good as the business of my store. If our supermarket is bigger, maybe we can do it. Put the online store aside for now, I will think about it. Qing Qing stood up, looked back at the office chair she just sat on, and shook her head. Your chair is not suitable for this place. Here, it really feels like going to work. Fortunately, I suddenly realized that I don't hate going to work, but I hate stupid bosses. Wei Xiaoshuang said with a smile. And this office chair is comfortable to sit on, not uncomfortable at all. I can't do that, I still like to lie down. Qing Qing walked out the door. By the way, send me a screenshot of the purchase of the desk and office chair, and I will reimburse you right away. Then I won't hesitate. After saying that, Wei Xiaoshuang quickly took a screenshot and gave it to her, and Qing Qing immediately transferred the money. After transferring the money, she thought about the goods and opened the plain supermarket panel to take a look. There are random transactions every day during this period. The quantity is not large. Most of the goods sold by the other party are clothes, shoes and socks, or other daily necessities. The other party uses spiritual rice to exchange spiritual tools or spiritual pills. As long as she has them, the transaction can be completed smoothly. This also led to her storing a large number of goods one after another. Just 2 days ago, she also stocked up 5,000 pairs of shoes. She was still worried about how to sell them. And then she found that the clothes in the warehouse could not be sold, which made her even more worried. Although several ancient planes can be sold, the local environment is limited. And even if they are sold, they can't sell much. Moreover, the productivity in ancient times was low. If she sells too much at once, she is afraid that it will destroy the original ecology of the ancient planes, which is not appropriate. As for the modern planes and interstellar planes, they may lack other things, but they will definitely not lack clothes. How to sell them is a serious problem. She slid the panel page and came to the last page. Today's 3 random transactions have not been completed. Buy chicken. Sell lobster. Buy cotton clothes. Sell big fish. Buy bread. Sell gold. The first 2 transactions were not large in quantity. Just a dozen pounds of chicken and a few cotton clothes. She took out the things the other party wanted directly from her personal space and completed the transaction quickly. The last one sold 10 kilograms of gold and wanted to buy 50,000 bags of bread. 10 kilograms of gold is worth at least 3 million yuan. Even if bread is 5 yuan each, 50,000 bags of bread only cost 250,000 yuan. If it is more expensive, 10 or 20 yuan per bag, it only costs hundreds of thousands. Qin calculated the difference and thought of the earliest order. She used 10 kilograms of gold to exchange for a flying machine. At this price, she only needs to exchange for hundreds of thousands of bread to earn back the gold. With this calculation, it is a good deal. She looked at the transaction order again and turned away without saying anything. She didn't have time to take a bus, so she went directly to the old factory, drove out her truck, and headed towards the county town. She also had bread in her personal space, but the quantity was not much, far from the requirement of 50,000. The transaction order only stated that 50,000 bags of bread were needed, but it did not specify what kind of bread it was. She was not greedy, so she drove to buy bread from store to store, both large and small. The county town was not enough, so she drove to the next city, trying to buy enough bread without affecting the inventory of large and small supermarkets. Will it really happen? Is it a prank? What kind of prank can make words appear in front of us out of thin air, and take away the gold we put down out of thin air? But food is so precious now. We have to try it. What if it happens? We are desperate. From morning till now, more than 10 hours have passed, and there is still no movement. In the empty warehouse, a group of people squatted in the corner. Even if they were tired, they kept holding on to their will. Since the world changed, their food became increasingly scarce, and almost everyone could only eat one meal a day. But even so, the food became less and less. They also tried to grow crops, but plants need time to grow, and the current environment is not suitable for rapid plant growth. It can be predicted that in the next long period of time, their food shortage problem will become more and more serious. 50,000 bags of bread will not have much effect, but we have to look forward to it. If we can really exchange them, we can live one day at a time. I'm so hungry. Press your stomach. It will help. I have a small piece of bread here. For you to eat? No. No. I ate too fast. I won't eat so fast tomorrow. Will you come again? Probably. Damn. Hiss. The people squatting in the corner stood up one after another. At that moment, everyone felt dizzy, and they didn't know whether it was because of hunger or excitement. The originally empty warehouse was suddenly filled with bread in an instant, neatly stacked from bottom to top, full to the brim. With a click, a bag of bread on the top of the pile fell down and hit the ground. Are you okay? Someone rushed over, picked up the bread and asked. You must be starving. How could the bread be in trouble? The others followed after realizing it, and when they saw the mountain of bread in front of them, they raised their heads, their eyes full of tears. I don't know who laughed out loud first, but the others quickly followed, laughing out loud one after another. Are we dreaming? Just like the little match girl whose dream before she died. Does it hurt? No, did you pinch me? How come it doesn't hurt at all? Are we really dreaming? Are you stupid? We are so hungry, how can we have the strength? The rational people reacted first. Quickly inform everyone, distribute these breads. A loaf of bread this big, one person can eat for 2 days. Save a little, it's enough for 3 days. One of them held a big loaf of bread. The person who sold us the bread was so honest, he chose such a big loaf of bread. I was afraid it would be a small loaf, but it's a pity that I can only buy this much. I should have bought more if I had known. It's enough, why are you picking it? Quick, quick, call people. Everyone came back to their senses and hurried out to call for help. There are still a few boxes. Do you want more? Yes. Qin looked at the successfully traded order, and then looked at the boss in front of her. Please help me load them into the car. I want all of them. She just completed this order, and there may be another order and the next one. Bread is real food, so she can stock up more, so that she doesn't have to run around when she needs to buy goods next time. Chapter 262, Missing a Supermarket. After buying another batch of bread, she sat in the truck and hesitated for a while. It was getting late, and it was impossible to drive back at night. Even if she could drive, she didn't want to tire herself out. Of course, she didn't have the one-click return to the store function in reality, but she could fly a sword now. As long as she folded the truck, she could fly with a sword, and it wouldn't take long to get home. But even if she went back like this, if she needed to purchase more supplies, she would have to come out again And in front of everyone. That's it. I won't go back for now. I'll check tomorrow to see if there are any supplies that need to be purchased. I'll go back after I buy them. Even if I get home at night, I won't delay the delivery of ruoxue. After deciding not to go back tonight, she took out her phone and found a small hotel nearby to book a room. After a night's rest, she woke up on time at 8 o'clock the next morning and opened the random transaction interface to confirm today's transaction information. Want to buy down jacket / cotton jacket. Sell glass / porcelain cup. Want to buy gold. Sell solar power station. Want to buy grain. Sell cotton. Today's 3 transactions. The quantity is not small. The first transaction wanted 100,000 down jackets / cotton coats. And the number of glass cups / porcelain cups sold reached 5 million. In proportion, it was equivalent to exchanging 50 cups for 1 down jacket or cotton coat. She suspected that the second transaction was the same customer who exchanged the aircraft for gold. This time, he also needed 10 kilograms of gold. As for the solar power station, it was not written on it. But since it could be traded, it meant that it was feasible. She had gold in her hands. And there were even people who specialized in selling gold and grain. This transaction could be done. The third one exchanged cotton for grain. The quantity was not much. 100 kilograms of cotton for 30 kilograms of grain. The last transaction was reached first. She directly took out 30 kilograms of rice from her personal space and quickly exchanged it for the 100 kilograms of cotton. The second one was also reached. Although the aircraft exchanged before could not be used for the time being, it was indeed recognized by Zhang Mingshun, which meant that the quality of the aircraft was good. If it was the same person, it would be no problem to exchange it for a solar generator. She took out the 10 kilograms of gold she had just received yesterday and exchanged it for this solar aircraft. After the exchange was completed, she did not take out the items immediately, but only glanced at the notification that the transaction was completed, and then looked at the first transaction. In reality, as long as you don't look for particularly expensive ones, you can usually buy a decent cotton coat or down coat for about 100 yuan. For cups, the price ranges from a few yuan to dozens of yuan. The specific price depends on the quality of the cup. This order uses 50 cups to exchange for a cotton coat or down coat, which is equivalent to an average price of 2 or 3 yuan for the cups, which is not expensive. But for the same price, she can also buy a glass cup of good quality in reality. If she calculated it this way, this deal would not be very cost-effective for her. After all, she would have to spend money to buy a cotton or down jacket. But hoarding cups would be useless, especially in the extreme climate of the doomsday. Other things would increase in price more or less, but things like cups would be discounted. She had been hoarding goods for several months, and she did not even think of hoarding cups. Then this deal would be even less cost-effective. Another problem was that she only had a few million in savings, and she had to continue hoarding food and other things. Even if the down and cotton jackets were sold at a wholesale price of a few dozen yuan each, 100,000 pieces would cost tens of millions. Okay, there is no need to think about whether to buy or not. The biggest problem is that she has no money. She can't afford clothes. The transaction is over. After thinking it over, she directly closed the transaction interface. The buyer of this transaction is really greedy. In her first random transaction, she took a warehouse of clothes and only exchanged for 20 kilograms of food. Although the clothes in that warehouse have not been sold for many pieces so far, she only spent 20 kilograms of food. Since she only spent a little food, she would not say much. In today's transaction, she actually wanted to exchange a useless cup for 100,000 cotton clothes. If she did so, she would be a fool. She could have a cup. There must be more to pick up in the zombie plane. Wouldn't the other party think that she was an easy victim? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She opened the plane supermarket panel again, selected this transaction, and clicked Cancel Transaction, not giving the other party any illusions. After canceling the confirmation, she finally felt relieved. She immediately got up, packed up, went downstairs, got on the truck, and continued to stock up. Food. This is the most important material. Are we asking for too much? How much? It's just 100,000 cotton coats. The other side of this plain supermarket must be a normal world. There must be a lot of cotton coats and down coats there. In fact, we should add a little more. Exchange for 200,000 pieces. After all, we took out 5 million cups. But cups are not valuable. Now, if someone can exchange cups for cotton coats, let alone 50 cups for one, even if it's 500 or 5,000 cups for one, there are still many people willing to exchange. Cups are not necessities in daily life. Even for drinking water, you can use your palm instead. If that doesn't work, there are also bowls for eating. Since the arrival of the extreme cold weather, everyone has discarded almost all the things that are not needed for convenience. Many people even carry a pair of chopsticks and a bowl with them. No one wants the cups. But it is precisely such things that, even after the arrival of extreme cold weather, will not affect mass production, making it even less valuable. Why not exchange for less, 10,000 pieces, or 5,000 pieces, as long as the other side is willing to exchange, it will be good for us. The person who spoke frowned and advised. I don't know when the plain supermarket will come again. Such opportunities are rare. Stop talking. What's wrong with our cups? I've said that the other side must be in a normal world. These cups are sold in a normal world, at least a dozen yuan each. 5 million cups are worth 70 or 80 million. So what's wrong with exchanging for cups worth tens of millions? But our situation is not normal. Since we need help from others, how can we quote like this? And even if these cups are sold normally, a dozen yuan is also the selling price. Get lost. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? What else can I do if there is no profit in the business? But, before he finished speaking, a dull voice suddenly sounded in the huge warehouse. Here they come. The leader was overjoyed. I knew they would know what was good for them. With so many cups, the profit is not low. As he spoke, the door of the warehouse was pushed open, and the things inside appeared in everyone's sight. How could it be? They are all cups. Look up in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 4 big red characters floating in the air. Transaction failed. Transaction failed. How could this happen? How could there be a transaction failure? Isn't the profit of tens of millions enough? Who is doing the business? Isn't it too greedy? Why not let me do it? The person who had argued with him before glanced at him, and then looked at the 4 big red characters transaction failed not far away, and turned around and left without saying a word. Looking at the words transaction failed appearing in the transaction box of the random transaction interface, Ching was satisfied, closed the panel, and continued to drive to the nearby large shopping supermarket. It was really large, and it couldn't even be called a supermarket, but it should be said to be a type between a supermarket and a wholesale mall, with good quality and low price, and a complete range of goods, which was very suitable for purchasing large quantities of goods at one time. She wanted a lot of things, and she was walking around the city and came back, and happened to pass by, so she could buy a batch more. Following the route specified by the navigation, the car soon arrived near the supermarket. After finding a parking space at the entrance of the supermarket and parking the car, she walked towards the supermarket with the keys in her hand. This was her first time here, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. This location is a bit remote. It only takes 40 minutes to drive to her town. But now the highway is convenient. It only takes more than an hour from her town to the city. 40 minutes is already close to the city. It is remote, but it takes more than half an hour to drive from the highway in the city, which is not too far. However, this supermarket looks different from a normal supermarket. Except for the name of the supermarket hanging on the top, it looks more like a large warehouse. The door is open, and you can see the shelves and goods inside from the outside. When she walked to the door, a promotional flyer was stuffed in her hand. It's a big sale. Ching immediately looked down at the promotional flyer, wanting to find some cheap and good things, and stock up more goods. As she looked, she found that there seemed to be quite a lot of goods on sale. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and curiously asked the person handing out flyers, "Are these all on sale here? Why is the promotion so strong?" "Don't worry, our products are all good, but the boss doesn't want to open anymore, and plans to close the store," the other party said patiently. "The current price is really good, you can go and have a look, you can buy more things that can be stored, it's very cost effective." Closing? Ching looked up, looking at the serious expression of the employee. "Are you really closing the store?" "Ah? Of course it's true. How could it be false? We are in a remote location. We can't have those fake closing and fake promotion activities." The other party knew Ching's thoughts and explained immediately. "Let me tell you, the prices of the things inside are really good. I bought a batch myself. But I'm an employee. If you buy when the supermarket is about to close, it will be cheaper. You don't know when it will close completely. It's the most cost-effective to buy at this time." Ching looked down at the flyer again, looking at the environment inside the supermarket, tilted his head and thought for a moment, and then looked at the employee. Then is your supermarket for sale? Ah? The employee looked confused. Ching asked again. I want to ask if your supermarket is for sale? If you want to take over this supermarket, how much will it cost? Do you have your boss's phone number? Can you help me contact him? Do you really want to take over? The employee asked seriously. Yes. Ching nodded. I just need such a supermarket. Is it okay? The employee responded and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. No problem. Please wait. I will contact our boss for you. Wait a moment. As she spoke, she immediately took out her mobile phone, went to the side to call the boss, and ran over quickly after a while. Our boss said he is on the way, and will arrive in 20 minutes. You can go to the office and sit for a while. Come with me. Yes. Ching nodded and followed. The employee was still curious. Really? Ching nodded patiently. Really, there is a real shortage. Oh. The employee responded, but he was a little confused. There are shortages of everything these days. How come there is a shortage of a supermarket? Chapter 263 Sale and Clearance. Sorry. There was a traffic jam for a while. The supermarket owner came over in a hurry and asked Ching after seeing him. Do you really want to take over this supermarket? I'll tell you in advance that because the things in the supermarket have not been sold out. If you want to take over the supermarket, you may have to take over all the goods inside. Otherwise you have to wait for me to slowly clear out the things inside. Since I want to take over, it must include all the goods in your supermarket. Ching said. With these goods, she saved the time of stocking up. But I hope the boss can give me the contact information of the suppliers. Of course. Even if you don't tell me, I will give it to you. The supermarket owner nodded repeatedly. Since you want it, let's go and clear out the goods. Don't worry. I won't give you a high price. If you take it all, I will give it to you at a discount. Both parties decided to trade. And the boss took Ching to see the inventory list directly to confirm how much inventory was left in the supermarket, and then estimated the price of the goods based on the inventory. After Ching said that she wanted to open a supermarket, the supermarket owner immediately discussed with her the prices of other things besides goods, including cold storage, refrigerators, air conditioners, etc., and gave her all the discounts. In this way, not only can Ching open the business directly after taking over, but the supermarket owner can also reduce losses. Otherwise, all these things will be lost. For this reason, the price finally given to Ching is also very cost-effective. All goods are given to her at 20% off the cost price, and the rest of the things are also sold to her at a low price. Adding up all the bits and pieces, the total is 1.25 million, and then minus the decimals, it's 1.2 million. If you think it's okay, we can sign the contract immediately, and then transfer the business license. The supermarket owner said. If you haven't got your business license in the past few days, you can still sell it in the name of my company, and all the sales will belong to you. As for your business license, I can help you urge it. This is originally a supermarket, and it's not difficult to get a business license. The price of 1.2 million was not too much beyond Ching's expectations. After paying this money, she still had several million yuan of capital left, which she could use to stock up, so that she would not be out of money to stock up. Compared with the order that took her as a sucker in the morning, this deal was still suitable. Then let's go with this price. Ching agreed, found a compliant lawyer online, paid someone to review it, and signed the contract. The contract was officially signed and confirmed, and the supermarket's promotion activities were immediately stopped. She did not touch the employees, and let them work according to the previous working mode. In the next few days, all the required documents were processed, and the supermarket and its employees were completely owned by Ching. The supermarket still had some business, but it was not as good as in the bustling areas. It could only barely maintain a balance between income and expenditure, which was also the reason why the original supermarket owner wanted to close the supermarket. However, this was not a big problem for Ching. Her purpose of buying this supermarket was to make it easier to stock up. The larger the supermarket, the less likely people would know the specific import and export situation. As for the tax, she directly hired a special company to help her deal with it. With such a large supermarket here, it is normal to occasionally sell a large number of goods, and there will be no problems on the surface. After everything was done, she could finally move to the next step. The first step was to move out all the red skirts in Wei Xiaoshuang's clothing store. Did you really find a buyer? Then should I take them off the shelves in my online store? Wei Xiaoshuang asked again. Take them off the shelves. The number of these clothes is too large. We still overestimated our sales. The things were piled up on the tricycle in boxes. The clothing store is in the town. The customers who come here are all individual customers. We will do special individual customer business. As for this batch of goods, I will find someone to deal with it. Even if it is a little loss, it is better than keeping it in hand. I want to say that you don't know where the goods come from. Although the quality is very good, the quantity is too large, Wei Xiaoshuang said, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Also, good thing you found a way to deal with it. Otherwise, I would be really worried to death. Next time if there is something, you can tell me directly, and we can discuss it. We can deal with it if it can be dealt with, and find a way to deal with it if it can't be dealt with. Qing got on the tricycle. I'm going to do something, and I may not be back soon. If I come back late, please help me close the door. She now really feels the happiness of self-service shopping. There is no supermarket that needs to be managed all the time. She has much more free time, and can run around, and she won't delay other people's business. Just like today, if she didn't show up for a day, she only needed Wei Xiaoshuang to help open and close the door, and occasionally help deal with some people who were really unfamiliar with self-service shopping, and then there was nothing else to do. Then drive slowly, Wei Xiaoshuang said, and watched Qing leave. Qing rode the tricycle to the old factory, and after parking the car, turned to look at the truck, opened the truck compartment, and took out the goods to be cleared one by one. Red dress, there are enough for a warehouse, all brought here. There were 100,000 towels in total, which could also be used as promotional items. In addition, there was an order from a few days ago, a total of 5,000 pairs of sneakers, which also needed to be cleared. There were quite a lot of things, and she only took a part of each, and the rest was still in the storage container in her hand. With such a large number, even a large supermarket could not consume it all at once, and could only do it bit by bit. After the car was full, she closed the door, started the car, and went to the supermarket she had just bought. When she was about to arrive, she called the supermarket manager in advance, and when the car stopped, there was already a row of staff members pulling carts standing next to the parking space. Boss, the things are all in the car. Shuyu, ask everyone to take the things to the warehouse. This batch of goods will be used for future promotions. Qing opened the door and got out of the car. Do we need to take pictures? You can take pictures or not. If you don't take pictures, as long as you put the things on the shelf, people will naturally see them, Shuyu said. In fact, there are some promotional items in the supermarket. It's okay. This batch of goods is large. I'm just looking for an opportunity to clear them out, Qing said, opening the car door. I have goods piled up in another supermarket. Shuyu is from the city. She doesn't know her situation. Naturally, she doesn't know that the supermarket she is talking about is just a small supermarket in the town. She just thinks that with her efforts, it's normal that there are other supermarkets. At this time, the door of the carriage opened. Shuyu looked up and said in surprise, "So many goods?" After that, she immediately called people to move them, and moved them all to the cart one by one. This batch of goods is mainly shoes, clothes and towels, and the promotional prices are 10 yuan and 50 cents respectively. Qing took out a few pieces separately, and put them in Shuyu's hand. You can take a look and understand them, and then train the employees, according to what we agreed before. As long as the purchase is over 200, you can add a price to buy promotional items. Before she brought this batch of goods over, she told Shuyu about the promotion. So there was no need to say more this time. It was just the first time Shuyu had seen the things. She opened a pack of towels first, and touched them. It's no problem to sell it for 2 or 3 yuan with this quality. Some places can even sell it for 4 or 5 yuan, 50 cents a piece, and there will definitely be people willing to buy it. After looking at the towels, she looked at the shoes and skirts. I thought that the quality of these 2 promotional items, which were only priced at 10 yuan, would not be very good, but it turned out to be quite good. According to this quality, the cost price of these 2 items is estimated to be at least 10 yuan. Are you really selling it for 10 yuan? Shuyu couldn't help asking. This quality can definitely be sold at a higher price. Since it's a promotion, it's natural to be practical, not to mention that the styles of this batch of clothes and shoes are limited, and the selection is not very strong. Qing Qing's main purpose is to clear the inventory. These things are useless to her, so of course she has to sell them if she can. Because the styles of these clothes and shoes are too uniform, it is difficult to sell them at retail, and she does not have the corresponding customer base for wholesale, so it is better to use the supermarket promotion to clear out the stock. And the promotion also has a low price. Only customers who spend more than 200 yuan can pay extra to buy these, so she will make a profit anyway. Then I'll go order the banners. Xiao Shuyu did not object to Qing Qing's opinion. When do we start the event? We can do it now. Send out the small flyers first. Once the big banners are customized, we can make them bigger. After moving the things in the truck, she closed the door and walked into the supermarket. By the way, how are you sorting out the goods I asked you to sort out? We are sorting them out. But because the quantity is too large, it will take some time. Xiao Shuyu said. Are we going to sell this batch of expiring goods next? In fact, there are still 3 months of shelf life left. And customers won't care. Not here. Clear them out and count the quantity. And then I'll take them away. I'll check the inventory later and get a new batch of goods. Qing Qing said calmly. My friend can sell this batch of goods as soon as possible. It's a matter of making friends out of nothing. You get used to it after doing it a few times. Now when she talks about friends, she is very calm. Xiao Shuyu did not doubt it, and said directly, okay. Then I will calculate it here and change the inventory quantity. By the way, those suppliers have called us and sent us some things. They may hope that we will not forget them. So good? We still have things to take? Qing Qing asked in surprise. It was the first time she knew it. What are they? They are all things that cannot be found fault with. Such as tea sets, silk scarves, etc. We are also a big supermarket. When we almost went bankrupt before, they helped us with advice. Now that we have not gone bankrupt, even if the boss has changed, they must still hope to continue to cooperate with us. Xiao Shuyu smiled and said, I put the things in the office. The boss can go and take a look. Okay. It's okay. You can reply to them generously. We will definitely continue to take the goods. Qing Qing said directly. Even if they didn't send gifts, she would take the goods. Not to mention that they were so polite. Arriving at the office, she saw the gift beside the desk. This office should have been newly renovated, and the overall decoration style was very new. She did not plan to spend time to change it, and she would not stay here for too long anyway. However, she came here this time, not for the office, but for the computer on the desk. She dismantled the original computer, installed the ultra-thin computer she had just bought from the mecha plane, imported all the data into the new computer, and then connected the inventory system of this supermarket with the plain supermarket system. In this way, she can check the inventory of this supermarket at any time, and if there is a random transaction that requires a large amount of goods, she can find it at the first time. Chapter 264. It's about me. As long as you spend more than 200 yuan, you can really add money to choose any item. What if I buy 400 yuan at once? You can choose 2 items for 400 yuan. The salesperson who was guarding the door smiled and explained. This is a 10 yuan dress and shoes, and this is a 50-cent towel. Although the clothes are all red, the styles are actually different. You can choose the style and size you like, and the shoes are the same. You can choose the size you need. I haven't bought it yet. Can I take a look at the clothes now? Of course, you can take a look. There are no shortage of shelves in the supermarket. Clothes of different styles are hung on the shelves, so customers can see them at a glance. These samples are specially for customers to see, so it doesn't matter if customers want to touch them. I thought I would lose my job if the supermarket closed, but I didn't expect that my luck would turn. A new boss would take over so quickly. The employees are very serious when doing their work, and they can naturally make customers feel comfortable when treating customers. The customers who asked in front of me came together. They were recognized and immediately went to see the quality of the clothes. They came here to buy things. Even if there was no discount, they would spend hundreds of yuan. Now there are additional promotional items, so they naturally want to take a look. The quality is not bad, and the material is better than I thought. It's really okay. I thought this dress was worth more than 10 yuan. With this texture, if it is sold outside, there will be people willing to buy it for 100 yuan. Right? It's really only 10 yuan here. Look at this. Is it suitable for me? It looks good. It suits you. But it won't be out of stock later. Right? The employee listened and immediately replied, "No. The quantity of these promotional items is sufficient. At least it won't be out of stock in the short term. But if you need it, yes, I can get one out for you in advance. Then you get it for me. I want this style, size L. We'll go in and buy things now." "Okay, wait a moment," said the employee, and quickly found the corresponding style and size of clothes in the box, and let the customer take a look, and put them on the table next to him. "Put the clothes here, and you can take them away with the receipt when you leave." "Okay, we'll go buy them now." As they said, the two pushed the shopping cart, entered the supermarket, and chose the things they needed to buy. At first, they were still thinking about the promotion for spending over 200 yuan, and accidentally bought too much. When they were about to leave, they found that each of them had spent more than 300 yuan. "Let's share it. Make up 600 yuan. And choose 3 things." "That's fine. Then you buy a skirt. And then we can choose a pair of shoes. Or a towel. I saw a promotion over there that says if you buy 600 yuan, you can choose 5 towels. Then let's check the quality first. If the quality is good, we'll buy 5. Then you can take 3 and I'll take 2. I don't like the style of the shoes. Promotional models. The selection is never very good." When they were about to reach the cashier, one of them stopped and looked down at the rice in front of him. "You still want to buy rice?" The person next to him took a look. 10 yuan a pound, if it tastes good. "The price is okay, it looks good like this." "Buy 2 pounds, just take it back. I'm too lazy to buy it somewhere else." "Then I'll buy 2 pounds too." As they talked, the two of them weighed almost 2 pounds of rice each, and they naturally wouldn't add more when they weighed it, and they just weighed as much as they could. There was no need to calculate the integer. After paying the bill, the two of them spent just over 700 yuan, and finally chose 2 skirts, and bought 6 towels. The skirt is 10 yuan each, a total of 20 yuan, the towel is 50 cents each, a total of 3 yuan, the promotional item costs 23 yuan. The towels are good quality, I think they cost 7 or 8 yuan each outside. The overall price of this supermarket is cheap, it's worth driving there. Doesn't your sister like to look for promotional items everywhere? You can recommend this place, it shouldn't be far from your sister. She should like the shoes, I'll tell her. The supermarket sales have increased by 20% compared to before. Xiao Shuyu introduced the situation to Qing Qing. Many people come for our clothes and shoes, because the prices are reasonable, and many people who don't buy the required amount will temporarily add some things to reach the promotional amount. But I don't know the profit of our promotional items. I know the profit of the promotional items. You just need to take care of the supermarket situation. Qing Qing said calmly. Don't worry about losing money. I run my own business. I won't lose money myself. This batch of goods came to her. It can almost be said that she sold it at no cost. She made a profit on every sale, and she won't lose money anyway. Now we can sell them at a promotional price. Thank God. By the way, have you cleared out all the goods that expire within 3 months? Qing Qing asked. Yes, we have cleared out all of them. Do we need to clear them out later? Xiao Shuyu asked. Yes, we definitely need to clear them out. We will clear them out every half a month. We will try not to have goods with a shelf life of only 3 months in our supermarket. Qing Qing said seriously. The things that were cleared out during this period were far beyond her expectations. If she had known that there would be such benefits in buying a large supermarket, she would have bought one long ago. This opportunity to stock up in a legitimate way is much more convenient than running around to stock up before. The most important thing is that the categories of goods stocked in this way will be more complete. It can't be said that there is everything, but at least she can have the corresponding categories of goods that can be sold on the market and have a shelf life. In addition, the purchase price of supermarkets is also low. She can directly clear the goods in the supermarket, which saves money compared to going out to buy. In the long run, she estimated that saving 1.2 million yuan for the supermarket would not be a problem. Then I will write the scheduled cleaning in the schedule. Xiao Shuyu took a pen and wrote. I will also ask the stockers to pay more attention to it, and try not to miss anything. Well, you can do it. I believe you, Qing Qing said. Xiao Shuyu was originally the person in charge of this supermarket. After the previous boss quit, Xiao Shuyu was also planning to resign. But she was forced to stay. Now it seems that it's a good thing that Xiao Shuyu stayed, otherwise the daily work handover of this supermarket would never be as smooth as it is now. No problem. After Xiao Shuyu finished writing the record, he looked up at Qing Qing again. Anything else? For the time being, by the way, help me find a supplier, and add an extra batch of compressed biscuits. Qin said. I want 200,000 compressed biscuits, I need them. Xiaoshu didn't ask any more questions. Okay, 200,000 compressed biscuits, I'll take note. That's it. Qin stood up. I'll leave first, you can handle the supermarket. Please pay attention to the number of promotional items, and if there is any shortage, please contact me at any time. I still have some goods. I'll take you. Xiaoshu followed Qin out of the supermarket. She watched Qin drive away. And then she breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to resign before. The main reason was that she was afraid that Qin would not trust her. After all, she was the person in charge. And it was understandable that the boss behind her would not trust her. Because of this, she was anxious for a few days. At her age, even if she had management experience, it was not easy to find a suitable job with a similar salary. She was extremely happy to stay. There was not much she could do but to help the boss manage the supermarket. The truck drove back to the town and arrived at the old factory. Qin got off the truck, opened the door and drove in. After parking the truck, she immediately transferred all the goods in the car to her personal space and then closed the door again. Although she now had a supermarket under her name, her work didn't increase too much, after all. The supermarket already had a complete operating system. After she took over, she did two things. One was to promote sales, and the other was to clear out the inventory that had reached its expiration date. These two things will not have a big impact on the supermarket itself, nor will they involve too many operational issues, and naturally will not cause other problems in the operation of the supermarket. After walking out of the old factory, she rode the tricycle and headed towards the supermarket. After successfully parking the tricycle in the garage, she closed the garage door, walked out of the supermarket, and turned on the lights in the supermarket. As November came, the sky got darker and darker. It was just past 5 o'clock now, and it was already getting dark. She went upstairs, walked around the kitchen, and then brought out 2 plates of fried rice cakes. She went to the clothing store next door and gave Wei Xiaoshuang 1 plate. I fried too much tonight, and I'll give you half. When did you come back? I didn't even notice it. Wei Xiaoshuang looked up from the computer screen. Oh, it's already this late. Today's work is a bit difficult, and it took a lot of time. Qin took a look and instantly saw the familiar logo. Another task for Seoul World? Well, this app went viral yesterday, so there are more tasks today. Wei Xiaoshuang stretched and explained to Qin. But I didn't delay the business. I believe you. I've said this so many times, it's okay. Qin said, fearing that Wei Xiaoshuang would think too much, she said. Actually, this Seoul World has something to do with me. Ah? I gave you the computer. Qin smiled. So whatever you do, you're doing it for me. Good guy, you kept it from me for so long. Wei Xiaoshuang took the fried rice cakes. Although I know you don't care, I still feel that I haven't done enough. I feel relieved now. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. I heard that there's a supermarket more than half an hour away from us, and it's doing some promotion. You can buy it if you spend more than 200 yuan. Products. Today a customer came over and I took a look. The clothes seemed to be the ones we sold before. You said there was a way out. Is it sold in that supermarket? Qin did not deny it, nodding. Yes. Is it really a 10 yuan promotion? Wei Xiaoshuang asked. We sold it online before, 39.9 yuan. Didn't you also say that the quality is very good, not suitable for selling at a low price? 10 yuan promotion, how much did you pay? Can it really make a profit? As she said, she looked at Qin and frowned subconsciously. Qin smiled. Well, actually, that supermarket has something to do with me. Wei Xiaoshuang's eyes widened. Just as you think. Qin nodded. Although the promotional price is low, the things in the supermarket are profitable, so you don't have to worry about me losing money. Even if the profit is not high in the short term, the supermarket's reputation will be established, and the business will get better and better in the future. This? Wei Xiaoshuang was shocked for a moment, and immediately looked at her expectantly. Golden Thigh, I will follow you in the future. Don't abandon me. Aren't you following me now? Qin smiled. Eat fried rice cakes. It's not delicious when it's cold. Wei Xiaoshuang. Okay, boss. Chapter 265. Doing Evil. 2 days later, the compressed biscuits that Qin wanted arrived. She planned to send this batch of compressed biscuits to the zombie plane. There was also a food shortage, but the problem of food shortage in the zombie plane was relatively more serious. So after collecting enough zombies and upgrading the plain supermarket, she directly opened the next sales window. However, the plain supermarket in the zombie plane was not open to the public, so she could only circulate all the compressed biscuits in the plain supermarket herself, before she could take the food out and hand it over to the locals. In addition to compressed biscuits, she also transported a batch of clean water. When she walked out of the high-rise building in the city center again, there were no more zombies around. There were only a few zombies that came from far away, staggering outside. With just a few zombies, she didn't even need to hide. She could easily get out of the zombies. Miss Chin, are you alright? Chin came to the front of the residential building. Many zombies in the city have been cleared. It should be okay for you to go out now. After you notified us last time, we have gone out several times and brought back a lot of food. Although there is not much food, it is enough for us to eat. The person who spoke asked her to look at the food piled in the house. The zombie crisis is coming, and the biggest impact is on food. Fortunately, there are many zombies in this city. Most people would choose to leave in such a situation. Now that the zombies have been led away, it is not difficult to find enough food. Chin took a look and confirmed that the amount of food was sufficient. She did not mention the compressed biscuits in her hand. She just reminded, after the zombies in the city disappear for a while, there may be new zombies or humans entering. You must be careful at that time. In such a big city, there will always be a place for you to stay. She also wanted to take them back to China. But the current situation, China may not be better than abroad. At least here there is a whole city of supplies to find. But it may not be the case in China. The zombie crisis has always existed. No matter how well the country controls it, there will inevitably be a shortage of supplies. Just like in her previous life, the country has always been very good at controlling the crisis. But food shortages are still inevitable in the later period. It is good for everyone to get food that is not completely spoiled. The zombie virus in this plane will have an impact on humans, animals and plants. And it will definitely be difficult to recover in a short period of time. We know. We will still be careful next time, the other party said, pointing to the building behind him. This building is not special. We will find more supplies and store them in this building. Chin looked at the building in front of her, surrounded by many high-rise buildings. It was indeed very ordinary. Okay. If you are sure to stay here, I will come here from time to time in the future, Chin said, looking at her watch. I have something else to do, so I won't stay here. Okay. You should be careful too. Chin nodded, turned around and left. The overall environment of this planet is very similar to that of the Blue Star. And there are compatriots here, so she always helps people she is familiar with. On the way back, she attracted another group of zombies. This city is very large, and there are many zombies. She did not clear them all, and even deliberately left the zombies in the outer circle. On the one hand, these zombies in the outer circle slowly strolled and could always reach the inner circle. And on the other hand, they could also block the prying eyes of the living outside. There are a lot of zombies in the outer circle. At least no one dares to come in casually. However, this place is not like hell on earth. It is a completely empty city. She did not take a lot of things from the city. She only took a batch when she saw it. She would not search for things she didn't see. After leading away another batch of zombies, she opened another space door. The coordinates were the country that was said to be well controlled. This space door was mainly for a closer distance, so that she would not spend too much time flying on the sword. But she didn't expect that as soon as she walked out of the space door, she would meet a group of zombies head-on. Perhaps they smelled her scent. The zombies rushed up without any hesitation. Then she would not be polite either. Chin followed suit, leading the zombies through the space gate one by one, and led them to her plain supermarket, accepting them all. After leading hundreds of zombies over, she was still a little unsatisfied, and immediately summoned the zombie puppets to help her drive the zombies from a distance. The more the better. No. My power is exhausted. Damn it. Why are there so many zombies here? Are we really going to die here this time? As soon as the voice fell, a bang sound suddenly sounded above the heads of several people, and something hit the iron plate. Everyone raised their heads, and saw a man wearing a hood and a mask jumping down from above. Several people were delighted, and hurriedly shouted for help. However, the other party did not even look at them, and directly passed through the zombies. And soon the zombies roared and followed the other party's pace. Are you really here to help us? As soon as the words came out, a zombie immediately turned his head at the sound of breathing. The people next to him immediately covered the mouth of the person who was speaking. And the zombie turned his head again, followed the large group, and staggered away, until the last zombie turned the corner. Someone whispered, "If you want to die, don't involve us. Don't come out with us next time. You stupid teammate. I didn't mean it. If you did it on purpose, I would kill you right now. If you didn't, I would have to spare your life." So many. The puppets attracted another wave of zombies, which made Qing Qing overjoyed. Eating this wave of zombies would probably allow her plain supermarket to upgrade again. She didn't care about the purpose of coming. Seeing that the puppets randomly sent out could attract so many zombies, she immediately took out the drone and tried to find a larger area of zombies. This trip couldn't be in vain. She said food for free, so she had to make sure her plain supermarket was well fed. The drone flew up and soon found a large area of zombies. Looking down from the drone's camera, the group of zombies was so dense that a rough estimate would be at least tens of thousands. Qing Qing licked her lips, looking at these tens of thousands of zombies, and directly summoned the Zombie King. The radiation range of the Zombie King is much larger than that of ordinary zombie puppets. As soon as it appeared, it caused a commotion among the zombies. Before the Zombie King could make any move, the zombies crowded towards her. Not only the large group of zombies, but also the scattered zombies around them rushed towards the position of the Zombie King. It's gone! Did the zombie group change direction? All of them? Yes, all of them changed direction. So is there really someone behind these zombies directing them? Otherwise, how can we explain the orderly movements of the zombies? If someone is directing them, the zombies were clearly coming towards us before. Why did they suddenly change direction? Are they going to attack somewhere else? Or is it just a feint? If so many zombies attack us together, we may not be able to defend the city gate. Yes, if there is someone behind them. The previous behavior makes sense. But now? Behavior. Don't worry, keep guarding, we must guard the city gate, otherwise the people behind us will be in danger. Keep patrolling, don't let up. Who is delaying us? Not good, our Zombie King is a little out of control. Feed it more crystal cores, the more the better, the stronger the Zombie King, the more he can control the zombies. Why are there still some going against the flow? Qing Qing looked at the picture taken by the drone. When most of the zombies were walking towards her, the few zombies going against the flow were particularly obvious. This was the zombie she had reserved. If one group escaped, another group would suffer a loss. This was not acceptable. She tilted her head and asked the Zombie King beside her to go in that direction. After walking a few hundred meters, she instantly covered the zombies that were moving in the opposite direction under the image of the Zombie King. She quickly turned around and headed towards the Zombie King. Among the ordinary zombies that were swaying around, there was a zombie with extremely fast speed that was particularly eye-catching. Upgraded zombies? Qing Qing's eyes lit up. She continued to observe with the drone. When it approached, she summoned the zombie puppets that had been through the thunder tribulation in her hand and asked them to meet it. She originally thought that it was difficult to catch the upgraded zombies, and that sending zombie puppets out would be more secure. However, she did not expect that the upgraded zombie outside would turn around when it was about to reach her. She could not run away, so she did not hesitate and directly let the zombie puppet at hand pounce on it and control the upgraded zombie. When she caught it, she temporarily stopped the drone in her hand at a distance and carefully observed the situation of the upgraded zombie. After watching for a while, she became more and more confused. She thought that the zombie turned around because it had awakened its consciousness. But she did not find a soul in the zombie's body. Without a soul, a zombie is just a shell, not a human. The zombie was still struggling to turn around, and occasionally made a roaring sound. It seemed that someone was controlling it from behind. Qing Qing let the zombie puppet suppress the zombie, and moved the drone again. Soon she saw several people running on the ground. Looking closely, they looked familiar. Aren't these the people who had fought with her for the Zombie King a long time ago? Not to mention how they came all the way here. These people couldn't get the Zombie King, and they cultivated an upgraded zombie. I don't know what they are doing. Under the zombie crisis, such behavior is not a good thing. Seeing this clearly, she immediately let the zombie puppet suppress the upgraded zombie, sent it to the plain supermarket, and then locked it directly in the plain supermarket. She did not see these people doing bad things with her own eyes, so she did not do much. Just confiscated the upgraded zombies they cultivated. so that they could not continue to control the zombies to do things. After all, if the zombie plane is to recover, the fewer zombies, the better. It is better for her to collect the zombies than for the people here to control the zombies to do evil. She is such a kind person. Chapter 266. Rest in peace. Tens of thousands of zombies, just like that, one after another, took the initiative to enter the plane supermarket and became Qing Qing's possession. Using the drone to look down from above, there was a large area without zombies below, which seemed particularly quiet. If there were no traces of blood on the ground, at first glance, it would be no different from the normal situation. The sky had darkened, and no one knew where the people who controlled the zombies had gone. She took back the drone, looked at the sky, took out the spirit sword, and pasted an invisibility talisman on herself, walked to the city wall not far away, quietly put down a few boxes of compressed biscuits, and turned to go in another direction. In China, she flies back and forth on a sword, which is much faster. When it was completely dark, she had distributed all the compressed biscuits on hand, retracted the space door, and went to another place where there were more zombies. Ouch. What happened? I don't know who piled up a few boxes of things here. The person who spoke muttered. Took out a flashlight. Who is it? Who put these things here? Come and take them away. Don't leave them here. It's very dangerous. I don't see anyone coming here. Someone in the distance walked over. What the hell? What is that? Everyone be careful. Compressed biscuits. Several boxes of compressed biscuits. Oh my god, who put them here? Compressed biscuits are good food. How could someone put them here for no reason? Is it a scam? It's real compressed biscuits. Conference room. We have confirmed it. It is indeed compressed biscuits. The quality is good, you can eat it. No one really saw it. The people guarding the wall said no. It's as if the compressed biscuits appeared out of thin air. We are short of food, so let's not go into it. What if the enemy put it there on purpose to hurt us? Didn't you say it's okay? Find a few non-mutated animals to try. If they can eat it, we can eat it during this period. No one has been able to eat normal food properly. The production capacity of plant-based mutants is limited, and it can't support the meals of the entire base at all. This batch of compressed biscuits can alleviate the urgent need. Urgent? I still think it's not okay. What if? Do you feel that the situation today is not right? Those zombies were clearly coming for us, but suddenly they all disappeared. This has never happened before. What do you mean by disappeared? It just disappeared. We sent people out to check. There are not many zombies within a radius of 10 miles. We all know that the speed of zombies is limited. Even if they turn to attack other bases, the speed will not be too fast. The zombies' attack power is not too strong, but their defense is extremely strong. Unless the crystal core in their brains is dug out, no matter where they are injured, the zombies can still move freely. Every time a human is bitten, they will be transformed into zombies, which will increase the zombie's strength. The stronger the human superpowers are, the stronger the zombies will be after being bitten. So there is a rule in the base rules that if a superpower person is bitten by a zombie, the superpower person must be killed immediately, lest the superpower person become a zombie and bring more trouble to humans. Compressed biscuits are durable. Put them aside for a while, and then check the situation of the group of zombies to see if they are going to attack other bases, or disappear. We can only do this for now. It was late at night, and zombies were still being attracted in an endless stream. Qing Qing was tired of standing, so she simply took out tables, chairs and tents from her personal space, and took a few more foods, and ate while guarding. She was still worried when the zombies didn't enter the plane supermarket. So, she waited until late at night until the last zombie that was led and entered the plane supermarket. She put away all the things. And before leaving, she also closed the space door, and then returned to the plane supermarket. Not long after she left, someone hurried over, looking at the empty space, a little confused. Those zombies were indeed led here. Could it be that the zombies would disappear for no reason? If they all disappeared, it would be a good thing for us. The fewer zombies there are, the easier it would be for us to control them. As long as there are no zombies in a certain area, everyone's life can return to normal. Let's not worry about this for now. Repair the signal tower first, and get in touch with the major bases. Yes. 12 o'clock. After looking at the time displayed on her phone, Qing Qing yawned, went upstairs, took a quick shower, and then laid down on the bed and closed her eyes. Before going to bed, she thought about the situation in the zombie plane. Today, she had collected tens of thousands of zombies at once, which should have improved the situation in that plane to some extent. It would be better to have all the zombies gathered together next time, so that it would be easier for her to catch them. Otherwise, she would have to look for them one by one, which was not very convenient. No trace at all, damn it. Who on earth captured our zombie king? If I knew, I would cut him into pieces. Not only is the zombie king missing, but all the zombies we gathered with great difficulty are also missing. Who has such ability? Tens of thousands of zombies, even the largest base, cannot be wiped out. One more time. Don't mess around. It's hard to find a superpower with a high level of superpower. We are not looking for a superpower this time. I remember there is a superpower tree, which absorbs a lot of crystal core energy. If we can find this tree, we can also dominate the world. Tree? Even if we find the tree, how to move it? Since it is the strongest. The supernatural tree, naturally. We don't need to move it. It will move by itself. That's why it's hard to find. This is our last chance. Find the supernatural tree, dominate the world, absorb all the crystal core energy. We can be immortal, and we can travel freely in the universe, go anywhere we want. This is also your last chance. If it doesn't work, it will definitely work, although we failed twice, but you did see the zombie king. Didn't you? Although we don't know what happened, but we will definitely succeed. Then I'll trust you one last time. Let's go out to find this supernatural tree. After waking up, Chin turned over in bed, buried her face under the pillow, and took a deep breath. After being silent for a while, she turned over again and took out her phone. First, there was a message from Chioshuyu. She said that the supermarket's promotional items would be restocked within the next 2 days. She also sent some goods that the supermarket needed to purchase. It was sent just now. She opened the chat box and reply her message. You can just purchase the goods that the supermarket needs. I will send the promotional items today. Chioshuyu, okay. Boss. Then, there were messages from Zhang Mingchan and Zhang Rui. Both of them sent messages an hour ago. One sent a message about the cleanup of the ruins. After the robots had been cleaning day and night for this period of time, a large area of space had been cleared at the ruins. Even after the vacant land was hollowed out. Zhang Mingchun sent robots to bring in processed construction waste to smooth the ground, so that it would be convenient for whatever to do next. This was also Chin's request. She still remembered the needs of the little people at the beginning. She planned to use the vacant land as an amusement park. However, the little people did not come back during this period, so the construction of the amusement park could wait. Genre sent a message about the robot digging soul stones. The vacant land near the Black River was already full of soul stones of all sizes, waiting for her to move them. There were a lot of things to do these days, and she hadn't had time to transport them. She replied to both sides, I'll go over when I'm free. After the message was sent, she got up and went to wash up. When she went downstairs, the supermarket door was already open. Now Wei Xiushuang didn't have to tell her about this. As long as she came early, the door would be open directly. Anyway, no matter whether the boss was there or not, it would not delay the supermarket's business. Chin had breakfast, said hello to Wei Xiushuang briefly, and rode her tricycle to the old factory. More than half an hour later, she delivered a cart of promotional items to the supermarket. After finishing the work she needed to do, she drove back, and was in a hurry. After returning, she did not stay in her supermarket for too long. She started to do her daily routine today, moving the water from the Shinshin Lake in the cultivation plain to the Golden Dragon Plain, and moving the soul stones from the martial arts plain to the soul world, the human purgatory, and the ruins plain in batches. Then she buried the bones that needed to be buried in the ruins plain under the suspended city. As more and more corpses were dug out, more and more souls awakened, and more souls were willing to rest in peace. Chin buried all these corpses, and every time she buried them, she could feel the comfort of the corpses falling into a deep sleep after being buried. After burying another batch, she burned some things as she did before, and then lit candles. After the memorial service, she was about to go back, but she saw a circle of golden light lingering in the air. Chin stood still for a while. This golden light was like the warm sun in winter. Even if it just lingered around, it could make people feel comfortable and penetrate the comfort and ease of the soul. Does this mean that being buried in peace is a good thing? Thinking about it, she smiled, and then went back up through the space door. The landing point above was right next to the pile of bones. Every time she came back, she would hear the chattering of questions, and there would always be souls that would hesitate whether to be buried in peace. She couldn't answer, but she would tell her feelings seriously every time. Today, the moment she appeared, the conversation suddenly stopped. After a while, a soul asked, "Can you still choose now? Can you bury me now? Why did you decide so suddenly?" Qin Qing asked curiously. "You have a special smell on you. Very comfortable. A smell that was not there before you went down. I smell it too. A little sleepy. I also want to be buried. Can you bury me too?" Qin Qing could not smell the smell on her body, but she quickly guessed that it might be the effect of the golden light, and quickly agreed to take their bodies and sent them to the grave below. So comfortable. So comfortable. So comfortable. Qin Qing buried the corpses one by one, then took out the wooden board and wrote everyone's name on it. Although she had done the same thing many times, she still did it very seriously this time. After all, this was the only thing for these people. She put all the wooden tombstones in place, and then lit incense, candles, and yellow paper ingots. After everything was done, more and more intense golden light fell on her body, and it seemed that she was also stained with golden light. Chapter 267. Winter is coming. When Zhang Mingchun went to the ruins again, she found that the bones that had been piled together before were gone. She knew that Qin Qing had been burying bones for some time, but she didn't expect that so many bones would be buried today. She asked curiously, "Why did you agree? Weren't you reluctant before?" Not everyone is willing to reincarnate. After all, once reincarnated, it means that everything has to start all over again. Many souls refused to be buried after regaining consciousness. They said they felt very comfortable. Qin Qing stayed down there for a long time today, feeling the golden light the whole time. After truthfully telling the existence of the golden light, she said, "It's a bit like the effect of a soul bead, but it nourishes the soul better than a soul bead. This feeling is different from when I was in the soul world. I can feel that they are returning to heaven and earth little by little." Feeling? Zhang Mingchun sat next to Qin Qing. "Yeah. It feels like." Qin Qing nodded. "I can't explain it specifically. It's just a feeling. If they can return to heaven and earth, it might be a good thing for them." Zhang Mingchun looked at her, then retracted his gaze to the ruins not far away that had not been cleaned up yet, returning to heaven and earth, and then reincarnating, and starting a new life. It might really be a good thing. "Yes," Qin Qing smiled. "I was thinking, when this area is cleaned up, and the souls here can return to heaven and earth, will this world return to normal?" "I think so," Zhang Mingchun said firmly. "If you think it will, then it will. My feeling may not be accurate," Qin Qing said embarrassedly. "I believe you." Zhang Mingchun laughed. "Didn't you say before that your intuition is always accurate? It was like this before, and it must be like this now. Perhaps that golden light is the world thanking you." Qin Qing, Zhang Mingchun looked at her with a smile. "Think about it. Since the soul will return to the world after death, it means that all souls are part of this world. This large ruin in front of us. All the souls are pressed underneath, and they cannot return to the world. For the world, isn't it also a kind of loss? Now that you let the soul rest in peace and return to the world, this world is truly complete." "Yes." Qin Qing realized it later, looked up at the sky, and didn't know if her mentality had changed. She now looked at the sky and felt very kind. She opened her hands and felt the breeze coming from all directions. Zhang Mingchun looked at her and opened his arms like her. "What a comfortable wind." "Yeah, this wind is very comfortable." The souls trapped under the ruins were dug out by robots one after another. With the first batch of souls being buried in peace, these souls did not hesitate for too long. Except for a few stubborn ones, most of them chose to be taken to buried in peace by Qin Qing. There were more and more souls under the suspended island, and the golden light around them became more and more intense. It can be seen that the appearance of the golden light is indeed related to these souls. Qin Qing did not try to gain too much from this incident. She just hoped that the world would become better and better, and that there would be no more large-scale natural disasters. Time passed day by day, and winter soon arrived. Winter in the south is not often cold. Even though this year is the beginning of extreme weather, this winter is not that cold. However, if you do not turn on the air conditioner, you still need to wear thicker cotton clothes or down jackets to maintain the temperature. In the early morning, Qin Qing came down from upstairs wearing a down jacket. The door of the supermarket was open as usual, allowing customers to enter and buy on their own, since supermarkets do not need to be supervised on a daily basis. The air conditioner was not turned on. However, The clothing store next door had turned on the air conditioner early. It was cold to eat breakfast outside. So she took her breakfast directly to the clothing store next door to eat in the air conditioner. Come to my house for lunch at noon, Wei Xiaoshuang said. What do you want to eat? Qin Qin drank a sip of hot soy milk. It's not me who cooks, but my parents. They came back yesterday, Wei Xiaoshuang explained. If I cook, we might as well go to a restaurant to eat directly. Are uncle and aunt done with their work? Qin Qin looked up. Yes, I'm done, and I can rest at home, Wei Xiaoshuang said. Luckily I'm working for you now, and I can turn on the air conditioner every day, otherwise I'd have to listen to my mother's nagging at home. Since knowing that Soul World everything was also related to Qin Qin, Wei Xiaoshuang slacking off became justified, working 2 jobs a day, and becoming more and more energetic. Okay, I have nothing to do at noon, I'll take a day off today. Qin Qin bit her bun and asked her about her plan. Then you'll still work in town, and won't go out? No, I have 2 jobs now, and although I don't earn as much as I do outside, I save a lot more than outside. I don't have to pay for water, electricity, and rent, and I don't have to spend more money on food and daily necessities. I save a lot in daily life, Wei Xiaoshuang said immediately. My parents also know my situation, and they said they want to thank you. You work for me, and I pay you, isn't this justified? Qin Qin finished her breakfast, returned the plate to the breakfast shop opposite, and went back to the clothing store, picked up a yoga mat from the corner, and began to practice internal strength. She now has spiritual power and internal power in her body, which can be said to complement each other. While the storage of spiritual power is increasing, she has not forgotten to practice internal power. However, although her internal power is strong, her life is still no different from that of ordinary people. After adjusting her posture, she looked up at Wei Xiaoshuang. Are you still practicing? Yes, I am practicing. Don't worry. I practice until I sweat every day, Wei Xiaoshuang said immediately. But I don't practice as fast as Sister Jiang Xian. It's okay. Take your time. It's for physical fitness anyway. Qin Qin changed her posture. John Rui found a training manual suitable for ordinary people in the martial arts sections. No matter what their qualifications are, they can practice. After Qin Qin copied it, she immediately taught Wei Xiaoshuang and Qin Jiangqin the movements in the manual. It was said to be yoga movements, which could exercise the body. Qin Qin said it several times, and the two reluctantly followed suit. The effect was good. Both of them persisted, and now have some results. The sound of the door was pushed at this time. The customer poked his head into the store. How much is your down jacket? We have a variety of prices. Not expensive. Wei Xiaoshuang pointed to the price on the shelf. 59. 69. 89. You can decide which one you want. 59 is fine. The customer walked in and looked on the shelf of 59. I heard that the clothes in your town are cheap, unlike ours, which cost 1 or 200 yuan at a time. I really can't afford it. It's just that your place is a bit far away. Are you visiting the town? Wei Xiaoshuang understood the customer's situation instantly. That's right. When I came here, I remembered what everyone said, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be so cheap, the customer said, and quickly picked a down jacket from the shelf. I want this one. Wrap it up for me. Wei Xiaoshuang took out a bag and put the down jacket in it. By the way, don't you have summer clothes here? The customer asked. I put them away. They are in the warehouse, Wei Xiaoshuang introduced. It's so cold in this weather. There is no business for summer clothes. They must be taken out after the spring. You can buy them when the time comes. You don't have to come often. Come 2 or 3 times a year. Buy a few more pieces each time. The extra gas cost will not be lost. That's fine. The customer nodded. Looked at the clothes. I'll ask my family, and buy 2 if they are suitable. There is Wi-Fi here. You can connect it and make a video call. Let people choose by themselves in front of the shelf, so that they will not be dissatisfied after buying it, and it will be difficult to change it. Wei Xiaoshuang made a suggestion. The customer nodded repeatedly, and soon connected to Wi-Fi, and talked to his family. When he left, he took more than 300 yuan worth of clothes, all down jackets, in a big bag. Qin Qin didn't say a word the whole time, and only smiled and said, You are very experienced. This is called practice makes perfect. Wei Xiaoshuang turned the chair, facing Qin Qin. Our clothing store is now well known. Many people from other towns come here to buy. There are even people who come to visit and come to our store to take a look. They say that they were introduced by friends and asked to buy clothes while they are here. Although the number of customers is small, the unit price is high. Only a few people buy clothes worth 200 or 300 yuan. Many people buy clothes worth 500 or 600 yuan at a time. No wonder the business has been good in the past few months. The income of the clothing store is all in Qin Qing's hands. She naturally knows how much goods have been sold. Is the clothing store's business no longer lagging behind? It should be profitable. Right? Wei Xiaoshuang asked. Of course, we are still losing money to do business without profit. Qin Qing laughed. And the clothing store's business was not bad at first. It's just that it's been particularly good in the past few months. She does clothing business, all without any investment, not to mention that she can make money by selling for 50 or 60 yuan, even if she sells for 10 or 8 yuan. She can make money. Not to mention this clothing store, the promotional items at the big supermarket have not stopped until now. Clothes are products without a shelf life. She had no intention of hoarding them after her rebirth. She had no inventory on hand. But the number of clothes brought to her by supermarkets in several planes was really large. Not to mention the purgatory on Earth, over there in the ruins, several large warehouses were dug out not long ago. There were a lot of clothes piled up inside. Those clothes were useless, so she took them all. In addition to the large warehouses, there were also many large and small clothing stores in the ruins. Even after being stored for several years, many of the clothes inside were still intact. It would be a waste to leave them there. It would be better to sell them. Then, there is the daily random transactions, which can bring her a lot of clothes, shoes, socks, etc. from time to time. She is still controlling herself now. Not selling in large quantities. If she really wants to clear the stock, she can sell it even for 5 yuan. But if she really sells it for 5 yuan, it may affect the current clothing ecology. After thinking for a while, she still didn't do it. For the time being, she kept them in the storage ring or Qiankuan bag in her hand. Things that are not bad in the first place. Put them in the storage container, and they will not be bad. She hasn't taken the clothes from the zombie plane yet. There are many clothes from that plane. But it's hard to grow cotton in the zombie plane. The industry hasn't recovered yet. Those clothes are not needed now. She won't take advantage of them if they can be used in the future. Qin Qing changed her posture again. Wei Xiaoshuang explained, "Your action, I can't do it even if I give you 100 years, it's too amazing." Qin Qing smiled and said, "It doesn't take 100 years, 10 years will do." "That's too much." Wei Xiaoshuang snorted, listening to the phone's ding-dong sound, picked up the phone and read, "My mother asked you if you eat onions, ginger and garlic. She's going to see if you can put them in the lunch dishes." Qin Qing closed her eyes and replied, "Yes, I'm not picky, anything is fine." "Okay, then I'll reply." Chapter 268 Rebirth from the Dead. After lunch at Wei Xiaoshuang's house, while chatting, Qin Qing received a message from Wu Sun. Success? It was just a message with 3 words. Qin Qing looked at it for several seconds, then looked up. "Uncle and Aunt, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Thank you for your hospitality. Take the things away." Wei Xiaoshuang's mother stood up and put the gift she brought back in Qin Qing's hand. "We want to thank you for helping me take care of Xiaoshuang these past few months." "No, she helped me a lot. We take care of each other." Qin Qing took the gift, said a few more words, and then left in the direction of the supermarket. Back at the supermarket, she connected to a video call with Wu Sun directly. Successful. Wu Sun expressed his joy again, looking at Qin Qing excitedly. "All the ghosts left in the world have gone to the soul world, and they will no longer affect the world. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Qing thanked sincerely. "If it weren't for you and your master, I really don't know what to do." "No. My master said that it all depends on those soul stones. Otherwise, even if he has great abilities, he can't solve this problem," Wu Sun said seriously. "He said that the soul world may really lack a river of forgetfulness. I'll go over and take a look, and communicate directly with your master." Qin Qing held the phone. "You've worked hard over there. Take a good rest these days. And if there is anything later, I may need your help. Wu Sun, call me anytime if you need anything." After hanging up the call, Qin Qing pushed open the back of the supermarket and instantly arrived in the soul world. The plain supermarket in the soul world was as lively as ever. But this time she came. Everyone knew her purpose. And without telling her much, they took her directly to the Forget River. A newly built Forget River. although it is not appropriate to say that this is a river. It is indeed built into the shape of a river, and the raw materials used to build it are the soul stones that Qin Qing has been carrying over in the past few months. Not long after, Qin Qing stood in front of the Forget River. This river is completely made of soul stones, but it has a winding appearance. From the cold area where the souls come, all the way to the depths of the soul world, there are no grooves on this river for water to flow through. And even the forgetful river made of soul stones has a bulge. But its existence does attract souls from the world of the living. Souls come from the world of the living. Souls who did good deeds in their lifetime can condense their souls after being washed by the forgetful river, while souls who did evil in their lifetime will continue to sink and float in the forgetful river. The old Taoist walked to Qin Qing's side. Before the appearance of this forgetful river, all souls that came here would pass through an extremely cold area. I guess that is another form of the forgetful river. But for some reason, the water of the forgetful river is cut off. The evil souls are detained, and the good souls are left in the world of the living. Good souls cannot be attracted here. Is that right? Qin Qing asked. It can be said that, now that we have this river of oblivion based on the soul stone, we can successfully attract souls. However, even so, it is still a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. The old Taoist looked at Qin Qing. Whether it is a good soul or an evil soul, it will always return to heaven and earth. If it stays here, it will have to absorb soul power for a long time to condense the soul. Now the soul world can barely support it. If many souls suddenly come, I am afraid that the entire soul world will be impacted. What consequences will be caused by being impacted? Qin Qing looked at the old Taoist. The old Taoist priest also looked at her and said, "It will vanish into thin air." Qin Qing pursed her lips. Whether in Taoism or Buddhism, there is a similar saying about reincarnation after death. In such reincarnation, the soul is always complete, which means that the evil power of the soul is wiped out, and it starts all over again. The old Taoist priest said, turning his head to look at the soul stone river in front of him. If the soul world disappears, the soul will not be complete. And I don't know how this situation will affect the world of the living. At least for every soul, it is not a good thing. Qin Qing sighed. In other words, we have only solved one aspect of the problem. The old Taoist priest nodded. You can say that. Don't you find that the soul world is too small? It is so small that it can only accommodate so many people. So when the number of souls increases, the Wanchuan River has to be disconnected. No more souls are introduced to prevent the soul world from collapsing. Qin Qing frowned slightly. Soul world, can it be bigger? Yes, the larger the soul world is, the more souls it can accommodate, said the old Taoist priest. My apprentice read a few words in an ancient book a few days ago. We pondered for a few days, and came up with two results. Either we can bring in a real Wanchuan River, and configure it completely, maybe the soul world can return to normal. The real Wanchuan River is the Black River in the martial arts plane. She once tried with a small bucket she made, trying to move the water in the Black River like the water in Shinshan Lake. But unfortunately, she did not succeed. After communicating with the Jinmu tree, she quickly found the problem. Although the small bucket made by the Golden Dragon scale can hold any water source, the Black River itself is not water. It is made up of condensed soul power. Therefore, even if the small bucket can hold any water source, it cannot hold the water of the Black River. If the small bucket doesn't work, she will be even worse. So until now, she has only been knocking on the soul stone tirelessly, and has not touched the Black River. This road is obviously not feasible. What about the second road? Qin Qing asked. The second road requires a dead place. As if he knew Qin Qing would ask, the old Taoist answered quickly. But such a dead place is hard to find. It requires no life, no water source, and an environment with extremely heavy yin energy. Qin Qing raised her eyes. You brought a group of souls earlier. They said that before coming here, they had stayed in a similar place for a long time. The old Taoist said. But this is just our guess. If there is life in a dead place, it is not a dead place. Maybe it is really a dead place. Qin Qing thought about the environment of purgatory on Earth. At least, she had not met any living people. Even Zhang Mingchuan's wasteland planet has clean water sources. But purgatory on Earth does not. As for Yin Qi, she is sure there will be enough Yin Qi there. But before this, she had never compared the soul realm with purgatory on Earth. Even though she had only seen ghosts and never people in these two places, she always regarded them as different environments in her heart. But if you think about it carefully, purgatory on Earth does have a more underworld feeling than the soul realm. Let's not talk about anything else. Just bringing things. She can directly bring things to ghosts by burning in human purgatory. But in this soul world, she must go through a vending machine. And things from the human world cannot be burned. Let's try it. I definitely can't bring the Black River water. If this way is feasible, I'll be thankful. As she said, she found a space stone and quickly made a space door. Because she didn't know what would happen to the souls here when they went to human purgatory. She didn't set a special mode, but a basic mode. Only those who hold the space stone in their hands can successfully reach the other side. The old Taoist priest wanted to stay and watch over her, but she didn't let her go. Instead, she opened an application through Soul World Everything. The first 10 souls who submitted the application could go with her to human purgatory. After the application was posted, someone submitted it soon, and it was full of 10 people in a short while. There were also comments below. Why are there only 10 of us? You have to include me in the expedition. The application is successful. Where are we going? You don't even know where to go. Why did you apply? What does it matter? Boss Chin is here. He won't let us get into trouble. Even if something happens, it doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is that I will die again. I am a ghost. I am not afraid of death. You are a ghost. If something happens again, you will really be gone. What are you afraid of? If I am gone, I am gone. I am unconscious. Besides, I don't have any relatives here. I am not afraid that my relatives will be sad. What is there to worry about? I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. Where to go? Why are there so many S above? What are you talking about? Chin looked at the last person who replied to the post. She didn't reply. She just put away her phone. During this time, the souls who had successfully applied had all flown over, looking forward to the next destination with great interest. They did not care about possible dangers. It was not that they did not care at all, but there were still some things they cared about. Can we still use the Soul World Everything app when we go there? Can I go there and take a video? Will something happen when we go there? Do I need to prepare in advance? There will be no danger for the time being. As for where to go, you should have heard of it. Chin held the space stone in her hand and stretched out her hand. Hold my hand. I will take you there. Otherwise you will not even know where the door is. What door? There is a door here? Is it the legendary platform 9 3/4? As they spoke, everyone took Chin's hand one by one. 10 people were not a lot, and everyone could still have a seat if they helped each other. The space gate is also equivalent to a teleportation gate. Chin held the space stone and stepped into the space gate. In an instant, she was already standing on the ground of purgatory on Earth. Today's purgatory on Earth is hundreds of times larger than when she first came here. It has been expanding over the past few months, and now looks like a small city. The souls who followed her quickly dispersed and looked around in surprise. Is this the purgatory on Earth? Is it the place where many souls are trapped? It looks good. They are all real high-rise buildings. Right? It doesn't look dangerous, someone said, and immediately looked at Chin. Boss Chin, can we stay here for a few more days? I've been in the soul world for a long time, and I'm a little bored. How do you feel? It's pretty good. It's okay. Although the soul power is insufficient. It's not too uncomfortable. Oh. The person who spoke suddenly took a few steps back and looked at the thing that suddenly appeared in front of him in shock. What? Why are there things coming out? I don't know. Wait a minute. This looks familiar. This, isn't this our house? You're getting a house for free when you come here? But why do you have it, and I don't? I don't have it either. Several people looked at Chin. Chin was also a little confused, and had some inexplicable feelings. Raised her hand, released a touch of soul power from her palm, and above the newly appeared house, a window appeared. Is it burning? Huh? Is this my brother? In the window, the middle-aged man who was burning something muttered. Brother, when you were alive, we fought over this house until we were all angry. Now that you're dead, I asked someone to customize a house for you, one for me, and we each live separately, and we don't owe each other anything. This brat. He actually remembered my death anniversary. Chapter 269. It can ruin martial arts. Wait a minute, the things burned at graves in the living world can actually be sent here? Boss. This is the first time I know this. Chin knew that in this world, Things can be sent by burning, but she didn't expect that things burned in the living world could actually be sent here. You guys stay here first? I'll go talk to the Taoist priest. No problem, we have a place to stay. Yes, this is not the house that burned here. Yes, my house is quite big. After sighing, the man who received the house quickly came back to his senses. According to what my brother said, it's good for each of us to have a set. I can live here, by the way, the mobile phone. It works. It works, and it can open the app. The other person opened the phone and took a look, and said quickly. Hearing this, the other said it didn't matter, as long as I can play with my phone. It doesn't matter where I am. Yes. 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 Boss. Go and discuss it. Then you stay here. I'll go find the Taoist priest. After saying that, Qing quickly returned to the Soul Realm through the space gate. He told the Taoist priest all the causes and consequences of the matter. If that's the case, it means that there is really a problem in the Soul Realm. The Taoist priest stroked his beard. There are soul stones over there. Right? You take me there. And take some souls who volunteer to go there. And we will also pave a soul stone river over there. If it works, the souls will live there in the future. Human purgatory, there are not many souls over there. Most of them are gathered in the first building. And the rest of the houses are all empty, and no one lives there. All the souls in the soul world have moved there. There may not be so much open space for the time being, but it is not a problem to live there. However, Qing still told the old Taoist about the purgatory on Earth, and the incident when she led away the Yin-Chi last time. Some problems may occur after a period of time. I don't know how long the interval is, but the Yin-Chi is indeed not good for the soul. Qing said. You will still be in danger when you go there. But this little danger is nothing. Not to mention that you can solve the Yin-Chi. There will be no problem. The old Taoist said. If there is an accident, we can immediately find you through Soul World everything. Otherwise, we can also return to the Soul World through the space gate. Qing looked at the transparent space gate not far away. Then I will operate it. And then have someone guard the vicinity of this space gate. If it needs to be guarded, it cannot be a transparent door. She bought a small room from the plain supermarket and overlapped the door of the room with the space door. This way, no matter who wants to pass through the space door, they only need to find the door of the room. The same thing happened in Purgatory on Earth. The space door overlapped with the door of the small house she specially burned. After that, she sent a message on the app again. This time, she directly approved the applications of 100 people. In the next few days, she kept walking back and forth between the two planes, collecting everyone's feelings about going back and forth between the two planes. Except for the amount of soul power, there was almost no effect on the rest. Even in the human purgatory, souls don't even need too much soul power. In this state, the happiest souls are by Yuanqing and other souls. They originally stayed here, and although they lived well, they always felt bored every day. Suddenly, there were so many souls, and so many mobile phones were brought to them. Naturally, they couldn't be happier. Even with this group of souls from the soul world, the souls that were imprisoned before were also released. There were people watching them, so they were not afraid of them causing trouble. However, this group of souls is not free. They still need to work with the old Taoist priest to continue laying the Forgetful River. This matter is neither difficult nor easy. There is a detailed description of the Forgetful River in ancient books. According to the old Taoist priest, the Forgetful River they laid should be as similar as possible to the ancient books. At the same time, if Purgatory on Earth is really to be the destination of souls in the future, the invisible areas around it must be cleared out bit by bit. This is what the souls from the soul world found after coming here. Using soul stones or soul power, they can eat away at the misty barrier bit by bit. In this way, they don't need to wait until each mission to clean up the surroundings. One day, when all the barriers of this planet are cleared, all the tasks will no longer appear, and those taskers will no longer come here to do tasks at the risk of their lives. After confirming that this step is feasible, Qing bought a few more robots in the mecha plane, and let them continue to knock soul stones in the martial arts plane. After setting up the robot's working program, Qing moved the position of the space door. Just then, John Rui walked out of the space door. He was a little confused when he saw the surrounding environment at first. But when he saw Qing, he regained his composure. The space door has moved again? We have to give the robots enough working space. Qing smiled. The situation in the soul world. She told John Rui about the situation in the soul world, and the human purgatory. After all, he has been involved in the work of digging soul stones, and he always needs to know more about the situation. After she finished speaking, John Rui immediately became happy. This is a good thing. Fortunately, there is such a road. If we must use the Black River water, we can't solve the problem. The Black River water is too special. Qin Qin can still get a little closer, but John Rui can't. Even if he has internal strength, as long as he gets a little closer, he can feel the coldness that goes straight to his soul. He can't stand that kind of coldness even if he stays near it for a second longer. By the way, I bought some mutton these 2 days. Please take it out for me and send it to my parents. They want to drink mutton soup these 2 days. John Rui glanced at the busy robot and went back to the vicinity of the plane supermarket with Qin Qin through the space gate. Then I'll send you a cold chain. I'll send it from my big supermarket. There are many express deliveries. Qin Qin nodded. In the past few months, John Rui has asked her to send some things one after another, including food and drinks, and clothes. It's not easy to bring things in reality. They are all sent unilaterally by John Rui. According to him, he should be filial to his parents, so even if the resources in ancient times were scarce, he would pick out some good things to send. But now, they are not actually poor. Is the newspaper business going well recently? Qin Qin asked. Since the martial arts plane had a military advisor, she hasn't asked about this for a long time. Okay, in addition to the normal martial arts newspaper, we have also set up some other newspapers and open newsstands in major cities. John Rui carefully introduced the business of newspapers. The military advisor knows that you have a high martial arts value, and directly used the name of deterrence to make some small sects compromise. If the big sects cooperate with us, we can also make some money. It's just right that you come here today and do me a favor. Qin Qin was curious. What favor? Help me destroy a sect. John Rui gritted his teeth. I have already learned about the situation of this sect. After all the investigations, it was found that he was a criminal, and had done all kinds of evil, and had hurt many civilians. However, there was a powerful elder in the sect, and other sects could not do anything about him. You help me deal with this elder, and I will handle the rest. Sure, I can help you destroy this elder's martial arts. Qin Qin grinned. This is a skill I learned some time ago, and I thought I would never use it. If you can destroy the martial arts, can you also do the same for the other people? John Rui raised his eyebrows. He knew that Qin Qin didn't want to hurt anyone herself. So he said before, to try to keep her from getting bloodstained. Since she could directly abolish her martial arts, things would be much simpler. Qin Qin nodded. Okay. All right. The two of them went all the way to the town outside the snow mountain. After a while of silence, John Rui smiled and said, I was originally thinking of borrowing modern weapons, but I didn't expect your strength to grow so fast. Now it's good. You can solve most of the problems by yourself. So why would you need modern weapons? In terms of deterrence, modern weapons are definitely stronger. I didn't expect the plain supermarket to upgrade so slowly. And it's not as fast as my strength growth, Qin Qin said with a smile. Even she herself doesn't know her current strength very well. After all, she has not fought anyone with her current ability. But she knows that she should be quite strong, whether it is internal strength or spiritual strength. Compared with those so-called masters in this martial arts plane, she is definitely stronger. As they talked, the two of them had already arrived at the town. Today's town is better than before, and there are even many brick and tile houses. These bricks and tiles are not burned here, but directly moved from the ruins. Nearly half of the ruins have been cleared, and the amount of various materials inside is extremely large. Although most of them are construction waste that cannot be used again, there are also many things that can be reused, such as bricks. Bricks are not very useful in other planes. John Rui moved most of them to this plane, and Qin Qin moved some to the Baishur plane and the Xiozhen plane. In addition, some cement was dug out from the ruins, and it is more suitable to build a well-sealed house. No matter where it is moved, it can be put to good use and not waste so much construction waste. Now all the people who originally lived in the snowy mountains have moved out. They don't have their own houses for the time being, so they live in brick houses, although they are all large bunk beds. We have enough coal, and they can sleep comfortably in the house with just a thin blanket at night. John Rui smiled. Every time I meet someone during this period, they always tell me that life is good now. So I want to do more, starting with this town, radiating out to villages and towns, so that people outside can live better. I believe you. You can do it, Qing said sincerely. Just look at the current situation. You must have spent a lot of effort during this period. Anyway, I am a hands-off boss. What this plane will become in the future depends on you. John Roy took a deep breath, smiled, and looked at Qing. I still need you to be my backer. If I didn't have you as a backer, I wouldn't dare to do it drastically. The two looked at each other. Qing raised her eyebrows. Push me. Okay. Let's go. John Roy nodded. Let's go. Chapter 270 returned the property to its original owner. Have you heard? The Tiger Gang was wiped out. When did it happen? Doesn't the Tiger Gang have a very powerful elder, whose internal strength is among the best in the martial arts world? How could the whole gang be wiped out? It's written in the newspaper. Not only was the whole gang wiped out, but the elder you mentioned had his body hung on the nearby city wall. Many people spit on him. Look, there's a picture on it. As he spoke, he took out the newspaper and saw a vivid picture on it, which showed not only the elder hanging on the city wall, but also the people clapping and cheering below. Another news from the William Daily? They didn't wipe out the whole family. They just killed those who usually committed crimes. They were elected by the people. They didn't do too many evil things. They were just imprisoned. They said they would make them do hard labor to atone for their crimes. I also heard inside information. It said that before the people of the Xionghu gang were killed, their martial arts were abolished. And then, they were killed in front of all the people. That scene was even more intense than the scene in the newspaper. The original territory of the Xionghu gang. Then it must have been taken over. Which gang? It seems not to be a gang, but the court. The court? After the Tiger Gang was destroyed, I immediately sent people to take over. Except for the Tiger Gang, the several small gangs around it were all taken over by our people. Jean Rui said. Originally, I also wanted to take over in the name of the sect, but the military advisors unanimously agreed that the sect would not work. After discussion, it was finally decided to establish the court. Then listen to the military advisors. Qing herself did not understand. So she naturally listened to the military advisor unconditionally. Moreover, she was also inclined to establish a court. Although in the early stage, there is no difference between the sect and the court, but with some unspoken rules of the sect in this world, it is inevitable that a development model of force supremacy will appear in the later stage. The military advisors also said so. In the martial arts world, ordinary people have no chance to stand out at all. John Rui nodded. Next, we will start from the small town and teach everyone to learn. In the future, officials will definitely be selected by examination. You decide the rest. I don't care. I don't understand it very well. It's a headache to think too much. Qing knew her own shortcomings very well, and did not take responsibility. Anyway, it is very convenient for you to contact me. If you need me later, just contact me on your mobile phone. I will come as soon as possible. Now I can fly a sword, which is faster than Qigong. If she intervenes in management matters, it will be inappropriate. It is better to leave it to the military advisors. The person who contacted John Rui in the Soul Realm was his former comrade-in-arms. The military advisors they selected must have certain standards. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. 3 already outstanding military advisors can naturally come up with better management methods. To a certain extent, John Rui does not even have any shortcomings here. In terms of money, there is the daily best-selling William Daily. In terms of wisdom, there is the military advisor group. In the cold weather, there are large coal mines. In terms of military strength, and now with Qing as a backer, it can be said that he has everything he wants. With so many resources, there's no need to say anything, just do it. After separating from Jean Rui, Qing went to the restaurant of the world's #1 chef again, and bought all the freshly baked cakes today. Although the quantity is not small, you can eat some by yourself, and share them, then it won't be much. After leaving the martial arts plane, she went straight to the ruins, and found Zhang Mingchun as soon as possible. Since the cakes could not be shared, she took a large food box from the storage ring that she had specially vacated. The food in this food box, the ingredients used were almost all random transactions, and the materials obtained by this trading model are also the few materials that can be delivered to any plane. As for the goods in the Mecha plane vending machine, after she found that there were only 100 vending windows for buying and selling, she did not waste it to buy some things in smaller quantities. Although it could be taken off the shelf, but it seemed to consume energy, she was reluctant to do so. Fortunately, the materials obtained from random transactions were enough for daily use. Zhang Mingchun opened the food box and saw the dishes inside. You didn't make this? I asked a chef to make it. Qing Qing said with a smile. I rented a kitchen in the city for an afternoon, and then found a special chef to make many dishes at once. Except for this. The rest are all in my storage ring. I will give it to you when you need it. I can't always let you eat the rubbish I made. I like your dishes too, Zhang Mingchun said seriously. But I will definitely not waste the dishes you asked the chef to make. When I collect enough materials, I will make a storage ring for you, so you can store them yourself. In the past few months, Qing Qing has been exploring the art of refining. With the guidance of Xiang Yuanjun and Jin Mudashu, she has achieved some success. The storage rings and bags in the world of cultivation require spiritual power to open, which are not suitable for Zhang Mingchun to use. But she has internal power. So as long as she can make a storage ring that can be opened with internal power or mental power, she can use it. It is not difficult to make a storage ring, but it is difficult to find the right materials. The treasures in the world of cultivation are all valuable. She spent a lot of effort to collect most of the materials. There are still a few left, and the owner of the material shop is helping her collect them. While Zhang Mingchun was eating, Qing Qing looked at the ruins. The ruins nowadays are no longer considered ruins. The large open space that has been cleared, all has been leveled and paved with cement. On half of the city site, only robots are seen coming and going, and no trace of other people. However, the number of robots nowadays has increased a lot. Almost all the profits Qing Qing made from selling various fruit and vegetable snacks in the mecha plane have been invested in them. Fortunately, these robots are quite useful, otherwise, she really couldn't bear to part with them. After eating today's meal, Zhang Mingchun swallowed another mouthful. She said, the new aircraft has been made, and the technology is slightly better than the current interstellar aircraft. I told Amelia that it was made from discarded garbage, and she didn't doubt it. She is willing to help connect, so that more useful garbage can be thrown into the wasteland planet, as long as I regularly supply her with foldable aircraft. Can you trust her? Qing Qing asked. Some time ago, the two were still discussing whether Amelia was trustworthy, and whether she was worth cooperating with. Foldable aircraft do not exist in the star system where Zhang Mingchun is. Qing Qing provided the finished aircraft and the foldable technology of the mecha plane. After several months, it was finally successfully made. However, many of the parts are from the mecha plane. Even if other people in the star system where Zhang Mingchun is located take them away, they cannot break through the technical barriers. You can trust me. Zhang Mingchun has worked with Amelia several times, and they know each other better. What she wants does not conflict with what I want. We can cooperate, as long as she does not regret it. We can cooperate for a long time. That's good. Qing Qing also thought it was good. It was better to have someone to help her than to fight alone. She quickly got excited. After the aircraft is successfully developed, can we make money later? Yes. Zhang Mingchun smiled. And the price of the aircraft is not low. We will make money faster than expected. When I make enough money, I can buy the wasteland planet from the Interstellar Federation, and then build our own patrol and attack routes. By then, we don't have to worry about our secrets being discovered. Then you will be the master of the planet. Qing Qing smiled with her cheek in her hand. I will be the deputy master of the planet. You can be the master of the planet. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qing Qing. No. I don't want to take any responsibility. I just want to take advantage of it. Qing Qing said with a smile. When you develop here, I can buy more interstellar materials from you. And then I will be the most profitable supermarket owner in the universe. What do you want to buy? Zhang Mingchun asked her, with an expression that no matter what you want, I can find it for you right now. Qing Qing shook her head. I don't know yet. I don't lack anything myself. But I run a supermarket, so I must have everything you want. Supermarkets on Earth only need to supply goods on Earth. I open a plane supermarket, so I must sell everything from different planes. I have to stock up more so that I can confidently say that my supermarket has everything. Okay. Then when I make money, I will buy you more things that are easy to sell. Zhang Mingchun said with a smile. By the way, do you have enough savings in the mecha plane? Here the greenhouse has been built for several floors. Now the supply to the guards is enough. There is a demand for it in the mecha plane, so we can take some. No need for that. I have another way, Qing Qing said. Seeing Zhang Mingchun hesitated, she explained quickly. Really? There is a way. You know, I have a cultivation plane here. They have been growing vegetables for several months and have mastered the method of growing vegetables. They can directly use spiritual power to promote the birth of vegetables. I will exchange white stones with them. White stones? Are they spiritual stones? Zhang Mingchun asked. Qin Qing nodded, yes. It is the spirit stone. I can now confirm that the spirit stone vein in the Baishar plain must have come from the world of cultivation. I cannot absorb all these things by myself. They should go back to where they came from. And I guess that the spirit stone vein may do more harm than good to the Baishar plain. I will deal with the spirit stone vein, which may be a good thing for the Baishar plain. The history books of the Baishar plain recorded the changes thousands of years ago. Although there were only a few words, she saw the development of this plain from prosperity to decline. No one noticed the influence of Baishar. But as an insider, she was more or less connected. Her guess was both realistic and a feeling. But no matter what the reason was, it was always right to return things to their original owners. So during this period, in addition to carrying the water from Shinshan Lake every day, she also carried soul stones and white stones. After returning all the things to their original owners, she thought the situation in these plains might get better. Chapter 271 Knowing it well. Xiaoqin, you are here, just in time. This crop of vegetables can be harvested. I came here on purpose. Qin Qing smiled and stepped forward, looking at the vegetables all over the ground, feeling very accomplished. This place is really suitable for growing vegetables. They are growing so well. Although these vegetables were not planted by her, she brought the seeds, and she watched the seeds grow into vegetables every time, which felt really different from the vegetables bought outside. Yes, I originally planted spiritual rice, and I didn't feel much. Now that I plant vegetables, I realized the benefits of using spiritual power to ripen them. Another cabbage was dug out. Look, the cabbages are intact, without any signs of being bitten by insects. This is good. Pure, natural, and pollution-free. Qin Qing looked at the cabbages being dug out, and felt even better. Such good vegetables, not to mention the Mecca plain, even in our modern times, are very popular. In addition to cabbages, this large piece of land also planted radishes, potatoes, peanuts. After harvesting a few crops, the money spent on buying seeds has long been earned back. As for the spiritual stones she got from exchanging for various vegetables here, it was actually a zero-cost business. After calculating it this way, whatever she earned later, it would be pure profit. After collecting another batch of vegetables, Qin Qing directly transferred them to the storage ring, and the spiritual stones she got out were handed over to the school, which then distributed them to individuals. In addition, the school was also responsible for purchasing various minerals and spiritual plants for her, and occasionally bought finished fasting pills or spirit-gathering pills from her, but she didn't want spiritual stones, and the school's expenses were mainly vegetables and spiritual rice. She is not short of spiritual rice now. In the past few months, she has successively received several orders to help people overcome tribulations. Each time, she can harvest a lot of spiritual rice. Not to mention supplying it only to people with special abilities, it is enough for large-scale sales. But she is still reluctant to sell it on a large scale. She just set up a cabinet for selling spiritual rice in 2 supermarkets, so that people with predestined relationships can buy it. After collecting a batch of vegetables, what happened next had nothing to do with Qin Qing. She went straight back to school. The school now is also very different from before. There are more intact bricks and glass in the ruins. She would take a batch from time to time. The school would also send people to repair it from time to time. Now it is not as dilapidated as before. Xiaoqing, the materials you requested last time have been collected for you. That's great. I thought I had to wait a little longer. I'll go take a look. Qin Qing immediately went to the materials room, which was also the office specially assigned to her after the school was rebuilt. This batch of materials is specially used to make storage containers. Storage rings in the world of cultivation are not difficult to make. She got a few extra ones before, and distributed them to the school, so that the things stored in the school would have a place to store them, so that they would not be consumed in a hurry for fear of spoiling. What she wants to make this time is a storage ring that can be opened with internal force. If it works, Zhang Mingchun and Zhang Rui will each give one, and send a few to Zhang Rui's father. Since Zhang Rui contacted his family, many people have started to practice internal force, and now some people have internal force. Although they are not strong, it is more than enough to open the storage ring. Using Zhang Rui and his father to do certain things is also Qin Qing's test, just like she will do some things through Wusun. After a circle, No one knows that she is behind it. Blue Star really did not have a big natural disaster. It is not difficult to make a storage ring. But it is not easy to make a storage ring that can be opened with internal force. In the next few days, in addition to some daily things that must be done, Qing spent all her time in the material room, until she used up the last batch of materials, and barely made 3 storage rings. No more. No less. Just 3. She gave 1 to Zhang Mingchun. When Zhang Rui heard that she only had 3, he took the initiative to give up. If it is hot here, forget it. It is not easy to store anything. But there is such a big snow mountain. Everything can be stored. There is no need for storage rings. You give my share to my father. If there is more in the future, you can give me 1. If not, you don't need to give me 1. Then I will raise some more materials and give you the extra ones. Qing also felt that Zhang Rui did not need storage rings for the time being. The large snow mountain is a natural freezer, and there is no need for storage rings for storage. I told Zhang Rui, she holds the storage ring directly, go to the exhibition home. To face the purpose of the dad to dad. The purpose of the storage ring? He was shocked. How many skills do you have? Isn't this something that appears in the book? Powerful people can only appear in the book. Qing smiled, put the storage quick in the hands of dad. The abnormality of Blue Star is placed here. I dare not make trouble. I can only tell you, hope it can be more useful. Yes, will certain. Show dad's storage ring tightly. Unfortunately. Otherwise everyone can know you. I know it myself don't know. In this incident, Qing thinks very open. The reputation is not very useful for her. I just hope that Lan Xing's future will not be worse. She hasn't said the earthquake, but she has thought about what to say. The existence of the ability, you can give some. Trailer. Become. Prophecy, as long as the notification is notified before the earthquake. Notice in advance now instead. It will cause unnecessary commotion, instead of appropriate. The storage ring is not as useful as her own personal space. But it is quite useful for the country. Qing listened to Zhang's father talking about how to use the storage ring and its advantages, and inexplicably remembered the situation in her previous life. At that time, the public already knew about the existence of people with special abilities, and when they knew that their abilities were applicable, they would be reused. After she found out that she had a personal space, she revealed some information to the outside world, but no one paid much attention to her. At that time, she thought her abilities were useless. Now thinking about it, it is very likely that everyone felt that Blue Star was on the verge of collapse. If we can reveal 1 less person with special abilities, we will reduce 1 more danger. Thinking this way, I don't know whether the existence of people with special abilities is good or bad. Qing left today. Liang Min drove her there. She was hesitant to speak all the way, until they arrived at the train station. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at her. There is something. I don't know how to tell my parents. I'm afraid they will worry. Liang Min said seriously. You are knowledgeable. Can you help me analyze it? Well, you say? Qing nodded. It's like this. I have been having a dream these days. I have been doing some tasks in the dream, and it looks quite dangerous. Liang Min said with a frown. I don't know what happened to me, but it is definitely not a good sign. But the current situation is full of crisis. I am afraid that my parents will know, and they will be distracted. Do you know something? How do you know? Qing asked back. Because you are not surprised. Liang Min said, thinking of the past. I was unconscious last time. Was it because of this? Yes. Qing nodded, not hiding anything from her. Before you lost your memory, it was useless for me to tell you more. Now that you have remembered, I can tell you more. Just as you thought. You will go to another world to do tasks every once in a while. The specific tasks are different each time. But you can come back, which means your mission is successful. She told Liang Min everything she knew about the tasks, and mentioned a few more tasks she knew. At last, he said, I understand it more clearly. Because I have a cousin who also goes on missions like you. She also loses her memory after each mission. But since you are slowly recovering your memory, it means that she is also recovering her memory. No wonder I felt so real in my dreams these few times. Liang Min frowned. But since you have lost your memory before, why do you remember it now? Would it be bad? According to Qing, whether you have memory during the day will not have much impact on the mission at night. After all, each mission is different, and the mission space is in a supernatural environment. As an ordinary human during the day, even if you remember the mission, You can't do anything. Suddenly recovering memory at this moment, but it may not be a good thing. Qing didn't know what the result of the tasker's memory recovery would be. I'll try to confirm it. There's nothing we can do if there's no result. For the time being, we can't do anything. Remember to wear the amulet I gave you. It can really protect your safety. I will. I've been wearing it all this time. I just put it aside temporarily when taking a shower. I didn't dare to leave it for too long. Liang Min said. Thank you. After telling you, I feel much better. Relax, this is not your first time to do a task. You've been holding on for so long before. You have to hold on for the next time. Qing said. I've told your parents that if they find any problems with you, they will find me in time, and I will rush over as soon as possible. If it's too late to drive the high-speed train, the worst-case scenario is to fly over directly on a sword. It won't take too long. Okay. Then I'll be more relieved. Liang Min smiled. You can rest assured too. I won't tell anyone about you. Although my dad didn't tell me some things. I know the priorities. Well, I believe you. Qing picked up her bag, pushed the door and got off the bus. I'm leaving. If you can't find me on WeChat, you can find me on Soul World Everything. That app is better for communication. That's really good. Liang Min said seriously. Even my brother can be contacted. So others don't have to worry. Let me tell you, many people in my dad's circle have downloaded that app. But I don't know who the boss behind it is. It's so awesome. But no one will ask about it anyway. And I certainly won't ask about it either. Qing laughed. It's good for everyone to know it. There's no need to find out anything. After that, she waved to Liang Min, put on her shoulder bag, and walked into the station. I hope the storage ring she handed over can be of some use. Chapter 272 Dimensional Strike. 50 skewers of grilled gluten, 50 skewers of lamb. Qing stood at the door of the barbecue restaurant, ordered what she wanted according to the menu. Basically each item started with 50 skewers, a lot of them. Luckily this restaurant is not small in scale, supplying hundreds or thousands of grilled skewers every day, so her quantity, the inventory is still enough. Pack all and take away. Right? The shopkeeper didn't ask in detail. Yes, pack all. The shopkeeper calculated the bill, Qing paid directly, and sat on the side waiting for the meal. Since her supermarket can sell by herself, she usually goes out more often. So she doesn't need to stock up too much every time she goes out. Just a little more than normal. She can save a lot of inventory. As a reborn, she has a deep memory of the next few major natural disasters. As long as she takes precautions, the damage caused by these natural disasters can be reduced. The only thing she is afraid of is that after the accident in her previous life, there will be other major natural disasters. She loses her ability to foresee and encounters such a situation again. The loss will be immeasurable. In addition, the natural disaster has had a significant impact on the planting and breeding industries. If she stocked up more now, she would have less pressure in the future. Can you wait a little longer? Some goods are not in sufficient stock, so we have to buy them temporarily. The store owner explained to Qing. There is a night market over there. You can go there and have a look. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry, Qing said, sitting down on a chair next to her and taking out her mobile phone. At this time, a message popped up on her mobile phone. My Lord God. Help. The army is approaching the city. Qing frowned, got up immediately, came to an empty corner, took out her spirit sword, increased her speed to the fastest, and flew back to the town. She opened the plain supermarket of the Baishar Plain, flew the sword again, and in a blink of an eye, she arrived outside the city where Yunyang and others were. At this moment, the city gate was broken. Charge! Kill! Qing raised her hand slightly, and a huge group of zombies swarmed out, blocking the vanguard army rushing into the city, and also surrounded the groups of soldiers outside the city. There, the voice rang out, and countless arrows rushed towards Qing in an instant. Before she could react, the arrows were all fired, heading straight for her. She tilted her head, raised her hand and cast a barrier, easily blocking the dense arrows outside the barrier. It happened suddenly, and she didn't have time to think too much. But it was obvious that these people were targeting her, and she didn't know where their confidence came from. It seemed that they were trying to kill her, or to trap her. Ordinary arrows. Even if she couldn't deal with them before, she could hide, as long as she returned to the plain supermarket immediately. These people couldn't hurt her. But it was dangerous in this city. After all, she had built this city with great effort. She had planted 2 crops of sweet potatoes. The people inside and outside the city were not worried about food and clothing, but they were not starving to death. In addition, some potatoes grown in the greenhouse in winter were enough for them to survive this winter. If this was destroyed, she would naturally be unhappy. She did not doubt Yunyang. Since she gave her the phone to Yunyang, she had never sent her a message. When asked why, Yunyang only said that she had to be self-reliant and could not always ask Qin Qing for help. According to her thinking, Qin Qing was a god in heaven. She certainly could not stay in the mortal world forever. She could help for a while, but not for a lifetime. If the people wanted to live, they had to rely on themselves. For this reason, Qin Qing did not bring too many things beyond this era. She brought more food, mainly for this year. When the sweet potatoes can be planted next year, there will be no need for the plain supermarket to supply additional food. The arrows in front of her were still dense, so she could not see the situation around her. Fortunately, it was not difficult to control the zombie puppets without eyes, so it was not difficult to let them stop the soldiers attacking the city. The guards in the city had also reacted one after another. What Qin Qing heard was no longer a one-sided shouting and killing, but the sound of the 2 sides' weapons fighting. The arrow array in front of her had not dispersed yet. Qin Qing hesitated for a moment, thinking whether it was necessary to disperse the arrow array. It was better for these arrows to come to her than to go to the city. They could not hurt her. Before she could think it over, a black light came from a distance, and instantly enveloped Qin Qing. At the same time, the arrow array stopped. Qin Qing narrowed her eyes. I didn't expect that. I could meet a cultivator in this place. In the crowd in the distance, someone rode out on a tall horse, looked at Qin Qing flying in the air with a sword, and raised his hand to take out a sword. Soon, the man arrived in front of Qin Qing. Qin Qing frowned, raised her hand, and touched the black barrier beside her. It was this black barrier that trapped her here. As for the person in front of her, she said, as far as I know, when a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, they can maintain their appearance. How come you are so old? You are indeed a cultivator. The other party ignored Qin Qing's words and sneered. Others don't know, but I can see clearly. You came from Sunset Forest. Do you know where the name Sunset Forest comes from? Qin Qing raised her eyes. You are so confident. Isn't it because of you? Yes, it's because of me. The other party nodded. 1,000 years ago, I was at the golden core stage. Only, I was just one step away from a breakthrough. So I went to the longevity forest to look for longevity fruit. Who would have thought? Because I fell from a height with the longevity forest. Humans thousands of years ago named it the Sunset Forest. As if the sun was setting. The golden core stage great perfection? Then you have broken through now. If I guess correctly, you are now in the nascent soul stage. But your cultivation has stagnated. And you are at the end of your life. You can't even maintain your appearance. Qin Qing instantly guessed the other party's cultivation. If the other party is now in the Mahayana stage, he will have at least a few thousand years of life. And he won't be as old as he is now. The person in front of her didn't look like a man in his 50s or 60s. Nor did he look like a man in his 70s or 80s. He looked very old. At least in his 90s. And seemed to be dying in the next second. She had never seen such a person in the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, even ordinary people could use spiritual rice to replenish their spiritual power. In that case, the average lifespan of ordinary people was more than 100 years old. But even at this age, they looked at most 70 or 80. Unlike the person in front of her, she was really old. Do you sympathize with me? A little bit. The person in front of her laughed. It's interesting. I haven't seen anyone who dares to sympathize with me for a long time. Next, maybe you can sympathize with yourself. As he said that, he raised his hand, and it seemed that he had grabbed the barrier that trapped Qin Qing from a distance, and pinched it bit by bit. The barrier was pinched, and Qin Qing's space was also reduced. Her face changed. Since you are also a cultivator, you should know how to leave here. I will give you a chance. As long as you tell me how to leave here, this land can be given to you. You can do whatever you want with those mortals. What if I don't tell you? Qin Qing frowned even more tightly. If you don't tell me, your body is also very useful. Even if your cultivation is a little lower, I won't care. The other party said, as he pinched the barrier tighter. Seeing Qin Qing's expression change, his face was even more ferocious. As long as you let me go. Let me go back. This land is nothing. Why should I listen to you? Qing struggled, and finally adjusted the angle of the thing in her hand, and threw it directly at the other party. If the weak water touches the body, even the golden body of Daluo will be melted. The cultivator's face was painful and ferocious, and he shouted loudly, "Ah! What is this? This is the water that appeared after the longevity forest disappeared." Qing retreated to avoid it. Summon the strongest zombie puppets in her hand. Let them catch this person, and let them bite him together. At this time, she slowly said, "You should have heard of it. This water is called weak water. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even immortals can be swallowed." She wasted so much time just now. Not because she couldn't get the weak water, but because she was afraid that the weak water would splash on her. This thing is extremely poisonous. Only the Jinmu tree can withstand it. She dared not touch it at all. The amount of weak water poured out was not much. She was thinking of adding more fuel to the fire. The cultivator endured the pain and took the initiative to attack the zombie puppet. But as soon as the attack landed on the zombie puppet, it was rebounded. The purple lightning fell on the cultivator, making his whole body crackle. Qing was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered the situation of this batch of zombie puppets, and covered her mouth and laughed. "Have you never felt the power of high-level thunder tribulation? This is it. This is the legendary Nine Heavens purple thunder. You can feel it once. It is worth your life of cultivation." The other party attacked her first. She would not be kind. How could there be? Nine Heavens purple thunder. After being struck by lightning, this cultivator was already in a dying state. Nine Heavens purple thunder is so powerful, it certainly didn't come for nothing. But you, I thought you were so powerful, you couldn't stand just a few Nine Heavens purple thunders. If you were to stand a whole Nine Heavens purple thunder, wouldn't you be instantly reduced to ashes? Facing the defeated general, Qing naturally wouldn't be stingy with her mockery. Seeing that the cultivator had no room for resistance, she raised her eyes, and looked at the tens of thousands of troops not far away. Even at this time, no one came back to their senses. No one expected that the god who brought them here would be defeated so quickly. Many people even hadn't put down their bows and arrows. And the people sitting in the chariot were stunned. These people can't be kept. Qing didn't hesitate, and directly let a few zombie puppets that had been upgraded several times rush up, accompanied by screams. All the soldiers knelt down. It's difficult. So many people can't be killed. Right? Qing thought distressfully. Seeing the figure on the city wall, he immediately flew over with his sword, and angrily cursed. "Why did you tell me when the enemy was at the gate? If I had come a step later, they would have rushed into the city gate. God, spare me. It's not that I didn't say it. It was really unexpected." After that, Lin Lao told Qing the whole situation. This attacking army, in the name of aid, had been outside the city for many days. Although Yunyang and her daughter wanted to tell her, the army had not come and had not revealed any malicious intent, so they really didn't know where to start. However, the city still sent people out to keep an eye on them. Once they came to the door, they would immediately be able to detect any movement. If this was an ordinary army, there would be no problem. But there happened to be a cultivator in this army who used a trick to successfully avoid all surveillance. It was not until they were outside the city and the army was at the gate that they showed any traces. Finding something wrong, Yunyang had contacted Qing as soon as possible. It was also for this reason that Qing was able to show up at the moment when the city gate was broken. After hearing the cause and effect of the incident, Qing cursed in her heart. However, people with high cultivation levels really can't interfere with the lives of ordinary people too much. Ordinary people can't see the illusion, and it's an illusion that can cover up tens of thousands of troops. This is a direct dimensionality reduction attack. Who can bear it? Qing turned around immediately. She had to find out clearly whether this plane was the cultivator just now. Chapter 273, Too Much Hoarding. Do you know how much impact absorbing the vitality of this land will have on the people? Hearing the reason for the drought in this plane, Qing felt even more upset. She originally thought that the drought in this plane was caused by the influence of the spiritual stone veins in the Sunset Forest. Although the spiritual stone veins have been there for nearly 1,000 years, the drought has only appeared in recent years, but it may be caused by long-term subtle influence. She never expected that the cause of the drought was that the person in front of her maliciously absorbed the vitality of the plane in order to maintain his life. "Let me go! And when I return to the world of cultivation, I will give you whatever you want." The cultivator held his breath. Whatever you want. I can give it to you. As long as you let me go, send me back. If you go back, who will atone for the sins of the people of this continent? Qin had previously thought of just destroying this man's cultivation and saving his life. But after hearing such a statement, she would never spare his life. But she would not do it herself. Qin left the zombie puppets behind and turned away. The leaders of the army that attacked this time have all been captured, leaving only tens of thousands of soldiers. Most of the people in the army are just following orders. If they are all killed, it will be detrimental to the development of this world. However, she doesn't know how to deal with it. Back on the city wall, she looked at Lin Lao and others who were still kneeling, and said, "You are responsible for this matter. But the key point is that immortal cultivator. With your ability, you can't deal with it. I can give you another chance. You will deal with the army and unify the world. My Lord Immortal, I only look at the results, not the process." Qin interrupted the other party. The world is in chaos. It is a natural disaster, and a man-made disaster. I don't care who is behind the world. Since it has caused man-made disasters, it is wrong and unworthy of being the master of the world. If you are not capable, you can find someone else to do it. I don't believe that there is no wise master in this huge world. War will always lead to death. If you really want to seize the world will not be peaceful. But the world is in chaos now. If it continues like this, there will be many casualties. It is better to cut the Gordian knot and seize the world in one go, so that the people can live in peace. Yes, Lord God. You go and do it. If you have any problems, come to me. You can use my name as much as you want. Qin made a promise directly. I just want peace in the world. Yes, sir. Qin's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it could make everyone, including the army below, hear her words. Borrowing her name means borrowing the name of God. In this ordinary ancient plane where the military power is not high, her ability has reached the point of crushing. After saying that, Qin noticed something, turned around and looked at the people surrounded by zombie puppets. Yuanying cultivators. There is still a Yuanying in their bodies. Zombie puppets destroyed their bodies, and there is still a Yuanying separated. The moment she saw the Yuanying, she flew forward on her sword, and directly poured weak water on it, and before the Yuanying could react too much, it dissipated in the erosion of weak water. At the same time, a golden light fell from the sky, and shone directly on Qin. Qin raised her head. She closed her eyes, feeling the golden light that penetrated into her body, and suddenly had some enlightenment. Perhaps this is the merit golden light often mentioned in the books of the cultivation world. The brighter the golden light of merit of a cultivator, the easier it is to pass the tribulation and ascend to heaven. The cultivator she killed was the biggest borer in this plane. This borer not only hurt millions of people, but also caused a huge crisis in this world. In serious cases, it may even lead to the collapse of the world. The heavens sent down the golden light of merit to thank her for destroying this borer. In an instant, a few words flashed in Qin's mind, which made her instantly understand the source of this golden light of merit. When she opened her eyes again, the words world collapse kept coming to her mind. Since the termites that may cause the world collapse can be dealt with, does it mean that the collapse of Blue Star can also be saved? The golden light dissipated, and she felt that her cultivation level had increased significantly, and she even had more energy to further cultivate. She felt that only when her cultivation level reached a high enough level, the collapse of Blue Star could be properly handled. She breathed a sigh of relief, and when she looked down, she saw the soldiers crawling below. They seemed to be shaking even more. Forget it. No explanation. It's not a bad thing for these people to be afraid of her. Retracting her gaze, her fingers moved quickly. Damn. Her barbecue. The moment she thought of the barbecue, she immediately chose to go back to the plain supermarket. After leaving her own supermarket, she instantly flew to the county town on a sword. When she arrived near the barbecue restaurant, she quickly landed. As soon as she walked out of the alley, she met someone walking into the alley. Is it a UFO? I just saw something landing here. Hey, girl. Did you see anything in there? No. I just turned over from that side. Qin responded calmly. I also ordered something. I'll go first. After that, she walked out of the alley quickly and arrived at the barbecue restaurant. The owner of the barbecue restaurant naturally did not forget her, and immediately called her, "Little girl, your barbecue is ready. It has been ready for a while. I thought you forgot." "No, I must not forget this. Ching Ching went to get the packed barbecue bag, thanked him and left. As soon as she walked out of the barbecue restaurant, she took a piece of grilled gluten out of the bag, ate while walking. Although she had experienced such a big thing not long ago, she still couldn't forget to eat. When she came to the city, she naturally had to buy some things. She walked around, bought milk tea and other food, and then returned to the parking place and drove the truck to the town. When passing by the big supermarket, she got off the car and brought some food to Chioshuyu. Boss, we need to increase the stock of promotional items this time. Chioshuyu took the food, but she had not forgotten the business. Didn't we just increase the stock 2 days ago? Ching Ching took a promotional sheet. This time the promotional items are a set of 3 cups, bowls and chopsticks. 5 yuan a set. Not too cheap, right? In the past few months, there have been promotional items at the big supermarket, all of which were exchanged when Ching Ching did random transactions. She would sell large and easy-to-sell goods in the big supermarket, and sell those that were not in large quantities, and not easy to sell as promotional items. This time was the same. She traded this batch of promotional items with someone half a month ago. Tens of thousands of pieces of porcelain, and she exchanged them for 2,000 kilograms of rice. The other party did not ask for spiritual rice, she gave ordinary rice. Wholesale price was 2 yuan per kilogram, and the total cost was only 4,000 yuan. Tens of thousands of pieces of porcelain were divided into 3 sets of cups, bowls and chopsticks. There were also tens of thousands of sets, 5 yuan a set for promotion. She could earn 50,000 yuan, which was just a fraction of the expenditure. But this was in the case of selling all of them. Even if tens of thousands of sets of porcelain were for promotion, it would be difficult to sell them all in a short time. For this batch of promotional items, she only took out a few hundred sets. I originally thought that as long as I could earn a few thousand yuan, this business would not be a loss. Now, according to Chioshuyu, this batch of promotional products is actually quite popular. Chioshuyu knew that Ching Ching would ask the reason, and quickly came up with an answer. We compared this batch of promotional products with the goods bought in the supermarket. The quality of this batch of goods is not much different from the porcelain that costs hundreds of yuan that is currently sold in our supermarket. Occasionally, some pieces are even of higher quality. Another thing is that we use the form of blind boxes this time. Even if we ourselves don't know what kind of model will be opened, many customers will hold the mentality of opening blind boxes to exchange for promotional products. Can it be done this way? Ching Ching was surprised. This batch of porcelain was also sold to her in the form of a warehouse. There are a lot of styles. It's hard to choose a style, so I can only force myself not to choose one. I didn't expect to get such a harvest. Yes, there are even customers who ask if they can sell blind boxes directly. They are willing to spend more money, Chioshuyu said, with a deeper smile on her face. But because of this blind box, our supermarket's performance this month is much better than before. Blind boxes are only given as gifts, which is also good for us. So no matter which one you choose, it's good for us. I just want to ask the boss's opinion. The promotional items in the supermarket were all brought by Ching Ching, and they didn't even go through the supermarket's own supply system, because the goods came in batches every time. It really looked like clearing inventory. Chioshuyu never asked more questions, but she had thought before that this promotion might not last too long. And even if it could last, the effect would definitely get worse as time went on. Unexpectedly, up to now, the effect is not only good, but it has even become a hit. She has been running a supermarket for so many years, and has never seen such a development. However, the promotional items in their supermarket are really worth the money, and each item can exceed the promotional price. What you buy is really cheap, unlike the promotional items in some supermarkets, which are just selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. Moreover, every time the promotional items are very real, they can always be used after buying them. Even if she occasionally needs to buy daily necessities, she will choose from the promotional items and get some real bargains. If we sell blind boxes directly, the price must not be the promotional price, Ching Ching said. If it is set too low, our promotional items will not have much advantage. Yes, Chioshuyu nodded. If we sell blind boxes, even if we buy this batch of goods at a clearance sale, we should set the price at least a few dozen. It's just that some customers like these tableware very much, but they have too many supplies stored at home, so they want to buy blind boxes directly. After all, every time you buy promotional items, It must be at least 200 yuan. And this money can buy a lot of things in our supermarket. Too much? Qing asked back. Yes. I have stockpiled too much. Xiaoshu did not doubt him. And nodded again. In fact, I also like this set of tableware. But I don't really need anything at home. Qing's eyes flickered. And she said seriously, but it's not appropriate to sell a promotional item worth 5 yuan for dozens of yuan. Xiaoshu looked at her. Qing said seriously, that's it. Continue to sell it as a promotional item. As for the problem of worrying about stockpiling too much. In fact, the quantity of this set of tableware is not large. And when the tableware is sold out, there will be no more stockpiling. But you should also let our sales staff talk to the customers. And let them bring their relatives and friends to buy it. Otherwise, after the tableware promotion period is over, everyone will have a lot of goods at home. And they will not come to the supermarket. And we will have no business. Okay. Then I'll talk to everyone. Xiaoshu nodded immediately. By the way, please sort it out again, and see which goods have higher profits, or which goods have larger shipments, and lower the prices appropriately, so that the price advantage is greater, and more customers can be attracted to buy. Qing said to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu nodded again. Okay. Chapter 274 Earthquake Circle. Leaving the supermarket, Qing drove to the town. She parked the truck in the old factory, pushed out the tricycle, and went back to the supermarket. As soon as she arrived, she heard Wei Xiaoshuang's surprised voice. Hey, I thought you came back a long time ago. Yes. You came back for a trip. Qing did not intend to hide it from Wei Xiaoshuang, and said calmly, I went to sort out the goods again. Have you had dinner? I bought barbecue, but it's a little cold. Don't worry, I love it. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and nodded. The two of them saw each other every day, and there was not much to talk about. After eating barbecue, they each went about their own business. They were already in the supermarket. Qing did not go out again. She took a break to go to the Baishur Plain and flew to the outside of the city. The zombie puppets were still guarding outside the city for her. But without her control, the zombie puppets did not move. The soldiers had already set up camp. There were too many soldiers in this group, and it was impossible to kill them all, not to mention whether these people were innocent. The main thing was that there were hundreds of thousands of relatives and family members behind these soldiers. If they really ignored them, it would be difficult for the world to be peaceful in a short time. After taking a few glances, she went straight to the lighted wall. The light on was, of course, the light of a flashlight. Sure enough, someone was waiting for her on the wall. After listening carefully for a while, she soon understood what Lin Lao was planning. It was impossible to kill all the soldiers, but some of them, who had committed many evil deeds, could be singled out and dealt with separately to serve as a warning to others. The remaining soldiers would be reorganized, and generals would be selected to lead and guide them. And then, they would attack and occupy other cities. With Qing around, this plan was quickly implemented. As for what to do next, they were all details, and she didn't ask much, and there was no need to know too much. I'll let the puppets stay for a few days to help you take a look, Qing said. But the puppets won't act without my order. If you really need help, come to me. Yes, Lord God. After hearing what she should hear, Qing didn't plan to get involved in what would happen next. So she turned around and went down the wall again. She left in a hurry during the day, and didn't have time to deal with the zombies and puppets. Now that she was down the wall, she summoned the zombies with sharp blades one by one, pulled out the knives or arrows from their bodies, and threw them aside. The soldiers who had already set up camp carefully came out of the tents or the open air, watching her movements, watching the zombies and puppets, and seeing the people being pulled out of the sword and arrows, and being safe and sound. Their bodies trembled subconsciously. This was probably another kind of deterrence. Qing retracted her gaze. Her lips curled slightly, and she felt that she had thrown away another arrow in her hand in a handsome way. She would not be stupid enough to tell these people that zombies have only one weakness, which is the crystal core in their brains. As long as the crystal core is still there, let alone being stabbed and arrowed, even if it rains knives and is missing arms and legs, they can continue to move freely. Just the clothes were broken, pity. Qing pulled the clothes in front of this puppet. The big hole in the chest was buckled. Annoying, this is still the new clothes. Breaking such a big hole, waste her clothes in vain. If you were not afraid of the zombies, it was too ugly. Afraid of them affect the city. She won't take clothes to wear them. She looked at the figure of the zombie in front of her eyes. I found a sleeveless jacket from the portal space. Let the zombie start, help it put it on in person, then pull the zipper of the coat. Anyway, zombies are not afraid of cold or heat. So as long as they can't be seen, they can wear anything. After helping to put on the clothes, she summoned the next zombie. And finally made these zombie puppets look a bit human again by patching up. Looking at the shocked expressions of the people around, she felt that this deterrent should be enough, and they should not dare to make trouble again. Thinking of this, she put away half of the zombie puppets and half of the zombies, leaving only some puppets and zombies as deterrent props, and returned to the supermarket. All the problems were solved, and she finally relaxed. However, once she relaxed, her physical discomfort began to show. The cultivator was in the nascent soul stage, which was indeed higher than hers. If she hadn't had the weak water in her hand, she would have had no choice but to get away. Therefore, the barrier of the nascent soul cultivator really hurt her. In the bathroom, Chin frowned as she looked at the bruises all over her body. Fortunately, the nascent soul cultivator wanted her to help him return to the world of cultivation, so he spared her. Otherwise, she would have more than just these bruises. That person traveled to the ancient times when cultivation was impossible for thousands of years. And in recent years, he even figured out a way to absorb the vitality of the earth. It can be seen that he was really in a desperate situation. She never thought that a cultivator would appear in an ordinary ancient plane. If she had known this, she would not have been so idle in the past few months. Now she can barely cope with it. If she had met this Yuanian cultivator some time earlier, before she discovered the weak water, she would have had no chance to fight back. Fortunately, she was lucky. This Yuanian cultivator should have been in seclusion in the past few months, or trying to absorb the vitality of the earth. He probably only discovered her existence recently. Now she only suffered a minor injury. She was really lucky. She looked at herself in the mirror, and used her inner strength to remove the bruises on her body one by one. Today's events were not entirely bad. At least they let her know that there was still a chance to save the planet from collapse, as long as the right method was found. She originally thought that the solution to the white stone plane was the spiritual stone vein under the sunset forest. But she had been going off track. Solving the nascent soul cultivator was the key. In this case, there was a high probability that there were some problems on Blue Star. As long as the right method could be found, the problems would be solved sooner or later. Natural disasters are common, every year. As long as they are not big enough to destroy a city, humans can try to deal with them. She put on her clothes, went back to the bedroom, and took out the time of each major natural disaster that she had written down when she was reborn. Since major natural disasters start with earthquakes, then we should start with earthquakes. It is still early now. There is no need to predict earthquakes so early, but she could open the supermarket first. When an earthquake comes, the first problem is the problem of supplies. If her supermarket can supply as much supplies as possible, even if she encounters such a big earthquake, it can reduce some of the disturbances after the earthquake. There is no need to open a supermarket in the epicenter. Before this earthquake, she would have predicted it in advance and asked the country to evacuate the people in the epicenter. Her supermarket needs to be open in the earthquake circle to play a role. After confirming this plan, she began to explore everywhere, looking for a suitable location for a large supermarket. The basic cost of a supermarket is more than 1 million. The more prosperous the location, the higher the cost of the supermarket. Because the location is in the earthquake circle, the safety of the supermarket must also be considered. After searching for several times and confirming the first supermarket in the earthquake circle, she directly asked the construction company behind the amusement park in the town to help reinforce it. The price of this construction company is very conscientious. The final quotation is even half cheaper than the normal reinforcement price in the market. After the negotiation, Chin was very satisfied. The construction company was also very satisfied. The next day after signing the contract, a special team was sent to do the reinforcement work. In this regard, Xiaoxu was very emotional. Boss, you are so lucky. You can find such a conscientious construction company. I looked it up online. This construction company has a very good reputation, but it is a little picky about the projects. It does not accept all projects. We are so lucky to meet it. Chin thinks this is normal. After all, this construction company is obviously not a regular one. Their every move is purposeful. But just like she didn't go into the details of the amusement park in the town, She wouldn't go into the details of this construction company. Just when she was about to open it, she suddenly remembered Qiu Shuyu's words and asked, "How does this company choose projects?" "I collected some information." Qiu Shuyu handed the notebook in her hand to Qin Qing. "They have taken on a lot of strange projects. According to the information above, they like more challenging projects." "Why are there so many cities listed here? All over the country?" Qin Qing looked at the information in her hand and found that the company mentioned in the information would carry out projects in almost every city. She originally thought that this company only reinforced in earthquake zones. No, the town where she lived was not in an earthquake zone. Qiu Shuyu also had doubts, but she thought differently from Qin Qing. "Right, I think so too, generally. When a company does a project, don't they focus on the city where their company is located? At most, they occasionally take projects in distant cities, but this company travels all over the country." After saying that, afraid that Qin Qing would think too much, she immediately said, "But don't worry, I have inquired about several places where this company has projects, and they all say they are very good, so don't worry about cutting corners for us." "Well, that's good." Qin Qing nodded, took the information in her hand. "Then come and help me look at it when you are free. Look, by the way, we can recruit people now. We can recruit suitable employees first. I see there is a dormitory building next door that is temporarily unoccupied. We can ask if they want to rent it. If they do, we can rent it, reinforce it, and then renovate it, so that employees can live in it. In this case, wouldn't there be too many rooms?" Qiu Shuyu asked, glancing at Qin Qing. Seeing that she didn't take back her words, he said again, "You can also rent it out, so you don't have to worry about too many rooms." Qin Qing didn't think about these things, but just thought that if she rented the building first, when the earthquake came, it could be used as a temporary resettlement point. But such a reason is also more convenient for her to do things. Then you contact them and see if you can rent it for a longer period of time, so that we don't have to renovate it, and the landlord comes to our door again. Qin Qing said, "There is no rush to rent it out in the early stage. It takes a lot of time to strengthen, renovate, and ventilate. We can negotiate the price in a long-term lease mode so that we can get our money back later." "Then will we build an apartment in the future?" "No. We will still focus on opening a supermarket, and the apartment building will only be an addition." Qin Qing calculated the savings on hand. If she really wanted to specialize in the real estate business, she would definitely not have enough funds, and could only do small-scale rental projects. See if there are any suitable supermarkets willing to transfer. It doesn't matter if the location is a little off, but the transfer price cannot be too expensive. Qiu Shuyu nodded, "No problem." Chapter 275: A Sudden Power Outage. The supermarket in the earthquake ring is not open quickly. It takes a lot of time to reinforce it, adding some later work. It takes at least 1 or 2 months for a supermarket to be rented and officially opened. After returning home with the information given by Qiu Shuyu, Qin Qing thought carefully about the situation of this company. From the information, this company does not only do business in the earthquake ring, nor does it only do projects in the earthquake center. On the contrary, the company's projects are scattered all over the country. There seemed to be a similar situation in the previous life. Qin Qing frowned and recalled the situation in the previous life. Although various natural disasters have caused great harm to the whole world, resulting in the loss of houses and land, each major natural disaster has caused losses to the country of more than 100 billion. She was not in the circle of capable people at that time, and did not know the contribution of the country and the capable people behind them, but she still remembered that there were indeed several extremely solid bases in the previous life. Whether it was an earthquake, tsunami, or flood, they could be stabilized and not be damaged, so that they could serve as relief centers for a long time. From this point of view, there may have been a situation of building infrastructure everywhere in the previous life, which is why there is such a base. However, she looked at the information in her hand, and there was a lot of useless work on it. For example, building a solid base at the center of the earthquake. Although it is indeed solid and can withstand earthquakes, once a magnitude 10 earthquake occurs, the situation of the houses in the center of the earthquake will collapse, which is not much better than the situation in the ruins plain she opened. In such a situation, the only thing to do is to move in advance. Otherwise, once an earthquake occurs, the situation in the epicenter will not be of much use if only those few solid bases are relied on. However, the role of these 4 infrastructures cannot be completely denied. After all, she did enjoy some stability brought by the 4 infrastructures in her previous life. She put the information in front of her, looked at all the locations, and compared them with her memory. The selection of these locations did have a certain pattern, and it seemed that they did correspond to the natural disasters she remembered. She knew Zhang Wei's ability to predict, and there might be other people who could predict natural disasters. But because there were too many natural disasters, or because the time was too long, there was no way to predict accurately, and she could only predict some cities in general. This led to the company's projects being all over the place, and they were all doing it without any clear purpose. After reading it several times, she was almost sure of her guess. However, she did not go to find the other party, but wrote some messages according to her memory, and then sent the messages to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, what does this mean? Qing, I don't know either. This was given to me by someone else. They said it was useful information. You have a special ability, so you may know what it means. Zhang Wei, let me see. After a while, she replied, this time with only 3 exclamation marks. Then the content of the message, very useful. Thank you. Don't worry. I won't ask too much, nor will I reveal too much to the outside world. I wonder if I can say that I said it, as long as you have no problem with it. Qing replied. When I got the news, the other party only said that I had full authority, and hoped that it would be of greater use. Zhang Wei, useful. Thank you. Seeing these words, Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She would reveal the news of the earthquake later, but she didn't want the country to do useless work with the news of future natural disasters. At least the country can do things more targeted. In the following months, she gradually got some simple information from Zhang Wei. After verification, both the ability users and the country believed that the information she gave was extremely accurate. Now, they are carrying out targeted construction, according to the information. Zhang Wei was not convenient to disclose more information, and Qing did not ask more. She is still working diligently to open her chain supermarket. The earthquake circle must be opened, and the flood circle must also be opened. She was reborn and knew best which places would be destroyed by natural disasters, and which places would survive. Naturally, her supermarkets will be opened in these places first. Power outage? Why did it suddenly go out? Wei Xiaoshuang made a shocked voice next door. How many years has it been since there was a power outage in our town? Qing pushed open the door of the supermarket and felt the heat coming in from outside. The temperature is relatively high this year. It's only May, and it's hot already. It was hot last year, and it's even hotter this year. Is everything okay in your supermarket? Wei Xiaoshuang entered the supermarket. Close the door quickly. Don't let the cold air in. My supermarket is fine. We installed a generator separately before, Qing said, pointing to the air conditioner on the top. The air conditioner in the supermarket is not turned off. Oh really? Wei Xiaoshuang looked up. I remember you talking about the generator. I thought it was unnecessary. There hasn't been a power outage in our town for many years. Yes, it's been many years. Qing looked at the big sun outside. In her memory, power outages were common. She almost forgot what it felt like to have no power outages for many years. With the current situation, I don't know when it will be restored. Wei Xiaoshuang frowned. Fortunately, your supermarket is fine. Otherwise the refrigerator and freezer will not work properly, and the vending system will not work properly either. That would be troublesome. It's okay for a clothing store to have a power outage for a while. Then you stay in the supermarket, Qing said. I'm going out to do something now. Thank you for letting me use the air conditioner. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled, and immediately waved at her. Go. But you should be careful when you go out. Don't stay outside for too long. The weather is so hot, and it's uncomfortable to stay outside for a long time. Qing also smiled. Don't worry. I'm such a big person. How can I not know the heat? After that, she walked out of the supermarket, went to the small garage next door to push the tricycle out, rode the tricycle out, and met many passers-by who were much more enthusiastic than usual along the way. Boss, there's a power outage. Is your supermarket okay? Boss, can I still buy popsicles in your supermarket? Are the drinks in the supermarket still cold? Qing answered them one by one. The supermarket is okay. It has installed a generator. You can buy freezers. There are many. The drinks are still cold. There's no power outage in the supermarket. After getting her reply, passers-by went to her supermarket in 2s and 3s. It's only May now. Although the weather is a little hot, it's not that exaggerated. She remembers that it was from July that the temperature started to rise. But in her previous life, she was still working in the city, and she didn't know the situation in the town. Nor did she remember how many times the town would have power outages on this hot day this year. When she arrived at the old factory, she quickly changed the truck parked here and drove to the supermarket. Shioshuyu had been outside for the past few months to help her with the decoration and to find a new supermarket location. Most of the time, she was not there, but she came back a few days ago, and she should be in the supermarket today. She was not too worried about the situation at the supermarket. In the past few months, she had exchanged solar generators for the supermarket, except for the ones that were given away, and the rest were installed in the supermarkets under her name. There was no need to worry about the sudden power outage causing problems to the supermarket. Half an hour later, she was not far from the supermarket. She was about to find a parking space as usual, but she found that there was no parking space in the huge outdoor parking area. Some places that were not originally parking spaces, but did not affect the movement of people, were also full of cars. After turning around a few times, she finally found a place to park in a corner, parked the car immediately, and walked into the supermarket. As soon as she entered the supermarket, she immediately felt the cool breeze inside, and the crowds that were many times more than usual. She went straight to the office. Not long after she walked, she saw Shioshuyu, who was discussing the air conditioning temperature with someone. Seeing her, Shioshuyu approached her immediately. "Boss, there are too many people in the supermarket, and the temperature has risen a lot. Can our generator support a lower air conditioning temperature?" "Yes. Adjust it. If the temperature is high, it will not be too comfortable for everyone to stay inside." Qing nodded. "Is there a power outage in other places?" "Boss, is there a power outage in your place too?" "Yes. But I came here as soon as the power outage happened," Qing said. "Did other towns lose power earlier than ours?" "It should be." Shioshuyu nodded. "Actually, I didn't notice it, because we have a generator in our supermarket. It has always been on. I was working in the office. When I got the news, many people had already come to the supermarket. I knew that many nearby towns had lost power. When they heard that our supermarket was not without power, they all came to use the air conditioning." "I see. I was wondering why they were so fast," Qing said, frowning subconsciously. "It's only May now, and the power outage has started. What should we do in July and August when the temperature is the highest?" Just as she was talking, her cell phone rang. Taking out her cell phone, she quickly saw Wei Xishuang's name. "It's ringing again. There may be some minor problems, which have been solved. Qing, it's not just our town that has lost power, but it's good that it's back on now." She showed the message to Shioshuyu. "Our town has already restored power, and other towns should also be fine. Let's just talk about future problems. If there is another power outage, and there are a lot of people, you can just lower the air conditioning temperature. That's fine. Fortunately, it's not a big problem." Shioshuyu nodded. "By the way, I really want to find you. There are a few supermarkets that are going to be transferred. Let's discuss it." "Yes." Qing and Shioshuyu went to the office and looked at the situation of several transferred supermarkets. Finally, they chose one with a larger area and cheaper rent. "Our supermarket is still mainly about good quality and low price. The rent is cheap, and the profit can be lower." Qing's goal is very accurate. You can look for it according to this goal. "Well, then how many supermarkets should we open next?" Shioshuyu looked up, looking at Qing. "Not sure. See how much money I can make." Qing said ambiguously. "If you can make more money, open more. If not, open slowly. Wait for me to make money." Shioshuyu slightly widened his eyes. Qing smiled. "I have other businesses that are making money. Don't worry, I won't lose money." Chapter 276 Purple Sun Thunder Tribulation. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. As soon as she finished talking to Shioshuyu, Qing received a message to buy spiritual rice. Her spiritual rice business is very stable. Almost every once in a while, someone will come to her to buy. Although the unit price of spiritual rice is only 10 yuan, the profit will be high once the quantity increases. 10 yuan is her net profit. Will the quantity be a little more this time? I have inventory, don't worry. Qing replied. This time I put the rice in the old factory in advance. You can drive to the old factory to pick up the goods. The quantity is a bit large. The supermarket can't put it in. Okay, we will transfer the money to your bank card. Yes. After replying the message, Qing Qing looked at Qiushu again, continued to find new supermarket addresses. Let's open a few more, I'm making money. Qiushu looked at her in shock. Qing Qing smiled. Don't worry, it's a legitimate business, don't be afraid. After talking to Qiushu, there was nothing else to do in the supermarket. She got up and took the key and went downstairs. There were still many cars parked downstairs at this moment, but it was not as full as before with no space to park. There was also parking space inside the supermarket, but not many cars could be parked. She took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Qiushu, asking her to find out how much it would cost to install equipment that can park up and down. Should we install it? In fact, there are not many customers who come normally. If the price is right, then install it. It's not the hottest time of the day yet, and the sudden power outage has caused so many people to drive to the supermarket. When the weather gets hotter later, even if there is no power outage, it is estimated that many people will come to the supermarket to use the air conditioning. She didn't explain too much to Qiushu, just asked her to contact the relevant manufacturers. As for the price, Qing Qing picked up her phone and saw the text message that had just been sent. This time, she sold 1 million caddies of spiritual rice and earned 10 million yuan. But even if she deducted the 1 million caddies, she still had more than 50 million caddies of spiritual rice in her hands. The extra ones were all saved by helping to overcome the tribulation in the past few months. It must be said that the production of spiritual rice in the cultivation world is indeed high. She did this once, twice, and 3 times, and she got more than 50 million caddies each time. There are also many cultivators who have a large amount of spiritual rice hidden in their storage rings. Although the spiritual energy in the spiritual rice is not too much, even ordinary people can bear it. But so many cultivators have saved hundreds of millions, or even billions of spiritual rice. And the amount of spiritual energy added up will be very huge. According to the law of conservation of energy, the more spiritual rice is stored, the less spiritual energy there will be in the environment of the cultivation world. This is not a good trend. Perhaps vegetables, wheat, corn, potatoes, and other foods can be pushed out. When these plants are planted, they will definitely occupy the space for planting spiritual rice. But ordinary people in the cultivation world can taste different flavors of food, and they should not hoard them all at once. It's not easy to do this, and we can only take it one step at a time. The vegetables grown in the school of the cultivation world were basically transferred to the Mecca plain for sale, and only a small part was sold to the market of the cultivation world. When she returned to the town, she found that it was only May, and many families had turned on the air conditioner, which showed that the temperature was indeed a bit high. There was nothing to do in the supermarket, so she didn't go back. She stayed in the old factory and prepared 1 million kilograms of spiritual rice, and put them all into special rice bags. The next morning, several trucks parked in front of the old factory building, taking away the spiritual rice. They came and went in a hurry, and even Wei Xiaoshuang didn't know she was doing such a big business. These are the seeds we picked up. According to what you said, we have already sold a batch. Now it should be the time to harvest. There should be people selling them in the market. Then let's go and have a look. The currency in the cultivation world is mainly spiritual stones, supplemented by spiritual rice. In many cases, spiritual rice is used as currency for transactions, and it is still the same now. It is said that the major sects are collecting a large amount of spiritual rice. After accumulating a certain amount, they will use spiritual stones to exchange spiritual rice with you. The person next to him said, "It may have something to do with your business. Will the large amount of spiritual rice collected like this have an impact on the people?" Qing Qing was more concerned about this. No. In fact, everyone has a lot of spiritual rice hidden. Now there are rich dishes, and the spiritual rice for each meal is less. Look, there are people selling vegetables over there. Although the quantity is not too much, the business is not bad. Qing Qing looked over as the person next to him said, and soon saw the two parties bargaining. Of course, the question is still how much spiritual rice can be exchanged for vegetables. They are all vegetables grown in the cultivation world. There is not much difference between the vegetables here and those grown in the school. The quality is very good, but because they are fresh, their prices are not too low. After looking around, she confirmed that everyone wanted to exchange spiritual rice for vegetables, so she did not interfere. After watching the vegetable business at the market, she did not return to school immediately, but flew to Shinshan Lake. After several months of moving, The water level of Shinshin Lake has obviously dropped a little bit compared to before. In the long run, she felt that she might really be able to move all the water from Shinshin Lake. After looking for a while, she took out a small bucket and bent down to collect the water. Just as she was about to leave, the sound transmission note in the small bag on her waist lit up, and a bright light came out through the thin bag. "Is my friend here? Ziyang Yuanjun? It's you. Fortunately, you are here. I am going to pass the tribulation. Please help me." After confirming that it was Qin Qing's voice, Ziyang Yuanjun breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the tribulation cloud above his head, hoping that he could pass the tribulation safely today. The tribulation cloud at this moment could not show the final power of the thunder tribulation. But in recent years, it has been extremely difficult for any cultivator to pass the tribulation. Even if the tribulation cloud now does not seem to be too strong, it should not be underestimated. Will she come? Yes, if she says she will come, she will definitely come. Do you need me to pick her up? I remember her cultivation is not very high, and she can't fly the sword yet. If she comes late, I'm afraid she won't be able to catch up with your tribulation. Her cultivation is probably higher than you and I imagined. Ziyang Yuanjun smiled, looked up and looked into the distance. Look, someone is coming. This sword riding skill is not bad. Qin Qing landed smoothly, looked up at the tribulation cloud above her head. Fortunately, I made it in time. The first few tribulation thunders are not needed for the time being. You want me to help? Right? Yes. I will handle the first few thunders by myself. Ziyang Yuanjun nodded. I haven't seen you for a while, and your cultivation is much better than before. Ziyang Yuanjun is in seclusion. I can only go to see those cultivators who need to transcend the tribulation by myself. If I don't improve my cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. Qin Qing smiled. She has experienced helping cultivators to transcend the tribulation many times. Standing here now, she is not worried. Ziyang Yuanjun will naturally have no shortage of puppets when he transcends the tribulation this time. Strictly speaking, there should be no shortage of zombies. She looked at the person on the other side and smiled at her. This person was none other than Ziyang Yuanjun's good friend, Qin Qing, the only cultivator who had ascended from nascent soul to Mahayana in the Helping to Overcome Tribulation project. The lifespan of a cultivator in Mahayana period was several thousand years. She had just survived the tribulation, and as long as she did not encounter any difficulties, she could basically survive the next several thousand years safely. This was also the reason why many cultivators risked their lives to survive the tribulation. As long as they succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, they would have a longer life and more opportunities. The calamity cloud gradually gathered, and more people gathered around. In addition to the Tool people who were specially invited to share the same fate, there were also several familiar Mahayana monks. Qin Qing was here, and no one thought much about it, and even nodded to her kindly. After she nodded, she summoned the zombie puppet. Such a good opportunity is rare. In addition to the zombie puppet, the huge hundreds of thousands of zombies in her hands also need to be upgraded. If she was not afraid that too many zombies would cause unnecessary trouble, she could summon all the zombies at once. After all, upgraded zombies are more flexible than ordinary zombies. Since she started collecting zombies in the zombie plane, she has been looking forward to today. Even in the zombie plane, because she collected so many zombies, there are no zombie groups in the big cities, and people's lives are much more normal. These puppets seem to be no different from ordinary people, because I put clothes on them and put hats on them. If it weren't for these, their abnormality would be easily discovered. Qin Qing said calmly. They have no souls. Even if they look like humans, they are inanimate objects. Some people around are familiar, some are unfamiliar, but they are all very interested in the zombie puppets. The thunder tribulation will take some time, and since she has nothing to do, Qin Qing let them watch the zombie puppets and chat with them about the zombie puppets. As they chatted, someone said, "The clothes on these puppets are also unique, and they seem to be particularly different." Well, these clothes are not sold on the market. Qin Qing nodded. People have different habits, and it is not easy to sell such clothes. But I still have a lot of such clothes. Do you need to buy a few? The price is very cheap. What's the price? It depends on what style you want. Qin Qing began to take out clothes from the storage ring. They were all clothes that could be sold in the other world. Let me introduce them to you. The hearing and vision of the monks are always better than those of ordinary people. Qin Qing did not hide it. And Sue? Everyone present knew that she was selling clothes here. Even Ziyang Yuanjun, who was standing under the calamity cloud, heard Qin Qing's voice and her enthusiastic salesmanship, and couldn't help but smile. This salesmanship really worked. Not only did Qin Qing get spiritual rice, but she also got a batch of low-level spiritual herbs. Although they were all low-level spiritual herbs, they were rare and not easy to buy outside. Fortunately, although the business here was in full swing, Qin Qing did not forget the main business. When waiting for another calamity thunder to fall, Ziyang Yuanjun was a little overwhelmed, and she immediately sent out puppets, letting them quickly enter the thunder calamity circle to replace the tools. Chapter 277 Another Dragon. Ziyang Yuanjun's thunder tribulation did not have the nine heavens purple thunder, but the power of the last thunder was equally strong. Qin Qing also sent out a large number of zombies, just like last time, to disperse the power of the thunder tribulation, and finally let Ziyang Yuanjun successfully pass the tribulation. She did not notice too much, but the people watching around her noticed something. The words covered, Qin Qing only heard some of the content vaguely. It only said that the thunder tribulation now seemed to be weaker than before. The power of the thunder tribulation is somewhat related to the talent of the person who passes the tribulation. It stands to reason that when I passed the tribulation that time, there should not have been the nine heavens purple thunder, but it came. This time, I thought there would be a thunder tribulation as powerful as the nine heavens purple thunder, but it did not appear. Qin Qing blinked. While collecting the zombies, she also looked up at the tribulation cloud above her head that was dispersing little by little. Strange. How could it be so suddenly? Ziyang Yuanjun sighed again. Maybe something happened. Qin Qing pursed her lips. Before she came here, she had just filled the water from Shinshan Lake. Now the water over there is a few layers shallower. So the heavenly way here is no longer suppressing? Or maybe it's because the spiritual stones she exchanged for this period of time have taken effect? Or maybe it's because of the many spiritual rice she took away. She participated in all these, and did a lot of things. But no matter which thing led to the current development, it is a good thing for the cultivators in the cultivation world. Ziyang Yuanjun, can you sense the way of heaven? I know a little bit. Why don't we talk about it in detail? Okay. The Mahayana cultivators, also called half-step ascending to heaven, only need to pass one more tribulation to ascend to become immortals. With such cultivation, they can sense the laws of heaven, so Ziyang Yuanjun was called to talk. As for Ziyang Yuanjun, she has passed the tribulation, and now she has become a Mahayana cultivator, but she just passed the tribulation, and needs to be in seclusion to stabilize her cultivation, so she will not be called. The spiritual rice left by Ziyang Yuanjun is in Ziyang Yuanjun's hands. She directly gave the storage ring with a large storage capacity to Qin Qing, and then talked with the other cultivators about the current changes. Mahayana cultivators must cover their words, so that others can no longer hear anything. Qin Qing guessed that the changes in the cultivation world were related to her, but she did not intend to get involved. She continued to recover the zombies and zombie puppets struck by lightning, and then contentedly counted the amount of spiritual rice on hand. Ziyang Yuanjun had long been prepared for this tribulation, and was afraid that this tribulation would be dangerous, so he always took Qin Qing around, and it was her turn to tribulate, so the preparations were particularly sufficient, and the amount of spiritual rice was the same as when Ziyang Yuanjun tribulated before. Both were 40 million kilograms of spiritual rice, including the 50 million she has on hand. She currently has a total of 90 million kilograms of spiritual rice. In addition to the zombies that were struck by lightning in front of her, she can make a lot of money every time they come to help. It's a pity that groups of zombies are rare in the zombie plane. Otherwise she would have more than hundreds of thousands of zombies on hand. And millions are also possible. But she is very content. In addition, for a cultivator in the nascent soul stage to overcome the tribulation, releasing hundreds or thousands of zombies each time is enough. With hundreds of thousands of zombies, it is unknown how long it will take to upgrade them all. Ziyang Yuanjun recovered a little, and came to Qin Qing. Thank you for your help, my friend. Congratulations to Ziyang Yuanjun for your successful advancement. Qin Qing smiled and bowed. This time you have successfully passed the tribulation, and your future life will be better. Ziyang Yuanjun nodded, and then asked, are you really not going to take the longevity pill? Qin Qing smiled. It will take at least hundreds or thousands of years for Ziyang Yuanjun to pass the tribulation next time. Why are you in a hurry now? Maybe by then, passing the tribulation will not be so difficult. Didn't the nine heavens purple thunder descend last time? Ascending to heaven and overcoming the tribulation is different from ordinary overcoming the tribulation. Even in the past, it was rare to see a cultivator who succeeded in ascending. In the current situation, it is probably even more difficult. Ziyang Yuanjun said, and suddenly relaxed. Well, now I have a few thousand years of life, even if I fail to overcome the tribulation. It doesn't matter. Today I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, all thanks to your help. If you have any problems in the future, just send a message to me. As she said, she took out another storage ring. Qin Qing took out the storage ring that Qiheng Yuanjun had just given her. The spiritual rice has been given. That is spiritual rice. It is just the basic reward. The things in this storage ring are what I have sorted out during this period of time. There are spiritual tools and spiritual plants that are not needed in the Mahayana period, and some basic elixirs. Now I can protect you, just take it. Ziyang Yuanjun handed the storage ring to Qin Qing. With me here, no one will dare to take it from you. Qin Qing was still a little hesitant. Ziyang Yuanjun directly stuffed the storage ring into her hand. The traces of spiritual consciousness on it have been erased. You can use it by covering it with your own spiritual consciousness. Your cultivation, even I can't see through it. Even if others have high cultivation, they may not be able to erase your traces. Qin Qing raised his eyes to look at her. I don't know where your master is. But now that you have come out of seclusion, you have helped us a lot. So I won't ask too many questions. Ziyang Yuanjun smiled. Take it. They are useless to me anyway. Thank you very much. Ziyang Yuanjun Qin Qing thanked him seriously. Put away the storage ring. And took back the last zombie puppet. We will meet again later. Ziyang Yuanjun has passed the tribulation. And she has her own things to do. Those who need to pass the tribulation can contact directly. And she doesn't need to be a middleman. The number of contacts between the two will not be too frequent. As they spoke, the two of them bowed to each other at the same time. Because of the tribulation, a lot of time was wasted. After Qin Qing left, she immediately rushed to the Golden Dragon Plain. The vending machine in the plain supermarket also has a limit on the amount of weak water it can collect. She tried to sell more at first, but each time it collected only a little more weak water than the small bucket in her hand. There was really no other way. She could only run once a day. Wait until the weak water was emptied, and then deposit it in. Fortunately, as long as it was emptied, it could be deposited, and it would not delay the daily exchange. Arriving at the plain supermarket, the weak water in the vending machine had indeed been completely emptied, and she immediately put the newly taken weak water in. After putting the weak water in, she remembered that she had not seen the random trade today. After clicking it and seeing the content of the transaction, she was shocked and said subconsciously, "Someone is exchanging dragon blood for spirit stones with me." Dashu listened to her and replied, "Aren't there many worlds in your plain transaction? It should be dragons from other worlds. What about exchanging dragon blood for spirit stones? If it is a human, they will definitely be reluctant to exchange dragon blood for spirit stones. I am afraid that it is an injured dragon that will do this," Dashu said in a deep voice. "If you have a lot of spirit stones, you can exchange them." Qin Qing actually still has dragon blood in her hand. During this period, she has drawn a lot of talismans, but she has not used dragon blood much. If it was a human, she might not agree. But if a dragon wanted to exchange with her, she would agree. If she was really injured, it would be very uncomfortable. She still had a lot of spirit stones, so exchanging some would not have much impact on her. With this in mind, she immediately took out a batch of spirit stones and clicked to confirm the transaction. The moment she confirmed, the dragon blood appeared in the transaction box. She took a large container and put the dragon blood out. The dragon blood smell spread, and the golden dragon who was watching the cartoon suddenly turned his head, looked at her and growled, then turned his body and walked out. Don't be impulsive. The tree stretched out its branches and grabbed the golden dragon. This dragon may not be here with us. Roar, are you sure? Roar, roar, even if it is so. You can't be impulsive. We will find a way, the tree said, still tightly holding the golden dragon. Talking to Qin Qing, the little golden dragon said it is sure that the dragon is here, but its breath is covered, so it has never smelled it. You receive the dragon blood, and it smelled the overflowing breath. So this transaction is a transaction between our dragon and me? Qin Qing was surprised. It may be that the tree has been speaking very confidently, and she also thought that there was only one dragon in this plane. The golden dragon. Seeing Jinlong's excitement, She immediately said, "Don't go. Since the people who trap the dragon have a way to conceal their breath, it must be very dangerous. Even if you go, it will be very dangerous. It's better to feel the specific location. Find a way to go there. Use the space door. And then use the invisibility technique, so you won't be discovered." Under the dual persuasion of Qin Qing and Ishu, Jin Long finally stopped being impulsive and carefully sensed the location of the other dragon. This took half a month. During this period, Jin Long wanted to go by himself several times, but was stopped by Ishu. Qin Qing also went out to inquire about the news, but the people had basically only heard of dragons in legends, and had never seen them in reality, let alone seen a trapped dragon. As for those sects, she once tried to sneak in, but was almost discovered, and had to leave. Fortunately, half a month later, the golden dragon finally sensed the specific location. According to the location, Qin Qing opened a space door, held the space stone and walked in. As soon as she walked out, she saw a dark place in front of her, and there was no sound around. Relieved, she took out the smallest flashlight in her hand and quietly turned on a beam of light, thinking that if there was any problem, she could react immediately and go back through the space gate. In such a dark environment, even a very weak light would attract attention. But she turned it on for a long time and still heard no sound. Then she took out the big flashlight with courage. As soon as she turned it on, she saw the rock walls around her, and it seemed that she was in a huge cave. In a cave like this, there is basically no light coming out. No wonder no one has discovered it. Thinking of this, she shone the flashlight on the ground. After seeing the ground clearly, she raised the flashlight again and walked forward, lighting the road and the front at the same time. When she saw a huge cliff with a drop, she reacted immediately and stopped. She stood still and raised the flashlight again. Seeing the situation clearly, she was suddenly shocked. The huge dragon bone was lying in the bottom of the equally huge cave. Before seeing the thin layer of skin and flesh on the dragon bone, she really thought that the dragon was dead. Even the dragon head part, there was almost only the skull left. What idiots did this? So angry. It is not a pity to be so cruel to the dragon. Chapter 278. Everything will be fine. After falling to the bottom of the cave, Qin Qing carefully leaned in to take a closer look. Although it was very weak, the dragon was indeed still breathing. Since it was breathing, it meant that it was very likely to be saved, especially for a dragon. After confirming the situation, she immediately took out all the spirit stones she had saved, piled them near the dragon's body, and then used her own spiritual power as a guide. Let the spiritual energy in the spirit stones gradually enter the dragon's body. These spirit stones may not be of much use to a dragon, but the dragon itself has a strong self-healing ability. As long as it recovers a little, it will slowly recover on its own. After doing all this, she went back through the space gate and told the big tree and the golden dragon about the general situation. The golden dragon was impulsive again, but was stopped by the big tree. There is a formation that traps the dragon there. You can't go there. If you go there now, something will happen. Yes, I can go there to send spiritual stones and spiritual power, Qin Qing said, and remembered something. I still have weak water in my hand. Maybe I can use weak water to corrode the formation. When the formation disappears, the dragon inside can come out. There is no need to destroy the formation now. According to what you said, the trapped dragon is not in a good condition. Even if the formation is destroyed now, it can't come out, and it may be discovered that something is wrong. Then let's spend some time to raise the dragon first, and then destroy the formation. Perhaps after hearing the plan of the two, the golden dragon was no longer impulsive, but just raised his claws and patted the plain supermarket. Such actions were always shown when it wanted to eat meat before, but now it was obviously not doing this for itself. Qin Qing realized the golden dragon's thoughts and immediately said, I can take a small part first. The dragon is not in good condition and may not be able to eat too much. After it is raised, I will exchange the meat for it. After these words, the golden dragon was indeed appeased, but it was no longer in the mood to watch cartoons. It circled to the top of the tree and looked into the distance. Qin Qing also heard about the situation of the two dragons from the tree. More than 1,000 years ago, the last dragon of the dragon clan was born, and the rest of the dragons were summoned by the heavens and flew up to the heavens one by one. When the golden dragon was about to be taken to the heavens, it was blocked by humans who came from nowhere. One of the remaining two dragons died, and the other was saved by the big tree and hidden in the deep sea. The dragon that died should be the trapped dragon. Although it survived more than 1,000 years ago, it has lived a life worse than death in the past 1,000 years. The big tree did not say the relationship between the two dragons, and Qin Qing did not ask. She only knew that the relationship between the two dragons must be complicated, and when she went to take care of the dragon later, she was particularly attentive. The trapped dragon was not in good condition. Almost every time she went there, it was in a coma. But fortunately it still had some unconscious behaviors, such as absorbing spiritual power. And it could also eat dozens of kilograms of meat. In the next 2 months, the temperature in reality was getting higher and higher. Everyone on the internet was talking about the high temperature. And the town also experienced several power outages. But fortunately each power outage was not long. Qin Qing looked through the information on the internet. Many cities have opened special lounge rooms, which are large resting spaces that can accommodate thousands of people at a time. At the same time, there are also special bus lines to take residents from different places to the lounge. Mainly some elderly people who are reluctant to turn on the air conditioner, and take them to one place to make them more comfortable. The business of her supermarkets is even much better than normal. The parking lot that Qiushu specially asked someone to improve before also came in handy. And it can accommodate more than twice the traffic flow to avoid the problem of customers driving in, but having no place to park. But even so, there are still a lot of cars parked around the supermarket. I don't know when the temperature will go down. Wei Xiaoshuang sighed. It was very hot last year. Why is it even hotter this year? Luckily I didn't go out to work. There are so many mountains around our town, which can lower the temperature a bit. After saying that, she looked at Qin Qing, who was distracted, and waved her hand in front of her. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Is there a lounge in our town? Qin Qing asked. Yes. Yes. Many people go there to enjoy the cool air. And some play mahjong there. Actually, this is quite good. I want to go there to play mahjong, Wei Xiaoshuang said. By the way, some people are sleeping there, and no one is chasing them away. They say that the weather is really hot, and they can't stand it without air conditioning at home. It's better to get together. Elderly people are definitely reluctant to turn on the air conditioner. Even my mother goes to the lounge during the day and turns on the air conditioner when she comes back at night. This is quite good. Gathering together saves electricity. Qin Qing smiled, watching someone quickly park the battery car outside the door, and pushed open the supermarket door. Another takeout? When the weather gets hot, the flow of people in the amusement area drops a lot. But there are still many people playing indoor games, and the air conditioner is turned on all day long. The town's takeaway and delivery businesses are doing pretty well. This time it's the order from the lounge. It's so hot. Old men and old ladies are not willing to run around to save a little money, the other party said, and went to the shelf to get the goods. Qin Qing turned her head and looked. If you are not in a hurry, you can stay in the supermarket for a while. It doesn't matter where you stay. I can stay in the lounge. When it's hot, I have nothing to do. It's nice to play board games for a while, the other party said, and continued to pick up items one by one according to the order. After picking everything, he took it to the cashier to pay. Wei Xiaoshuang's clothing store was also not doing business. She rested her chin on her hand and looked for a while, then turned to continue talking to Qin Qing. Construction is really convenient now. You can get whatever you want. It can be assembled and shipped directly here. It can be used as soon as it lands. However, I don't know how many lounges will be built this year. After the hot weather is over, it won't be wasted in the future. Right? Qin Qing glanced at her and thought that after the hot weather, there will be cold weather. At the end of this year, colder weather is coming. The overall average temperature in the south in winter is 5 or 6 degrees lower than in previous years. Don't look at it as only 5 or 6 degrees. The difference between the average winter temperature of 0 degrees and -5 degrees is not small. This is still relatively cold weather. Next year, it will be extremely cold, with the average temperature lower by more than 10 degrees. It is the same in the south and the north. Anyway, it is cold everywhere. This lounge is built now, and the profit margin in the future will not be low. But she did not say this to Wei Xiaoshuang, but said, they are all assembled. If they are really unusable, they can be taken back to the factory and disassembled to make other things. It will not be wasted after all. You are right. In fact, there are not many things in this lounge. Those assembled tables, chairs and benches can be disassembled and reused, which is still cost-saving. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded. Isn't it? Qin Qing nodded. looking at Wei Xiaoshuang's bored look. Call uncle and aunt to play mahjong? Is it okay? Wei Xiaoshuang hesitated. What's wrong with that? The place next door is big. And there's no one inside. Isn't air conditioning a waste? Qing said. When aunt comes to talk to you later, you can tell her that the air conditioner should be turned on all the time in this weather to save money. Otherwise, turning it on and off will waste more electricity. I didn't let you turn it off. I have an automatic mahjong table upstairs. I'll go find it. You can call someone. That's fine. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and nodded, and immediately took out his cell phone to call someone. Wei Xiaoshuang's parents were free, and said they would come soon. Qing went to the second floor, took out the automatic mahjong table, and called Wei Xiaoshuang to join them. The two moved the mahjong table downstairs, and then moved it to the clothing store. When Wei Xiaoshuang's parents arrived, they didn't have a chance to talk much, and they just sat on the table to play mahjong. Once they started playing mahjong, they couldn't think of anything else, and their whole heart and soul were on the mahjong table. Later, Qin Jiangxin's mother came to watch the mahjong game, and Qing took the initiative to give up her seat, saying that she had things to do. She did have something to do. Her daily routine recently also included feeding the dragon. In 2 months, the dragon had grown a lot of meat, and was even awake most of the time. Qing brought a lot of spirit stones, and it practiced on its own with these spirit stones, especially after hearing about the existence of the little golden dragon from her. It practiced even more seriously, although it would take a long time to recover to a stronger state. Its current condition was indeed better than before. She put a video recorder in the formation to record the dragon's situation, and then brought it back to show it to the little golden dragon. As the dragon recovered little by little, it was in the mood to watch new cartoons again. After feeding the animals once again, she went directly to the snow mountain. Now that she has a high level of cultivation, she is more resistant to cold and heat. Even if the temperature is over 40 degrees, it is only slightly hot for her. But standing in the snow mountain at this moment, she still feels very comfortable. John Rui is not there, so she went directly to the town outside the snow mountain. Today's town can be said to have been upgraded. Not only are the houses made of bricks and tiles, but there are even glass windows. These glass windows are not all picked up from the ruins. Some of them are made one by Jean Rui and his men under the guidance of the military advisor. Although the transparency of the glass fired locally is relatively low, there is already a preliminary glass workshop. In addition to supplying the town, it will also be sold to other places. She stood on the snow-capped mountain near the town, looking at the chimneys rising slowly in the town, and felt a little hot in her heart. So she simply stood there for a while. During this stop, she looked at the edge of the snow-capped mountain and found some problems. Boss Qin, Brother John is back. How are things going outside? Qin looked at John Rui, who was flying over. With the guidance of the military advisor, everything will go smoothly, John Rui said with a smile. Now we own several towns around us, but there are still some tough ones. We are trying to deal with them. I will need your help in a few days and find you again. By the way, were you looking at the edge of the snow mountain just now? Qin nodded. Well, is it because of the coal? Or, I guess it's not because of the coal, but because of the soul stones we moved away, John Rui said. Seeing that Qin was not surprised, he smiled. You think so too? But you were not sure before. Yes, I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that the snow mountain in this plain is spreading, which has a lot to do with the appearance of the Black River. Now the snow mountain is shrinking inward, which is not good for the people. It's a good thing to say that. Qin raised her eyes. We need a snow mountain, but it doesn't have to be this big, you said. If we solve the problems in these plains, will Blue Star be better? John Rui looked at Qin. You didn't say it in detail before, but my father told me something. Will Blue Star have more serious problems in the future? Don't worry. We will solve it slowly, Qin said firmly. Just like this plane can recover slowly, I believe Blue Star will also return to normal. John Rui actually didn't hear Qin talk about the future of Blue Star. Now her answer foreshadowed something. He took a deep look, and after a while, he smiled and said, I believe you. Qin smiled and raised her eyes. You should have believed me. Chapter 279 Yugong moves the mountain. The shrinking of the snow-capped mountains in the Snow Mountain Plain seems to be positively correlated with the reduction of Shinshan Lake in the cultivation plain. However, Qin Qing would not compare the two together. Even though the plains that her plain supermarket leads to seem to have a lot of connections with each other, she is very sure that the changes in the Snow Mountain Plain are likely to have some connection with the Black River. According to the ancient books of the Snow Mountain Plain, the snow-capped mountains in this plain were not so big at the beginning, but grew a little bit as time went by. It is impossible to know when it started. Even if it is possible, without the time when the Black River appeared, there is no way to match it. However, judging from the current situation, the impact of the soul stone being transported away on this plain is more beneficial than harmful. She did not stay in the Snow Mountain Plain for too long, and went directly to the Soul World. There are still people guarding the supermarket door in the Soul World, but there are much fewer than before, as more and more people go to Purgatory on Earth and find that they can live there. Thousands of people have gone there. However, the space door is often open, so it is not difficult to go back and forth between the two planes. Arriving at the location of the space gate, she saw the people guarding outside the gate at a glance, and the widened Forget River not far away. One end of this river was right in front of the space gate. Boss Qin, let me go over and take a look. Are there still restrictions on people going back and forth? Qin Qing asked one more question. She had left the affairs of the soul world to the old Taoist priest, and sometimes she would not ask in detail. There are restrictions, but they have been relaxed appropriately, the other party said. The Taoist priest has confirmed that the number of people who can go over there is related to the width of the Forget River. Now that the width has been widened, more souls can go through than before. Then I'll go over and take a look. After that, she went straight through the space gate and arrived at the Hell on Earth. The space of Purgatory on Earth is not very large. The first few buildings that appeared were all crowded together. Now there are more souls here, and many people have received things burned by their relatives, which has become much more crowded than before. Even the gaps between the buildings are filled with buildings that have sprung up out of thin air. Under such conditions, even people who live in the most crowded environment will say that every inch of land here is worth a lot of money. Of course, these burned buildings can be disposed of. Many of them are not as exquisite as the houses sold by Qin Qing in the Soul Realm. But as long as people receive things, they are reluctant to dispose of them. The Soul World is completely separated from humans, and here you can receive things burned from the human world, which is a rare contact with relatives who are still alive. So naturally everyone is unwilling to deal with it. After looking around, she was about to go to the location of the commercial building, and suddenly heard a voice calling her from a distance. Boss Qin. Boss Qin. Qin Qin turned her head and looked at the person calling her. What's wrong? Come on. Come on. Help us, the other person shouted, waving at her. We are worried that we can't do some things, and we need you to come. Come on. Although Qin Qing was confused, she still stepped forward. When she got closer, she found that there were many people standing here, and the soul power condensed from these people was tied to the building in front of her. The old Taoist priest stood at the front, directing everyone to work. She tilted her head, looked at the building in front of her, and asked with a smile, What are you doing? Learning from Yugong moving the mountain? Really? The old Taoist priest said with a smile. Before you came, we had already moved several small buildings. This building is the first building we challenged. If this building is also successful, all the buildings in the future can be moved away to make more living space for everyone. Move buildings? Is this possible? Qin Qing asked in shock. It's really possible, but our soul power is not enough. The old Taoist priest walked towards Qin Qing and talked to her. Now this dead land has gradually become an environment similar to the soul world. Although these buildings are all living buildings, they are also in such an environment, and they can be moved naturally, just like everyone's buildings, which can also be moved. Everyone's buildings can be moved naturally, even if they look real. They are paper buildings. Qin Qing looked up and looked at the building in front of her. Let me try. The old Taoist priest nodded and began to command everyone to move the building together again. This time, he easily moved the building a long distance in the direction of everyone's force. Damn. Boss Qin, your soul power is too strong. We just spent a lot of time, and we only moved a little distance. Boss Qin, you are here, and your power is stronger than all of us combined. As expected of Boss Qin, you are amazing. Listening to everyone's praise, Qin Qing subconsciously looked at her hands. She didn't expect that she had such great strength. This is a building, a tall building. How can it be moved? Boss Qin, you try it. The old Taoist priest asked the others to put away their soul power, and looked at Qin Qing. Qin Qing looked at him, nodded, and used her soul power. Tied to the building. And so, the building moved a lot in a specific direction. After confirming that she could do it, she immediately asked the old Taoist priest about the specific location of the move, and moved the whole building to the side in one breath, side by side with another building. Do you have any spare energy now? The old Taoist priest asked her. Qin Qing felt it a little, nodded, yeah. I don't feel any effort. Then try again. The old Taoist priest pointed to the remaining buildings. Qin Qing nodded, and then followed the old Taoist's instructions, turning all the buildings, making them side by side, freeing up a large open space. But even so, she still didn't feel tired, as if moving these buildings only took her some time. And as for soul power, there was almost no significant loss. Her action successfully attracted everyone's attention. Such a large open space has been cleared. Boss Qin is amazing. Boss Qin, how strong is your soul power? Do you have a rough estimate? Such soul power strength. Not to mention just compared with the people here, even compared with the entire soul world, can be compared with the total amount of all people. Boss Qin, are you the legendary king of hell? Not that exaggerated, Qin Qing said helplessly. Maybe it has something to do with my frequent contact with the Black River and soul stones, plus other messy reasons. She really couldn't tell what caused the amount of soul power in her body to be so strong. Maybe it has something to do with the ice crystal stone, which also comes from the snow mountain. Maybe it is a more diluted soul stone. But it may also be related to the fact that she has been helping the people in the ruins to rest in peace during this period of time. And it may even be related to the golden light she felt in the white stone plain. She did too many things. And for a while, she really couldn't find an accurate source for the strong soul power in her body. But strong soul power is not a bad thing. After making sure that the soul power in her body can be used frequently, she helped to move all the physical buildings here to the same location. And the empty space was used to place various houses and buildings burned from the human world or brought from the soul world. They are neatly arranged in rows, and look a bit similar to the soul realm. As for the Forgetful River, it runs through it. If you look from above, you will find that it really looks like a river that can transport souls. Today's purgatory on Earth is still the same as before. New spaces will appear every once in a while. It is not only the space where Qin Jiangqin does tasks, but also the space where others do tasks. Because there are souls from Blue Star. These tasks are completed without exception. It's just that every time you complete a mission, a new building will appear. So although the land area has increased, the number of buildings will also increase. The souls have tried to live in these buildings several times, but none of them are as comfortable as living in the paper buildings. According to them, living in these buildings will make them feel that their souls are heating up, which makes them very uncomfortable. In this way, they have to live in the paper buildings, and there is not enough space, so they can only squeeze in wherever there is space. Not only are the houses scattered, but it is also not very convenient to settle them. They also thought that these new buildings appeared here, and they were not there for the right reasons. They were not in the place where they should be, so they could be moved to other places. That's why they thought of moving them with soul power. After several small buildings were moved successfully, they found that the plan was feasible. And the scene when Qin Qing first appeared. Qin Qing also thought that it was good now. Neat and uniform. Next time there are new buildings, call me, and I will move them. Qin Qing took the initiative to say, it's not a big deal for me, but it's more difficult for you. Okay. Compared with Boss Qin's strength, we are really far behind. Boss Qin, don't worry. We will definitely call you. By the way, Bai Yunqing said that he has sorted out a batch of goods for Boss Qin and asked you to go and get them. Now, except for some large items that cannot be pried out, everything in the building has been moved out. I'll go and take a look, Qin Qing said, and happily walked towards the only building left in the middle. Compared with other buildings, this building is still covered with various talismans. But now there is a residential building next to this building, and Bai Yunqing and all the other souls have moved to the residential building. They are still afraid of the inexplicable evil spirit coming, but now there are many more souls around, and their burden has naturally become heavier. Boss Qin, you are here. Seeing Qin Qing, Bai Yunqing still held the phone in his hand, looked up at her, and quickly pressed on the phone. I'm here. But I don't look as important as the game in your phone, Qing said deliberately. Hee hee. It will be quick. Just one more minute, Bai Yuqing said immediately, continuing to press the phone quickly, but still did not forget to talk to Qing. This phone is really fun to play with. It didn't feel good when it was only us. But now almost everyone has a phone. Or the ghosts in your world are good at playing. And they can even develop mobile phones. After speaking, after a while, Bai Yuqing played a game and looked up at Qing again. There are still a lot of things moved here during this period. Just like before. They are all put together in different categories. Boss Qing, you can take them directly. You will have to move again next time when the place is vacant. Qing walked into the building. Bai Yuqing was still talking. I heard that these things were sold to other places. I think it's good. It won't be wasted. Anyway, we can't use or wear them. Instead of keeping them, you might as well burn some for us. Boss Qing, just tell me if you want something. Qing laughed. Since you've worked so hard to carry things for me, I'll burn whatever you want. Really? They all want game consoles. Qing, no problem. Chapter 280 Busy. Qing has no shortage of funeral supplies. These things are sent to the soul world and are consumables. After a while, someone will want new ones. In this case, the old items can be disposed of naturally. They are not actual objects. As long as you apply a little soul power, you can easily make any object in the soul world disappear. In this way, there will always be a demand for newer styles. She has become a VIP customer of the funeral supplies manufacturer. It is said that even the largest online and offline funeral supplies store does not have as much demand as hers. Of course, that Boss Jia had always thought that she was in this industry. Whether it was Bai Yuqing or the souls that originally belonged to this plane, who just wanted game consoles, she didn't even need to hesitate, and directly took out a box of game consoles, and gave them all to Bai Yuqing, and asked her to distribute them. These game consoles were specially customized, and many real-life games were installed in them, and they were also connected to the Soul World Everything Network, so that you could download the games in this app, and you could play games online with all the people who downloaded Soul World Everything. Does this building have to be moved as well? Bai Yuqing went out and saw that all the other buildings were moved together. So he asked, No. First of all, the things you collected must be placed in this building. And secondly, there are talismans here. So if something happens, you can hide in time. Qing put away all the things in the rooms. This building has a large space, and it is no problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people at once. If there is a problem, you can remind everyone, and I will come as soon as possible. I will pay attention. Bai Yuqing opened another door. Here are some jewelry. But relatively speaking, they are not very expensive. They are all ordinary accessories and jewelry. Are you picky now? Qing said, smiling as she put away all the jewelry. They are all the same after seeing them so many times. Especially in my current situation. These real jewels are not as dazzling as those burned to my eyes. Bai Yuqing also smiled, holding the door. Now I have gradually gotten used to the fact that I am dead. But now I cannot reincarnate. So I can only live one day at a time. Fortunately, there are still so many people accompanying me. And it is not much different from when I was alive. Just because I cannot reincarnate now does not mean that I cannot in the future. I see that the situation here is also changing a little bit. Qing said. Maybe when the Forgotten River really becomes the Forgotten River, you can go and reincarnate. Bai Yuqing nodded, maybe. But I am not in a hurry. Qing saw her say this, and naturally did not say much, leaving it to her to decide. Not long after, she gathered all the things in the building and emptied the whole building so that she could move things here later. There was nothing serious here. So she left quickly and went to the ruins. The ruins now, in fact, can no longer be called ruins. The ruins were originally the ruins of a collapsed city. Everything on them has been cleared away one after another. Now, with the naked eye, you can only see the cleared flat land. Of course, because the cleanup has not been completed. There are still robots busy. Zhang Mingchun was not there. She went directly to the other side through the space gate. Walking out of the huge garbage disposal center, you can see a small residential area a little further away. There are not many people on the wasteland planet. But there are guards around the wasteland planet. They have been in space for a long time. And their bodies are more or less uncomfortable. So they will stay for a while. and after adjusting their condition, they will go back to space. For this reason, Zhang Mingchun discussed with Amelia to send another batch of garbage disposals, and also arranged to send batches of usable garbage. On the surface, this batch of usable garbage is used to build houses, but in fact, some construction waste is also used by the way. Qing Qing walked to the garage, got on her aircraft, and started to drive to Zhang Mingchun's base. Now there is not only her aircraft on this wasteland planet, but also in the interstellar era, with slightly different technology tree lighting. It is not difficult to break through. Zhang Mingchun made the same aircraft with the garbage on the planet, and her aircraft can fly freely in the sky, but it is mainly on this planet. It is not that it cannot be used in other planes, but it is mainly because this aircraft came at the wrong time. It happened to be before and after she learned to fly the sword. For safety, she flew with the sword in other planes, which is more convenient than the aircraft. Arriving at the base, she drove the aircraft directly into the garage. As soon as she walked out of the garage, she ran into someone from the base. I was wondering who came here so arrogantly, without sounding the alarm. It turned out to be my sister. Sister, you came at the right time today. We have bred chickens that can be killed. Do you want to eat them? We have had such a good year that we have forgotten the difficulties in the past. Qing Qing laughed and saw that the few people did not respond. Do you have something to do? Yes. We are going to set up tools for digging red gold sand mines. See you later. Sister. Sister. You must have a meal with us next time. Qing Qing smiled and nodded. Okay. Next time for sure. After that, she saw Zhang Mingchun not far away, and after a few more glances, she said, I didn't notice it before, but you really look much better than before. Eat. I sleep well, and I am healthy. How can I not be healthy? Zhang Mingchun smiled. Boss Qin is here to inspect your industry? Of course. You have to know how many industries I have. Qin Qing walked into Zhang Mingchun's office. I went to the Snow Mountain and the Human Purgatory today, and found that both places have changed a lot, and they are both developing in a good direction. So I came here to take a look. I don't have anything to do here. Zhang Mingchun waved his hand, and then patted his head. By the way, I made an energy storage device here. You can take it back and use it. It is rechargeable, and can store a lot of electricity. As she said that, she showed Qin Qing the capacity of the energy storage device. It was indeed not small. Such an energy storage device can supply a lot of electricity without charging. Qin Qing thought about the power outages during this period, and said, then you can produce a batch for me, and sell it through vending machines. You can choose spiritual rice. I don't lack spiritual rice. I can give it to you directly. I don't lack spiritual rice either. I have more than 90 million kilograms of spiritual rice in my hand now. The main thing is that I want more of this energy storage device, and it's not easy to give it to you for free. Qin Qing looked at Zhang Mingchun. You have a storage ring in your hand. You can store spiritual rice in it, and you can take it out and eat it at any time, and it won't go bad. That's fine. Since you have a lot of spiritual rice, I can change more. Zhang Mingchun nodded. Don't worry about the energy storage device. The main material of this thing is red gold sand, and everything else is easy to find. In addition to selling it to you, you can also sell it to others. You won't lose money anyway, but you may need to sell it in a covert way. Hide? Qin Qing pondered. Zhang Mingchun replied, well, you know, there are guards around the wasteland planet. If we sell from the wasteland planet, we must pass through the guards. We don't have our own routes. We will save some money, build our own spaceships, and then sell them. Then will your account have money coming in? Will it attract attention? Qin Qing asked. No. Even if it is selling energy storage devices, it is a small matter, not a big business. Zhang Mingchun smiled. On the contrary, spaceships may not be able to pass through the guards' routes. But now is not the time to consider this issue. You can consider it. Qin Qing looked up at her. Do you think it is feasible to use the space gate? Space gate? Zhang Mingchun's eyes lit up, and he immediately discussed with her how to use the space gate. Finally, it was decided that Zhang Mingchun would first ask the guards about the situation on different planets, and then determine the location of the space gate. If this space gate can be used well, there will be no need to go through the guards to buy some things in the future. Because of the difference in technology trees, some electronic products are not available in the mecha plane, and must be obtained through the planets of this plane. It was also in such a discussion that the fact that the talisman can control the robot came into play. Of course, Qing Qing did not intend to control it, but just wanted to hear some more useful information from the guards, so that Zhang Mingchun could determine the final landing point of the space gate. It would be best if he could purchase some parts that are not sold to the public while selling the energy storage device, and at the same time not attract too much attention. It is not difficult to find this place. In such a huge interstellar space, there are more or less some gray areas and black areas, which belong to the no man's land. Therefore, there are huge black transactions in these areas. If the landing point is placed in this area, the transaction can be completed smoothly, and it will not attract attention. As for the safety issue, even if Qing Qing does not get involved, Zhang Mingchun is strong in herself, and has internal strength. There is no need to worry about someone doing something bad to her. It would be good if she is not killed in return. Now Qing Qing's understanding of Zhang Mingchun is much deeper than at the beginning. She might have worried about Zhang Mingchun's safety before, but now she is not worried at all. The two discussed for a few days, and after confirming the location of the space door again, Qing Qing went out to check it out first. Went invisible, and after finding a more suitable location, she moved the location of the space door. However, she still gave Zhang Mingchun some more practical talismans, which could help her deal with problems that might arise at any time. While Zhang Mingchun was busy with this matter, Qing Qing also sent the energy storage device in her hand to some people who needed it through the route of Zhan Rui's father. There are always some places that have extremely high requirements for electricity. Even if the power is cut off for a while, the impact will be huge. This batch of energy storage devices may not be used in the short term, but Blue Star's future is full of crisis. If there is a problem with the energy storage device, it can hold on as long as possible. In such a busy day, another supermarket belonging to Qing Qing opened. Chapter 281. Stock up more. What gifts are you exchanging for? There are no good gifts in a supermarket. They are all tricking you into spending money. This supermarket is different. Although it is newly opened, it is a chain supermarket. My friend said that this store is really affordable. The gifts are also affordable. We just bought more than 400 yuan worth of things today. We can exchange for 2 things. Is it really a gift? I don't need to spend money. You still have to spend money. Look, how can it be considered a gift if you have to spend money? They are definitely tricking you into spending more money. They are all routines. I understand. Since we are here, let's take a look. As they said, they had already arrived at the promotion area. There were also many shelves here, clothes, shoes, tableware, and many daily necessities, and the prices were posted on the shelves. That coat, 20 yuan a piece? The shoes are only 10 yuan, or you can change to a plastic cup, 10 cents a piece. It's not extra money, you see, the quality is not bad, and the plastic plates, plastic bowls, they are only 10 cents. Isn't this a bargain? I want to see the coat. Aren't they all scammers? The two talked to each other. The salesperson smiled, and took the initiative to deliver the coat to the two. The price of this coat is slightly higher than our promotional items, but the quality is very good. You can touch it if you don't believe me. Don't worry. If you want to buy it, we will get it from the inventory. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but buy it. Then he showed the same surprised expression. The quality of this material is really good. Indeed, it doesn't look cheap at all. It's just that the size is a little small. Do you have a larger size? Yes. The salesperson smiled. If you want, I'll go get it for you now. Yes. 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 The person who had said it was a scam immediately scanned the code and paid, then looked forward to watching the salesperson leave, and urged the person next to him. I've chosen it. It's your turn. I thought you really didn't want it. The person next to him smiled. Let me choose a pair of shoes. I just saw it. This pair, the style and quality are both good, only 10 yuan. This is really cheap, 10 or 20 yuan, all the promotional items. The most is 20 yuan. I thought it was a scam before I came here, you say. Can the supermarket still make money with such sales? Do you care whether the supermarket makes money or not? I don't care anyway. I just want to get a good deal. There is a chain store near my friend's house, which always shows off its promotional items to me. I have been craving it for a long time. Now it's my turn. As the two talked, the shoes were packed up, and the clothes were delivered, and the packaging was very complete. You can try it on now. If it doesn't fit, we can change it for you. Then I'll try it now. The person who spoke took off his coat immediately, unpacked the well-packaged coat, put it on, and felt the difference as soon as he put it on. It's really different. The material is comfortable. It's really worth 20 yuan. I told you. Let's come again in a few days. But you don't have to buy so many things. Then buy more things that won't go bad. Such as napkins and sanitary napkins. You can buy them once and use them for a year or two. When new promotional items are available, we will come. Okay. Many people come for our promotional items. That's right. I used to wonder what our boss was thinking. The promotional items are so cheap. How can we make money? Now it seems that our boss is farsighted. These promotional items give us. How much business can it bring? That's true, but these promotional items are really cheap. Not only can we not make any profit, we even lose money. We have lost a lot. Right? The boss may have her channels to get cheap goods. For example, for that coat, the cost price of 30 or 40 yuan should be enough. Right? Our store has just opened, so it's normal to have some good promotional items. And not everyone buys coats. Some people don't know the material, so they choose a cup that costs 1 cent. These people spend at least 200 yuan on things, so they make money. Yes, you can still think like that. Then I think the boss is farsighted and can think of these things. That's right, otherwise he is the boss, and we are just workers. Qing stood not far away, saw the situation of buying promotional items, and heard the words of the two employees, and looked at the promotional shelves a few more times. In fact, she didn't have much foresight. The reason why these promotional items are promotional items is that they don't cost money. For free items, she will make money no matter how much they are sold, so it doesn't matter what price is set. The reason why the coats are priced at 20 yuan is mainly because the material of this batch of coats is really good. She is afraid that if the price is too low, it will affect the market. The price of 20 yuan is neither too high nor too low. It can make people spend money to buy, and it won't happen that all customers will choose coats because of the low price. However, the biggest gain of promotional items is not the profit brought by this batch of goods, but the materials that many people have stockpiled because of this batch of promotional items. No matter whether it is paper towels, sanitary napkins, or canned food with a long shelf life, as long as the goods are stockpiled, then it will always play a role in the future. She was reborn. And she knew where major natural disasters had occurred in her previous life, where the impact was huge, and where there were major natural disasters. But the main problem was the shortage of supplies. She chose the location of the supermarket, either around the surroundings, or in the middle, and opened it wherever there was demand. She was not short of money now, not counting the spiritual rice that sold millions of kilograms each time, which could bring her tens of millions of profits. In the hot months, she sold tens of millions of vests that could cool the body. Vests are not consumables. Unlike spiritual rice, you need to buy a batch every once in a while. But even so, the vests, which cost 88 each, have sold more than 100,000 pieces for the special powers and some outdoor workers to wear. She did not keep the money herself, but planned to further expand the scale and open more supermarkets. Supplies should also be stockpiled as much as possible when they can be stockpiled. After confirming that the promotional products business in the supermarket was still good, she turned and went upstairs, counted the supplies in the supermarket, and in the name of the supermarket, had the compressed biscuit manufacturer deliver the goods to the supermarket's warehouse. And she ordered 200,000 compressed biscuits. It's not 200,000 yuan, but 200,000 pieces of compressed biscuits. She chose a slightly larger size of compressed biscuits, which are also a little more expensive. The wholesale price is 10 yuan per piece, and 200,000 pieces is 2 million yuan. This money is enough for her to open a new supermarket. However, the other party in today's random transaction wanted compressed biscuits. Only this manufacturer could produce 200,000 pieces at once. Although the price was slightly higher, the other party also gave a lot, and took out 3 million kilograms of cotton to exchange for compressed biscuits with her. Nowadays, the price of cotton varies. Good cotton weighs 10 to 21 kilograms, and the lowest price is 4 to 5 yuan per kilogram. 3 million kg of cotton, at 4 yuan per kilogram, is worth 12 million yuan. With this calculation, the compressed biscuits she bought for 2 million yuan are just a fraction of what the other party gave. The manufacturer of this compressed biscuit is near the supermarket. After confirming the address, he sent her a video of the vehicle starting without saying anything. Qing needed it urgently, so she also gave a deposit. Although the address was not given before, the batch of goods had been loaded in advance, and now it only needs to be shipped. In the evening, the truck arrived at the supermarket entrance. Qing Qing went down by herself, opened the door of the supermarket warehouse, and asked them to put the things into the warehouse. They didn't ask for the specific situation, and Qing Qing was happy to say nothing. After all the goods were loaded and counted, and confirmed that there was no problem with the goods, she transferred the balance to the manufacturer. The message came back quickly. Our manufacturer specializes in compressed biscuits. If you have demand next time, just find us. Qing Qing replied, I will definitely do it if there is a chance. I have a large demand for compressed biscuits. But I contacted several companies before, but there was not enough stock. So I found you, the other party. Then we will produce more goods and strive to continue to cooperate with the boss. Compressed biscuits have a long shelf life, and there is no problem in producing more. However, the main reason is that Qing Qing is not picky about the production date. As long as it is still within the shelf life, she is willing to buy it. This time, the factory's inventory is all consumed. It was originally planned to produce. If you can really cooperate with Qing Qing, it will naturally be the best choice. In fact, if it weren't for the relevant legal restrictions, in the case of compressed biscuits, the shelf life can be much better than what is written on the packaging. After the compressed biscuit manufacturer's car drove away, the warehouse manager came to Qing Qing. It's about time. You can go home first. My friend will come to pick up this batch of goods. I'll watch here. Qing Qing said. My friend may come late, so as not to delay your work tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Then I'll go home first. The employee said happily, quickly changed his clothes, and left work happily. Qing Qing had been sitting in the warehouse. When she was sure that no one would come, she added all the compressed biscuits to the random transaction box, and successfully completed the transaction. The compressed biscuits disappeared, and all the cotton appeared in the transaction box. She stood up and left the warehouse, locked the door, and walked calmly in the dark. It was still convenient to have a big supermarket. If she bought so many things at once, no one would ask more questions. If she only had a small supermarket, someone would definitely ask more questions. After all, 200,000 compressed biscuits are not a small amount. It's coming. Really? This is a full 200,000 pieces. It's true. It's indeed compressed biscuits. Great. With this batch of compressed biscuits, we can hold on for a while next. Let everyone continue to grow cotton, and strive for a chance to exchange for food next time. I used to think that our current land is only good for growing cotton. It's really useless. I didn't expect that we could actually exchange for food. This compressed biscuit is not small. Eat it sparingly. Eat one every 2 days, or even one every 3 days. As long as you don't starve to death, you can wait for the others. Its food is gradually ripening. I don't know what this plain supermarket is. Isn't it a supermarket? Why can you only exchange one thing? Although you can only exchange one thing, it seems that no matter what we ask for, the other side can trade with us. We should prepare more, and we will definitely have a chance in the future. If we still have food by then, can we exchange it for something else? I feel that eating too much compressed biscuits will make you sick of it. Eat the compressed biscuits first. You are still hungry, and you are craving for other food. It seems that you are not starving. Hee hee, you should always have dreams. Chapter 282. Make the best use of everything. This year's weather is really outrageous. It's so hot in the summer, and it's not winter yet, but the temperature has dropped below 10 degrees. Wei Xiaoshuang wrapped her clothes tightly, while complaining to Qing Qing. It's so cold in this season. What will we do when winter comes? Below 10 degrees is not really cold, but the town is located in the south, and it's rare for the temperature to be so low before winter. However, Qing Qing already knew the special situation in the next few years, and smiled and replied to her, drink more hot water. Isn't it holding it? Wei Xiaoshuang said with a smile. When I go back today, I will turn out my winter clothes. When I put on thick clothes, it won't be so cold. The main reason is that I haven't prepared these days. Qing Qing nodded. I have to turn out my winter clothes too. As the two were talking, someone came outside the door. You two are here. This flyer is for you. Pay attention to it later. What flyer? Wei Xiaoshuang took it with doubt. Winter precaution notice. Why are you sending this now? The weather is getting cold quickly this year. The meteorological department thinks that this winter here will be much colder than in previous years. People in the north are used to this temperature and can adapt to it. But we in the south cannot. There are some precautions for what to do when the temperature is low. You should read it more, and tell your family members about it. Pay special attention to water pipes and other things, so that they don't freeze and crack. The other party introduced it to the two people conscientiously. Seeing that they were interested, he also mentioned some points that needed attention. Both of them listened carefully and nodded repeatedly after hearing all the precautions. Qing Qing looked at the flyer in her hand. Then you will notify each household? That's right. Not only in the town, but also in the village. But that is the village committee's business, the other party said, looking at the time. No more. I have a task today. I must visit 20 households. There is a phone number above. If you have any questions, call me at any time. When the weather really drops, we will call you one by one to notify you. It's really hard work. Grassroots work is like this. I'm leaving first. As he spoke, the other party took the flyer and walked to the next household. Wei Xiushuang looked at the flyer in his hand. It seems that this winter will be colder. I have to go buy a few more sets of thermal underwear. My parents and grandma also need some. You don't need to buy them for now. I'll buy them wholesale. The price will be much cheaper. Qing Qing said. I'll sell some in your store later. If it's cold this winter, there will be a lot of demand for thermal underwear. This is better. It saves money. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and nodded. It was cloudy today. When there was no sun, the temperature was even lower. Wei Xiaoshuang couldn't stand it. He went back home and changed his clothes. Finally, he felt warm. However, the clothes were just taken out, and they had not been washed or ironed. So there would be some wrinkles. But the situation in the town was almost the same, and no one disliked anyone. A few days later, the temperature was lower, and Qing Qing took out the thermal underwear. This batch of underwear was not wholesaled in reality, but from Zhang Mingchun. Compared with the cool vest in summer, the material of this thermal underwear has the opposite effect, and it can really keep warm. There are some special ingredients in the material of the clothes that can release heat and maintain temperature. Even in extremely cold weather, the temperature in the south does not drop much. This thermal underwear is divided into two types, thin and thick. The thick type can cope with colder weather. In terms of price, she did not set a too high price. 99 for the thin type and 139 for the thick type, so that it can stand out among different types of thermal underwear. The thermal underwear was brought out from the wasteland planet and sent to different supermarkets under Qing Qing's name. It was placed in the most conspicuous position in the supermarket, and sales quickly increased. Even Wei Xiaoshuang's small clothing store, the sales of warm underwear are also excellent. Except for these two sides, I bought a lot of guests from Qing Qing. I also bought a lot of warm underwear from her. This guest is special. She asked the needs deliberately, customized a group of underwear with better warmth effect with Zhang Mingchun. By the end of November, the temperature in the south reached the lowest temperature in previous years. Discussion on the weather this year, it is also particularly intense. What is this year? It's so hot in summer, it's so cold in winter. I can wear ordinary sweater at this time. I feel cold now wearing down jackets, air conditioners work overtime. It's so cold now, what should I do in a month? This ghost weather, how many degrees the temperature is reduced? Is the north? The north is okay, this is the heating this year, it is comfortable to be in the warm house. Such a comparison, you have no heating in the south, it's definitely uncomfortable. Can't you reach this temperature in previous years? But the lowest temperature in previous years was not at this time. I'm afraid I will cool down next. It's too difficult. Fortunately, the temperature is high. The temperature is low, as long as there is an air conditioner. You can deal with it. If this is another natural disaster, it's not easy to cope. You don't have a crow's mouth upstairs? That is, well, this year's special circumstances. Next year will be fine. Wow, I just saw the notice. The lounges of each small town have been opened. A lounge is added between the village and the village, can let people go to the lounge to warm up. The government also sent a notice for free coal delivery. I still have reduced electricity costs here. There are elderly people over 60 years old at home. From this month, there is an electricity fee reduction and exemption every month. This policy is good. Hey, many people here have air conditioners. It's reluctant to use it. If you can reduce the electricity bill, it should be willing to use air conditioners. Yes, our family also has the older elderly. I am not afraid to use too much electricity this year. Only I don't think it's right. Don't this temperature fall? This policy one by one, how low can the temperature after the subsequent temperature be reduced? Look at the weather forecast. After a while, it will be stable, but after half a month, it has to be reduced by 5 or 6 degrees. Although the weather forecast for half a month now is not accurate, the final situation is probably not much worse. 5 or 6 degrees. It's really hard for the South. Nympho. Wei Xiaoshuang holds the steaming cup, sitting opposite Qin Qing to speak. Fortunately, this electricity fee reduction policy, otherwise, my parents will definitely support it. This was the same in previous years. Even so, your parents are reluctant to use the electricity at home, always staying in the lounge. Right? Qin Qing asked with a smile. That's right. They said that although the country has reduced electricity charges, you can't use it as much as you want. The air conditioner in the lounge has to be turned on anyway. It's better to stay there longer to save some electricity. There are many people there. And it's very lively. Wei Xiaoshuang took a sip of water. But I think it's okay. It's not that cold. Your thermal underwear is very effective. Of course, you can't question the effectiveness of my thermal underwear. Qin Qing said, remembering what she heard 2 days ago. I heard that some people are afraid of the cold, and wear 2 thermal underwear, but they are so hot in the lounge that they have to take off their clothes. My parents were the same. They thought that such a thin piece of clothing. How good could it be? As a result, one day I didn't wear this after changing clothes, and I was frozen. I ran back home from the lounge at noon to put it on. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled. But it's so cold. There must be many families using air conditioners. Our country is a big electricity consumer. I don't know if it can hold up. It should be possible, Qin Qing said. Since the notice has been issued, there must be an estimate. Otherwise just send coal and burn it. Speaking of which, the delivery of coal this time is more or less related to Qin Qing. But it was not her who went to discuss it, but John Rui and his father who went to discuss it. The amount of coal mined in the Snow Mountain Plain was not small, and it supplied several surrounding towns, and there was still a lot of surplus. So she discussed with John Rui, and transported the coal from the Snow Mountain Plain to the real world for sale. And here we will supply enough corn to meet the staple food needs of the people in the many towns under John Rui's jurisdiction. Corn has a high yield and a low price, so exchanging corn for coal is a more appropriate choice. It just so happens that the Snow Mountain Plain lacks arable land and lacks food, so both sides can get what they need. However, such a transaction cannot last long. It also depends on the situation of both parties. After all, it is a transaction in another world. It is not appropriate to be too frequent. After coming to her senses, she said, and not everyone will turn on the air conditioner to reduce the electricity bill. Like uncles and aunts. Although they can reduce the electricity bill, they still stay in the lounge most of the day. Yes, if you think about it this way, the existence of the lounge can save electricity bills, Wei Xiaoshuang said, thinking of what he said to Qin Qing in the summer. By the way, do you remember what I told you before? I was afraid that the lounge would be wasted after summer. The lounge was not moved away after summer. I thought I would move it sooner or later. I didn't expect it to be useful in winter. This can be regarded as making the best use of it. Yes, it's making the best use of it. Qin Qing smiled. Our energy storage capacity is sufficient to meet domestic demand. Energy storage combined with solar charging stations can make full use of solar energy. In the summer months, we stored enough energy to cope with the difficulties in the next few months. It should not be a problem. Foreign countries want to purchase our energy storage. Do we want to export? Let's calculate the capacity again. If there is enough domestic capacity, we can export some appropriately. The natural disasters in the future will affect the whole world. We cannot be immune to them. According to the situation in the next few years, I suggest sending technicians to guide some countries to grow more staple crops. The planting area of non-staple food can be appropriately reduced. What will happen next year? It may be a flood. Confirm the approximate scope of the flood. Plant crops with a shorter harvest period in the flood area as much as possible. And launch a high-price purchase plan to make farmers willing to actively plant high-priced crops. Yes, a high price is always better than a total loss. Chapter 283. It is difficult to defy fate. The country's actions are huge, but when it comes to individuals, they may not be able to perceive changes in all aspects. For most people, they only look at the present, not the future, nor do they consider how much impact the current situation will have on the future. They care about whether they can eat and wear warm clothes at the moment, and live a worry-free life. There is nothing wrong with this. Even Qin Qing, before awakening the portable space in the previous life, did not find anything wrong around her. She just felt that the weather was a little hot and a little cold, but what it would become, because individuals cannot decide the overall situation, most people only look at it a little more when they see it, and forget it after a while. Paying more attention now, She realized that the country had done many things behind the scenes. And it did so without alerting ordinary people. Alerting is not necessarily a bad thing. But not alerting can allow more people to enjoy the peace of the moment. After all, most people are just like Qing Qing in her previous life. Just ordinary people. Unable to shake the overall situation. Unable to make any decisions. And unable to accomplish anything big. Not alarming, and not causing trouble, is already the greatest help. In such a development, Qing Qing lived an ordinary life. Qing Qing, come and play mahjong? We are short of one. I can only play for a while. Will anyone come later? Then I will call someone. Someone should come. You sit down first. We will play for a while. We will play as many rounds as we can. I hope your luck is a little worse today. Just call me, and I will give you a hand. Wow. So confident that you can win? You choose. Do you want me to give you a hand or let you win? I tell you, I am very lucky now. I am invincible. Boasting. Then let's try it. That said, Qing Qing still didn't plan to win too much. The reason why she always won mahjong was not because she was lucky. It was mainly because she had a good memory. The higher her cultivation, the better her memory. She could remember all the cards played by others. In this way, it was easy to figure out what cards others had in their hands. Life in the town was very peaceful. Except for the occasional tourists, there was almost no change in the people living in the town. But perhaps because of the increase in the number of tourists, some people in their 40s and 50s who used to work outside came back to earn money by doing odd jobs in the amusement park or selling balloons, snacks, etc. It was hard to make money outside when you were old, and you didn't need to rent a house at home, and the food costs could be reduced, and you could still live with less money. Someone else came. Qing Qing stood up and gave up her position in the card game. There was nothing to do in the supermarket, so she went through the back door and headed for the Golden Dragon Plane. When she arrived, she went straight through the space door to the other side of the formation and greeted the dragon at the bottom of the cave. Dragons have a long lifespan, and normally they recover faster. But this dragon situation is special. When Qing Qing arrived before, it only had a layer of skin left. Fortunately, as time passed, the dragon slowly recovered. When Qing Qing came again this time, it could already swim slowly at the bottom of the cave. Are you okay today? Qing Qing squatted at the edge of the pit, looking at the dragon below. Much better. The dragon raised its head. It's time to leave here. Qing Qing's eyes lit up. Can I? Since she started raising the dragon, she has been looking forward to the day when the dragon can leave. Otherwise, she would be very upset to see it trapped here all the time. However, before the dragon's injuries are healed, removing the formation will make it the target of everyone's attack again. The important thing is that if it can't walk by itself, Qing Qing can't take it away with her strength. Use the weak water to corrode this formation. Leave here quickly to avoid accidental injury. Okay. Qing Qing agreed, and immediately took out the small bucket with weak water left, came to one of the formations, and quickly poured the weak water on it. As the formation was corroded by the weak water, the dragon's movements became bigger and bigger. After confirming that it could leave, Qing Qing quickly rushed to the location of the space door and returned to the Jianmu tree. As soon as she appeared, the Jianmu tree shook its body. Is it today? Yes. It said it can be today. After Qing Qing finished speaking, she was sent to the top of the tree by the Jianmu tree, and she could see the whole surrounding scene from the top of the tree. But the position of the giant dragon was indeed a bit far away. She did not go over, but took out a special telescope, and just put it in front of her eyes, and she saw a dragon flying out from a far distance and soaring into the sky. The distance was too far. Even the telescope could not see it clearly, but this dragon was released by her own hands, and she was sure that the one in front of her was the giant dragon she released. At the same time, a golden dragon suddenly jumped out from under her feet. Can it go? Go, since it has come out. It doesn't matter if it goes, maybe it can help a little bit. Jianmu tree said happily. Your telescope, let me see it too. Qing Qing immediately handed over the telescope. I saw the branches of the tree rolled up the telescope and sent it to the trunk. This was the tree using it. Your human stuff is interesting. This telescope can actually see so far away. People with poorer cultivation can't see such a long distance. That's natural. This is the advantage brought by technological development. Qing Qing sat on the swing temporarily built by the tree. In addition to this ordinary telescope, we also have astronomical telescopes. We can see very far away stars, observe their orbits, and observe the appearance of distant stars billions, or even tens of billions of years ago. There are stars in the world of cultivation. It stands to reason that there should be different galaxies outside this planet. But in the eyes of everyone in the cultivation world, their direction is the fairyland. In fact, we also have an introduction similar to the fairyland, but we call it high-dimensional space-time. People in high-dimensional space-time can reverse time, Qin Qing said with a smile. Can the immortals in the fairyland also control and reverse time? Maybe, said Jian Mudashu. But not everyone can reverse time. Only the strongest immortals have such ability. But I have never seen it. I haven't seen it either. Qin Qing and Jian Mudashu chatted with each other, while looking at the two dragons that were making trouble not far away. Seeing them press the high-rise building of the sect under their claws, she felt that she had let out a lot of anger. This matter was originally caused by those hateful humans. They deserved what they have done. The people who attacked earlier died too quickly. If I had known that they had done so many evil things, I would never have let them die so quickly. She picked up the telescope again and looked at the situation in the distance. Beside the giant dragon, the golden dragon that she thought was a bit big turned into a small dragon. If she had seen such a comparison earlier, she would have recognized that the golden dragon was still a cub. As she was watching, she suddenly saw a beam of light falling from a height, covering the entire dragon. She stood up instantly. The Jianmu tree stretched out its branches, wrapping around her legs. What happened? You should still remember what I told you. More than 1,000 years ago, the fairyland issued an order that almost all dragons went to the fairyland. It is the same now, the Jianmu tree explained. This place is unstable. The way of heaven will not allow unstable existences to stay. It was trapped before, and its cultivation was dissipated, so it was left behind. Now that its cultivation has been restored and it has broken through the magic circle, it will naturally return to the fairyland. What about the golden dragon? Qin Qing looked into the distance, watching the golden dragon hovering beside the giant dragon, sobbing and howling helplessly, with a slight pain in her heart. Does it have to leave the little golden dragon behind again? This is destiny. Qin Qing pursed her lips. She was just sad for the golden dragon. In this world, it was the only one left. But she was powerless. Under the golden light, the condition of the dragon was getting better and better. At the moment of disappearing, the dragon turned its head, looked at Qin Qing deeply, stretched out its claws, pulled out a piece of dragon scale from its body, and threw it in the direction of Qin Qing. In just a blink of an eye, the dragon scale was in front of Qin Qing, and before she could react, the dragon scale merged into her body and disappeared. The dragon also completely disappeared under the golden light at this time. The golden dragon looked up for a long time, and finally came back dejectedly, hovering over the Jianmu tree, as if it had lost all interest. Qin Qing came to the golden dragon, looked at it, and said, "Don't worry. Sooner or later, you can go to the fairyland through the Jianmu tree, as long as we move all the weak water here." The golden dragon looked up. The Jianmu tree stretched out its branches and gently touched its head. Yes. Although it is destiny, destiny is hard to defy. But it may not be impossible to change. In time, maybe you can go through the weak water and go to the heaven. The purpose of moving the weak water in the first place was to go to the heaven. It's just a matter of time. Qin Qing comforted. I have found some cartoons recently, which I haven't shown you before. Do you want to watch them? The golden dragon raised his head. Qin Qing smiled. Even if you don't tell me, I will do it. I'll play a cartoon for you. Let's take a break first, and wait for me to bring the weak water over bit by bit. As she said that, she immediately played the cartoon, with the cartoon to divert his attention. Jean Long's condition was indeed better than before. She was also relieved, as expected, to ease her mother's sadness at work. Cartoons were more practical. However, after playing the cartoon, she realized that she was a little unwell, and she bumped into the Jianmu tree in a daze. That is the inheritance of the dragon race. Close your eyes. I will teach you how to absorb the inheritance. The gentle and steady voice of the Jianmu tree sounded in Qin Qing's ears. She immediately closed her eyes and sat down cross-legged. After that, she was directly carried by the branches of the Jianmu tree and sent to the plain supermarket. Then came the method of absorbing the inheritance. The inheritance of the dragon race should only be accepted by the dragon race. Qin Qing's body was originally unable to bear it, but now she has a high level of cultivation and is accustomed to contact with golden dragons. The dragon race inheritance is not very repulsive to her. Even so, it took her a long time to absorb the inheritance bit by bit. Chapter 284. The dragon race can control water. Before accepting the inheritance, Qing knew this. But she never expected that when she opened her eyes again, she would face a whole sea. Before she almost fell into the water, she immediately took out the boat from her personal space, stood on the boat, and finally breathed a sigh of relief in the face of the vast sea. But she didn't know how to go back. She took out the telescope and put it in front of her eyes. She didn't see the edge of the sea, but saw an unknown object floating on the sea, looking down at the boat under her feet. She tried to stir the seawater, pushing the boat forward little by little. Soon, the boat reached the object, and she reached out and fished out a suitcase. The suitcase did not seem to have signs of long-term corrosion, which meant that it had not fallen into the water for a long time, and perhaps also meant that there were humans nearby. No matter what the reason was for coming here, since she was here, she had to do something. She took out the water-repellent beads, held them in her hands, and jumped into the seabed. The water-repellent beads were very effective, and they easily pushed away all the surrounding water. They also allowed her to see the ship that was sinking little by little not far away, and the figure inside the cabin who was knocking on the window frantically. Without hesitation, she immediately stepped forward, bearing the pressure from the bottom of the water, knocked the window open with force, pulled the person inside out, adjusted her strength, and threw the person to the sea. After the first person was pulled out, the people in the same cabin swam out one after another. She stretched out her hands, so that they could reach the sea surface as soon as possible. Then she immediately went to the next place. She also knocked on the window, and pulled people out. There were many people on the ship. She spent some time, and only pulled out a small part. The ship was still descending. If time went on, even if the people inside were rescued, they would die of suffocation. She looked at the water-repellent beads in her arms, closed her eyes, felt the inheritance of the dragon clan, and then sent her spiritual power through the water-repellent beads. Soon, the area covered by the water-repellent beads gradually expanded. Until the entire ship was covered, she held the water-repellent beads under the ship and raised her hands to hold the ship. The pressure under the water was greater than she had imagined. Even though she had a very high level of cultivation, she could not successfully lift the ship. She could only continue to knock on the window to save people, until the last person was rescued. She looked up at the sea above her head, took out the big ship she had obtained from the Golden Dragon plane, and sent it to the surface of the water. At this time, the people on the water were worried about the lack of space on the small boat. The sudden appearance of the big ship made everyone very happy. In addition to being very happy, there was hesitation. Will there be a trick? It has come to this point. Who cares if there is a trick? Let's go up first. If we don't go up, we can't hold on. Yes. Let's go quickly. As he spoke, everyone went to the big ship, quickly grabbed the ladder to get on the ship, and climbed up quickly. The first person to reach the top immediately turned around and reached out, pulling the people behind him onto the boat one by one. Not until the last person still in the water was pulled onto the boat did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. I thought I was going to die down there. I thought I was going to die, too. I was so scared. How could someone suddenly appear on the sea? Oh, that person hasn't appeared yet. Is there anything wrong? Everyone rushed to the railing, looking nervously at the sea, expecting a figure to jump out from under the water. Qing did not show up. After rescuing the last person on the cruise ship, she went inside the cruise ship. The water-repellent beads squeezed out all the water in the cruise ship. Now there was no underwater pressure in the cruise ship, and she could move freely inside. She could not get on the ship, so she could only go to all the cabins, put all the people's things into the storage ring, and then go on board later to return these things. Although she loved to pick up things, she picked up things without an owner. These things all had owners, and no matter how precious they were, they did not belong to her. After walking around, putting away all the things, and about to leave, she suddenly felt something strange under her feet. She stepped hard and made a hole in the deck. Under the deck, there was a blue unknown object. She bent down in confusion, and reached out her hand to touch it. Not realizing the danger, she held the object in her hand. It was soft and looked like an ordinary toy. However, the weight of the object was much heavier than she thought. With her strength, she could not lift it up, so she could only transfer it directly to the storage ring. After taking everything she needed, she left the cruise ship. Before going up, she looked back and guessed that she couldn't hold up the cruise ship just now. But maybe it was because of the influence of this thing. And now she might be able to hold it up. However, she looked at the cruise ship that was leaking on all sides. And even if she held it up, it might not be usable. She sent people to the west, sent them to the land, and this ship belonged to her. Thinking about it, she raised her hand and put it on the cruise ship, and put it into one of the dry bags, making sure that nothing was left out, and then continued to go to the sea. When she reached the sea, she immediately got out. You finally got out? Are you okay? We'll pull you up. The people who had just survived the disaster said one after another, reaching out to Qing Qing, intending to pull her onto the ship. Qing Qing raised her eyes, not intending to hide her situation, and flew directly to the ship. At the same time, she put away the small boat that no one was on. Looking back at the shocked people, she threw out all their suitcases, and then said, "Where are you going? I'll take you there." Everyone lowered their heads in unison, looking at the suitcases that suddenly appeared. He looked at the boat that disappeared not far away. The look he gave Qing Qing was filled with shock. "See God? You can think of it this way. I won't stay here for too long. Tell me a direction, and I'll send you off. Otherwise you can only drift on the sea." Qing Qing tried to end the conversation with a short speech. She came here most likely because of the dragon heritage. Once the inheritance was absorbed, she would leave. Ordinary humans left in the sea would have almost no chance of survival. Everyone came back to their senses and pointed in the direction. Qing Qing nodded, walked to the deck at the bow, looked at the sea below, and continued to control the sea water, letting the power of the sea water push the ship forward. At the beginning, the speed was a bit slow, but after becoming more proficient, her speed became faster and faster until she saw land. No matter where this land is, as long as it is on the ground, if these people are put down, they can survive. Fortunately, there are still people on this land. After getting the nods of several people, Qing Qing controlled the wooden board on the ship to connect it to the land. Several people carried suitcases and walked quickly toward the land through the wooden plank. Someone heard the noise and hurried over, shouting to one of them, "Professor? Teacher? Professor? Why are you back at this time?" Qing Qing looked at the people who were getting much attention, guessing that their status in this world should be high. But it had nothing to do with her. She felt that the inheritance was about to end. After the last person got on land, Qing Qing quickly put away the wooden plank and controlled the big ship to leave. Then at a certain moment, she put away the big ship and opened her eyes again. "What did you get?" asked the Jinmu tree. Qing Qing blinked and subconsciously said something big. "I got a cruise ship. And, yes, a bunch of strange things. Very heavy." She took the soft thing out of the Chinkuan bag, and it instantly fell on the floor of the plain supermarket, shaking the huge Jinmu tree. "Is it so heavy?" Qing Qing asked in shock. "Have you heard about Nuwa refining stones to mend the sky? This is the same material of stone," Jiamishu said happily. "This thing is rare. Even the gods may not be able to find it. Didn't you say that there were some problems on the blue planet you were on? You can use it to fill the gaps." Qing Qing was still surprised. "Is the stone to mend the sky so easy to see?" Jiamishu smiled. "It's not easy. You can see it because it is the inheritance of the dragon clan. It's just that different dragons will see different things when they inherit." From Jiamishu, Qing Qing roughly understood the situation of the dragon clan inheritance. In addition to receiving the dragon clan's inheritance of water control, the dragon clan will also obtain additional natural treasures. Because the dragon clan controls water, most of the natural treasures obtained are also in the water. In fact, these natural treasures are anchor points. When the dragon clan inherits, they will deliberately teleport the dragon to the vicinity of the anchor point. As for their origin, they are actually the treasures of some dragons in the past. Because of the characteristics of the dragon clan, they like to collect various precious treasures, and can travel in the seas of different planes. Occasionally they will miss some treasures in certain seas. Over time, the scattered natural treasures have become anchor points. For this reason, each dragon will only give one inheritance, making the dragon clan inheritance extremely precious. Qing Qing was lucky. She got what she needed. If she got other dragon inheritances, even if they were equally precious, they might not be useful to her. Most of the natural treasures left by the dragons can only be used by the dragons. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, she really felt that she was extremely lucky. She put away the sky repairing stone that did not look like a stone in front of her, following the advice of Jinmu Tree, waiting for the day when she would need it. Before that, the natural disaster on Blue Star was still developing slowly according to the process in her memory. Heat, cold, forest fires, all natural disasters, developed exactly as Qin Qing remembered. However, this time the country and the people with abilities were more prepared. She only hoped that the impact of natural disasters would not be as tragic as in her previous life. What came next was a rainstorm that also arrived as expected, and the floods caused by the rainstorms. The flood in the previous life was the natural disaster that caused the most serious losses to the country and the people before the earthquake. Even after several efforts, the dike could not be stopped, resulting in a breach and heavy casualties downstream. Qin Qing looked at the live news on her mobile phone with a serious expression. Although she was well prepared in this life, it was not so easy to stop the fierce flood. Chapter 285. Is it a man or a ghost? The rain is too heavy this time. No, if it goes on like this, we really can't stop it. Don't worry, the people downstream have evacuated. That's good. Why is the rain so heavy this time? Many places have been flooded. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid. Hold on, we must hold on no matter what. Now we are at the edge of the embankment, and we can see that many heavy-loaded vehicles have driven down, and sandbags have been transported in trucks. But the heavy rain is still not stopping. It's still raining heavily. The reporter stood in the heavy rain. Because the sound of the rain was too loud, the signal was limited, and the sound was intermittent. Even the images captured by the camera were very blurry. But even with the blurry images, one could feel that the current situation was very bleak. Seeing this, Qin Qing turned off the screen on her phone, stood up and pushed open the back door. This time, when she pushed open the back door, she did not open the door to the plain supermarket. It was the back door to the real world. It was raining heavily. There were few people. Even if she went out, she would not attract attention. She took out her spirit sword, cast an invisibility spell on herself, flew on the sword, and went to the scene at the fastest speed. After arriving at the scene, she did not go down immediately, but stopped above to see the situation below. The flood was fierce, and the rainstorms continued to fall from the sky. The situation was slightly better than in the previous life, but the ending might not be much different from the previous life. She looked up at the sky, closed her eyes to sense the law of the rainstorm, and used the Dragon Clan's water control technique. Just once, she drained nearly half of her spiritual power. This was not enough. The rainstorm was weak, and the rain was only slightly smaller. She took out all the spiritual stones she had stored during this period, and placed them around her, absorbing them while carefully controlling the rain. Even if she just let them slightly shift to other places, the situation in this area could be alleviated. When she absorbed the spiritual power from the spiritual stones again, she felt the meridians breaking apart, as if the meridians in her body were breaking apart little by little. She was a human. Even if she had inherited the dragon race, she didn't have the strong body of the dragon race, and she couldn't control water over a large area, let alone the rain that fell from the sky like now. But if she didn't come, the dam would be breached, and the same situation would occur as in the previous life. The downstream was a vast ocean, with heavy casualties. Hundreds of millions of people left homeless, and all the farmland downstream was destroyed. It would take at least several years to slowly recover. But this flood was not the end. Frequent natural disasters afterwards made many people have no intention of taking care of the farmland. Several years of recovery turned into more than 10 years of recovery. Even before her rebirth, a large number of farmlands had become wastelands. Qin Qing opened her eyes, looked at the blood spots on her bare arms, and tried her best to take out all the energy stones stored in the storage space. Whether it was soul stones, ice crystal stones, or red gold sand. She absorbed everything that could be absorbed, and forced to absorb what could not be absorbed, and then used the spiritual power and internal force in her body, and continued to follow the inheritance of the Dragon Clan to control the rainstorm in the sky. After another manipulation, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed a little. She was happy for a moment, but when she looked down, she saw that the blood red on her arm was turning red and black little by little. It seemed that she absorbed too many soul stones. There was no way, during this period, she had accumulated the most soul stones, and the rest of the energy stones, except the red gold sand, were sent to the dragon. The dragon was cured, and left her an inheritance, but she was using the inheritance to control water at this time, and there were not enough energy stones around her. This is probably what is written in the book. You can't have your cake and eat it too. After a moment of emotion, She continued to absorb the soul stone. It was better to let the blood turn black than to let it go. The effect of the soul stone was better than she thought. After a few times, the sky finally cleared up. She just breathed a sigh of relief. And before she could feel the changes in her body, she heard screams from below. She didn't know when. The flood suddenly became bigger, and the dam looked like it would collapse at any time. The soldiers nearby even subconsciously picked up the sandbags at hand, and wanted to go into the water with the sandbags. Qing Qing immediately said, "Don't move. I'll do it." She was in the air, and her voice came from above. The people below subconsciously looked up. One after another, people jumped down from the air, snatched sandbags from the soldiers, and jumped into the water first. In a short while, hundreds of people jumped down. And this was just the first batch. Later, when the sandbags were used up, the people who jumped down became people who had nothing with them. 500 people, 1,000 people, 3,000 people, 5,000 people, and finally 20,000 people, 50,000 people, 100,000 people. No one knew where these people came from, but they appeared, blocking the dam that was about to collapse, and firmly blocked the rushing, surging flood. Some people were accidentally washed away, and the soldiers subconsciously wanted to rescue them, but they saw that person disappear from the water, then jumped from the air, and rushed into the high wall without hesitation. The vehicles carrying sandbags came from a distance. The soldiers immediately stepped forward, carried the sandbags one by one, and sent them to the waterside. The people who appeared later would take the sandbags from them, and quickly enter the water, becoming part of the high wall. The further back, the people who appeared, the stranger they were. These people were festering all over, and seemed to have been bitten by something, or like corpses that had been dead for a long time. But at this moment, no one cared about the strangeness of these people. They only saw the blocked flood. The high wall formed by these people seemed like another solid dam, blocking the impact of waves of water, blocking the dam that was about to collapse, and providing the strongest barrier for the people and farmland downstream. In the end, no one on the shore knew how many people there were below. It seemed like there were hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Before this, no one had ever seen what a dam formed by millions of people looked like. But they saw it, and everyone saw it with their own eyes. It hurt so much, Qing Qing closed her eyes, and then opened them again. She felt pain all over her body, as if all the meridians in her body were broken, and even her vision was a little blurry. She could clearly hear the voices below before, but now they are getting farther and farther away, and blurrier. It should be enough. 1 million zombies should be enough, should be able to stop this wave of flood. It was worth her hard work to collect zombies, but it was a pity that the last batch of zombies did not take advantage of the thunder tribulation. Otherwise, they would have played a greater role, and would have been more useful. Don't move, you must block it, you must not move. Whether it was the puppets, or the zombies controlled by the Zombie King, they really followed Qing Qing's request and blocked the dam. 1 layer is not enough, then make 2 layers, 3 layers, many layers. There are enough zombies, and they can build several barriers. The rain has stopped. The rain upstream has also stopped. The flood level will definitely drop. It's blocked. It's a good thing it's blocked. Qing Qing's consciousness gradually blurred after listening to these words, thinking that it's okay, her water control should have played some role. Right? The zombies and puppets must have played some role too. Everything will be fine next. This flood disaster was successfully survived. Her mind relaxed, and she fell down, and suddenly fell into the cold water. With her consciousness remaining, she couldn't help wondering whether she was dead or not. She shouldn't be dead, because her cultivation was very high. She could beat many people, and many people in the cultivation world couldn't beat her. But if she died, would she go to the soul realm? It doesn't matter if she goes to the soul realm, but without her plain supermarket, would it be inconvenient to buy things in the future? She could go to human purgatory, and then through soul realm everything. Ask Wei Xiaoshuang to burn something for her. Since they are so close, she would definitely be willing to burn it. This scene cannot be broadcast. But, behind these people, someone must have made great efforts. It is precisely because that person has made great efforts that it cannot be broadcast. If it is broadcasted and causes the blue star to collapse further, that person will definitely be very sad, and we cannot hold them back. After these words were spoken, low sobs were heard around. When will this day end? Why is blue star? Why is it our planet? We have done nothing. We have always been protecting the environment and caring for it. Although we have done some things that damage the environment before, we are working hard to change. Why don't you give us time? We are already very lucky. At least, there are so many people working hard to save our planet. I just feel sad. How can it become like this now? And there will be. And there will be. It will be fine. Everything will be fine. Really? Yes. Man can conquer nature. We will definitely overcome difficulties. Boss Chin? Boss Chin? Are you okay? Boss Chin? Wake up. Wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, it will be over. Boss Chin. Chin frowned as she listened to the voice in her ear. She instantly remembered what happened before she fell into a coma. Since someone called her, it should be okay. She slowly opened her eyes. Boss Chin. You finally woke up. Boss Chin. Why are you here? No. I shouldn't ask like that. I should say, Boss Chin. Why did you come here in this way? What happened? Chin looked at the person in front of her in confusion. What's wrong with me? Why can't I be here? Boss Chin. Wake up a little. This is the soul world. You came from the Forget River. This is not right. How can a living person come from the Forget River? Chin pressed her palm and felt the slightly cool and slightly solid touch underneath. She turned around and saw that she was lying on the Forget River built by the Soul Stone. She sat up subconsciously, but her body seemed to be normal. She looked at her hands, and then at the ghost in front of her. Am I a ghost now? Or a human? The ghosts were also confused. I don't know. Before, we only had you. Boss Chin. Alive. When you were alive, you couldn't be considered a normal person. Right? Chin asked in shock. What's wrong with me? The ghosts looked at her with grievance. How can a normal person open a supermarket in the plane? And open a supermarket in the soul world? From the beginning, you were not normal. Chin. Chapter 286. The catastrophe is not over yet. The plane supermarket in the soul world is still there. Chin successfully opened the door back to the real supermarket and walked out of the supermarket as usual. The sky outside was not much different from when she left. Just as she was about to walk out, someone entered the supermarket, but seemed not to see her, and went straight to the shelf to get something. As if he couldn't see, or really couldn't see. She took the initiative to step forward, and started talking about what the other person was holding, but the other person still ignored her. It's outrageous. Chin turned around, and walked quickly to the clothing store next door. Xiao Shuang. Wei Xiao Shuang, who usually responded the fastest, was still staring at the video on her phone. No matter how she shouted, there was no response. So she really couldn't see? She was a ghost now? Chin lowered her head, and looked at her clothes that had not changed at all, and the storage ring, Chinquan bag, and mobile phone that she could take out at any time, which were no different from normal situations. She looked at Wei Xiao Shuang, who was lowering his head, and turned back to the supermarket, passing by the customer who had just entered the supermarket. After walking upstairs quickly, she took out a talisman book. Found a talisman that could make ghosts appear. Took out talisman paper and a talisman pen. Used her spiritual power, and quickly drew on the talisman paper. After drawing successfully, she stuck the talisman on herself, turned around, and went downstairs again. This time, as soon as she stood at the door of the clothing store, Wei Xiaoshuan looked up and spoke to her happily. Ching. Haven't you been watching the news about the flood? It's blocked. Chin stood at the door for a while. Step forward. Is it broadcast? What's the situation on the scene? It is said that there is no signal on the scene. There is no video of the scene. But the water level upstream has dropped. And there is no flood in the downstream. This is good, Wei Xiaoshuan said. Looked up. Looked at Chin for a while. I don't know why. I think you feel different today. Why is it different? Chin looked at her. I can't tell. It's just a little different. Wei Xiaoshuan shook his head. Looked at her carefully. Maybe you look a little pale today. Did you not sleep well last night? Maybe. Chin touched her face. I have something to do later. I may be back very late. Please help me close the door. Okay. Wei Xiaoshuan nodded. Chin also nodded. And then returned to the supermarket. She is a ghost now. What about her body? Did she fall into the flood? If so, it will not be easy to find. Will she have to move around as a ghost in the future? Fortunately, ghosts can also control swords. She did not hesitate. Pushed open the back door. and flew towards the dam. Soon, she arrived at the dam. The situation here was indeed much better than before she fainted. The flood was much shallower than before. The zombies and puppets that were almost submerged by the flood were half exposed. Except that it looked a little weird. It was no big problem. After all, the flood was too big, and a lot of flesh and blood on the zombies was washed away. Fortunately, the zombie virus on the zombies could not spread in the real world. The flesh and blood washed away was just ordinary flesh and blood. In such a flood, it would soon dissipate. The situation is good, so there is no need for so many zombies. Now she is in the state of soul, and she doesn't even need to use the invisibility charm. She just stands on the embankment and collects the zombies one by one. After collecting some, she looks at the flood in front of and behind her, thinking that if her body falls on the upper reaches of the embankment, she will have a chance to find it. But if it falls on the lower reaches of the embankment, it will be troublesome. She sighed, feeling inexplicably depressed. How could she die? Her cultivation is so high. Dead is dead. No one knows where her body went. If she could find it, she could ask the Yang Yuan Jun and Jian Mu Tree for help. But she couldn't even find her body. So even if they could help, they wouldn't know where to start. And she was not on the water before she fainted. So how could she fall into the water? Although she was puzzled, she continued to collect the zombies one by one. Although it wouldn't be a big problem if they stayed in reality. They were zombies after all. So many flesh and blood bodies appeared here, which would cause some unnecessary commotion. If this makes people mistakenly believe that this world is also going to have a zombie crisis, then it will be troublesome. However, the flood will not recede so quickly. Before it completely recedes, the zombies and puppets still have to be blocked. Qin Qin spent several days to collect most of the zombies without affecting the dam. Only a small number of zombie puppets remained, and they remained in place. She has been looking for her body these days, but to no avail. There is no news about the body being found. Where did it go? Qin Qin once again searched for the spiritual tools she had, trying to find related spiritual tools that could find the body, or elixirs, but still found nothing. Finally, she took out a handful of Jinmu tree leaves. She still didn't know what these leaves were used for, but she thought that Jinmu tree could reach the sky, and these leaves should also have related functions, which were not very relevant to her current situation. Thinking about it, she took back the leaves one by one. When she picked up the last pile of leaves, she pulled out a branch from the bottom, and she didn't know when it appeared, but it looked different from the branches of Jinmu tree. She held the branch, and was about to put it away, when she suddenly realized something. A mysterious feeling. Qin Qin immediately stood up, walked into the supermarket, passed through the plain supermarket, came to the Snow Mountain Plain, and then went directly from the space door outside the Snow Mountain Plain to the area for collecting soul stones. It was closer, but still a little far. She followed the guidance of the consciousness in her mind, and came to the Black River. Inside? What is inside? Could it be her body? Qin Qin pursed her lips and walked forward again. Maybe she was in a ghost state now, and she didn't feel too uncomfortable facing the coldness of the Black River, and could even get closer. She hesitated for a moment, took another step forward, then over, and reached out to touch the Black River. The moment she touched it, she jumped forward. Ahem. Qin Qin struggled to float to the surface, looking at the darkness around her, and couldn't help shouting, "Oh my God." Then came the feeling of coldness and tingling all over her body. Fortunately, both the pain and the coldness were much better than before, and her body seemed to have adapted to the Black River. Even if she stayed for a while longer, she would not feel too uncomfortable. I just don't know where I am now. She looked around, and saw the same darkness around her, and sank into the water again. The Black River is not a river. When she sank into the water, this feeling was even more profound. She could even open her eyes in the Black River. And the river was not as dark as she imagined. There was even a faint light in the distance. She had no other choice but to try. Qin Qin swimmed her body, and quickly went to the place with the faint light. Even with her physical strength, she felt more and more tired as she went further. I don't know how long I swam. The light became brighter and brighter, until she completely walked out of the light. Amazing. You actually lived this long. Qin Qin blinked, and after adapting to the thick white fog around her, she looked at the people who appeared in front of her. Who are you? Oh, you don't know? This is the soul world. One of them said. People will go to the soul world after they die, waiting for reincarnation here. Are you okay in reality now? Not bad. Qing nodded subconsciously. After all, she had just stopped the flood and prevented the dam from collapsing. And she almost lost her life. No. She has a body now. Not a ghost. And is there anyone in the soul world who doesn't know her? Did you die of illness? Qing raised her eyes and shook her head. Then it was still an accident. The other party sighed. I said, the reality should not be too good. After all, when I got into trouble, there were only 10 million people left in the world. When was there only? Qing asked, and suddenly realized that the surrounding environment was wrong. She looked around. When did you die? What year was it? The other party said a year. And Qing frowned subconsciously. At this moment, she heard the sound of a trickling stream. Looking down, she saw a black river seeping out from the corner and flowing along the feet of the two people. What is this? It should be the Forget River. As soon as she finished speaking, the white mist around her gradually faded away as the amount of water flowing out of the Forget River increased. Qing looked up and saw golden light falling from the sky again, enveloping all souls, including the Forget River. The voices that were talking to her just now disappeared, and only a majestic voice fell from the sky. Qing. It's me, I am. Qing looked up in surprise. Are you a god, or the heavenly Tao? I am the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of Blue Star? Qing asked. You can say that, but this is the past. The heavenly Tao said again. When you appeared, the blue star here should have completely become a dead star. I have been waiting for you to come. The past? The past of Blue Star? My last life, or this life? Qing quickly heard the voiceover from the heavenly Tao's words. Is my rebirth because of you? Why me? She had many questions in her heart to be answered, and the fact that she could come here at this moment was another coincidence among coincidences. It's for you to go back. For you to come back? We have deduced it trillions of times. Except for you. All of them failed without exception. Only you succeeded. The voice of the heavenly Tao came to Qing's ears from all directions. Qing was at a loss. I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to do what you should do. You can't change what has happened. Remember? You have to change the future. The surround sound of the heavenly Tao continued to ring in Qing's ears. At the same time, the heaven-repairing stone on her body suddenly ran out and flew into the sky. Without waiting for her to speak, and asking about the causes and consequences of rebirth, her eyes slowly closed. In a daze, she heard the voice of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of Blue Star has been reborn and separated, so I no longer have the value of existence. Take the heavenly Tao back. The catastrophe of Blue Star has not passed, and it depends on you from now on. Boss Qing? Boss Qing. Are you awake? Are you okay? Boss Qing. Why did you come out of the Forgetful River again? Qing opened her eyes, looking at the many ghosts around her, as if she had just had a long dream. She frowned subconsciously. Why am I? As she spoke, she suddenly felt the slight coolness in her palm, and raised her hand. Oh my God! Has our Forget River become real? Qing immediately stood up, and looked at the black water flowing out of the white mist, filling up the Forget River made of soul stones bit by bit, and then passing through the space gate, rushing towards the purgatory on Earth. Chapter 287 Strong Adaptability. Is this the real Wanchuan River? It should be, although it's the first time I've seen it. The Wanchuan River looks so amazing. Black water filled up the Wanchuan River and became the real Wanchuan River. Even Qing was a little confused by such a change. She didn't expect that when she came out again, she would leave the Black River here. But such a change should be a good thing. Right? Boss Qing, are you okay? Yes. Boss Qing, why are you here again? Are you okay? Everyone looked at Qing with concern. I'm fine. Qing moved her body. Compared with her previous soul state, she could feel alive now. She walked along the forgotten river, and her physical discomfort completely disappeared. You guys take care of your own things. I'll go to the hell on Earth to take a look. As she said that, she went straight to the space door. Looking at the space door with black water flowing in front of her, she took out a space stone and pinched out another space door, right beside the forgotten river, so that the souls would not have to cross the forgotten river to come and go. As expected, the forgotten river also reached the human purgatory side, and walked forward along the forgotten river originally made of soul stones, all the way to the end. It disappeared from here. We can't see its situation from outside. The barriers around the human purgatory are still there. The souls can't and dare not go through. The Soul Stone River is only piled up in front of the barrier. As for what is on the other side, no one knows. If you can't see it, you can't see it. It's already very good to be able to do this step. Qin Qing stood at the end. The real Forgotten River is being led here, which should be a good thing. At this point, she can no longer explore what the future will be like. She can only take one step at a time. After a hasty chat with everyone, she returned to reality. As soon as she returned, the Bution stone ran out of her personal space and flew quickly into the sky. Wasn't the Bution stone taken away? No. The heavenly Tao asked her to bring it back. She walked out of the supermarket quickly, watching the Bution stone flying higher and higher, thinking of the words she heard in a daze. And her mood was indescribably complicated. Kite? The sound in her ear brought Qin Qing back to her senses. She smiled and tilted her head. If I tell you this is the sky-repairing stone, will you believe it? Wei Xiaoshuang tilted her head, looking at the thing flying farther and farther in the sky. You mean our sky is leaking? Is it because of this reason that natural disasters have become more and more frequent in recent years? With this sky-repairing stone, will there be no such big natural disasters in the future? Qin Qing glanced at it, raised her eyes. Maybe it should be of some use. I hope it will work. Wei Xiaoshuang clasped his hands together. I hope God knows how difficult our lives are. Even though we are doing well now, as long as we are slightly. A bigger natural disaster can hurt many people. Natural disasters are inevitable. But it is best not to have too big a disaster. As she said this, she laughed. It is often written in novels that human faith can give divine power. I believe in it a little bit. Can I really give some help to the gods who protect us? Is it possible? Qin Qing knew that Wei Xiaoshuang did not believe it. But she still smiled and said, the gods must also hope that human life can be better. Otherwise the gods have no value in this world. Ah, is this our belief? We only believe in gods who can play a role. And we don't believe in gods who can't play a role. We focus on being pragmatic. Wei Xiaoshuang said with emotion. It's so good to be pragmatic. Only by being pragmatic can you have food to eat. No matter what happens. Food is always the most important thing. Qin Qing put her hands behind her back, watching the sky-repairing stone disappear in front of her eyes and blend into the atmosphere. She couldn't help but smile. She didn't have any big expectations. But she just hoped that everyone's life would be more ordinary. Not everyone's life would be smooth. But she hoped that the lives of most people would be safe and smooth. A few days later, the flood completely receded. Before being noticed by more people, Qin Qing took back all the zombies and puppets. Her work is done. And now it's up to everyone. Although the dam didn't break, the impact of the flood was not small. After the flood receded, various equipment needed to be repaired. Roads needed to be inspected. And everything needed to be cleaned. All the flooded farmland needed to be specially treated. News of all sizes broadcasted one disaster relief after another after the flood. Everyone said that they were lucky this time. The dam withstood such a big flood and didn't break. If it had, the damage to the downstream would have been too great. Everyone said that the rainstorm stopped in time. If it hadn't stopped, even if it had rained for another half an hour, it would probably have been unstoppable. Everyone said that China was indeed destined to be flooded, and had good luck, so it could withstand such a big natural disaster. Some people also said that it was not destiny, but man's victory over nature. If there were no strong dams, if the soldiers hadn't firmly guarded the dams and filled them with countless sandbags, this flood would have brought huge disasters. In the news, a word that was ignored by everyone appeared many times. Heroes. This word was always listed separately. Almost everyone who saw these two words would think that they were soldiers, and the people around who helped guard the dams. Only Qin Qing knew that this word listed separately also included the zombies and puppets she sent out. They are all heroes. That's enough. Although they are all zombies, although they have long become the walking dead, but in this case, they can still help humans. How can they not be heroes? However, the number of zombies she can receive now is limited. Coming to the zombie plane again, she stood on the spirit sword, looking down at the city with people coming and going below. She couldn't help but sigh that humans are indeed the most adaptable to nature. More than a year ago, the humans here were still troubled by the existence of zombies. Now zombies have almost disappeared, and the existence of mutant animals and mutant plants can no longer control humans. The human world in the zombie plane is gradually returning to normal. Your leeks are too expensive. This is a fresh green leafy vegetable. I cultivated it with great difficulty. Don't lie to me, I know that leeks grow in batches, and they can grow after a crop, and your leek pots are all given by the government. Right? I'll take it if it's cheaper, or I'll go check out the Chinese cabbage. Hey, don't go. Don't go, I'll sell it to you at a low price. Really, life is getting better and better now. Such fresh leeks are not rare. Hurry up and line up. Fresh soybeans are being distributed today. Everyone has a share. Give a handful to grow some bean sprouts, and another big meal tonight. Have you cultivated a new variety of soybeans? No, didn't you say you were cultivating potatoes before? Whatever it is. Team up. Let's go out of town to deal with mutant plants. Are there any superpowers? Me. Now it's much easier to clean up mutant plants than dealing with zombies before. The crystal cores in the plants are easier to get. By the way, the sunshine today is too good. Didn't the weather forecast say it would be cloudy today? It might even rain. How come the sun suddenly came out? Since the zombies came. The weather forecast is inaccurate in 80% of cases. Just take a look and don't believe it. The weather forecast is quite accurate during this period. That's because today's forecast is inaccurate. The weather is good? It's easier to deal with mutant plants. Otherwise, it would be difficult. Qing brushed past the people who were talking and looked up at the sky. Since this plane gradually recovered, she hadn't been here for a while. She didn't pay much attention to it whether it was sunny or rainy. Now, when she looked up after listening to what the other said, she found that there was a familiar feeling in the clear sky. It was as if she had received the golden light many times before. But this wave today was a little far away from her. As she was thinking this, she suddenly felt a light above her head, and a golden light fell directly on her, covering her whole body. Faintly, she felt the breath of the heavenly way here, thanking her. This was the second wave of complete golden light she felt. Perhaps this also meant that the zombie plane, starting today, officially moved towards a new future. The other plane moving towards a new future was the white stone plane. Before being watched by everyone, Qing left the zombie plane and came to the white stone plane that gave her the golden light early in the morning. After taking advantage of the situation, she did not stay here often, but only came here occasionally, knowing that the existence of immortals would strike a dimensionality reduction blow to ordinary people. She tried not to participate in everyone's life as much as possible. But even so, conquering the world was easier than she expected. Most cities, after the army showed off their reputation as immortals, would surrender without a fight. The few that wanted to resist would quickly become the public enemy of the people in the city, and eventually had to choose to surrender. After conquering the world, the first thing the main forces did was not to manage the court first, but to distribute a large number of sweet potatoes to all the people to plant. The white stone plain lost its vitality, and ordinary crops became increasingly difficult to plant. Only crops with strong vitality like sweet potatoes could mature no matter where they were. After nourishing the land, staple foods such as rice and wheat could be planted. Qing hid herself and came to the current imperial city. After conquering the world, no one set up an emperor, but only a meeting court, the main members of which were Yunyang and others. They said that they did not need an emperor for the time being, and would make a choice based on the situation after development. This situation was a bit unexpected to her, but as long as the people's lives could be better, she did not care what policies they used. At least for now. Such a meeting court was enough. If there really was an emperor in the future, as long as the transition was smooth and did not affect the lives of the people, it would be fine. After a round, seeing that the people were all living well, she did not plan to show up. She flew on her sword and wandered around the white stone plain to see the situation in various places. In a place she did not know, everyone was discussing the emperor. Whoever wants to be the emperor must pass under my sword. If you defeat me and kill me, you can be the emperor. If you cannot defeat me, you will die. Even if there is no emperor, there must be a person in charge. Not like we have now, where there is only a so-called meeting court, which is neither fish nor fowl. Want to fight? Yunyang, what do you say about her? She doesn't listen to anyone now, but only to you. You should know the importance of the emperor. I think Qingwan is right. If you want to be the emperor, defeat her first. Lin Yu raised his eyes and looked at everyone present coldly. As for the person in charge, we have only one, and that is the immortal. Anyone who dares to override me will be punished. Above us, It means we are enemies. Qingwan pursed her lips to show dissatisfaction. It's been a long time since the immortal came. Have you all forgotten her? She is an immortal. She won't stay in the world for long. As long as Sister Yu and I are alive. No one can surpass us. Qingwan turned the sword in her hand, looking at the person who had been talking. You can't even beat me. And you still want to be the emperor. What do you think you are? Everyone knows that you have been taught by the immortal. No one can beat you. Okay. Okay. Don't argue. Everyone is for the good of the world. In fact, taking a step back, the queen is not impossible. Yunyang and Qingwan, you are both suitable. The person who spoke smiled at the two. Yunyang and Qingwan looked at each other. I only recognize the immortal. I only recognize the immortal. Confirming each other's thoughts. The two of them said in unison, if you don't obey the immortal, you are not qualified to stay in the meeting hall. Chapter 288 Magnitude 10 Earthquake. No matter how good the ancient days were, they could not be compared with modern life. But now that Qing had come here, she still felt the changes now. The most significant change was that the people's mental state was much better than before. The large-scale planting of sweet potatoes allowed many people to have enough food, and even those with poorer conditions, they would not starve to death. This was the biggest progress. That was enough. There was no need to bring the world into the industrial age all at once. Too much is as bad as too little. Without the right time, place and people, excessive development would make the world more chaotic. Back in the imperial city, she confirmed the offices of Yunyang and Qingwan, and put down a set of planting books and a set of textile books. As for what happens next, it is all up to them to decide. The Baishar Plain, there is already room for free development. This is our performance last month, which is a little higher than the previous months mainly. Xiaoshu sat next to Qing and introduced the supermarket's performance to her one by one. Qing looked around and found one of the documents. Why is the business of this supermarket so good? Xiaoshu turned her head and took a look. Isn't this the previous flood? Although it didn't burst the dam in the end. Many houses were still affected. Many people's daily necessities were soaked on the first floor and had to be repurchased. Food and other things also had to be purchased. Business is better than before. Qing looked at it twice more. Fortunately, the impact of this flood is not great. Isn't it? Fortunately, the impact is not great. Xiaoshu sighed. Because the impact of the flood was not great. She didn't take it to heart. Then shall I continue? Yes. Qing nodded and put down the document in her hand. This situation is the best. Better than she imagined. Being ignored is better than being remembered by millions of people. After the flood, Qing's life became peaceful again. Occasionally there are some small natural disasters, but the damage caused is not very big in the end. What she cares about most is the earthquake that has not fallen for a long time, and the natural disasters that follow the earthquake, and the words that Tian Dao said to her before he disappeared. The disaster is not over yet. What does it mean? She doesn't know. She can only do the things at hand. The business of the plain supermarket is still going on. But now the main business has become random transactions every day. Although the number of random transactions is not large most of the time, there are still very few cases where large transactions occur. The most common cases are those asking for food and water. In addition, there are cotton clothes for warmth. Thus that she sells extra when it is too hot. And even refrigerators and air conditioners. There was even one time when the other party asked for 50,000 air conditioners at once. The number was too large. And she even mobilized the resources of several large supermarkets. And finally gathered 50,000 air conditioners before the end of the day. Fortunately, the return on this business was also very generous. She sold the things directly to the country, and earned back the money for the 50,000 air conditioners. Oh my god! It's raining so hard. The typhoon forecast is so accurate. We're here now. Luckily we're prepared. Wei Xiaoshuang stamped his feet at the entrance of the supermarket. Are there enough raincoats and umbrellas in the supermarket? With such a strong typhoon, who would come out? Qing was lying on a recliner and talking to Wei Xiaoshuang. And even if people come out, they will definitely bring their own umbrellas and raincoats. The supermarket's business will be just average. Yeah, I forgot about this. Will we still have business today? Wei Xiaoshuang looked outside. Today. The typhoon is coming. And the rain is too heavy. It's okay. Just lie down and play with your phone. Qing smiled. Or you can move a recliner over, and we can lie down and play with our phones together. Then let's play landlord. I'll go next door. Let's talk voice. Wei Xiaoshuang looked outside, quickly put up his umbrella again, walked to next door, and quickly opened the door. Not long after, Qin Qing received a message from Wei Xiaoshuang asking her to play games together. Do you want to play landlord? No. I don't play landlord either, hee. Then let's play together. A typhoon cooled down the hot summer and brought a lot of rain. Outside the supermarket, it was raining heavily. Inside the supermarket, the music of landlord continued, and from time to time, the conversation between the two could be heard. My deck of cards is really good. I want to be the landlord. Then I won't be polite. If you're not polite, I won't be polite. I will definitely win. What earthquake? The current technology can actually predict earthquakes so early. Isn't this too exaggerated? Isn't it said that there is a superpower awakening? This may be the reason. What superpower? This is real life, not a novel. Even if it is a novel, superpowers are paired with zombies. Where are the zombies now? We must move. Even if there is an earthquake, our house should be safe. Move. We must move. Everyone in the city moved. Why don't we move? I've never seen such a large-scale earthquake. Don't say that. If it's really a large earthquake, it's safer if we move in advance. The supermarket is having a clearance sale. Go and stock up before leaving. You can't miss such a good deal. Are you sure it's here? The prediction says it's here. You should believe in the strength of those people. Before the earthquake, they have predicted many natural disasters. This time there will be no accidents, and there will be no accidents. I hope there will be accidents. A magnitude 10 earthquake is no joke. In that case, I also hope it's accident. Kicked out of the house. Help. Why were you kicked out of the house? Call the police. Kicked out of the house by the police. You can tell by looking at the IP address. It is an area that will be affected by the earthquake. Although you are not in the center, the big earthquake will also affect your area. We are afraid that the quality of the house you live in is not good, so we ask you to leave in advance. After the earthquake, if the house is fine, you can move back. Will there really be a magnitude 10 earthquake? You knew about it so many days in advance? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? It should be otherwise. There would be no need to mobilize so many people, the people who moved out. It would cost several million a day for these people to stay there. Right? If this is fake, wouldn't it be a huge loss? It's okay if it's a loss or not. But it's too much trouble. If there was no earthquake, it would take a lot of time and effort to move back. How uncomfortable it would be. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you don't want to go through the trouble, you don't have to move. As long as you are not afraid of death. I'm just saying. The country's move is so big. It can't be a blind guess. No one has ever experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. And no one knows how much damage this earthquake will bring to the earthquake center. But everyone is waiting for the moment of the earthquake. In her previous life, Qin Qing actually had no close contact with the earthquake. She worked outside in her previous life and lived a little far from the earthquake center. But even so, she was still awakened by the earthquake when it occurred in the middle of the night. That night, except for those who were not really affected, the rest of the affected people did not sleep all night. This time, she simply did not sleep. As soon as it entered the middle of the night, she left the supermarket and headed towards the city at the center of the earthquake. The city has now become an empty city. In the dark night, there is no light. Looking down from above, it seems like a huge mouth of the abyss, opening its mouth and waiting for someone to fall into the trap. She hovered in the air with her sword, and stood there for half the night, until the city below began to shake violently. A magnitude 10 earthquake. As expected. Damn it. It's really an earthquake. It's so scary. I was lying on the floor of the gymnasium, with just a steel bed, and it was shaking so terribly. If I lived in a high-rise building, I wonder what it would feel like. I was woken up by the earthquake in the middle of the night. It was so scary. An earthquake? Is it an earthquake? I'm far away from the epicenter. Several cities away. It's so scary. I'm far away from the epicenter. And many people went downstairs. The high-rise building was shaking so badly. The building I lived in before actually collapsed a little. Fortunately, we moved out. I didn't expect that the building not in the epicenter of the earthquake would also collapse. It's too dangerous. Buildings collapsed in the surrounding area? What did the epicenter of the earthquake look like? Now. Live broadcast. Dear viewers, good evening. This is CCTV's live broadcast room. We are reporting to you the situation at the earthquake center. From the drone footage, we can see that the situation at the earthquake center is not optimistic. Before the earthquake, the state organized the evacuation of all the people in the earthquake center. Next, let's interview the people who were resettled in the cities around the earthquake. My God, the whole city collapsed? Is it such a big earthquake? I can't imagine how many casualties would have occurred if the people in this city had not been evacuated. It's too scary. In such a serious situation, even the rescuers don't know where to start. Fortunately, this time the prediction was made, otherwise it would be really too scary. I don't know what the people who moved away this time think now. Thanks for the invitation. I thought it was troublesome before, but now I just want to say thank you to the country. Our family is okay. We didn't think it was troublesome before. My grandma is usually a difficult person. When the country said it was going to move, she packed up and left without saying a word. Some people around said bad things about the country, and she also scolded many people. Our family is okay, but the neighbor next door has been complaining before. Last night, he said he would move back, but now he doesn't say a word, and he looks a little trembling. Although I have lost my home, but I have saved my life, so it's okay. I just don't know where to go next. The whole city is gone, and our home is definitely gone too. Oh, the country has issued a notice to send us to places with fewer people and more houses, such as Gang, Hai, Stuen. It is said that the houses have been renovated long ago, and the country bought them one by one before. So soon? It means that they knew about the earthquake long ago, and also knew the earthquake level. I now believe that there are people with superpowers in our country. Why didn't I awaken my superpowers? It's good to have a place to live. It's a little far, but if there are many people, even if it's not lively, it will always be lively. When will we move? I'm still living in the gymnasium. It's better to have a separate house to live in than to be squeezed in the gymnasium with so many people. The notice said that it will start tomorrow morning, and we will be sent away in batches. Hey, someone came to register here. It's worthy of the country. The efficiency is really high. Everyone can't sleep. Get ready to move. 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 Chapter 289 Check-in successful. No wonder I felt a little dizzy when I went to bed last night. We are so far away that it has some impact. I wonder what it feels like nearby. Wei Xiao held the phone in both hands, looking at the news on it. Fortunately, the country has been prepared, but this superpower, I have never heard of it. Maybe you don't pay special attention to the news. Qing flipped through a few news articles. Some of them were mentioned before, but they were not on the hot search, so most people didn't pay special attention to them. In the internet age, there is a lot of information every day, and most people who go online only pay attention to what they are interested in. Even if they don't block the content they are not interested in, the platform will help block it. Over time, naturally, they will not pay attention to too much irrelevant information. Just like the previous life at that time. She was also after the earthquake, in order to rescue as soon as possible, many power people come out of the dark. At that time, she knew that there were so many abilities in the country. It's just that, the impact of earthquakes, even the power cannot say too much. Really, I should pay attention to this kind of information. Wei Xiao Shuang was surprised. But fortunately we have a power, otherwise such a large earthquake. I don't know if I didn't transfer it in advance, what will become now, it's terrible. Nympho. It's terrible, the house was shaking, I dare not see it. You are just shaking, the house I saw, pour directly, what tofu residue project, it's so far away, can actually fall, it's outrageous. Fortunately, there are no tall buildings near the place where I live, otherwise at night, scared to be scared. Isn't it? Why go forward before you? I don't know if things are enough in this supermarket, line such an old team, I don't plan to buy rice, just buy some bread, instant noodles and the like, simple to eat. I plan to buy a small pot, buy some noodles, the house in the house collapsed, I don't know what to do later, save some use. This is also fine, it is cheaper than buying bread. Well, limit purchase. The purchase restriction is better than buying, look at it quickly, come to the car again, it's a truck here, from this point of view, it should not be missing, the most afraid of this is after this earthquake, can't buy things. We are not in the earthquake circle, the outside problem is not big, mainly all transferred, if this is still in the earthquake circle, don't want to send in anything. Nympho. Is this promotional activity still available now? Can you change this over 101 piece? Yes, as long as you add $1, you can change 3 pieces of sets or pots and pins, or you can follow your needs, choose the corresponding promotional product. Then I bought 200 yuan. You can change 2 copies. Then give me these $2 nothing? Yes, you rest assured, our supermarket promotion has been a long time, not now, the inventory is sufficient. Nympho. Our profits have dropped again. Didn't you say it, poor inventory? Ching laughed. Rest assured, the inventory in my hand is really sufficient, and these daily necessities just happen to be demand for everyone next. Our new supermarket is about to open. Do you look at it? The new supermarket falls in several cities with metastasis. Because of the characteristics of the city itself, the traffic in these cities is not very convenient. And the big supermarket opened, at least it can ensure the sufficient basic supplies. The plan to resettle the people in the epicenter began more than a year ago. After Ching's special reminder, the supernatural people, including Zhang Wei, gradually matched her reminders about the location and magnitude of the earthquake. China is vast, but the flow of people is concentrated in a few large cities. Some remote cities are gradually seeing fewer and fewer people and more empty houses. After the earthquake, the people in the epicenter will definitely have nowhere to live. Such a large city with millions of people cannot be resettled in surrounding cities. So when choosing resettlement sites, the country chose those empty cities with extremely high vacant houses. Firstly, these empty cities are prefecture-level cities, and the supporting facilities are relatively complete, including hospitals and schools. Secondly, there are enough empty houses in these places, and it is easier to find almost whole buildings for sale. After buying these houses, you can move in after simple decoration. It is much more convenient than finding another piece of land to build a new house. This is indeed the case. After buying a house, it takes about half a month to complete the renovation work. If multiple buildings are started at the same time, the efficiency is higher. You are a family of 3. You can choose a 2-bedroom apartment or a 3-bedroom apartment. The state will subsidize you 500 yuan per month. The monthly rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is exactly 500 yuan. You don't have to spend extra money. But if you choose a 3-bedroom apartment, you will need to pay a little more. But the total amount is not high. Can we see the house? Lu Ya's family of 3 is the family that lost their house in the earthquake. Their original house was not big, only more than 30 square meters. Although it was a bit crowded with 3 people living in it, they were used to that kind of life and did not plan to change it. When the earthquake was reported, the family of 3 was the first to respond. They packed up their valuables and moved to the resettlement house provided by the government. When the earthquake occurred, the 3 were as shocked as everyone else. But the magnitude of the earthquake was too high. They imagined that after the earthquake, they would go back to pack up and continue their lives. But the whole city collapsed, and their imagination was shattered. Fortunately, their original house was not very big, and everyone was like them. So they felt less sad. This time, they responded positively to the resettlement, and were among the first to arrive at the resettlement house. This is an ordinary walk-up apartment. There are currently 2 options. One is the 2-bedroom, 1 living room on the 4th floor, and the other is the 3-bedroom, 1 living room on the 5th floor. No matter which one, it is good for them, and it is bigger than before. The house has been renovated. You can move in with your luggage. You just need to buy some daily necessities. The introducer opened the door of the 4th floor. This is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room. The 2 rooms are large and 1 small. It is actually quite good for the 3 of you to live in. The kitchen and bathroom have been retiled. The house was renovated not long ago, and no one has ever lived in it. The whole house is transparent and bright. As soon as the 3 of them entered the house, their eyes lit up. They saw satisfaction in each other's eyes. Compared with their previous shabby house, this house couldn't be better. Not only was the monthly rent only 500 yuan, but there was also a subsidy of 500 yuan, which meant that they only needed to pay the water and electricity bills to move in. Can we take a look at the 3-bedroom apartment? Sure. The person who showed them the apartment took them to the 5th floor. It's a bit high here, so you have to walk up and down, which may be a little tiring. But you are all young, so it's good to climb the stairs. Soon the 4 of them reached the 5th floor and opened the door to the new house. The space of a 3-bedroom apartment is much larger than that of a 2-bedroom apartment. If the downstairs is stunning, here is exciting. Mom and Dad, can we live here? I want a small study room. And there is a small room. Luya excitedly stepped forward and stood at the door of the small room with her hands open. Luya's parents took a look around and were particularly satisfied. The main reason was that they had never lived in such a spacious space before. Now that they came here, they were indescribably excited and felt that their lifelong dream had come true. Finally, she couldn't suppress her desire and asked, "Can we choose this one? If we choose this one, how much will it cost?" "You can choose. It won't cost much each month." The person who showed the house said the price. Seeing the eyes of several people getting brighter and brighter, she smiled and said, "There are enough houses at present. But it may not be the case in the future, because not everyone will choose to move here. There were not many houses renovated at once before, and there may be a shortage of houses in the future. This price is not expensive, and the area is much larger." Luya's parents hesitated. While they were moved, they were still hesitant about whether to choose it. "Oh, there is one more thing. If you feel comfortable living here, you can buy this house in the future. If nothing goes wrong, the price of this house should not exceed 100,000 yuan. The person showing the house said, looking at the three people. "So cheap?" The three people blurted out. Luya gritted her teeth. "So if other people feel comfortable living in other houses, they may also buy it. Right?" The person showing the house nodded. "Maybe. But they may not settle down. But the price is very cheap. Such a big house. And it is so comfortable to live in." Luya looked at her parents. "Mom and Dad, after the earthquake, it will definitely take a long time to recover. With so many people moving here, you will definitely not have to worry about work. And I can work online, so I don't have to worry about making money. I haven't lived in such a good house yet." "No. Then I will save some money and buy this house." "No need for you. We can still afford 100,000 yuan, said Luya's parents. "Then let's book this one. Please ask, when can we buy a house?" "We plan to buy this house." The person showing the house smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll teach you how to make an appointment online. By the way, please register the situation of the old house. The country will issue relevant policies later. The city at the epicenter will be replanned. At that time, it may be given to you according to the proportion of houses. We can also give you a house of the same size as ours at a discount price." The three people asked in surprise, "Can our old house be discounted?" "Of course. Although there was an earthquake. Such a large earthquake is rare. After the ruins are cleared, the city will still have to be rebuilt. However, by then, the housing situation will definitely be planned more scientifically. Even if we compensate you for your house, it will be difficult to move to the old place. It's okay. It's okay as long as there is a policy. Yes. 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 Our house is small. Don't. Tight. If we can buy a house here, we can live here longer. Originally, I thought I would stay in my hometown and never leave. After leaving, I found that we can actually live in such a big place. This is a blessing in disguise. Isn't it? Although it is a great thing as long as you don't lose your life. But while you don't lose your life, you can still live such a good life. I really have to thank the country. Without the country, we would never have such a good thing. Congratulations, you have signed the contract and moved in successfully." Chapter 290, I kind of want to buy it. "Are you moving?" "No. I found a job, and I plan to live here in the future." "Do you want to move?" "I kind of want to. I saw online that the houses are quite big in the places where I moved to. And because there are so many people going there at once, there are jobs, especially some internet jobs, which I can do there. I'm just afraid that I can't adapt to life in a different place. I've never been to such a far place before." "Then try to find a job first. If you find a suitable job, go there. There are so many people moving there recently, and it's not all unfamiliar environments. Then I'll give it a try. If I can find a job, I don't have to worry about going there." "Yes. And so many people are going there. If I don't find a job here, I'll be a little worried." "Move. Although the salary there is a little lower, but the rent is also low, it is still very cost-effective overall." "That makes sense. Are there any workers at Post X? My company plans to develop an amusement park, and we need to recruit workers. If you are interested, please call 138X times X times 2321. Are you hiring online? My company is hiring cleaners. The original cleaners don't want to be too far away from home, so they quit. If you are interested, please contact 139X times X times 7687. Is anyone looking for a cook? My mom is good at cooking. If you want to find a job, please send me a private message. Urgently looking for a confinement nanny. Private message. No, I'm still in the resettlement area. You guys are starting a new life so soon? It's only been a few days since the earthquake. This is too fast. No matter how difficult it is. We can't stop living. There are no casualties in the earthquakes. As for houses, the country said that we will rebuild them after all the aftershocks are over. The country has planned it for us. What are we worried about? That's right. The earthquake is over. Don't think about it anymore. It's time to live. Are there any experienced milk tea makers among the visitors? I opened a milk tea shop and I'm hiring. If you are interested, please send me a private message. Actually, I haven't recovered yet. Such a big city has collapsed. Well, what's the point of slowing down? If the city collapses, it collapses. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. If the old city collapses, we can still rebuild a new city. It will still be an excellent big city at that time. The old? Is that how you use it if you don't go to the new one? Isn't it just right now? I'm from here. To be honest, the original problems of the old city have worried many leaders. Now it's good. If it collapses, just rebuild it. You don't even have to pay more for the demolition. Isn't that good? As long as no one dies, the economic losses can be made up bit by bit. Besides, in such a big city, I don't know how many jobs there will be. Plus one above. It's a good time to replan. Subway, road, parking lot, all should be planned out. Don't be stuck here and there like before. The new city will definitely be much better in the future. Eat, drink and play. No one dies. It's a great fortune. Why bother to feel bitter and resentful now? There's no one to cry to. Laughing. This is the legendary saying. Isn't it true? Everyone recovered so quickly. Zhang Mingchun held his phone, scrolling through the Soul World Everything forum, looking at the replies from some living people. He couldn't help but sigh. Nowadays, the traffic of Soul World Everything is much higher than before. Although it is not as large as those big apps. There are at least several thousand people online at real time. In addition, the earthquake incident has been a hot topic in recent days, and the number of living people has increased a lot compared to before, making this forum look more like an ordinary forum in the world of living people. If it weren't for your prediction, would the casualties caused by this earthquake be extremely heavy? John Roy was also looking at his phone. And now he looked up and asked. No need to ask. It's definitely the case. Just look at the current situation of this city, and you will know. Zhang Mingchun refreshed a picture. The current appearance of the city is almost exactly the same as the ruins before the cleanup. After she finished speaking, everyone looked around. The ruins here have been completely cleaned up, leaving a large area of flat land. And the previous desolate and dilapidated appearance can no longer be seen. If there is no prediction, after the earthquake on Blue Star, can the souls go to the Soul Realm? The Soul Realm had problems before the earthquake. If it weren't for the Soul Stones and the Forgotten River that were transferred over in the past few years. So if it weren't for Qingqing, maybe after the earthquake on Blue Star, it would be similar to this place. Zhang Mingchun said, with a bit of sadness in his eyes. Qingqing didn't know what happened in her previous life. But if there was no plain supermarket at that time, and the Soul Stone could not be transferred from the Snow Mountain Plain, perhaps the problems in the Soul World would be aggravated, and perhaps even more serious than the situation here. Almost all the corpses in this ruins were buried, and under this island suspended in the air, it has become a huge cemetery, which shows how many casualties the earthquake caused. After the magnitude 10 earthquake in the previous life, the environment on the internet was not as relaxed as it is now. Although many years have passed, she still remembers that every time she saw news pictures, videos, or news interviews, she couldn't control her sadness. Many times, she just watched the news quietly, and when she came to her senses, she found that she was already in tears. With such a big earthquake, such a big loss, and the 7 to 8 magnitude aftershocks after the 10 magnitude earthquake, only a few people were rescued in the end. Because everyone was in a hurry to save people. Some people were even buried by aftershocks during the rescue process and lost their lives. Qingqing. Qingqing came back to her senses. It's okay, I just followed your advice, and accidentally thought too much, but since we have avoided the damage caused by the earthquake, let's not think about it anymore. It's good as it is now, although we encountered such a big earthquake, but fortunately everyone is fine, and we can still chat and laugh online. Zhang Mingchun nodded. Yes, as long as everyone is fine. Now, it's indeed the best result. John Rui said with a smile. By the way, I have another good news to tell you. The snow mountain where I live has shrunk a few more times. Really? Qing Qing asked in surprise. Of course it's true. And the places that were previously buried by the snow mountain can now be cultivated and planted. John Rui introduced the situation to Qing Qing. You have been busy with the earthquake recently, and I didn't have time to tell you. In more than a month, the crops we planted can be harvested. It seems that our idea is right. After the Soul Stone and the Forgotten River gradually move to the Soul World, my place can slowly return to normal. So many things should be where they should be. There is too much soul energy in your place, which makes it colder and colder. The area of the snow mountain is getting larger and larger, and the soul world lacks soul energy. Now everyone has their own responsibilities, and both sides can recover little by little. Qing Qing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as we keep going like this, one day several worlds will be able to return to normal. At least for now. The zombie plane and the white stone plane have returned to normal. By the way, do we need robots to be sent over to Blue Star to operate? Zhang Mingchun asked. Now the ruins here have been almost cleaned up, and we can send some robots over to help clean up. I believe Blue Star can clean it up, but maybe we can send 1 or 2 robots over, Qing Qing said. You still have to master the technology yourself. If you send too many, people will lose interest in research and development. Then send 2. I'll pick them out later, Zhang Mingchun said. I think what you said makes sense. Only if you master it yourself can you master it. Technology is the real strength. I don't have anything else, but I found a batch of secret manuals some time ago. You can take them back and print them. Just leave the rest to my dad, John Rui said. You have a lot of things to do, so you don't have to worry about everything yourself. Although I'm not that busy, I'd love to have someone to help me. Qing Qing smiled. I think the biggest problem now is that there are only 3 of us. We can't play mahjong without one person. We can only play landlord occasionally. When she finished speaking, they both laughed. John Rui shook his head. What a pity. Zhang Mingchun followed up. Isn't it a pity? I don't like playing mahjong online either. I feel that everything is programmed, boring, and offline mahjong is more fun. Actually, I'm not very good at it, John Rui said again. Qing Qing and Zhang Mingchun looked at each other, smiling at him. That's perfect. Let us make your money. John Rui laughed. I don't have much money. I have the salary you gave me. You don't even plan to keep the salary for me. One thing for another. Qing Qing raised her eyes and smiled. You can also ask for remote guidance when the time comes. Use the mobile phone to make a video call. I heard that my aunt is quite good at playing mahjong. My mother is quite good. John Rui nodded. The 3 of them talked one after another, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Although they heard from Qing Qing that there might be a large-scale natural disaster in the future, it was still early. Before the natural disaster officially came, they had to live a little easier. After talking for a while, Zhang Mingchun stood up to prepare the robot, and John Rui also stood up to get the secret book. Qing Qing sat in the same place and watched the 2 people leave. Compared with the first meeting, the 2 people were in much better condition, both physically and mentally, and there were huge changes. But until now, Qing Qing still didn't dare to set up a space gate directly in reality, and the 2 of them could only stay in the other world. Sooner or later, she would take them back. She still couldn't confirm what the future would be like, but at least, it was good now. By the way, is anyone buying resettlement housing? I kind of want to buy one. What do you want to buy resettlement housing for? Isn't it said that there is a rent subsidy, and you don't have to spend any extra money? But the total price of the resettlement house I live in is only 60,000 yuan. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Spacious and bright. Only 60,000 yuan. Where I used to live, the price of a house of the same size is at least 20 to 30 times higher. Thank you for the invitation. I have already bought property certificate.jpg. But this one is a little more expensive. 100,000 yuan. And? How do you know my house is beautiful? Video damn. It's really beautiful. It's so big and only costs 100,000 yuan. It's not in the earthquake center. Can I move there? Chapter 291 Daily Life. The epicenter city has started to be cleaned up. After the aftershocks, it must be cleaned up. We can't just leave it in ruins. Although it's a pity, we have to move forward. Well, although the atmosphere on the internet is still cheerful, my family is actually a little sad. After all, Our hometown, where we have lived for many years, will be rebuilt later, and will not be the same as before. It's cleaned up well. Even though we moved before the earthquake. Every time I see the epicenter, I can't help having nightmares at night. I dream that I didn't have time to move and was crushed underneath. Did you have a nightmare too? It's a bit like me. I have nightmares almost every day these days. It's terrible. Me too. I thought it was just me. I dreamed that there was an earthquake, and we didn't have time to evacuate. Everyone in my family got into trouble. I was the only one trapped under a pillar. I was trapped for more than 10 hours. It was scary. Someone in my family had nightmares. But I didn't. But I suggest you go out for a walk and feel a different environment. Maybe you will feel better. Why do so many people have nightmares? This is not normal. After all, the earthquake really happened. Everyone's resettlement site is near the epicenter of the earthquake. You must have felt the shaking at night. It's still scary. Several people in my family had nightmares. Yesterday, I asked a fortune teller to tell their fortune. The fortune teller said it might be soul return, said some words I don't quite understand anyway. I guess the master meant that our nightmares might be caused by an earthquake in a parallel world, and our souls, that we didn't have time to transfer, return to our bodies. The fortune teller also knows about parallel worlds. I don't know, that's probably what he meant, but the master gave us amulets to calm our souls, and we really haven't had nightmares in the past 2 days. I see, the amulet seller. I thought the master nowadays also had to study physics. Is it really useful? If it's useful, I also want to buy one. I've had too many nightmares in the past few days. I can't stand it. If it's really useful, I can accept a slightly higher price. I'll send you a private message. Boss Chin, you mean soul return really appeared? Situation? But didn't everyone move away before the earthquake? Whether it's true or not, at least the amulet did work. Chin handed the stack of amulets in her hand to Wu Sun. Just think of the return of the soul as a rhetoric, and just sell the amulets with peace of mind. Wu Sun took the amulet, thought for a moment, and looked up at Chin. If this earthquake could not be predicted, so many people were in trouble at the same time, would there be a big problem in the soul world? Why think so much about something that hasn't happened yet? Chin smiled. I just can't help thinking. Maybe I've heard too many dreams these days. Wu Sun said. Not everyone dreams. In fact, after this earthquake, most people didn't dream. At most, they felt the shaking at night. Only a few people dreamed. But everyone who dreamed had experienced a long wait. This made me feel like it was really like the scene after an earthquake, when the crowd was not evacuated in advance. Keep selling amulets. I'll send you a batch every day, Chin said. After this earthquake, everyone will have some sequelae to a greater or lesser extent. Well, then I won't think too much about it. Please trouble Boss Chin. Wu Sun thanked him sincerely. You're welcome, Chin said, watching Wu Sun leave. She looked up at the sky. She didn't see the scene of returning souls. But she knew that everyone's nightmares this time were because of returning souls. And their dreams were actually their own personal experiences in their previous lives. As for why some people have long dreams, and some people have short dreams, it is because the latter lost their lives at the moment the earthquake came, while the former did not lose their lives at that moment, but suffered torture later. Fortunately, after using the amulet, the memories of the past life in everyone's mind will gradually fade away. Even if you don't use it, it will fade away, but it will take a little longer. She took out her mobile phone, opened various social platforms, and saw the promotional information posted by different accounts. The people behind these information are all from the country. After getting the amulet that can suppress nightmares from Wu Sun, they began to release this information step by step. As more and more people used the amulet, the nightmare brought to everyone by the 10-magnitude earthquake finally dissipated a little bit. Everyone who moved to different cities started a new life. Daily life continued, as if such a big natural disaster had never happened. In the days that followed, there were hot days and cold days. Everyone was a little panicked, but they ate and drank as they should, and worked as they should. Occasionally, the news reported on the progress of clearing the ruins after the earthquake, and everyone just took a few more glances and continued their lives. Chin scooped up the water of Shinshin Lake. Such changes could not be hidden from the cultivators in the cultivation world. When it became obviously shallower before, many cultivators came to see it from time to time. But because of fear of the reputation of Shinshin Lake, no one dared to get too close. Fortunately, it didn't take her too long to scoop water each time. and her cultivation was not low. So the cultivators with low cultivation could not see her at all. Now, she finally scooped all the water out. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared at the bottom of the lake. As the crack opened up little by little, water seeped out little by little. Just when she thought it was also weak water, a familiar breath came from the bottom of the lake. Then, a golden head emerged from the crack and looked around in confusion. "Little golden dragon?" Roar the golden dragon saw Ching Ching, and excitedly drilled out of the crack completely, flew to Ching Ching and hovered. "Why are you here?" Ching Ching asked in surprise. She had thought that after the water in Shinshin Lake was drained, there might be a spiritual stone vein, but she never expected that the little golden dragon would appear. The little golden dragon tilted its head, wondering about Ching Ching's question, and looked back at the gap. Ching Ching also looked at the gap, watching the branches coming out of the gap again. The branches became longer and longer, and the trunks became thicker and thicker, until the complete branches and trunks came out, turning the bottom of the lake into a space as big as the lake's surface. There was another long and thin stream of water, wrapping the entire tree from top to bottom, making the tree grow faster, and rushing straight to the clouds. The barrier suddenly opened, accompanied by exclamations from somewhere in the distance. It was obvious that the people who had discovered the movement and rushed over were knocked out by the barrier. Ching Ching remembered something, took out a small bucket, and sent out the last bit of weak water stored in it. "No, you can keep the remaining weak water," the Jinmu tree said. "The spiritual power of the two worlds is enough for me to go directly to the fairyland." Ching Ching put away the small bucket and asked, "How can the two worlds be connected?" "I just collected the weak water. Perhaps it is the erosion of the weak water, or perhaps the two worlds are only one step away from the fairyland." The Jinmu tree stretched out its branches. "Don't worry, my presence will not affect this place, but it can make this world return to normal." Ching Ching had told the Jinmu tree about the situation of this world several times before. It was not unfamiliar with this world, and now that it came here, it was even more at ease. According to its perception, the situation in both worlds is not very good. The distribution of spiritual power is extremely uneven, and both are disconnected from the fairyland. This will make it extremely difficult for cultivators to become immortals. Therefore, cultivators in the other world need to catch dragons to help them practice. In this world, starting from the chi refining stage, each promotion is a huge challenge. The Jinmu tree can connect to the fairyland, but it also needs huge spiritual power and other things to assist. Now that the two worlds are connected, it is one step closer to reaching the fairyland. Ching Ching did not doubt it. After confirming that the two worlds were connected and that there would be no other problems, she went to the white stone plain and transplanted the fruit trees that grew longevity fruits there. The fruit trees there have been producing less in the past 2 years because of the gradual reduction of spiritual stone veins. Before, the Jinmu tree grew in the sea, and she had no place to transplant it. Now there is a lot of land around, which can be used to plant trees. In addition to the longevity tree, she also moved the 2 mutant trees from the zombie plain here. Now the environment of the zombie plain is becoming more and more normal, and the space for mutant trees to survive is getting smaller and smaller. They were almost discovered some time ago, but the mutant trees can attack automatically, which is quite special. She didn't dare to move to other places. Now there is space here, so she will move here. The Jinmu tree was very indulgent about her actions. It not only helped to make room, but also helped to water and feed. Ching Ching stored a batch of red gold sand at the Jinmu tree, and asked it to help feed the 2 mutant trees when it was free. Its branches were extremely developed, and it could do dozens of things in one breath. It was just watering and feeding, which was really a small matter for it. In such busy but ordinary days, her life went smoothly. In the real world, although she did a lot to avoid natural disasters, she basically never showed her true colors, and no one knew that she, the owner of a small supermarket, had done so many things. The existence of superpowers has gradually become public, but because most of the time, superpowers are hidden behind the scenes. Even if they do good things, they will not be publicly announced. After being surprised by the existence of superpowers, most people gradually pay less attention to them because of their mystery. Slowly, the content about natural disasters on major social platforms gradually decreased, and various entertainment news appeared. Although such news is noisy, it also has a sense of peace and tranquility. Most people have the spirit of finding joy in adversity. Not to mention that life today is not that hard. It's just Occasionally there are complaints. The weather is still so hot. It's another hot day this year. It's so annoying. It's really annoying. I stay in the air-conditioned room all day long. Our lounge has become a public chess and card room for everyone. It's really out of line. When will the weather return to normal? Didn't the experts say that it was caused by global warming? It may take at least decades? Decades? This is a bit too much. Well, let's take it one day at a time. No. Let's live one day at a time. We can't affect anything. Let's do whatever we want. This damn weather. Chapter 292. The future is long. It's over. After this wave of tsunamis, many houses on the coast will be damaged. Is it ever going to end? Life is so hard. Why do such large-scale natural disasters keep happening one after another? I thought so. No wonder the country has been repairing houses everywhere in recent years. It turns out that another natural disaster has been predicted. Houses on the coast are prone to moisture. When a tsunami comes, seawater erosion, houses are easily corroded. If the foundation is damaged, then the house will definitely be uninhabitable. Lie down. I really think it's the end of the world. Why are these natural disasters never ending? Bah. 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 What do you mean the end of the world? I don't believe in the end of the world. Maybe the environmental damage has been serious in recent years, leading to bad weather. As long as we can get through it, it's fine. No matter how bad the environment is, it can't be so exaggerated. It's okay. It's okay. We can definitely get through it. Typhoons, floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, every natural disaster comes just as Qin Qing remembers. She thought that after Tiandao got the heaven-fixing stone, it would bring good changes to the world. Who would have thought that the development of the natural disaster was exactly the same as she remembered? If it weren't for Jinmu's confirmation that she got the heaven-fixing stone, she would have thought that getting the heaven-fixing stone and meeting Tiandao was just a dream. Then, there was the drought. Compared to other natural disasters, the arrival of drought had the greatest impact on crops. But the current situation is somewhat different from what I remember. There may be a suitable solution to the next drought problem. The three of them have been together for a long time. Qin Qing couldn't help telling the two people in front of her about the past. And I also have a plain supermarket. Even if we can't provide sufficient food, we won't let everyone go hungry. Jean Rui looked at her and said, My father mentioned this issue. He said that the country is currently hoarding a large amount of food. Not only have we built a large number of granaries, but also a large number of cold storages. Once a drought occurs, we will respond immediately and sell food in a fixed amount. Drought does not mean no harvest. With the harvest of that year, it will not be a problem to survive for a few years. Zhang Mingchen and Jean Rui did not tell anyone about Qin Qing's rebirth. After all, now that they have the prophecy, they are sure about the future. Even if there is a natural disaster, they can deal with it. The problem of drought has a great impact on modern society, but it is certainly not as great as in ancient times. In addition, soilless cultivation technology is still being developed. No matter how dry the land is, it will not become desertified all over the country. Even if it is desertified, it can still be cultivated, not to mention the land that is far from desertified. Qin Qing also knew that. In addition to her, other superpowers have also made a lot of efforts in dealing with natural disasters. Just like when the earthquake happened before, many people thought that their resettlement sites were just ordinary gymnasiums. But in fact, they were all renovated and special environments that could withstand earthquakes. Otherwise, even if it is not in the earthquake zone, we dare not place everyone in the gymnasium. After all, ordinary gymnasiums are also at risk of collapse under earthquakes. Drought is visible to the naked eye. I am not worried about it. What I am more worried about now is the future. Qin Qing said, I have not lived that long. Although many natural disasters occurred when I died in my previous life, causing many casualties. There were indeed many people alive when I died. So I don't know what natural disasters will occur after that. Unlike this life, the previous life was not like this life, where many natural disasters were predicted in advance. A flood destroyed large tracts of farmland. A large amount of grain was taken out to deal with the crisis. However, before the crisis was over, an earthquake occurred. The earthquake zone, including the earthquake center, suffered heavy losses, and a lot of grain was consumed. After these two times, there were extreme cold and heat. People did not know about the weather changes and planted ordinary crops as in previous years, which led to a sharp drop in grain production. The tsunami came suddenly, causing heavy casualties in many important economic cities. Then there was a drought, which was indeed even more difficult. Just as she was thinking this, a note suddenly appeared in front of Qin Qing. She looked down, then suddenly looked up and looked straight at Zhang Mingchun. Seeing her like this, Zhang Rui also looked at the note, then looked at Zhang Mingchun with the same shocked expression. You have always asked me about my family's situation, haven't you? Zhang Mingchun smiled and held his chin up. This is my answer to you. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I can't say it. Qin Qing lowered her head again. There was nothing else on the note. Only 3 items. The first item was the year. The second item was the city. And the third item was the natural disaster. But the years on it are far beyond Qin Qing's memory. There is only one possibility for such a result, that is, Zhang Mingchun traveled from the future to the wasteland planet. The future. The future of Blue Star. The future before Qin Qing's rebirth. When we first met, you were quite surprised. Well, I thought we came back at the same time, but later when I talked to you, I realized that we were different. I didn't say it, because I didn't want you to think too much. Zhang Mingchun calmly talked about her memories. Today's magnitude 10 earthquake, I was still young at that time, and my memory of the earthquake is not very clear. In my memory, the surrounding environment has never been good. When I was a child, my parents would bring me milk powder, and they would happily say that the milk powder was only expired for a few months and can still be drunk. Occasionally there would be fresh vegetables, which were very expensive, but as long as there were, as a child, I would always. I can be given the first share. But every time I want to give it to my parents, they always say that they used to eat a lot and are tired of it. Natural disasters still happen. Every year. So many people die every year. I don't understand. I just think that one day I can eat unspoiled food. That would be good. Later, the country can still maintain order. But there are fewer and fewer people around. Zhang Mingchun said one sentence at a time. And when he got to this point, he looked at the 2 people. I have been on the wasteland planet for many years, and I don't remember how long I lived in my previous life. Anyway, the later I go, the harder it is. So I am very happy to see that the blue planet is still as good as it is now. You never told me. Qin Qing's voice was a little choked. Didn't I tell you this? I was thinking of finding a good opportunity to tell you, so that I could shine. But I didn't expect to tell you under such circumstances. Zhang Mingchun sighed. So calm. Not handsome at all. Handsome? What's not handsome about it? You don't know how handsome you were when you put the note in front of me. Qin Qing put away her sadness and said with a smile. I was just worrying about what to do in the future. And you brought the solution to me. Yes. Very handsome. You are more handsome than me. Zhang Rui said immediately. I can't do anything. At most, if you need food, I can provide some. The grain production in our area has increased a lot. Although it is not sufficient. When Blue Star needs it, the production will be sufficient. And we can provide more. I can also provide food here. With the new sales channel, we have grown a lot of food. The guards have also sent us a planting warehouse for food. If it doesn't work, we can also go to the interstellar to purchase. I can also go to the cultivation plane and the mecha plane to purchase. In this way, we are not too short of food, Qin Qing said, picking up the note given by Zhang Mingchun and shaking it in front of her eyes. And there is this. We can continue to predict natural disasters and advance in the future. We have more people. And we can always overcome nature. Then there will be no problem. No problem. Everything is moving in a good direction. Taking the note given by Zhang Mingchun back, Qin Qing tried to sense the heavenly Tao consciousness again. According to Jianmu Tree, when a cultivator reaches a certain level, he can sense the rules of heaven and earth. Once he can sense the rules of heaven and earth, he can predict the future through the rules of heaven and earth. This is like the ability of a superpower to predict. But compared with the superpower of a superpower, this perception will be more accurate. In the past 2 years, natural disasters have continued. She has been trying to sense the existence of the heavenly Tao and the rules of heaven and earth. But every time she only got very vague information. And this time was the same. However, this vague information also conveyed a meaning to her. That is, the one in her hand was correct. Zhang Mingchun's past life. Although she said it lightly, Qin Qing knew that her past life must not be very good. After all, when she died, the surrounding environment had become not very good. Zhang Mingchun lived so many years longer than her, and the surrounding environment would only be worse than what she was exposed to. No wonder she always didn't talk about her family. Even if she came back, she wouldn't be able to see her family. Maybe her family's age is about the same as hers now. Thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Mingchun. So we can't tell each other's age now? Are you the elder sister or am I the elder sister? Zhang Mingchun? Qin, I can be the elder sister. In my previous life and this life, I am older than you. Zhang Mingchun, shameless. I am obviously older. You must start from the time of your rebirth in this life. How can you directly calculate your current age? So I am your elder sister? Qin, why can't I calculate it? I got my age by my own strength. Why do you look down on me? Zhang Mingchun, I am the elder sister by my own strength. The elder one is stronger than the younger one. No matter how you count, I am definitely older than you. You have never called me sister. Now try calling me sister? Qin, I don't. Zhang Mingchun, come here, let's talk face to face. Qin, I don't. Although we can't tell who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister, we are definitely sisters. Right? Are we a family? Zhang Mingchun took the phone and looked at the message sent back by Qin. A smile appeared on her face. She typed seriously on the keyboard. After typing, she read it again. Then she sent the message. Of course. We are definitely sisters. From the beginning, I have determined that you are my family. No matter in the past, now, or in the future, we are family and will never change. Yeah. Chapter 293 Unknown Direction. Ouch. What? I tripped over a rock. What's the point of yelling about tripping over a rock? Who are you trying to scare? Hurry up and start the live broadcast. Turn on the lights. It doesn't have to be too bright. Just a little dim. We've been announcing for a long time that we'll come here to test today. Today's traffic will definitely be high. Will this island above our heads really not fall down? How is that possible? It's been so many years. If it was going to fall down, it would have fallen down long ago. There's been no movement for so many years. We're definitely not so unlucky. We'll see it fall down tonight. And drones have flown over here many times before. There's nothing inside. If it wasn't for the lack of atmosphere during the day, we wouldn't have done this gimmick at night. It's on. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Guisheng opened the live broadcast room on time. Looking at the darkness in the live broadcast room, he knew that today's live broadcast would be quite exciting. Some of his roommates were playing games. Some were reading novels. And some were watching variety shows. It was the same as watching the horror live broadcast room. However, today's live broadcast room was less scary than he had imagined. Not only him, but many people watching the live broadcast room also thought so. It's just an ordinary place with weeds. There's nothing scary about it. Are you really not going to put something in it? Haven't you gotten to the point yet? It's not scary at all. I remember there was a drone live broadcast before. It was just an ordinary big lake. It didn't look special. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to yawn. Guisheng looked at the comments and couldn't help yawning. He couldn't hold it anymore. He went to bed to watch the live broadcast and closed his eyes by the way, using the subtle sounds of the live broadcast room as hypnosis. Until a scream suddenly came to his ears. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked at his phone, and was suddenly startled. The comment area also became lively at this moment. Ah! What's going on? Why are there so many graves here? When did these tombstones appear? Wasn't there nothing before? It's terrible. Who buried the grave here? What if the island on top falls? Won't the grave be smashed too? Your ancestors won't curse me. Right? Guisheng woke up instantly. Looking at the weirdness in the live broadcast room, his heart was chilled. The two people who were broadcasting live were also very scared. Following the prompt in the comment area, they immediately called the police. At this time, the camera swept across and captured a large area of tombstones. The comment area was instantly filled with the word scary. Guisheng spent the whole night reading various comments and looking at the topics that were on the top of the hot search on several platforms. Not just that day. In the following few days, the hot searches on various platforms were dominated by this incident. When the live broadcast ended that night, the official quickly moved in. And there was even a special live broadcast room to broadcast the exploration. On that large cemetery, there were more tombstones than everyone imagined. But when the situation was uncertain, no one dared to do more. As a viewer who saw the live broadcast on the first day, Guisheng naturally paid more attention. Until one day, he suddenly saw a tombstone, took a screenshot, and looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but send it to the family group. Guisheng, Mom, look at this. Is this my aunt's name? There is also her age on it. Gu's mother, what do you mean your aunt's name? This is a tombstone. You have seen your aunt's tombstone before. Guisheng, isn't the one we built for my aunt a cenotaph? Gu's mother? Where is this from? Guisheng, large picture, it was live broadcast. I found it these days. It is just under the island where the accident happened before. It is a big tombstone. I don't know who built it. Gu's mother, take a look at the big picture again. Is it clear? The names on the side are familiar. Guisheng, really? Large picture, are these the names of my uncle-in-law and my aunt's son? How can it be such a coincidence? Gu. Mom, it's them. It must be. The names. The ages are the same. The age they were when they died. Who erected this? I didn't expect they have a tombstone. I didn't expect. Dad, Gu, go check the details online. Your mom is crying so hard. If this is true, we have to go and pay our respects. Your mom is saddest in the past few years because she didn't see them for the last time. And even the tombstone can only be a cenotaph. Guisheng, okay. He immediately checked online. And sure enough, he found similar situations. But because the earthquake affected the entire city, most of the families were wiped out. And a few were like theirs, living in other cities, and escaped. As more and more people spoke out, relevant notices were issued. According to the investigation of thousands of tombstones, it was determined that this large cemetery was the cemetery of all those who had been killed in the earthquake. Not only the names, but also the ages could be matched with those at the time of the earthquake. But no one knew who was buried there. Everyone only knew that ordinary people could never have such great power. No matter who it was. They were all very excited and grateful to see their relatives here. When the earthquake happened, I was studying in another city. I thought I would never see my parents again. Now I finally have a chance to go to their graves and tell them, I'm fine now. Don't worry about me. Woo. 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 My child is here. Although I don't have any family here. My neighbor does. His child is studying in this city. Unfortunately, he died in pain. If there is a hell, maybe we can meet there. That's great. They are resting in peace. Qing came to the ruins again, looking at the golden light surrounding her. A little confused. Since the ruins were cleared and all the corpses were buried, she had received a lot of golden light. But no more golden light appeared. In fact, she still hadn't really sensed the purpose of the golden light. She only knew that it might be the golden light of merit. But she didn't expect to receive the golden light again in this world. In addition to the golden light, there were also some vague messages. She closed her eyes and felt the breeze coming in from all directions, conveying bits and pieces of information to her. Combining all the information, I finally got the answer. It turned out that the corpses were pressed under the ruins before, which not only prevented them from resting in peace, but also had a huge impact on the heavenly way here. Without enough souls, the life and death of other humans were also affected. Although the living soul is not completely the reincarnation of the dead soul, there is indeed a certain law of conservation of the soul. For a newborn to be born, it must have a soul. If there is not enough soul, the newborn naturally cannot be born, which leads to an extremely low birth rate in this world. In the long run, it is not conducive to the development of the world. Qing let the corpses rest in peace, which was actually to let these souls return to heaven and earth, and let them reincarnate again. The golden light before was given to her by the heavenly Tao after these souls were reincarnated. This time, the rest of the people below knew about this matter and thanked her extra. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, she let herself be bathed in the golden light again, and listened to the fragmented voices of the heavenly Tao again. What do you want to know? I want to know the future. What future? Blue Star. I want to know the future of Blue Star. I want to change the future of Blue Star. I want Blue Star to stop collapsing and be able to recover completely. Not enough now, broken, need to be mended. You still have a broken planet, use it, repair the blue planet. After that, no matter how much Qing asked, Tian Dao did not speak again. She suddenly opened her eyes, thinking about what Tian Dao said to her. What broken planet? Tian Dao is talking about. Purgatory on Earth? The planets connected to the plane supermarket will have some problems more or less. But if you want to say which planet is broken, there is only one choice, which is Purgatory on Earth. Qing Qing stood on the street of purgatory on Earth and looked around. Except for the tall buildings in the distance, she could no longer tell whether this was purgatory on Earth or the Soul Realm. The streets here were almost identical to those in the Soul Realm. Even the ships flying in the sky and the planes on the ground were exactly the same as those over there. She suddenly remembered that when she ordered a four-wheeled plane from Boss Jia, the other party sent a string of exclamation marks expressing shock. Although Boss Jia quickly recovered, it was clear that this four-wheeled plane was indeed a wild idea. However, the customizer was very confident, saying that if there are spaceships in the sky, why can't there be planes on the ground? It makes sense. Boss Qing? It's okay. I thought you were in trouble again. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be anything during this period. Boss Qing, you don't come here in the state of soul, right? Nothing for now. Qing Qing laughed. But it's not certain in the future. I have to go for a walk to see the situation elsewhere on this planet. Qing Qing told the truth. If there is any problem here, you should hide in the soul world as soon as possible. After she said this, the other party became even more worried and immediately called someone to come. Qing Qing had to say what she was thinking. She wanted to go somewhere else in the purgatory on Earth. First, the little people had left for a long time, and she wanted to see them. Second, this might be the only chance to save Blue Star. With the communication of everything in the soul world and the souls, who came from time to time, everyone here knew about the constant natural disasters on Blue Star. But they were ghosts, and they were powerless to do anything about human affairs. They could only make suggestions behind the scenes, and could only help a little. Qing Qing said she wanted to save Lan Xing, and they had no room to talk. However, even so, they still gave her all the soul beads they had saved, and asked her to take them to other places. Even if the soul beads did not play a big role, it was the best effort they could make. Qing Qing naturally did not refuse, and said that if she was away for a long time, everyone could find the old Taoist priest if they needed anything, and go to Wusun to ask for things. Now that the things could be burned here, they did not have to go through the plain supermarket. She said everything she needed to say, and she did not stay there for too long. She sent a message to Zhang Mingchan and Zhang Rui on her mobile phone, and then passed through the space door left by the little people, heading to an unknown direction. Chapter 294 Time Disorder. Qing Qing didn't know what was on the other side of the space gate. If it weren't for the reminder from the heavenly Tao of the Ruins world, she might never have passed through this space gate. Although the little people haven't appeared for a few years, they can control time and space, and so many people left together, even if they encounter something, they can rely on each other. And she is just an ordinary person, at most an ordinary person with cultivation. Once she goes through the space gate to an unknown environment, she can't solve any problems with her ability. As soon as she stepped out of the space door this time, she felt suspended in the air. And then she fell down. The moment she looked up, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. She didn't have time to react, and the meteorite hit her and buried her. Fortunately, the barrier on her body had some effect. But just when she tried to avoid it, she felt the same suspended feeling again. The same meteorite fell. Qing Qing. The third time she felt suspended in the air. She pinched her hand seal, being pressed under the meteorite again. She took a deep breath and prepared herself in advance. The fourth time, she finally avoided the falling meteorite, but was hit by Mars that came with the meteorite. This was repeated more than 20 times. She finally avoided all the damage from the meteorite, holding the space stone in her hand, and came to the next space. This time it was a tsunami. The sudden tsunami was the same as the previous meteorite. It did not give her any time to react. It instantly swept her into it, and swallowed her into the deep sea. If it were just this, she could still avoid it. But this environment also reopened. Later, she was too lazy to curse in her heart, and could only try to avoid various disasters again and again, looking for opportunities to escape. In this way, natural disasters came again and again, each time unexpectedly, and every time after a natural disaster involved her, it would start all over again. Every time she tried hard to avoid a natural disaster, she was extremely glad that she didn't rush here before. If she came here earlier, she probably wouldn't be able to avoid the first meteorite. But at present, the little people should be fine. Otherwise, there would not be these space gates. Compared to her, the little people can control time, and it should not be difficult to avoid natural disasters, as long as they pause or slow down the passage of time. Every sudden natural disaster can become extremely slow. Once again caught in the disaster, she looked at the surrounding environment and suddenly saw a place in the corner that displayed time. After wasting several opportunities to escape, she finally saw the time clearly. 2067. In Bai Yunqing's eyes, this year's year is the same as that of Blue Star. Could it be that these are all illusions? Qin Qing clenched the space stone in her hand, relying on her familiarity with the space gate now. She quickly passed through another space gate. This time she did not look at the natural disaster, but looked around for any artifact with time written on it, and finally found a watch that showed time in a corner. 2075. In the following few times, she was still looking for time. 2039. 2058. 2089. 2100. Every natural disaster is shocking, every time, makes her extremely surprised. Are these natural disasters illusions? Or reality? If they are all real, then what about Bai Yunqing's memory? Clearly in her memory, these natural disasters do not exist. And from the high-rise buildings and low-rise buildings that have appeared one after another, it can be seen that this world does not seem to have seen so many natural disasters. No. The high-rise buildings and low-rise buildings that have appeared there are only the size of a community at most. Far from the scope of a city. And even far from the size of an ordinary town. She had always thought that those buildings were carefully selected. Now it seems that they were indeed carefully selected. But not in the way she imagined. If this planet had really experienced so many natural disasters, those buildings could survive. Which was indeed carefully selected. After avoiding another natural disaster, Qin Qing took a breath. Looking at the surging flood in the distance, she skillfully began to look for anything nearby that could show the time. Once, twice, 3 times. There was no trace. The location of the flood this time was a little remote, there were not many people around, and naturally there was nothing to show the time. In this case, the only thing left was to find the space door. Qin Qing was submerged by the flood again. The moment she opened her eyes in the water, she saw the note floating from the water. 202X. Back on the dam again. Even if she didn't choke on the water, she couldn't help coughing a few times, and looked around at the same time. Because most dams are similar, she didn't pay attention to it several times before. Now looking carefully again, she found that this dam was very familiar. It seemed to be the same as the dam she had used to block the flood before. It was under this dam that she released many zombies, blocking the direct impact of the flood on the dam, and preventing the dam from being washed away by the flood. The flood not far away surged again, and she opened her eyes and watched the flood drown her. This time, she saw the exact year on the note. The flood in the same year. Why did this planet have the same flood as the blue planet in the same year? Back on the dam, she held the space stone and turned around, rushing into the space gate again. After the flood, it was a familiar scene. She had not experienced it herself, but she had experienced various natural disasters. No matter the year or the impact of the natural disasters, they were almost the same. Where is the blue star? Before she could figure out the answer, in the new space, she did not find the space door immediately, but she heard a familiar voice. Chijijiji. Chijijiji. Speak human language. We are here. Here. Do you see us? This world is still stable. Qin Qing lowered her head, and soon found the little people she had not seen for a long time. They were trapped in a square transparent hut. After she went down, the hut quickly enveloped her. You are here. Time here is chaotic. There are all kinds of time. These are our companions. Can you take them back with you? Our companions have been lost for a long time. Qin Qing stopped and asked, You have been here for so long. Can't you take your companions with you? Long time? Long time? We are looking for our companions. Not long. We are just looking for our companions. And our companions are not at this time. Qin Qing. She was still worried about what happened to these little people after they left for so long. Now it seems that they don't feel anything at all. But it is also true that time may not mean much to them. However, she still worried about the scene she saw when she thought of them, and asked, How to take your companions away? When the little people heard her say this, they immediately started to chatter about taking their companions away. Although they can control time, they have no cultivation themselves. And most of the time, they are ordinary little people. But their companions are trapped in the center of every repeated natural disaster. In the past few years, they have found the location of all their companions here, and are worrying about how to take their companions away. When Qin Qing came, for Qin Qing's ability, they still trust, so I talked about what I brought from the center now. As long as they can bring their companions, those places can return to normal. Qing Qing also wanted to find out, nodded and agreed. After, she took the villain back to the previous cycle of natural disasters. There are villains. The movement of natural disasters becomes infinitely slow. The little people who are trapped here are indeed particularly tricky. Some are pressed under the house, some were pressed under the boat, some were pressed by the mud, others are in the fish belly. Fortunately, the little people can control time. No matter what situation they're in. As long as they slow down time, nothing will happen. As the little people are rescued one by one, the infinite cycle of natural disaster bubbles burst one by one, revealing the original appearance of this land. It is devastated, just as she thought before. After experiencing natural disasters again and again, most places on this land have become bumpy, and only a few places are still intact. No wonder there are so few houses on the other side, because there really are none. At the moment when another bubble burst, a strong energy came from a distance. Qing Qing looked up and immediately pulled out a space door when the energy came in front of her. As for the removal of this space door, it was naturally the Wanchuan River. The amount of energy around this environment was more than she had imagined. After introducing many energies, she also went to the snow mountain plain to take a look, confirming that all the energy was swallowed by the Wanchuan River, and then continued to lead away the energy. The little people also helped, helping to adjust the position of the space door, and moving away large tracts of qi. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly felt the brightness of the sky, and when she looked up, she actually saw the sun. No, it should be bright moonlight. This was the first time she saw such brightness on this planet. It had always been a red moon before, and it was not normal at first glance. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, and the qi that was not thick in the distance gradually dissipated. Another stream of souls slowly dissipated in the sky. No, it didn't dissipate, but like the ruins plain, it returned to heaven and earth. Just when Qing Qing focused all her attention on the sky, the sound of the little people chi 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 sounded again. She listened to the sound and lowered her head. A thin black line came out from nowhere. Then, the thin black line turned into a thick black line. No. Is this the Black River? She took a closer look and was sure that this was the Black River. When the Black River appeared, the faint qi around it was also absorbed by the Black River bit by bit, becoming a part of it. At the same time, a barrier belonging to this place was cracking little by little. She kept staring at the barrier until it completely cracked. As expected, she saw the familiar high-rise buildings. When the two sides were compared, they didn't seem to be in the same world. Chijiji. 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 Why did it start Chijiji again? Qing Qing looked at the little people again, and found that the ones who spoke were the little people who had been rescued not long ago. What's wrong? They have something to tell you. Close your eyes. Qing Qing closed her eyes, and suddenly a large amount of memories flooded into her mind. It's so swollen. Chapter 295. I still owe a debt. The little people stayed here to save the world. As a group that can control time, the little people need the energy of heaven and earth to maintain their lives. So many years ago, they made an agreement with the heavenly Tao of this world to use time as a medium to save the world. Regardless of success or failure, the heavenly Tao will give back the energy of heaven and earth to maintain the lives of the little people. And the method of operation is to reverse the flow of time. After roughly sorting out the message sent to her by the little people, Qing Qing suddenly looked at the sky and tried to communicate with the heavenly Tao of this world. Even for the little people who can control time, it is not easy to reverse the flow of time. To complete this step, a little person who can control time must be left at each time node, and enough energy of heaven and earth. And these energies can only be used by the way of heaven. Once the energy dissipates, the way of heaven will also dissipate and disappear completely. This world has experienced many times a reverse flow of time, and each time it consumes a lot of energy of the way of heaven, and each time it reverses, it will cause a lot of negative energy to appear in this world. These negative energies come from souls that were pulled back by time and died because of natural disasters. They are the resentment of souls against the heavenly way of this world. They could have returned to heaven and earth at the moment of death, but because the heavenly way wanted to save this planet, they were forced to reincarnate again and again, forced to die again and again, and suffered. By Yunqing and the others' memories were not wrong, but they only remembered one of the reincarnations. At that time, the strong negative energy was already taking revenge on the heavenly way. and before the natural disasters completely came. It took away a large number of souls in advance. And these souls will become the tonic of Yin Qi, making Yin Qi stronger and stronger, and making Yin Qi hurt humans more deeply. Today, this planet has become a complete dead star. So there is no sunlight on this planet. Only moonlight. Even if the sun is always there, it cannot sense the sunlight, and cannot let the sunlight shine on this planet. According to the memory passed on to Qin Qing by the little people, the heavenly Tao of this world has dissipated with the death of this planet, when this planet became a dead star. No matter how hard Qin Qing tried, she could not contact the heavenly Tao. She opened her eyes, looking at the bright white moonlight above her head, feeling indescribably complicated. The planet is facing a crisis, and it is right that the heavenly Tao wants to save itself. Those souls have been resurrected time and time again, and are powerless to face the death that comes again, and it is understandable that they feel resentful. But neither side has ended up well. The heavenly Tao dissipated. Many human souls with resentment condensed into Yin Qi, and were swallowed up by the Forgotten River. But the Forgotten River is originally a river that transports souls. The Yin Qi condensed by the souls is all absorbed by the Forgotten River. Maybe it is not a bad thing for those souls. Even if she does not understand the Forgotten River now, the Forgotten River is indeed the place where the souls return. Qin Qing listened to the sound, and looked down at the little man in front of her. Now to save the world, the last method is to find a living planet for the dead star, and merge the two planets into one. If successful, the dead star will become a companion star, carrying all the dead souls, and reducing the burden of the living planet. The two sides complement each other. The only condition is that there must be enough merit golden light. One link leads to another. She got the method of using merit golden light from the little man's memory, and she knew she had no other choice. Perhaps this is the future that Tiandao told her. Being able to be a companion star means that this planet is inextricably linked to the main body of Blue Star, and from the memory she got, the natural disasters of this planet in the future will be more severe than she imagined. Ordinary natural disasters can be avoided and dealt with, but things like meteorite falls are not easy to deal with. But if Blue Star has a companion star, it can add a barrier for Blue Star. Even if meteorites come again, they can be blocked in the outer circle, and will not fall to the ground. She must save Blue Star. If she doesn't, everyone will die. Using this planet as a companion star is Blue Star's only chance. Even if the golden light of merit disappears, and makes her disappear completely, she must save it. After she decided to save it, she did not hesitate any longer, and immediately found Zhang Mingchun, and told Zhang Rui about the general situation. In the next few days, she arranged things in reality, and asked Xiaoshuyu to download the Soul World Everything app, so that she could communicate directly with Zhang Mingchun when she encountered problems. As for Wei Xiaoshuang, she only said that she was going on a business trip, and gave Zhang Mingchun Wei Xiaoshuang's contact information. If she had anything to do in the future, the business in the town would also be handled by Zhang Mingchun. Soul World Everything app is no longer completely dependent on the plane supermarket. Even if something happens to her, people in different planes can still contact each other through this software. And informing Zhang Rui also means informing his father. Most things in reality are easy to handle. As for the other planes, the current situation is basically normal, and she doesn't need to worry too much. Even if she is not there in the future, it will naturally develop in a good direction. After handling all the things that need to be handled, she came to the purgatory on Earth again, and stood under the white moonlight. It is not easy to disperse the golden light of merit. The reason why the golden light of merit is the golden light of merit means that no one can strip it off. It is an existence written in the rules of heaven and earth. Even the way of heaven can only send down the golden light of merit according to the rules, and cannot strip it from the human body that receives the golden light. So to disperse the golden light of merit, you must disperse everything in your body. Disperse the internal force, and also disperse this body of flesh and blood. Qin Qing can feel the flesh and blood of her body gradually dissipating with her eyes closed. This feeling is not painful, on the contrary, it is vaguely comfortable, as if there is something warm, washing her little by little. When her body was dispersing, she couldn't help but think about it. Although she felt that the possibility of survival was low at this point. She might not die. After all, she had died once. At that time, she was in the state of soul. She could go back to her body and be fine. No. This time her body was dispersing. She should not be able to go back to her body. Then, she could only live in the state of soul? This was not impossible. At most, she could stick the appearance talisman on herself day and night. She had done this before. The state of soul would not affect her normal life. It's just that all the internal strength and spiritual power are gone. I don't know if I can still fly with a sword in the future. It doesn't matter if I can't. She still has a flying machine. After thinking about it, she felt that it wouldn't matter if she was just a soul. The disintegration of the flesh and blood body didn't mean that the soul would also dissipate. She still had a soul left. And she could do anything. That's fine. She can still live a normal life. Feeling relaxed, she remembered what Lan Xing Tiandao said before, saying that it took millions of deductions to get to where he is now, and whether he had taken all situations into consideration. For example, if there is a golden light of merit, she accepts the golden light of merit and comes here again. The end of the world will not kill the way of heaven. So why should we care about the survival of humans? Yes, if the world does not die, the way of heaven will not die naturally. But it is extremely difficult for these humans to get to where they are now. This is also a catastrophe. If they can get through it safely, humans will naturally be safe and sound. If not, the way of heaven will perish with humans and start all over again. Humans say, heaven and earth are not kind, and treat all things as straw dogs. But I don't know how many heavenly Taoists died for mankind. It should be so, and it shouldn't be so. All things are equal. Heavenly Tao saves the world, not just for mankind, but for everything. There are countless planets in the universe, and very few can give birth to life, which is a miracle. Humanity dies. Life dies. Heavenly Tao will also return to sleep. I don't know when it will wake up. When I wake up, I control the rotation of the star field. Things are different. Heaven and earth should not have selfishness, but Heavenly Tao has selfishness. If the rules of heaven and earth detect it, you will not be safe either. The souls of human plants and trees can also return to the fields, and Heavenly Tao should also return, but it is just to give birth to new. There is a supermarket in the human world, so we named it the Plane Supermarket, and connected each other's worlds. Failed to deduce again? Try it again, and it will always succeed. Being the enemy of heaven and earth is not a good thing. The rules of heaven and earth are just the rules of heaven and earth. Because they are damaged, natural disasters will fall. Just fill the loopholes in the rules of heaven and earth. If the Heavenly Tao tries to fill the rules of heaven and earth, it will be rejected by the rules of heaven and earth sooner or later. It's just the rebirth of the Heavenly Tao. What's the harm? Did it succeed? Success? Qing suddenly opened her eyes, and there were many leaves floating in front of her eyes. Looking carefully, these leaves were all leaves of Jinmu tree. Through these leaves, the golden light of merit continuously flows into her body, and continuously emanates from her body. These golden lights of merit come from different planes, and reach her body through the plane supermarket. With her as the medium, the golden light of merit is sent to this world, so that it can have enough energy to merge with the blue star. Each of her transactions can attract a wave of golden light of merit, and the golden light of merit is the strongest in the planes connected to the plane supermarket. After that, each of her random transactions can also bring her a lot of golden light of merit. As the golden light of merit merged, pictures flashed before her eyes one after another. In order to save itself, the Heavenly Tao of the white stone plane expelled the cultivator from the moment he appeared, and gathered the sunset forest, maintaining the balance for nearly 1,000 years. The Heavenly Tao of the wasteland planet was weak, and could not withstand the energy of a large amount of red gold sand, and flipped the red gold sand to the upper layer again and again. The spiritual power of the cultivation plane dissipated due to the weak water falling from the sky, and the cultivators could not advance normally. The snow mountain plain was filled with a stream of forgetful river water from nowhere, which was endless and annoying. The zombie plane virus broke out, the world was in chaos, and it was miserable. Mecha plane. Qing heard the voice of the mecha plane Tiandao directly. The problem has not been solved yet. I will lend you the golden light of merit first, and come to deal with the problem quickly after it is solved. You can't waste the golden light of merit. Qing. Didn't they say that Tiandao can't use the golden light of merit casually? The point is that she doesn't know whether she can survive. So how can she still owe a debt? Chapter 296 not completed. As the thought flashed through her mind, Qing suddenly entered a mysterious state, as if both planets were in front of her. As time passed, the planet in front of her gradually dimmed, slowly turning into the shadow of the blue planet, or rather, the companion star, becoming a true companion star. At the same time, all the buildings that still had physical bodies on the planet floated up. As the companion star of nothingness, It should not have physical buildings. Qing blinked. And after some effort, she finally moved all the buildings to the cleared ruins of the suspended island. At the same time, many souls appeared on the companion star. Among them were souls that originally belonged to the blue star. However, these souls were also polluted by the yin qi and were also attracted by the Forgotten River. She leaned over and jumped into the Forgotten River and found many souls that were attracted in. These souls were not swallowed by the Forgotten River, but were purified by the Forgotten River. Now she can even feel the emotions of the Forgotten River, the emotions of all souls, and the emotions of the remaining heavenly Tao here. The mission of Blue Star is to save the heavenly Tao here. A large amount of yin qi multiplies, and the planet is swallowed up bit by bit. The original physical planet gradually becomes a state of nothingness. If it does not become a companion star, this planet will disappear completely one day sooner or later, including the heavenly Tao, and all the souls and yin qi on the planet. Every mission is actually an action to purify yin qi. If the mission succeeds, the yin qi will be purified. If the mission fails, the soul of Blue Star will stay and be swallowed up by the yin qi bit by bit. The heavenly Tao of this world does not seem to have considered the future of the soul of Blue Star. Nor has it considered that the yin qi left behind will also have resentment. After being swallowed up by the yin qi, it will make the yin qi even more concentrated. However, by the time the soul of Blue Star came to complete the mission, this world was on the verge of extinction, and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao was gradually weakening. She wanted to curse, but the consciousness of the heavenly Tao had dissipated. No matter how much she cursed, she would not get any response. Qing stood on the Forgotten River, raised her hand, and sent the golden light of merit into it little by little. The souls that came to this world for the mission still belonged to Blue Star. When the negative energy in the souls was purified, they could still be reincarnated on Blue Star. After a while of busy work, the two planets were still one step away from complete fusion. At this moment, another golden light of merit descended. It enveloped the two planets. Qing, I'm here. Continue to open the plane supermarket. The collapse of Blue Star has not ended completely. It needs the protection of the golden light of merit until the next heavenly Tao is born. The next heavenly Tao? What about you? Qing was in the void space, listening to the voices coming from all directions, and quietly looking at the scene in front of her. The heavenly Tao is everywhere. She doesn't need to look for his traces. The rules of heaven and earth are damaged, and the heavenly Tao needs to be restored. Qing pursed her lips, feeling heavy. The heavenly Tao is heartless and ruthless, and it lives with heaven and earth, and it is right for it to return to heaven and earth. But heaven and earth are unstable, and it needs the protection of the golden light of merit. I understand. I will help other planes recover their vitality in order to win the golden light of merit and give back to the heaven and earth of Blue Star. Over the years, Blue Star has experienced many natural disasters one after another, and because each natural disaster was easily avoided, many people, including her, gradually relaxed their vigilance. But having witnessed the damage caused to the earth and humans by natural disasters time and time again, she is very clear about the fragility of the planet. If the future of Blue Star also reaches the point where this companion star is now, where can we find the main star to accompany it? Shao Qing? Qing frowned, struggled to open her eyes, looked blankly at the person in front of her. After a while she came back to her senses slightly. Professor Zhang, you are finally awake. Come with us. We can't stay here anymore. Qing frowned again, seeing the tension in the other's eyes, but nodded slowly. She was helped to get up, walked out of the room, and walked downstairs step by step. As she walked, she looked through the closed window and saw the vast ocean outside. She subconsciously asked, is there another tsunami? Or a flood? Or a rainstorm? Since the end of the world, there has been a major natural disaster almost every year. Each natural disaster will cause at least hundreds of thousands of casualties. And sometimes, the casualties can reach millions. She has a personal space. And after revealing the news, it did not attract much attention from the country. But there were more people around her, including people with special abilities and ordinary people, forming a team, and they act together on a daily basis. Their supplies are all placed in their personal space. This time, when the accident happened, she accidentally fell into the water, lost consciousness instantly, and became what she is now when she woke up. However, no one answered her question. Professor Zhang? We are here. The windows here are big. We can go out, Professor Zhang said. Xiao Qin. There should be a kayak in your personal space. Let's leave here together. Qin Qin noticed something was wrong and looked at the spiral staircase going down and the ocean outside. She held Professor Zhang's hand tightly. How many people got into trouble this time? Professor Zhang looked at her, shook his head slowly, and said with a choked voice, I don't know. Qin Qin bit her lip. Here. Which floor is it? Before Professor Zhang could respond, she saw the floor number. 18th floor. The water level reached the 18th floor directly. You can imagine what the world is like now. Just then, a large object floated past the window. When I looked closely, that large area was full of corpses, near, far, everywhere. How did it become like this? I don't know, but before the water level surged, we detected the landing of a meteorite. We originally thought it was an ordinary meteorite, but now it seems that maybe the meteorite is full of water, which brought a huge source of water to the blue planet. It's a huge disaster. Qin Qin smiled bitterly. How could it be like this? If it was another problem, we could still save ourselves, but this didn't give us any time to react, not at all. Now our goal is to leave here as soon as possible. Where can we go? The water level has spread to the 18th floor. Where can we live? No matter what, we have to leave here. This building has been hit by water and is already crumbling. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. Hearing this, Qin Qin didn't hesitate anymore and immediately took out the kayak, pulled the remaining people away together. Although it took a lot of effort just to leave the building. Fortunately, they succeeded in the end. When the kayak reached the surface of the water, the only visible things were the tall buildings that had emerged. The lower floors were all submerged. And on the high surface of the water, there was only their small boat. The only places that the kayak could go to were those tall buildings. But tall buildings did not mean safety. Once the foundation was unstable, it would collapse at any time. Just like the tall building before they came. As the thought flashed through his mind, there was a loud noise behind him. The high-rise building they had just left completely collapsed. Looking around, they had completely lost their target and had no idea where to go. No, why was she here? Qin Qin suddenly turned around and found that Professor Zhang and others who had just followed her on the kayak had disappeared, and she was the only one left on the not-so-big kayak. The end of the world, natural disasters, natural disasters, natural disasters. Is this the real future of Blue Star? Meteorites fell, Blue Star was submerged, all humans disappeared. Was this the future of her previous life? What to do? What should I do to save Blue Star? Are you willing to let me borrow your body? I won't control your consciousness. I just need to borrow your body to save the world. I need to borrow the consciousness of the plane, the power of the heavens of the planes. Do you want to bind to the plane supermarket? Yes, bind. Qin Qin opened her eyes again, and she had returned to Blue Star. Qin Qin, hello. Qin Qin blinked, looking at Wei Xiaoshuang who appeared in front of her. What's wrong? Phone, the supplier, should be the supplier, said he couldn't get through to you. So he found me, asked if you needed instant noodles. He had a batch of expiring instant noodles. Qin Qin hadn't come back to her senses yet, and subconsciously picked up the phone. Boss Qin, I haven't contacted you for a while. Ha ha ha, you should still remember me. Right? Boss Wang. Qin Qin recognized the other party's voice. This person is none other than Boss Wang Jian, who has cooperated with Qin Qin several times. Hearing Qin Qin's reply, he immediately said, Yes. 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 It's me. Since you still remember me, let's make it short. I have a batch of expiring instant noodles and a batch of expiring instant porridge. It depends on whether you need them. The price is negotiable. If you want, I have a list of goods here, and I will send it to you. I'm not short of too much for the time being. Qin Qin came back to her senses. The previous price was not very good. If you want it, it should be cheaper. I have a big business now. I have opened several supermarkets. There is no problem with sales channels. The main thing is the price. We cooperated before. Wasn't it good? The price was also good. Boss Wang also made money. Didn't he? Qin Qin smiled. But don't reduce it too much. How about giving me a zero according to the previous price? Okay. Okay. Boss Qin is getting more and more. We will discuss business. Then I will send you the invoice. If we can cooperate, I will have someone send it to you immediately. It's just the shipping fee. The shipping fee won't be too much. Boss Wang asked for the location. I will send you the address of the nearest supermarket. Send it directly to the supermarket warehouse. What supermarket? Let me see if there is one nearby. It's the same name as the supermarket in town, Beilegia. Wow, it turns out that the now famous Beilegia chain supermarket is Boss Chin's supermarket. There is one near me. Okay, then I will waive the shipping fee for Boss Chin. I hope Boss Chin will take care of me in the future. Same here. After hanging up the phone, Chin picked up the phone and saw the quotation set by Boss Wang and the final price. Not only was there a zero, but there were also extra gifts. After all the calculations, the price was indeed a good deal. Another big deal. Small business. Chin looked up, looking outside the supermarket, and was surprised to find a milk tea shop next to the breakfast shop opposite. When did the milk tea shop open? Today, our town is really going to develop, and the supermarket will have no worries about business in the future. It wasn't worried in the first place. Are you going to open more supermarkets? Yes, I want to open a bigger chain supermarket, the kind that has everything. Then your supermarket should change its name. It shouldn't be called Beilegia, it should be One Legia. Call it One Wu Supermarket. Then do you still sell milk tea? No, go across the street, there's a proper milk tea shop. What kind of milk tea does the supermarket sell? What's the name of Wanwu? It's not Wanwu at all. It's still Beilegia. I didn't plan to change the name. You were the one who brought up the topic first. Humph, do you want milk tea? Yes. Is such a large piece of land now ours? Has this place become the real underworld now? Such a large underworld, it's no problem for billions of ghosts to live there. I don't even want to reincarnate. It's not up to you whether to reincarnate or not. Hasn't someone already reincarnated? Actually, being a ghost is pretty good. Chin looked at the chat on Soul World Everything for a while, and clicked on the plain supermarket panel. She remembered the moment when she was truly bound to the plain supermarket. Not the day she was reborn, but the day when Blue Star was completely submerged in her previous life. The plain supermarket is not just a plain supermarket, but a medium that connects different planes. Almost all the planes connected by the plain supermarket have some problems. But the disaster situation is not as serious as that of Blue Star. However, if it continues to develop, it will also reach the point of Blue Star. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao found the Heavenly Tao of other planes and reached a cooperation. Blue Star helped other planes to overcome difficulties. And these cooperating planes could give back the golden light of merit. Help Blue Star repair the rules of heaven and earth. And let the power of the rules of heaven and earth protect Blue Star again. But the repair of the rules of heaven and earth has not been completed yet. There is still a long future, and it is necessary to continue to repair it bit by bit with the golden light of merit. Chin clicked on the plain supermarket panel, and found a new random transaction. Purchase 500 tons of fertilizer. Sell 50,000 tons of apples. Wow, another big order to pick up a bargain. Today she is still just a plain supermarket owner who wants to pick up a bargain. Chapter 297 Extra Miracles are coming. Today's companion star is a parallel world of the Blue Star. But the development of the two worlds is slightly different. The only difference that Chin can understand is the school. The school that traveled to the world of cultivation is clearly recorded in the historical documents of the companion star. It suddenly disappeared one day on the eve of the war. No one knows where the school and the students went. This has become a mystery in the history of the companion star. Perhaps I am also the soul of the companion star, said Jiang Mingchen. In that case, the future natural disasters in my memory will be different from the actual future natural disasters on Blue Star. Sorry. No need to apologize. No one knew about this situation at the beginning. And I remember the future of Blue Star, said Chin. And the future of the two worlds is more or less similar. Floods, rainstorms, tsunamis are all similar. And even the final meteorites are similar. Except that the falling meteorites are different. There are tens of thousands of meteorites in the universe. And their shapes and structures are completely different. Even if the parallel worlds have similar developments, the different falling meteorites will lead to different developments in the two worlds. As she spoke, she took out an apple and gave it to Jiang Mingchen. John Rui came over and handed him an apple. John Rui looked down at the apple in his hand, then looked up at Chin. The coal you asked for has been prepared for you. The quantity is a bit large, so you have to work hard. It's not hard for me, but it's hard for Brother Jean. I'll give you half of the things I exchanged, and exchange them for food. How about that? Okay, that's the best. Jean Rui nodded. If you need goods later, I can help you. Just ask. Of course. As he spoke, John Rui looked at Zhang Mingchun again. Do you have any problems? Why are you frowning? Zhang Mingchun sighed. I was just thinking about the planet. If I was originally the soul of the companion star. Don't worry. The soul of the companion star, after the yin qi is gradually purified, can also be reincarnated, Qin Qing said. But they are more hurt by the yin qi. Even if they are reincarnated, they may not be human. Flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds and beasts are possible. After reincarnation for several lifetimes, the soul is gradually nourished, and then it can be reincarnated as a human again. That's good. Zhang Mingchun smiled. I originally thought that my relatives were on the blue star. Even if I couldn't meet them, I could know where they were. But now there is really no chance to meet them again. Qin Qing, aren't we sisters? John Rui also looked at her. If you want, my family can also be your family. Okay. I just had a sudden feeling. I didn't think too much. You are all my family, of course. Zhang Mingchun said, thinking for a moment and then smiled. But my former home planet has become the companion of the blue planet, and has become the underworld. Then can I go there after I die? I'm here. Even if you can't make it, I can find a way to take you there. It's a deal. It's a deal. How many apples are left? There are still 20,000 tons. Before, I just thought about picking up a bargain, and didn't think about how to deal with it at all. Qin Qing sighed. In addition to apples, there are also peaches and pears. I don't know what the place is like when I exchange these things with me. I have to make a special storage ring to store the fruits in order to exchange so many fruits for fertilizers. As she spoke, she took out a peach from the storage ring, washed it, took a bite and said, Please help me sell more, so that I can make room for other things in the storage ring. There are so many. It's impossible to sell them all in a short time. Then we can only do it slowly. It's okay. Just take it slowly. As she spoke, she received a message that the potatoes she ordered this morning had arrived. She immediately stood up and distributed the fruits in the storage ring to Zhang Rui and Zhang Mingchun, asking them to help her ship the goods and exchange the sold goods for related materials. The doomsday of Blue Star has not yet completely ended. There will still be natural disasters from time to time. But the adaptability of human beings is also surprisingly strong. When there is a natural disaster warning in the future, everyone will pack up their luggage and move away from their hometown. After the natural disaster is over, if the hometown is still okay, they will move back and continue to live there. If not, they can either move to another place or register for reconstruction. Even if there are many losses, life will still go on as usual. Life in the city, life in the countryside, and everyone's life are moving forward step by step. The reputation of the supermarket chain is getting louder and louder. Even if there is no publicity nearby, many people know that there are promotions. Every promotion seems to be a loss-making business. But this supermarket still enjoys promoting it. There are even people on the internet who have calculated the profits for the supermarket chain. If the promotional items are included, this chain has the lowest profit among all supermarket chains. If the discount time after each natural disaster is included, there may even be a problem of loss. In this regard, Qin Qing's explanation to the public is that it can make money. It doesn't matter how much she makes. It is definitely profitable. Not to mention that almost all the promotional products she has come from random transactions. And the profit is much more than everyone calculated. I can't put it down. The last building. After putting this building away, I will take the remaining buildings to other places. Qin Qing said seriously. Teacher Zhou. In fact, this is also called returning the property to its original owner. The building originally belonged to your world, and it should be returned to you. Purgatory on Earth has become the companion star of Blue Star, and all the physical buildings cannot be left behind. Qin Qing can only transfer them to the floating island in the sky of the ruins plain. But it would be a waste to leave it there. No one would use the building, so she gradually moved the building to the cultivation plain. It's a pity that the schools on the cultivation plain have been demolished, and there is no room for all the buildings. The last building, it's really no good after that. Our living space is here. Even if you add a barrier for us, it can't be made bigger. There's really no room for more, said Teacher Zhou. Now these buildings are enough for us to use for many years. Even if they were sad at first because of the news brought by Qin Qing, they were completely dead on the planet they originally lived in. Now, because of the appearance of one building after another, their sadness was weakened, and turned into embarrassment, for fear that Qin Qing would move another building here. Okay. This is the last one. I will find a way to send the other buildings to other places. Qin Qing had no choice but to compromise. Teacher Zhou was instantly happy. After putting down another building, Qin Qing did not force it anymore. She estimated the situation of the plains at hand and opened the door to the Baisher Plain. Every time she came here recently, she just stayed in the Sunset Forest and took away some spiritual stones. As for the situation outside the Sunset Forest, she let Yunyang and others decide. However, she went out a few times occasionally and saw the lives of the people outside. She knew that the situation in the Baisher Plain was much better than before. She couldn't interfere too much in the lives of ordinary people in this plain. But just giving away a few buildings shouldn't have much impact. She wanted to do it. So she didn't hesitate for too long, and soon flew to the Imperial City. As soon as she arrived, she saw Yunyang and others coming out, and flew down directly. My lord. Immortal. Greetings. My lord. Immortal. Qin Qing landed, and saw the people looking at her with bright eyes. She felt a little embarrassed and said, "It's been a long time. How are you doing now?" Good. Someone behind Yunyang spoke loudly. Don't worry. My lord. Immortal. We have always taken caring for the people as our responsibility. And we are absolutely selfless. Qin Qing glanced at the person who spoke. Yunyang also looked back, and then took a step forward. The future of the country is uncertain. But we have always followed the advice of the gods, focusing on the people, and putting the people in our hearts, without any second thoughts. You know, I won't get involved in your affairs too much, so I won't say much about your internal affairs. Qin Qing talked to Yunyang. But I came all the way here, saw the lives of the people, and knew that you have indeed made a lot of efforts. This time, I came here just to give you an office space. The Imperial City is large, and the central location is where the original rulers lived. Now that this place has developed, there are more and more people. She took everyone directly to the outside of the city, found an empty wasteland, took out the best high-rise building she had, and in addition to the high-rise building, there were several residential buildings. Then she used iron fences to build a high guardrail to enclose the entire community to prevent people with ulterior motives from peeping. The buildings were all ready, and the fences were also ready. It took some time to lay the foundation, but it only took a few hours in total to build this community. There are elevators in the high-rise buildings, and there are electric lights in the residential buildings. She also built a solar power station. The power is not too high, but it is more than enough for daily elevator operation and electric lights. After finishing these, she did not stay for too long. She gave a manual to Yunyang and asked her to lead people to explore. She went to the Snow Mountain Plain again and asked John Rui to help share some high-rise buildings. Although these buildings are not brand new, they are also serious buildings. Some people may dislike them in the modern plain, but in the ancient plain, they are all top-notch things. Rather than leaving it unused, it is better to make full use of it. Not long after she left the Whitestone Plain, the news about the miracle coming spread throughout the continent. It even forced some people who were ready to make a move to retreat. What else? Has anyone been to the Imperial City? Is it really a miracle? My people have been there, but they just sent a letter back in a hurry, saying that they dared not rebel again and had completely fled. It is said that it is a house of gods that has descended from the sky. The miracle is transparent and reaches the sky. There is also a magical object inside that can reach 1,000 meters in an instant. If it is not a miracle, this sign cannot be explained. Damn it, didn't they say that the god hasn't appeared for several years? How come he sent such a big miracle as soon as he appeared? I am afraid that he has noticed our thoughts and is suppressing us with this. If she keeps watching us, we can't accomplish anything no matter what. Hey, what are you getting up for? Of course I am leaving. If I don't get up, will I be killed? After saying that, the man left in a hurry. The people behind him suddenly reacted. Damn, this guy is going to surrender. Let's go too. What are you going to do? Of course, he is going to surrender. Who can go against the gods? Who dares to go against the gods? If we don't surrender, will we wait for others to attack us? If we surrender, can we enter the miracle? It's good enough if we don't get caught. How can we enter the miracle? What are you dreaming about? Then why surrender? You don't want my life. But I want my life.